Everyone in this world is awakening their battle soul except you, who failed the test 3 years in a row and become the laughingstock of the entire school. But what they don't know is that your cheat code has just been activated. Useless piece of trash, die. Just as Shinta swings a punch as heavy as 1,000 Jin, aiming to cripple your arms, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice explodes in your mind without warning. Ding. Super Recycle System activating. Congratulations on obtaining level 20 max mana. Twin Battle Souls activated. A stream of pale blue data refreshed frantically across your retinas. Rampaging spiritual energy surged through your body like a burst dam. You raised your hand slightly, space warped in your left hand, while wind and thunder raged in your right. Crack! You crushed Shinto's knuckles in an instant, as if squeezing rotten wood. A piercing scream tears through the playground, but your gaze remains impassive. The debts of these past 3 years will be settled starting now. With the revival of spiritual energy, Earth has entered the age of martial arts, and an ordinary young man named Lin Fan has bound himself to the Super Recycle System. Ding, recycling successful. Congratulations, host, on awakening max mana. Ding, recycling successful. Congratulations, host, on becoming a titled paragon and unlocking the deity trial. Chapter 1, The Revival of Spiritual Energy. Spiritual energy has reawakened on Earth, and the barriers between dimensions have opened. Teleportation gates leading to various alternate dimensions have appeared across the world. Overnight, demons and evil spirits ran rampant, and ferocious beasts roamed freely. Humanity on Earth faced near total annihilation. Fortunately, humans from other dimensions came to their aid with all their might. Only then were the demons, evil spirits, and ferocious beasts driven out of Earth, and a counterattack launched into the alternate dimensions through the teleportation gates. However, the spatial portals leading to various destinations remained permanently open on Earth. Humans, evil spirits, and ferocious beasts were plunged into a century of chaotic warfare. A century of development. Although humans on Earth continued to advance their technology, technological progress was no longer the primary focus. Nowadays, the ability to cultivate, awaken a battle soul, become a soul master, and command respect in one's region. That is what truly matters. Moreover, all kinds of soul master academies have sprung up across Earth. However, to enter a soul master academy, one must awaken a battle soul and pass a different kind of college entrance exam. Only 1 in 10 people succeed in this exam. Most are forced to live out their lives as ordinary people, leading unremarkable existences. Of course, there are those who refuse to accept a life of mediocrity. Especially Lin Fan, who had been transported to this world. Lin Fan knew full well that if he couldn't train to become a soul master, he would never have a chance to rise above his station in this world. Hey, isn't this our school's big celebrity, Senior Lin Fan? You've been training all morning and you're still at it? You're really dedicated, aren't you? A good-for-nothing who hasn't awakened his battle soul after 3 years of training. You've basically got no hope of awakening your battle soul in this lifetime. Tomorrow's the annual college entrance exam, after all. Is all this hard work even worth it? Do you think you'll be able to awaken your battle soul during tomorrow's college entrance exam? A mocking voice rang out from the edge of the school's athletic field. Such taunts were heard almost every day. 3 years ago, Lin Fan had been a top student in academic subjects, the best in the entire school, with a future full of limitless potential. This made many people envious and jealous. And what sparked the most envy and jealousy was that Lin Fan had won the heart of the school's most beautiful girl, the dream girl in countless people's hearts. However, the school beauty Lin Fan had won over had already awakened her battle soul, become a soul master, and moved on to a higher level school. In contrast, Lin Fan had gone from being a top student who was the center of attention and enjoyed immense glory to a good-for-nothing who had failed to awaken his battle soul for 3 years. Those who had once envied Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer and hurl insults at him whenever they saw him in such a pathetic state. Only then did these guys feel a sense of satisfaction and vindication. However, Lin Fan, who was practicing his physical training on the school playground, paid no heed to them. Lin Fan. He had been cultivating spiritual energy for 3 years and had taken the college entrance exam 3 times. Yet he still hadn't awakened his battle soul and couldn't pass the exam. This year was his last chance to repeat the grade. If he failed the exam again, he would be forced to drop out. He was destined to spend his entire life as an ordinary, unremarkable person. He would neither accept nor submit to such a fate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding the Super Recycle system. You have received one system reward package. Would you like to open it, host? A mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan, who had been in the middle of his cultivation practice, was suddenly taken aback. As someone who had traveled through time, he naturally knew what a system was. Lin Fan wondered to himself, could this be a turning point, a case of hitting rock bottom before things start to turn around? Open it, Lin Fan said in his mind without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cultivation technique, primordial yin-yang art. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level 20 max mana, which grants you 2 soul rings immediately. Congratulations, host. You have obtained twin battle souls, void soul and storm soul. The system's voice faded away. Lin Fan's perpetually impassive face showed little change, though a barely perceptible flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. The spiritual energy within his body suddenly surged. Level 20 max mana, twin battle souls? Lin Fan felt a surge of delight. Level 20 max mana meant that, from being a good-for-nothing, he now possessed the combat strength of a level 20 fighter. As for the awakening of the twin battle souls, this gave Lin Fan the solid foundation he needed to set foot on the path to becoming a true powerhouse. Lin Fan, you good-for-nothing, are you even listening to me? Since you like to train, why don't I spar with you? The man who had just mocked Lin Fan grew instantly annoyed when Lin Fan ignored him. He roared angrily at Lin Fan. Shun 2. Since you want to be my sparring partner, then come spar with me, Lin Fan said indifferently to the man standing before him. He had been humiliated for 3 years. Today, he would make an example of this Shinto. Chapter 2, Choosing a Profession. Spiritual energy on Earth had revived, and the spatial barriers had opened. Teleportation gates leading to various alternate dimensions had appeared across the world. For a time, demons ran rampant, and ferocious beasts roamed freely. Humankind on Earth faced near total annihilation. Fortunately, humans from other dimensions came to their aid. Only then were the demons and ferocious beasts driven out of Earth, and a counterattack launched into the other dimensions through the portals. However, the spatial portals leading from Earth to other realms remained permanently open. Humans, demons, and ferocious beasts were plunged into a century of chaotic warfare. A century of development. Although humans on Earth continued to advance technology, technological development was no longer the primary focus. Nowadays, the ability to train, awaken a battle soul, and become a soul master commanding respect in one's region is what truly matters. Moreover, all kinds of soul master schools have sprung up across the planet. However, to enter a soul master school, one must awaken a battle soul and pass a different kind of college entrance exam. Only 1 in 10 people can pass this exam. Most are forced to live out their lives as ordinary people, leading unremarkable existences. Of course, there are those who refuse to accept a life of mediocrity. Especially Lin Fan, who had been transported to this world. Lin Fan knew full well that if he couldn't train to become a soul master, he would never have a chance to rise above his station in this world. Hey, isn't this our school's big celebrity, Senior Lin Fan? You've been training all morning and you're still at it? You're really dedicated, aren't you? You're a good-for-nothing who hasn't awakened a battle soul after 3 years of training. You've basically got no hope of awakening a battle soul in this lifetime. And tomorrow is the annual college entrance exam again. Is all that hard work even worth it? Do you think you'll be able to awaken your battle soul during tomorrow's college entrance exam? A mocking voice rang out from the edge of the school playground. Such taunts were a daily occurrence. 3 years ago, Lin Fan had been a top student in academic subjects, the best in the entire school, with a future full of limitless potential. This made many people envious. And what sparked the most envy was that Lin Fan had won the heart of the school's most beautiful girl, the dream girl in countless people's hearts. However, the girl Lin Fan had won over had already awakened her battle soul, become a soul master, and moved on to a higher level school. In contrast, Lin Fan had gone from being a celebrated, high-achieving student in the spotlight to a loser who had failed to awaken his battle soul for 3 years. Those who had once envied Lin Fan couldn't help but sneer and hurl insults at him whenever they saw him in such a pathetic state. Only by doing so did these people feel a sense of satisfaction and vindication. However, Lin Fan, who was practicing physical training on the playground, paid no attention to them. Lin Fan is 15 years old this year. He has been cultivating spiritual power for 3 years and has taken the college entrance exam 3 times. Yet he still hasn't awakened his battle soul and has been unable to pass the exam. This is his final year of repeating the grade. If he fails the exam again, he will be forced to drop out of school. He was destined to spend his entire life as an ordinary, unremarkable person. He would neither accept nor submit to such a fate. Ding! Congratulations, host, on binding the Super Recycle system. You have received 1 system reward package. Would you like to open it, host? A mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan, who had been in the middle of his cultivation practice, was suddenly taken aback. As someone who had traveled through time, he naturally knew what a system was. Lin Fan wondered to himself, could this be a turning point, a case of hitting rock bottom before things start to turn around? Open it, Lin Fan said in his mind without hesitation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the cultivation technique, primordial yin-yang art. Congratulations, host. You have obtained level 20 max mana, which grants you 2 soul rings immediately. Congratulations, host. You have obtained twin battle souls, Void Soul and Storm Soul. The system's voice faded away. Lin Fan's perpetually impassive face showed little change, though a barely perceptible flicker of delight flashed in his eyes. The spiritual energy within his body suddenly surged. Level 20 max mana, twin battle souls? Lin Fan felt a surge of delight. Level 20 max mana meant that, from being a good-for-nothing, he now possessed the combat strength of a level 20 fighter. As for the awakening of the twin battle souls, this gave Lin Fan the solid foundation he needed to set foot on the path to becoming a true powerhouse. Lin Fan, you good-for-nothing, are you even listening to me? Since you like to train so much, why don't I be your sparring partner? The man who had just mocked Lin Fan grew instantly annoyed when Lin Fan ignored him. He roared angrily at Lin Fan. Shun Tu. Since you want to be my sparring partner, then come spar with me, Lin Fan said calmly to the man standing before him. He had been humiliated for 3 years. Today, he would make an example of this Shintu. Chapter 3, Cheating. Lin Fan. You good-for-nothing, you actually dare to agree to spar with me? You're the one who asked me to spar with you. If I beat you up or cripple you, don't say I didn't warn you. Shintu was a bit surprised to see that Lin Fan had agreed. Since Lin Fan was asking for a beating, he was more than happy to oblige. He cracked his neck with a loud snap. Shintu took off his school uniform, revealing a body with exaggerated muscles. Hey, Lin Fan, you loser, you're not going to go all out, are you? Boss Shintu is already at level 10 max mana. Once he awakens his battle soul tomorrow, he'll be a true soul master. That's not something a loser like you can stand up to. If you don't want to get beaten half to death, better back down now. It's not like you haven't backed down before. Ha 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 ha. Shintu's henchman standing nearby mocked Lin Fan loudly. This wasn't the first time they teased him. Lin Fan. Looks like this is your last day of middle school. Today, I'll give you a memento. So you'll know. A loser like you will never set foot on the path of a soul master in your entire life. No matter how hard you try, you'll never measure up to a genius like me. Shintu's fist was covered in a layer of earth yellow spiritual energy. A level 10 max mana Shinto could unleash a force of 1,000 Jin with a single punch. An ordinary person hit by that punch would die without a doubt. However, this was, after all, a school. Shinto didn't dare to kill Lin Fan with a single punch. He aimed for Lin Fan's elbow. He wanted to break Lin Fan's arm. To make Lin Fan a cripple for life. Shinto's eyes betrayed his ruthless and vicious intent. Boom! Shinto, a level 10 max mana practitioner, unleashed a punch with 1,000 Jin of force, producing a thunderous explosion. His face became utterly contorted as the spiritual energy radiated from him. The instant Shinto struck and the explosive fist wind swept toward Lin Fan. Level 20 max mana surged through Lin Fan's body in an instant. To everyone's surprise, he extended his palm and reached out to grab Shinto's fist. "You're asking for death." Seeing this, a vicious, cold smile spread across Shinto's face. His punch was powerful enough to shatter concrete, and yet Lin Fan, a worthless trash, dared to block it head-on. It was sheer overconfidence. Did he want his arm to be broken even more thoroughly? But in the very next instant, the cold smile on Shinto's face froze instantly, and a look of terror flashed in his eyes. Ah! A scream of agony immediately burst from Shinto's mouth. He had intended to shatter Lin Fan's palm and forearm in one blow. But as his fist struck, Shinto felt as if he were hitting a wall of steel. The sound of snapping bones echoed instantly from his palm and fingers. Even his entire arm began to twist in a bizarre manner. A pitiful howl erupted from Shinto's mouth. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Wasn't he, Shinto, a genius like him, supposed to break the good-for-nothing Lin Fan's arm? How could this have happened so suddenly? Shinto's few henchmen were also completely dumbfounded. "Boss Shinto, what's wrong with you? Boss, are you okay?" The group rushed toward Shinto, shouting in concern. "You worthless Lin Fan, how can you be this strong?" Shinto's henchmen shouted loudly. They intended to call Lin Fan a good-for-nothing, but didn't dare utter the words. Instead, their faces were filled with disbelief, and fear flickered in their eyes. "Lin Fan, you've awakened your battle soul?" Another asked, his face frozen in shock. Lin Fan ignored them and walked toward the school dorms. "Lin Fan, just you wait. My older brother is a level 28 Great Soul Master. You broke my hand, I'll have him break all 4 of your limbs." Shinto threatened, his face twisted with anger and agony. A genius like him had actually fallen at the hands of a loser like Lin Fan, someone who hadn't even passed the college entrance exam in 3 years. Shinto's heart was filled with resentment. As for Shinto's threat, Lin Fan didn't care in the slightest. Just moments ago, when he used his spiritual energy to shatter Shinto's hand bones, Lin Fan had felt a hint of satisfaction. Right now, he just wanted to take a look at his battle soul and learn more about this special system. Chapter 4, System Lottery. In the school dormitory. Since Lin Fan was a repeat student, he lived in a single room. He didn't have to worry about anyone disturbing him. As soon as he entered the dorm, Lin Fan immediately summoned his battle soul. In both of Lin Fan's hands, a silver glow flickered on his left hand, and space twisted around that silver light. On his right hand, a glow alternating between green and blue flickered, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Twin battle souls, it really is twin battle souls. Lin Fan's mind was calm. He should have been overcome with excitement and elation, but after experiencing the ups and downs of human relationships over the past 3 years, Lin Fan remained unmoved by external circumstances and unperturbed by personal setbacks. The battle soul is an innate ability that all humans dream of awakening. It could also be called a divine power. Only by awakening a battle soul can one continue to cultivate, gain greater power, and become a true powerhouse who holds the sun and moon in the palm of his hand and treads upon the Milky Way. And only by becoming such a powerhouse can one attain an unparalleled status, be revered by the masses, and hold sway over the lives and deaths of others. Lin Fan was nothing more than an ordinary, insignificant person. He had been transported to this parallel world where spiritual energy was reawakening. He knew full well that the only way out was to cultivate and become a powerhouse. Deep down, he harbored some rather cliched aspirations. He dreamed of being the center of attention and revered by all. He wanted to make a name for himself in this world. He'd rather dictate the fate of others than be humiliated by them. However, at the Battle Soul full-time school founded by the Earth Soul Master Alliance, Lin Fan had trained for 3 years without ever awakening his battle soul. Failing to awaken a battle soul meant he would forever remain an ordinary person. But today, Lin Fan's fortunes finally turned. He was finally able to step onto the path of a soul master. To pursue that elusive path of the strong soul master. To become a soul master, the most crucial step is the awakening of the battle soul. Because only by awakening a battle soul can one, through the power of soul rings, acquire soul skills. Ordinary soul masters all possess only one battle soul. Twin battle souls are 1 in 100 million. Lin Fan now possesses twin battle souls. This means that in the future, he will be more than twice as powerful as an ordinary soul master. Furthermore, Lin Fan's 2 battle souls are both extremely rare elemental battle souls. There are many types of battle souls: artifact battle souls, plant battle souls, food battle souls, elemental battle souls, ferocious beast battle souls, and demonic battle souls. Everything in the world can become a battle soul. Martial artists vary in natural talent and strength. Battle souls also vary in rank. Ordinary, low-rank battle souls provide only a minor boost to a soul master, and the soul master's future potential is also very limited. High-level, rare battle souls, on the other hand, can grant a soul master a powerful boost in strength, and the soul master's potential is correspondingly greater. However, high-level, rare battle souls are exceedingly rare. Lin Fan's 2 current battle souls are both extremely rare. The spatial power battle soul. This battle soul is so elusive that it has never even appeared in the world. As for the wind and thunder power battle soul, such pure elemental battle souls are also extremely rare. Whether it's the power of space or the power of wind and thunder, both are top-tier, rare battle souls. Twin battle souls. For Lin Fan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But the system Lin Fan had obtained was what excited him the most. System, tell me, what abilities do you possess? After getting over his excitement at possessing twin battle souls, Lin Fan finally turned his attention to the system. He wanted to explore its functions. The system bound to the host is called the Super Recycle System. The host can recycle various items containing celestial and earthly spiritual power or energy to earn recycling points. Recycling points can be used for system lotteries. Additionally, the system will issue hidden quests that can grant the host special rewards. The system explained directly to Lin Fan. Chapter 5, Things remain the same, people have changed. After figuring out the system's functions, Lin Fan took out all his savings, laid them out on the table, and had the system appraise them directly. First grade body tempering pill, 10 recycling points. First grade chi cultivation pill, 10 recycling points. Low grade blood jade, 300 recycling points. Second grade foundation establishment elixir, 800 recycling points. Total, 1,580 system recycling points. Host, do you wish to recycle? The system's voice sounded again. Confirm recycling. Lin Fan issued the command to the system. Ding. Recycling successful. You have obtained 1,580 system recycling points. The system's voice announced. Lin Fan could see that 1,580 system recycling points had been added to his system panel. With the system redemption points in hand, Lin Fan naturally planned to try his luck at the lottery. The system's lottery panel featured various types of draws: a weapons section, an armor section, a potions section. The variety of lotteries was vast and diverse. Anything one could imagine was available to draw. But for Lin Fan, as a level 20 max mana user, what he needed most was to obtain a soul ring. After a soul master awakens a battle soul, They receive one soul ring every time they reach a multiple of 10 levels. Each multiple of 10 levels also marks a cultivation bottleneck for a soul master. This is because a soul master's strength can only continue to improve after obtaining a soul ring. However, Lin Fan's situation was a bit unique. He had obtained level 20 max mana directly. Even so, if Lin Fan wanted to continue improving his strength, for example, to break through to level 21, he would need to obtain 2 soul rings to proceed. Lin Fan noticed that the system's lottery section included a soul ring draw. Naturally, he wanted to give it a try. With 1,580 system redemption points, he should be able to draw a soul ring that satisfies him. There were so many types of prizes in this draw that Lin Fan's eyes were spinning a bit. However, after scrutinizing the options for over an hour, he made his choice. In the next instant, a lottery wheel appeared before Lin Fan. The circular wheel was divided into 10 sections. Of these 10 sections, 9 were blank. Only one section contained a single line of text. Stormwing Eagle, the first tier limit soul ring. This was the soul ring Lin Fan wanted. However, to obtain it, he had to enter the lottery. Each draw cost 100 system recycling points. The chance of winning was only 1 in 10. This probability isn't particularly high. However, the system offers a special feature guaranteeing a win after 10 attempts. No matter how unlucky Lin Fan might be, his 1,580 system recycling points would be enough to secure this soul ring. As long as he could obtain his first soul ring, Lin Fan would gain his first battle soul skill, boosting his combat power even further. Consuming 100 system recycling points. Lottery result: host did not win. On his first try, Lin Fan didn't win a single time. Continue. Lin Fan continued drawing. Consuming 100 system recovery points. Lottery result: host did not win. Host did not win. 4 draws in a row. None of them were successful. Lin Fan thought to himself that he was having a bit of bad luck. He decided to just keep drawing until he won. 100 system recovery points consumed. Draw result: congratulations, host. You have obtained the Stormwing Eagle, the first ultimate soul ring. The system's voice rang out. A phantom image of a Stormwing Eagle instantly appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Finally, it coalesced into a yellow soul ring, hovering in front of Lin Fan. Seeing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. This 5th draw had finally paid off. Gazing at the yellow soul ring floating before him, Lin Fan immediately began refining and absorbing it. Chapter 6, Let Us Break Up. The absorption of the Stormwing Eagle soul ring was complete. When Lin Fan summoned his storm soul, a yellow soul ring appeared on his body. This was the first soul ring Lin Fan had obtained. It granted him 2 battle soul skills. Offensive battle soul skill, Gale Blade. Offensive battle soul skill, Lightning Bolt. These 2 battle soul skills undoubtedly increased Lin Fan's combat power tenfold. In addition to the battle soul skills, absorbing the soul ring also strengthened Lin Fan's physical body. All in all, his overall combat power had increased significantly. After obtaining his first soul ring, Lin Fan didn't get too excited. That's because he could still obtain a second soul ring. Although he had just spent 500 system exchange points, Lin Fan still had 1,080 system exchange points remaining. Lin Fan's next step was to obtain a second soul ring. Lin Fan checked the requirements for the second soul ring draw. It required exactly 1,000 system exchange points. In other words, he could make 1 draw but only 1 attempt. Lin Fan decided to take a chance with this one opportunity. Lin Fan spent another hour or so before selecting the second soul ring lottery. Another lottery wheel appeared in Lin Fan's mind. However, this wheel looked a bit more intricate. It was also divided into 10 sections. Again, only one section contained a reward. Thunderclap Windwolf, the second limit soul ring. This was the second limit soul ring Lin Fan had chosen. Of course, whether he could obtain this second limit soul ring still depended on his luck. Lin Fan silently prayed in his heart. He spun the lottery wheel. His gaze fixed on the spinning wheel, he didn't blink once. 1,000 system recycling points consumed. Lottery result. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the thunder-roaring wind-chasing wolf, the second limit soul ring. The system's voice rang out. Lin Fan, who rarely showed any emotional fluctuation, couldn't help but let his hand tremble slightly. A direct hit. Lin Fan had obtained the second soul ring on his first try. After obtaining the second soul ring, Lin Fan immediately began refining and absorbing it. In less than half an hour, Lin Fan summoned the Storm Soul. 2 yellow soul rings appeared on his body. As for Lin Fan's second soul ring, it also granted him 2 battle soul skills. However, these 2 battle soul skills were somewhat unique. This was because they lacked direct offensive power. These 2 battle soul skills were support and enhancement skills. Wind Chant significantly increased Lin Fan's speed, providing a speed boost. Thunder Transformation maximized Lin Fan's overall strength, delivering comprehensive enhancements to combat power, defense, speed, and agility. 2 soul rings for battle soul skills. Moreover, after refining the second soul ring, Lin Fan's body was strengthened once again, and his soul power actually broke through to level 23. Acquiring the soul ring had boosted his soul power. It had been 3 years, and today was the first time Lin Fan had felt this happy. Gurgle. Just as Lin Fan was reveling in his joy, his stomach growled with hunger. He had been training all morning without eating, and on top of that, he spent time familiarizing himself with the system, the twin battle souls, and even won a soul ring in a lottery. It was already 6 p.m. Time to grab a bite. Lin Fan stood up and walked out of the dormitory. As soon as he stepped onto the main road outside the school, Lin Fan spotted a familiar, graceful figure stepping out of a taxi. Before him stood a beautiful girl wearing a pink dress. She was tall and slender, with fair skin and long, wavy hair cascading down her back. Her entire look exuded a mature, feminine beauty. Shijun, it's been a long time. How have you been these past 3 years? Looking at the girl before him, Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. Because the girl standing there was none other than Lin Fan's girlfriend, the school's former campus goddess, Bianca. However, Bianca had awakened her battle soul 2 years ago and become a soul master. Moreover, the battle soul she had awakened was a relatively high level one. 2 years ago, her awakening had caused quite a stir. She was immediately accepted into the best soul master academy in the provincial capital. It had been 2 years since that parting with Bianca. Lin Fan warmly addressed Shiyun using the intimate nickname they shared in the past. However, a strange coldness flickered in Bianca's eyes. It was an aloofness that kept others at arm's length. Seeing the coldness on Bianca's face, the smile vanished from Lin Fan's own face. Deep down, Lin Fan understood. Since that parting 2 years ago, everything had changed beyond recognition. Chapter 7, Jojo Academy. Lin Fan, looking like such a good-for-nothing now, you have no right to call Shiyun by such an intimate name. Do you even know what Shiyun's status is now? Behind Bianca, another woman stepped forward. Lan Feifei. Looking at the woman before him, Lin Fan remained calm. Lan Feifei was Bianca's best friend. Back then, she had awakened her battle soul alongside Bianca and graduated from high school with her. Although the quality of Lan Feifei's battle soul wasn't as high as Bianca's. At the time, she was still a prodigy second only to Bianca. Back then, both Bianca and Lan Feifei had been on good terms with Lin Fan. Before they had awakened their battle souls. In school, Lin Fan was a top student in academic subjects. He often helped the girls in his class with their academic studies. Because of this, Lin Fan was naturally popular with quite a few girls. Back then, Lan Feifei would never have spoken to Lin Fan in such a disrespectful manner. But now, Lan Feifei makes no secret of her disgust and loathing for Lin Fan, even going so far as to call him a good-for-nothing. 3 years without awakening a battle soul or becoming a soul master. Lan Feifei isn't the only one calling Lin Fan a good for nothing. Many who had once been close to Lin Fan, the closer they'd been back then, the more they despised him now. I hear you still haven't awakened your battle soul these past 2 years. Tomorrow is your last chance, right? Bianca said coldly. When she looked at Lin Fan, her eyes betrayed an unmistakable irritation and condescension. It was as if she had already decided that Lin Fan would never awaken his battle soul. From now on, he would remain nothing but a good for nothing. Last chance? Shijun, you know this good for nothing all too well. What chance could he possibly have? He hasn't awakened his battle soul in 3 years. He is a failure for life. Tomorrow's college entrance exam is just a formality. That's how his life will end. Lan Feifei added dismissively. Tomorrow, I'll pass the college entrance exam and become a soul master. Lin Fan paid no heed to Lan Feifei's words, but spoke earnestly to Bianca instead. Although the joy and admiration from their days as lovers were no longer in Bianca's eyes, Lin Fan and Bianca had, after all, once been in love. They were each other's first loves. Once, they'd been inseparable and had gone through some wild times. In front of Bianca, Lin Fan wanted to prove something. He wanted to reclaim everything he'd lost over the past 3 years. But the Bianca of today was no longer the same person she had been 3 years ago. Lin Fan, if you manage to awaken your battle soul tomorrow, I'll congratulate you right here. Bianca's expression remained icy. Seeing the look on Bianca's face, Lin Fan already knew what she was going to say. Even if Lin Fan were to show her his 2 soul rings right now, he and Bianca could never go back to the way things were. Thanks, Lin Fan said calmly. Lin Fan, I came here to tell you something. Don't wait for me anymore. Let us break up. I've broken through to the Great Soul Master realm and obtained my 2nd soul ring. The school has already granted me a spot at the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. From now on, there is no chance we'll ever see each other again. Bianca didn't meet Lin Fan's gaze. Instead, she continued to look deeply agitated. Back then, the two had been madly in love. But at this moment, Bianca had never hated being in a relationship with Lin Fan more than she did now. After Bianca spoke those words, a look of relief spread across her face. It was as if everything had come to an end, finally settled. Chapter 8, Luke. The JoJo Soul Master Academy is the top-tier Soul Master school in all of JoJo. Only genius Soul Masters with exceptional talent and top-tier battle souls are eligible to enroll. Now that Bianca had been accepted into the JoJo Soul Master Academy, it meant that her talent, strength, and perspective were no longer those of the little girl Lin Fan had once pursued. Congratulations on getting into the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. He hadn't lost his composure or his mind because of Bianca's breakup or her anger. Lin Fan simply didn't care that Bianca had broken up with him. Instead, he congratulated her. Lin Fan's calm and composed demeanor at that moment left both Bianca and Lan Feifei somewhat taken aback. They had both expected Lin Fan to be furious, to lose his mind, to vent his anger, or to cling to her desperately. But Lin Fan did none of those things. Instead, he was as calm as could be. The relationship between Lin Fan and Bianca had long since ended. No matter what, the two of them could never get back together. Seeing the look on Bianca's face, Lin Fan knew this would be the outcome. Since that was the case, he decided to be magnanimous and part ways amicably. I'll be heading to the JoJo Soul Master Academy tomorrow. By then, I won't be able to watch you take your college entrance exams or witness your awakening as a Soul Master. Still, I'd like to congratulate you in advance on becoming a Soul Master. Bianca nodded at Lin Fan. After telling Lin Fan they were breaking up, Bianca felt a great sense of relief. She no longer felt the need to say anything more to him. Once I become a Soul Master, I'll go to the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Lin Fan said earnestly to Bianca. Lin Fan wasn't going to the Kyushu Soul Master Academy to find Bianca. Rather, it was because the Kyushu Soul Master Academy was the place every young Soul Master dreamed of entering. Only by entering it could one gain access to the best cultivation resources. Ha! Lin Fan, you good for nothing, you haven't awakened a battle soul in 3 years. You don't really think you'll be able to awaken a battle soul, do you? You've already missed the prime time to awaken a battle soul. Even if you could awaken a battle soul, so what? You've missed the prime time to awaken a battle soul. Your future achievements will be the lowest of the low. There is absolutely no way you'll ever get into the JoJo Soul Master Academy in this lifetime. You, just stop daydreaming. It's completely impossible for you and Shiryun. Shiryun is kind-hearted, she didn't say anything harsh. I'll just say it straight here. You and Shiryun are from two completely different worlds. Stop being a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Even though what I'm saying is harsh. It's for your own good. In your current pathetic state, if you show up around Shiryun again, her suitors will kill you. You'd better watch your back. Lan Feifei said with a sneer of contempt. Feifei, stop it. Let us go. Bianca tugged at Lan Feifei's arm and shook her head. The two women walked away immediately, watching their backs as they left. Lin Fan remained calm inside. Sniff, sniff, sniff. That's really rough. You've barely gotten back, and already Bianca's dumped you. And on top of that, you got mocked by that sharp-tongued Lan Feifei. How can you even put up with that? A teasing voice rang out from the side. Leaning against the school gate was a very handsome young man with a center-parted hairstyle, a cigarette hanging from his lips. This young man was Lin Fan's best friend. He was also the one person who had never looked down on Lin Fan over the past 3 years. Moreover, every year around this time, he would come to find Lin Fan, to accompany Lin Fan to the college entrance exams. Luke. Long time no see. Lin Fan looked at the handsome young man with the center-parted hair and called out with a smile. Smiling? You've still got the nerve to smile? You must be feeling pretty lousy inside, right? Come on, let us go grab a drink. Forget about all those troubles. Luke walked over to Lin Fan, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said. Chapter 9, Brotherhood. Inside a bar. Lin Fan and Luke were sitting at the bar, sipping their drinks leisurely. Bianca got accepted to Kyushu Soul Master Academy on a scholarship. With your talent, you must have gotten in on a scholarship too, right? Lin Fan asked Luke. Yeah. Bianca and I are in the same intake. Once I'm there, I want to be able to come back every year to drink with you. So while I'm back this time, let us drink our fill. Luke downed the baijiu in his glass in one gulp. Luke really wanted to ask if Lin Fan would be able to awaken his battle soul this year. But the words were on the tip of his tongue, yet he couldn't bring himself to say them. He'd just seen Lin Fan get dumped by Bianca. Luke was worried Lin Fan was hurting inside. He didn't want to rub salt in the wound. After all, it had been 3 years since Lin Fan last awakened his battle soul. Luke simply sat with Lin Fan, drinking in silence, each of them filling their glasses to the brim. Luke and Lin Fan were true brothers. Some things don't need to be said. At that moment, the two simply drank. Hey, isn't that Lin Fan, the former top student at our school? What's up? Drowning your sorrows here? Is it because Bianca, the school's most beautiful girl, just dumped you? And she even called you a toad trying to eat swan meat. The former top student has turned into such a loser. What a sad sight. A mocking voice drifted over. The voice was extremely grating, because it was followed by the cackling laughter of several people. Gao Liang, my brother and I are having a drink. Get the hell away from us. Otherwise, I'll send you guys to the hospital today. Seeing Lin Fan being mocked by Gao Liang and his crew, Luke's expression turned icy. He roared directly at them, his voice carrying the terrifying vibrations of a beast's roar. Luke, you're just as annoying as Lin Fan used to be. Look at Lin Fan, he has turned into a total loser now. And you might as well become a good for nothing too. Behind Gao Liang and the other 5, 2 more figures appeared. At their arrival, Luke furrowed his brow. Lin Fan's expression also shifted slightly. It was clear these people weren't here for Lin Fan. So it's seniors Zhang Shan and Zhang Di. I was wondering why Gao Liang and his crew had come back to Yunmeng County. So it was to take me down. Wei Xian sent you, didn't he? He must have promised you quite a few perks to come after me, right? Luke addressed Gao Liang and the other 6. Hearing Wei Xian's name, Lin Fan's heart sank. Wei Xian and Lin Fan were classmates. They entered the full-time school in the same year. Back then, Wei Xian had also had a crush on Bianca. After Lin Fan won Bianca over, Wei Xian was furious. He tried to pick a fight with Lin Fan on multiple occasions. But Luke always stepped in to stop him. Now Wei Xian was out to get Luke. The first thing that crossed Lin Fan's mind was that this was Wei Xian's revenge for Luke having protected him back then. Luke, congratulations. Correct answer. Young Master Wei Xian sent us to break both your legs. He also ordered us to cripple your battle soul. So you'll be just like Lin Fan, a worthless piece of trash, forever. Crippling you now is actually pretty easy. But if you were allowed to train for a few years at the Jojo Soul Master Academy, you'd be a whole different story. Your talent with that evil repelling battle soul is something people really fear. Zhang Shan said coldly to Luke. Lin Fan, you go ahead. Leave this to me. Luke hurriedly said to Lin Fan, his expression grave. Luke. If I leave now, I wouldn't deserve to be your brother. Besides, am I, Lin Fan, the kind of person who is cowardly and afraid of trouble? Lin Fan said with a smile to Luke. Even if Lin Fan were a good-for-nothing without a battle soul, he wouldn't leave. Not to mention that Lin Fan was now a great soul master who had obtained 2 soul rings. Lin Fan, don't be a hero. They're all great soul master level experts. It'll be very dangerous for you to stay here. Those guys will kill you. Luke said anxiously. Gao Liang and his men were after Luke. Luke didn't want to drag Lin Fan into danger. Luke knew Lin Fan valued loyalty above all else. That made him even more determined not to let Lin Fan face any danger. Luke, instead of worrying about that good-for-nothing Lin Fan, you'd be better off worrying about yourself. Gao Li said with a cold laugh. Luke was suddenly bound by spider webs. In an instant, Luke was rendered unable to move. Chapter 10, 2 Soul Rings. On Gao Li's body, 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, were circling him. The white soul ring was obtained from a soul beast less than 100 years old. The yellow soul ring, on the other hand, was obtained from a soul beast between 100 and 1,000 years old. Both soul rings lit up simultaneously. This meant that Gao Li had directly unleashed a battle soul technique using both soul rings. Luke, you know full well we're here to take you down. You still have the nerve to worry about a good-for-nothing like Lin Fan? Gao Liang said with a cold laugh, addressing Luke. Gao Liang, your spider web entanglement is nothing more than a soul ring obtained from hunting a 10-year-old silk spinning spider. With that kind of restraining power, you can't control me. 2 soul rings also appeared on Luke's body. However, both of Luke's soul rings were yellow. This was the optimal soul ring configuration. Is that so? But it seems you haven't noticed. I've already obtained a second soul ring. Do you know what kind of ability my second soul ring possesses? Gao Li said coldly once more. Luke's expression shifted slightly. Ha! My second soul ring was obtained by slaying a knot-tying snake. And the battle soul skill of this second soul ring is called tenacity. That's a battle soul specifically designed to counter beast battle souls like yours. Now, with my spider web entanglement, you won't be able to break free for quite some time. Gao Li said coldly once more. Senior students Zhang Shan and Zhang Di, breaking through Luke's defenses and crippling him. That's up to the 2 of you. Gao Liang said to them with a smile. Although Gao Liang could restrain Luke, He was unable to break through Luke's defenses or inflict any damage on him. Once Luke broke free from the spider silk entangling his body, Gao Liang would be no match for him. However, to deal with Luke, Gao Liang and his group had already made a plan. Junior Luke. Young Master Wei Xian wants us to cripple you. Just accept your fate. If you're going to blame anyone, blame yourself for messing with the wrong people. The Zheng Shan and Zhang Di brothers also had 2 soul rings each. Both brothers possessed battle souls in the form of axes. Like Gao Liang, they had a configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring. On both of them, the yellow century-level soul rings instantly emitted a dazzling light. Leaping Axe Slash. The second soul rings obtained by the Zheng Shan and Zhang Di brothers were both acquired by slaying leaping groundhound soul beasts. Their soul skills were also identical. Leaping Axe Slash is a battle soul skill that amplifies axe attacks. Their attacks were extremely powerful. Now, Luke was pinned down by Gao Liang. He couldn't move. If the 2 brothers' axes actually struck Luke's protective aura would naturally be shattered. At that point, Luke would be in grave danger. However, just at that moment, Lin Fan stepped in front of Luke. Lin Fan, get out of the way quickly. You're going to die. Luke shouted in extreme panic. Lin Fan, you good for nothing, you've actually got some brotherly loyalty after all. Too bad you're so eager to die. Senior classmates, let us finish off this good for nothing together. Seeing Lin Fan step forward, Gao Liang's face twisted into a cold smirk. Meanwhile, the Zheng Shan and Zhang Di brothers, seeing Lin Fan blocking Luke's path, without hesitation, swung their axes directly at Lin Fan. But just at that critical moment, 2 yellow soul rings suddenly appeared on Lin Fan's body. The color of these 2 soul rings wasn't the pale yellow typical of Gao Liang, Zheng Shan, and Zhang Di. Lin Fan's soul rings were a much deeper shade. The second soul ring even had a hint of purple. The colors of these 2 soul rings spoke for themselves. The soul rings Lin Fan had obtained were of exceptional quality. Only soul rings of the highest quality would take on such a deep hue. Both soul rings simultaneously burst into a dazzling glow. A 2-ring Great Soul Master? Lin Fan. Upon seeing the 2 soul rings suddenly appear on Lin Fan, Luke's face shifted from shock to wild elation. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers Zheng Shan and Zhang Di, who had been swinging their axes, instantly grew flustered. Chapter 11, Still Daring to Talk Back. How is that possible? Isn't Lin Fan that good for nothing who hasn't awakened his battle soul in 3 years? How could he possibly be a 2-ring Great Soul Master? Gao Liang was manipulating spider silk to restrain Luke. But upon seeing the 2 soul rings appear on Lin Fan's body, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The moment the 2 soul rings on Lin Fan's body emitted a dazzling light, Lin Fan activated his battle soul technique, Wind Chant. Instantly, he felt his body become incredibly light, and his speed skyrocketed. When he activated his battle soul technique, Thunder Transformation, Lin Fan could feel his speed increase even further, and his reaction time became significantly sharper. Gao Liang, Zheng Shan, Zhang Di, and the others suddenly felt as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. That was because Lin Fan's figure had suddenly vanished. When Lin Fan reappeared the next moment, his speed was so fast that they couldn't react in time. A sweeping kick struck Zheng Shan squarely in the face. Lin Fan's kick sent a roar of wind and thunder reverberating through the air. A surge of lightning struck Zheng Shan directly in the face. The terrifying electrical current instantly paralyzed Zheng Shan's entire body, and a burning smell filled the air. In the blink of an eye, after sending Zheng Shan flying with a single kick, Lin Fan spun around and delivered a backfist to Zhang Di's face. Once again, a surge of lightning erupted. A burning smell immediately filled the air around Zhang Di as well. In the blink of an eye, with lightning-fast precision, Lin Fan had directly taken down both Zheng Shan and Zhang Di. The 2 lay on the ground, their bodies charred black and twitching uncontrollably, completely incapacitated. Seeing this scene, Gao Liang, who was still controlling Luke, was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Fan was clearly a good-for-nothing who hadn't awakened a battle soul. How could he have suddenly become a great soul master? And his strength was this formidable? The Zhang Shan and Zhang Di brothers were also formidable fighters at the high school. Yet, in front of Lin Fan, they were taken out in an instant? The four others who had followed Gao Li saw the Zhang Shan and Zhang Di brothers get taken out by Lin Fan. They were so terrified they didn't dare make a move. Gao Li, are you going to cripple me? At that moment, Luke broke free from Gao Liang's spiderweb entanglement. He charged straight toward Gao Liang. Luke, this has nothing to do with me. It was young Master Wei Xian who ordered us to take you down. Take it up with him. Spare me. Gao Li shouted in panic and terror. Spare you? Luke's expression turned icy. His first soul ring lit up, and with a thunderous roar, he slammed a fist into Gao Li. In the next instant, the sound of snapping bones echoed from Gao Li's body. Gao Li didn't even have time to let out a scream before he passed out cold. Get these three and get the hell out of here. Go back and tell Wei Xian. I, Luke, will remember what happened today. Luke said coldly to the other four. The four looked terrified and hurriedly dragged the three severely injured men away. Lin Fan, when did you awaken your battle soul and break through to Great Soul Master? With Gao Liang and the others gone, Luke asked Lin Fan excitedly. Just moments ago, he'd been worried about Lin Fan, afraid that asking too many questions about his battle soul awakening might hurt his pride, so he hadn't pressed the matter. But he never expected this. As it turned out, it was Lin Fan who had saved him. If it weren't for Lin Fan, Luke would have been in real danger. Now, seeing the two soul rings on Lin Fan's body, Luke was filled with shock and excitement. When I awakened my battle soul, I immediately gained 20 levels of max mana. Then I got 2 more soul rings, and now here I am. Lin Fan said with a smile. You gained 20 levels of max mana just by awakening your battle soul? Man, you're way too lucky. Luke said excitedly he was even happier than Lin Fan. Lucky? These past 3 years of mine have been absolutely miserable. Want to give it a try? Lin Fan said with a smile. No way. I know exactly how you've spent the last 3 years. It really was miserable. You got a level 20 boost to max mana. Maybe heaven felt you'd suffered a bit too much and decided to compensate you directly. Luke said with a hearty laugh. Chapter 12, 1 in a Million. After dealing with Gao Liang and the others, Lin Fan didn't continue drinking with Luke because of the Battle Soul Awakening assessment the next day. Instead, he went straight back to the dorm. Ding! Recycled 1 Tier 3 Soul Beast Core, obtained 5,000 system recycling points. Lin Fan recycled the Tier 3 Soul Beast Core he just seized from Zhang Shan. He received 5,000 system recycling points, a substantial amount. He glanced at the System-S lottery panel. Lin Fan decided to go straight for a 5-draw lottery. With this 5-draw lottery, every single draw was guaranteed to win a prize. Congratulations, host. You've gained a 10% increase in soul power. Congratulations, host. You've gained a 15% increase in soul power. Congratulations, host. You've gained a 7% increase in soul power. Congratulations, host. You've gained a 50% increase in soul power. Congratulations, host. You've obtained a low-grade movement martial art that can be evolved and upgraded, 3000 thunder movements. It has been automatically mastered. Feeling the boost in his soul power and sensing the movement technique emerge in his mind, Lin Fan was quite pleased. Those 5,000 system recovery points had indeed yielded a nice return. After a night of cultivation, Lin Fan had mastered the newly acquired movement technique. Early the next morning. The venue for the Battle Soul Awakening exam. Over 10,000 candidates from Yin County were taking the Battle Soul Awakening exam one after another, participating in what was known as the college entrance exam. Inside the Battle Soul Awakening arena, the crowd was in an uproar. Deng Ron, Battle Soul Awakening successful 5th grade silver level, Red Wolf Battle Soul. Wang Yusen, Battle Soul Awakening successful 7th grade gold level, Fire Enchantress Bird. Mu Lufeng, Battle Soul Awakening Successful, 8th grade gold level, Water Mirror King Snake. As another batch of results was announced, the entire Battle Soul Awakening arena erupted in excitement. Wow, an 8th grade gold level Battle Soul. Mu Lufeng is truly amazing. Mu Lufeng truly lives up to his reputation as our school's top genius. A top-tier Battle Soul of this caliber, he is bound to be a standout in the future. Of course. How could my man possibly be compared to the likes of you? Hearing others praise her man, Mu Lufeng's girlfriend was beaming with pride. At that moment, admissions officers from several intermediate-level Soul Master schools began courting Mu Lufeng directly. Good, very good, you didn't disgrace our school. Next group. The dean of Lin Fan's school wore a satisfied smile upon seeing the results of his school's first group. But as the next group prepared, his gaze instantly turned icy. Lin Fan, you good for nothing, you still have the nerve to take this exam? Get out of here immediately. Don't disgrace the school. Wang Ji, the dean of student affairs, glared at Lin Fan with icy eyes. I'm here on my own behalf, not on behalf of the school. Everyone is eligible to participate in the Battle Soul Awakening assessment. Lin Fan said coldly. Lin Fan, you good for nothing, you actually dare to talk back? While I'm still in a good mood, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll make sure you're kicked out myself. A flash of vicious loathing flickered in Wang Ji's eyes. Wang Ji, what are you doing? Tell the next group from your school to get on with the assessment right away. Don't waste time. Seeing the commotion between Lin Fan and Wang Ji, Dean Lao, who was presiding over the assessment, barked coldly at Wang Ji. Poof. Lin Fan, you good for nothing, don't go claiming to represent our school later. I can't afford to lose face like that. Seeing Dean Lao speak up, Wang Ji felt it wasn't the right moment to kick Lin Fan out. I never said I was representing the school, did I? Can you stop taking yourself so seriously? Lin Fan retorted. You're asking for trouble. Wang Gui's face was contorted with rage. Chapter 13, The Uncrossable Line. I really don't know where you, a good for nothing, get the nerve. You haven't awakened a battle soul in 3 years, yet you still have the nerve to talk to the dean of students like that. Hurry up and get on stage to start your performance. Just don't claim to be from our school later. Mu Lufeng, standing beside Wang Ji, sneered at Lin Fan with an expression that said he was looking forward to the show. Having awakened a top-tier battle soul, Mu Lufeng was highly sought after by major universities and was currently basking in the limelight. Mu Lufeng was incredibly arrogant. He looked down on good-for-nothings like Lin Fan. Lin Fan ignored Mu Lufeng's taunts and walked straight onto the Battle Soul Awakening platform. Kid, what are you just standing there for? Hurry up and get ready to channel your spiritual energy and awaken your battle soul. Dean Lao, who was presiding over the Battle Soul Awakening exam, called out to Lin Fan. Ha 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 ha. That good-for-nothing must have lost his mind. He hasn't awakened his battle soul in 3 years, and now he thinks he can do it? He is just daydreaming. Look at that idiot, he probably doesn't even know how to channel his spiritual energy to awaken his battle soul, does he? The students standing around Mu Lufeng, all from the same school as Lin Fan, began to jeer and hurl insults at him. Do you even want to awaken your battle soul, kid? Seeing that Lin Fan was still standing motionless, Dean Lao was starting to get a little impatient. Dean Lao, I've already awakened my battle soul. Lin Fan said in a clear, loud voice. As soon as those words came out, the Battle Soul Awakening arena suddenly fell silent. You've awakened your battle soul? You're a natural awakener? Dean Lao asked, his face filled with shock. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan's answer made everyone wonder if they heard wrong. A natural awakener? Ha! Did you guys hear that? That loser says he is a natural awakener? Even my Mu Lufeng isn't a natural awakener. Who does this good-for-nothing think he is? Wang Yusen, Mu Lufeng's girlfriend, said disdainfully. Mu Lufeng, standing beside her, smiled with equal disdain. This good-for-nothing must be seriously ill. He is hallucinating. A natural awakener? That's a 1 in 10,000 occurrence. Does he even deserve to be called a natural awakener? What kind of nonsense is that? The crowd joined in with scornful jeers. But in the very next instant, those who had been mocking and insulting Lin Fan were left speechless. How is this possible? 10th grade super grade, ultimate battle soul. How is this possible? Didn't he rely on the spiritual energy guidance from the Battle Soul Awakening platform? He awakened his battle soul all on his own. He really is a 1 in 10,000 natural awakener. When the elemental battle soul fluctuations of wind and thunder power appeared on Lin Fan's body, everyone in the entire Battle Soul Awakening arena stared at him with looks of utter shock. This can't be real, can it? How could this good-for-nothing, who hasn't awakened a battle soul in 3 years, possibly be a natural awakener? How could he possibly be better than Mu Lufeng? This is impossible. He must have cheated or faked it. The students who had just mocked and insulted Lin Fan were now utterly incredulous. As for Dean Wangji, he felt as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of shit. A natural awakener that was a genius in 1 out of 10,000. This should have counted toward his teaching performance evaluation. But because of what he just said, a massive reward was slipping right through his fingers. Wangji was now filled with unbearable regret. Young man, you're quite impressive. Dean Lao, who was presiding over the Battle Soul Awakening assessment, said to Lin Fan with a smile. Dean Lao was a renowned top-tier powerhouse in Yunmeng province. To receive his praise was a tremendous honor. At that moment, Mu Lufeng lost his composure. Today was supposed to be his moment to shine. It was the day he was going to make a splash, but now he'd been outshone by a good-for-nothing who hadn't been able to awaken his battle soul for 3 years. How could Mu Lufeng possibly accept this? Chapter 14, Rejection. Dean Lao. We still need to verify whether this Lin Fan's battle soul is truly a supreme battle soul. The battle soul he displayed has no physical form at all. A supreme battle soul without a physical form, how is that even possible? Perhaps he is using some trick to deliberately seek attention. It's very likely that his so-called supreme battle soul is a fake. Who knows, maybe this so-called ultimate battle soul isn't even as good as my 8th grade golden rank water mirror king snake battle soul. Mu Lufeng said, his eyes blazing with fury. How could he possibly accept having his limelight stolen by a good-for-nothing like Lin Fan? He refused to believe a word of Lin Fan's claim about an ultimate battle soul. You're just saying I'm trying to show off because you lack experience? If you've never seen an ultimate battle soul, don't act like you know everything. Lin Fan said indifferently. You bastard. You're a good-for-nothing who hasn't awakened a battle soul in 3 years. How dare you call me uninformed? If you've got the guts, fight me. Even if my water mirror king snake battle soul isn't an ultimate battle soul, it'll still crush you. If you don't dare, then your battle soul is fake. Mu Lufeng said angrily. Mu Lufeng's words did indeed catch people's attention. It was true that Lin Fan's battle soul emitted the energy fluctuations of a supreme battle soul. But since it had no physical form, no one had any idea what Lin Fan's battle soul actually was. Dean Lao, who had been feeling somewhat excited, was now a bit puzzled as well. He clearly agreed with Mu Lufeng's assessment. Young man, your battle soul has no physical form. What kind of battle soul is it, exactly? Dean Lao asked Lin Fan curiously. Dean Lao. My battle soul is the elemental power of wind and thunder. An elemental battle soul. Lin Fan replied. An elemental battle soul? Prove your battle soul. Dean Lao said to Lin Fan. A supreme battle soul without a physical form that was extremely rare. Dean Lao was also afraid that Lin Fan's battle soul might be fake. It would be embarrassing if he misjudged the situation. How do you want me to prove it, Dean Lao? Lin Fan asked, furrowing his brow slightly. Fight Mu Lufeng. He has awakened the Water Mirror King's snake battle soul. If you truly possess a supreme battle soul, then he shouldn't be a match for you. You two will face off on the Battle Soul Awakening platform, Dean Lao said calmly. Standing nearby, Mu Lufeng's face was lit up with wild joy. In Mu Lufeng's eyes, so what if Lin Fan really did possess a supreme battle soul? He, Mu Lufeng, was born into a prominent clan. He had abundant cultivation resources and was guided by top-tier experts. The training and nurturing he received were far beyond anything Lin Fan could ever hope to match. Lin Fan dared to steal his thunder today. Deep down, Mu Lufeng intended to cripple Lin Fan, turning him into a complete and utter waste of space. Fine. Lin Fan nodded, seemingly unconcerned. He walked straight onto the Battle Soul Awakening platform. You worthless piece of trash, so what if you're a supreme battle soul? The gap in our statuses is an insurmountable chasm. The resources I've had access to since childhood, the training and discipline I've received, you can't even begin to imagine them. What do you have to fight me with? Mu Lufeng said with a look of arrogant disdain. Oh, just another guy who relies on his family's name. I thought you were actually pretty good yourself. Why don't you have your family come and carry you into battle against me? Lin Fan sneered. You're asking for death. Mu Lufeng's eyes turned red with rage as he charged straight at Lin Fan. His level 10 soul power erupted in full force. A punch pulsing with spiritual energy struck toward Lin Fan's vital points. Mu Lufeng was going all out. The Water Mirror King Snake battle soul that Mu Lufeng has awakened is no weaker than a peak battle soul. His true strength has already reached at least level 14. It's clear the Mu family has trained him very well. Even with a peak battle soul, this Lin Fan would likely be in danger. Some of the admissions teachers standing beside Dean Lao said coldly. These teachers had insulted Lin Fan countless times in the past. Naturally, they had no desire to see Lin Fan turn the tables. Moreover, Mu Lufeng's family was quite renowned in Yunmeng. In the eyes of many who knew the Mu family, Lin Fan was no match for Mu Lufeng. Chapter 15, The Test. That good-for-nothing Lin Fan, has he been scared out of his wits by my Mu Lufeng? He doesn't even dare to move. What a total waste of space. Mu Lufeng's girlfriend said disdainfully. However, as for Mu Lufeng himself, seeing Lin Fan standing motionless, he could only sneer inwardly. This good-for-nothing actually stood there letting him attack. He was truly asking for death. Spiritual energy surged violently from Mu Lufeng's hands, intending to cripple Lin Fan with a single strike. But the moment Mu Lufeng closed in on Lin Fan, a thunderous roar rang in his ears. Where is he? How did he vanish? He'd been about to punch Lin Fan, but suddenly everything went blurry. Mu Lufeng was completely dumbfounded. Lin Fan had vanished right before his eyes. I'm right behind you. What kind of reaction is that? Lin Fan's icy voice rang out from behind Mu Lufeng. You bastard, you dare to toy with me? Mu Lufeng's eyes blazed with rage as he spun around and threw a punch. But to his surprise, Lin Fan was even faster, darting aside to dodge the blow. As the power of wind and thunder surged, Lin Fan swept his leg backward, striking Mu Lufeng in the abdomen. The power of lightning instantly surged into Mu Lufeng's body. Ah! Mu Lufeng's agonized scream cut off abruptly. His body went numb, and he lost consciousness instantly, then was swept away by a kick. Lin Fan's fluid and seamless moves didn't at all resemble those of a low-tier soul master who had just awakened his battle soul. Everyone in the Battle Soul Awakening arena was filled with shock. Ultimate Battle Soul. It really is an ultimate battle soul. At that moment, no one doubted that Lin Fan had awakened a supreme battle soul. After all, nothing was more convincing than Mu Lufeng's defeat. Mu Lufeng. How could this happen? That good-for-nothing, how could he be this strong? Wang Yusin cried out in distress. Just moments ago, she had been one of the people who had insulted Lin Fan the most. Yet now, Wang Yusin felt an intense sense of unease. Her man Mu Lufeng, hailed as the top genius of this class, had actually been defeated by Lin Fan, and so humiliatingly at that. When she thought of how Lin Fan had once been a good-for-nothing who awakened his battle soul for 3 years. The pain in her heart became so unbearable she couldn't accept it. As for Wang Ji, the school's dean of students, his distress was undoubtedly at its peak. Such an outstanding, gifted student had actually been driven away by him. In the blink of an eye. All the admissions officers in the Battle Soul Awakening arena simultaneously extended offers to Lin Fan. Setting aside the fact that Lin Fan possessed an ultimate battle soul. The sheer strength he had just demonstrated was enough to completely win over every admissions officer present. In this college entrance exam, Lin Fan had undoubtedly become the center of attention and the focus of everyone's gaze. "Young man, would you be willing to take me as your master and become my disciple? Come with me, and you'll be able to study at the best intermediate soul master school in Yunmeng. When the time comes, I can secure you a spot at the Jojo Soul Master Academy," Dean Lao said to Lin Fan with a smile. As he spoke, he immediately unleashed his battle soul. It was a long sword shrouded in flames, the flame sword. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings floated up and down. Dean Lao was one of the top experts in Yunmeng province. The ranks of Soul Masters are Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Patriarch, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Fighter, and titled Paragon. A 9-ring titled Paragon. His title, Blade Flame. To be recognized by a powerhouse of this caliber and accepted as a disciple. That is something countless Soul Masters dream of. Dean Lao intends to take Lin Fan as his disciple. This has made everyone even more envious. Once Lin Fan becomes Dean Lao's disciple, his future will be nothing short of extraordinary. However, Lin Fan's response took everyone by surprise. "Thank you for your kindness, Dean Lao. I already have a teacher. I plan to take the entrance exam for this year's 9 provinces Soul Master Academy. So, I can't go with you." Although Dean Lao was a renowned top-tier powerhouse in Yun County, Lin Fan had no intention of staying in Yun County, so becoming Dean Lao's disciple wouldn't mean much to him. Besides, thanks to the system, Lin Fan didn't need to seek out a master to improve his strength. Saying he already had a teacher was, in a way, another subtle way of declining the offer. Lin Fan's words left everyone present completely dumbfounded. A martial artist of Dean Lao's caliber was offering to take on a disciple. And Lin Fan had actually refused. Refused? This was a titled Paragon offering to take him on as a disciple. Moreover, Lin Fan actually intended to take the entrance exam for the first academy of the 9 states Soul Master Academy on his own. This caused an even greater stir. Chapter 16, 3000 Thunderclaps. Lin Fan had flat out rejected him. This caused Dean Lao to furrow his brow slightly. However, upon hearing that Lin Fan already had a teacher, Dean Lao no longer intended to take him on as a disciple. He also knew that with the ultimate battle soul Lin Fan had awakened, others would be clamoring to take him on as a disciple. It was only natural that someone had beaten him to it. Lin Fan. Do you realize? To take the entrance exam for the Jojo Soul Master Academy, you need at least a 2-ring strength level. With your current strength, there is absolutely no way you can pass the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy's entrance exam. Dean Lao shook his head at Lin Fan. He actually began to think Lin Fan was being a bit unrealistic. Dean Lao. I'm already a 2-ring Great Soul Master. No matter how difficult the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy's exam is, I'll give it my all. In this life, if one never encounters any difficulties, how can one ever temper oneself? Lin Fan's words rang out resolutely, radiating an unstoppable aura. In the very next instant, 2 soul rings appeared on Lin Fan's body. At the sight of these 2 soul rings, everyone present gaped in disbelief. Lin Fan's ultimate battle soul and his fluid, seamless techniques in defeating Mu Lufeng had already caused quite a stir. But no one could have imagined this. Lin Fan was actually a 2-ring Great Soul Master. This development made the situation seem even more unbelievable. A 2-ring Great Soul Master participating in the Battle Soul Awakening exam. What on earth was going on? Wang Ji, you idiot. Do you have any idea what you've done? The dean of Lin Fan's school slapped the headmaster, Wang Ji, across the face. His gaze was murderous. Earlier, when Wang Ji had insulted Lin Fan, the dean of the full-time division had been watching from the sidelines, but Han Ti paid it any mind. After all, the fact that Lin Fan Han Ti awakened his battle soul in 3 years was common knowledge throughout the entire school. The principal, too, had looked down on Lin Fan. But now, both the principal and Dean Wang Ji were kicking themselves. Pushing away a genius like this would be a massive loss both for the school and for themselves personally. Well said. Young man, I never expected you to actually be a 2-ring Great Soul Master. In all these years of Battle Soul Awakening exams, this is the first time I've ever seen such a thing. With this level of strength, you're certainly qualified to take the entrance exam for the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. Seeing the 2 soul rings pulsing on Lin Fan's body, Dean Lao nodded. He was deeply impressed by what Lin Fan had said. However, the entrance exam for the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy isn't that simple. Even though you're at the 2-ring level, it doesn't mean you'll necessarily pass. Because being at the 2-ring level only barely qualifies you for the exam. I'll have someone assess your true strength. Are you willing to give it a try? Dean Lao said to Lin Fan. Sure, let us try it. Lin Fan nodded. Zhang Geng, level 47 Battle Soul Master. This kid is my nephew. Back then, he passed the entrance exam for the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy on his own. It was a real struggle, and in the end, he only made it in thanks to a stroke of luck. The 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy's admissions exam includes a standard test called Passing the 3 Gates. It tests comprehensive abilities such as speed and reaction time. I'll have Zhang Geng suppress his strength to below level 30 Soul Venerable. If you can hold out against him for 10 minutes, you'll have a very good chance of being admitted to the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Dean Lao was very curious to see just how strong Lin Fan really was. Go ahead. Lin Fan said to the young man in blue standing beside Dean Lao. He didn't flinch in the face of Zhang Geng's strength, and Dean Lao, standing nearby, nodded approvingly. Chapter 17, Blood Ginseng Solidifying Origin Pill. Young brother Lin Fan. You may attack me directly. Unleash your full power. Don't worry about hurting me. Of course, I'd very much like it if you could hurt me. Zhang Geng waved at Lin Fan with a confident expression. At level 47, he naturally wasn't afraid that Lin Fan at just over level 20 in the second ring could hurt him. Given his strength, if Lin Fan could even land a hit on him, he'd consider it a loss. Brother Zhang Geng, then I'll get started. Spiritual energy surged from Lin Fan's body. Bring it on. Zhang Geng simply channeled his spiritual energy without any intention of activating his soul ring, adopting a stance that seemed to invite Lin Fan to strike first. Seeing how Zhang Geng looked down on him, Lin Fan actually smiled. He charged straight at Zhang Geng. Not bad speed. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Lin Fan and the sheer speed of his attack caught Zhang Geng slightly off guard. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to Lin Fan's strength. After all, there was a massive gap in their abilities. But the moment Lin Fan struck, Zhang Geng's expression immediately turned serious. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Zhang Geng was actually struck by Lin Fan's fist, and his body stumbled back 3 steps. Lin Fan's sudden burst of speed and power left Zhang Geng somewhat taken aback. Amid his shock and surprise, Zhang Geng's face flushed slightly. For Zhang Geng, a level 47 Battle Soul Master, being forced back by Lin Fan was downright embarrassing. Standing nearby, Dean Lao furrowed his brow slightly, clearly dissatisfied with Zhang Geng's dismissive attitude. Brother Zhang Geng, my battle soul harnesses the power of wind and thunder elements, so I excel at speed. Lin Fan said with a smile, addressing Zhang Geng. Young brother Lin Fan, I must admit I did underestimate you. From now on, I'll give it my all. Let us go again. Zhang Geng gave Lin Fan a serious look and beckoned him over. Just like Dean Lao, Zhang Geng manifested a flame blade battle soul, with 4 soul rings pulsating in unison. yellow, yellow, purple, purple. With his perfect soul ring configuration, Zhang Geng immediately demonstrated his true strength. Feeling the spiritual pressure emanating from Zhang Geng, Lin Fan realized that the gap in their abilities was indeed quite significant. Nevertheless, Lin Fan once again organized his attack and charged at Zhang Geng. The power of wind and thunder surged. Lin Fan's speed increased slightly, but Zhang Geng easily dodged Lin Fan's strike. Young man, Lin Fan, your speed isn't half bad. However, you still have a ways to go before you can pass the 3 trials assessment. Is that your top speed? If so, it'll be very difficult for you to complete the assessment. Zhang Geng asked Lin Fan. At that moment, Lin Fan's speed had already reached a level typically achieved by a level 27 Great Soul Master. However, it was clearly not quite enough to pass the entrance exam for the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Lin Fan did not answer directly. Instead, he activated a soul ring skill. His second soul ring suddenly glowed brightly. Oh? A soul ring skill boost? Seeing Lin Fan's second soul ring light up, Zhang Geng watched with interest. It's actually increased that much. Lin Fan's speed suddenly skyrocketed, and a look of shock flashed across Zhang Geng's face. When Lin Fan unleashed the soul skill of his second soul ring, his speed surpassed that of a level 35 soul venerable. Such speed far exceeded the assessment standards of the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Dean Lao was also stunned. Could the soul skill of the second soul ring provide such a terrifying boost? This was simply a bit abnormal. Test his limits. Dean Lao transmitted his instructions directly to Zhang Geng. Seeing Lin Fan charge at him, Zhang Geng pushed his speed to the absolute limit. He deliberately baited Lin Fan into unleashing his full power. Zhang Geng once again dodged Lin Fan's strike, enhanced by the Soul Ring's ability. In Zhang Geng's estimation, Lin Fan's current speed limit was around level 38. But in the very next instant, Zhang Geng heard the roar of thunder. Lin Fan had unleashed the 3000 Thunder Movements martial art he just won from the System's lottery. Lightning flashed beneath his feet, creating the illusion of afterimages. Boom! Lin Fan's fist struck Zhang Geng once again. To slightly weaker soul masters, Lin Fan's attacks felt like a tickle they had little effect. However, Dean Lao and the other bigwigs present were all taken aback. They stood up, their eyes wide with shock. Lin Fan, with only a second ring strength, was actually able to unleash the speed of a soul master, and the power he unleashed was no slouch either. Such prowess left everyone speechless. Chapter 18, System Quest. Alright, let us call it a day. Dean Lao's voice drifted over from the audience. He nodded at Lin Fan with a look of approval. But when he turned to look at Zhang Geng, his expression darkened. Uncle, young Lin Fan's strength is truly remarkable. He truly lives up to the name Ultimate Battle Soul. He'll definitely be admitted to the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. Zhang Geng looked a bit awkward. The strength Lin Fan had displayed was completely beyond his expectations. Although Zhang Geng knew he made a bit of a fool of himself just now, he was actually quite impressed by the strength Lin Fan had shown. That kid Lin Fan's performance was indeed very impressive. But you, kid, even after 2 years at the Jojo Soul Master Academy, you still haven't shaken off that arrogant attitude of yours. Once you get back, you know what to do. Dean Lao snorted coldly at Zhang Geng. Being scolded by his maternal uncle, Zhang Geng didn't dare to argue. Although he knew he was in for a lecture once he got back, Zhang Geng wasn't angry. Standing nearby, Lin Fan didn't seem pleased by Dean Lao's praise. He had, in fact, realized the gap in strength between himself and Zhang Geng. Lin Fan, you did very well. But why don't you look very happy? Dean Lao asked curiously. Dean Lao, I just feel that the gap between me and brother Zhang Geng is a bit too wide. Even when I gave it my all, I was only just barely able to keep up with brother Zhang Geng. Brother Zhang Geng hasn't even used his soul technique yet. If brother Zhang Geng were to give it his all, there's no way I'd even be able to touch him. I still have a long way to go. Lin Fan shook his head. Neither arrogant nor discouraged. You're really quite impressive, kid. Too bad you already have a teacher. I'll give you a small gift. Dean Lau, who now held Lin Fan in high regard, handed him a jade box. This is the Blood Ginseng Foundation Strengthening Pill. It's a top-tier elixir for consolidating one's foundation and nurturing one's essence of 4th grade elixir. Don't think a 4th grade elixir is of low quality. This elixir is extremely difficult to refine, and the ingredients are very rare. Since it's specifically designed to strengthen the foundation and nourish the vital energy, its grade is a bit lower. If it weren't for the fact that you possess an ultimate battle soul and are also from our Yunmeng province, I wouldn't have parted with it so easily. I hope you'll achieve great things in the future. And bring honor to us people of Yunmeng. Dean Lau said with high expectations. Thank you very much for this gift, Dean Lau. Lin Fan said gratefully. All right, you may go. Your assessment results have been recorded in the archives. Next. I hope to hear the good news that you've been admitted to the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. Dean Lau nodded with a smile. He had, of course, a bit of a personal motive in giving Lin Fan the elixir he intended to win him over. Young Lin Fan, I wish you success on your exam. I'll be waiting for you at the academy. When the time comes, if you need anything, feel free to come find me. Of course, you can even ask me to spar with you. Zheng Geng also smiled as he spoke to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. With a calm expression, he walked straight out of the Battle Soul Awakening arena. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a great sense of relief. 3 years of humiliation and disgrace had been washed away in an instant. The teachers and students who had once looked down on Lin Fan and subjected him to all sorts of insults now appeared extremely uncomfortable. Some of them were even too embarrassed to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, that was so satisfying today. You really gave those snobs who looked down on you a well-deserved slap in the face. You have no idea how priceless their expressions were when they saw your 2 soul rings just now. Luke walked beside Lin Fan, grinning widely as he spoke. Seeing Lin Fan avenge the humiliation he endured for 3 years made Luke even more excited than Lin Fan himself. At that moment, Lin Fan shared in Luke's joy. He hadn't felt this at ease in a long time. However, after facing off against Zheng Geng, the urge to improve his strength grew even more urgent in Lin Fan's heart. Next, he had to get into the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Chapter 19, The Eye of the Thunder God. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the System Quest feature. Host has obtained 1 divine skill draw. Do you wish to draw a reward? Just as Lin Fan returned to his dorm to pack his things, the System's voice suddenly rang out. Divine skill draw? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Thanks to the System's previous draws, Lin Fan had obtained 2 extreme soul rings that were a perfect match for him, as well as a movement technique like 3,000 thunder strikes. And now, it was actually a divine skill draw. Draw the reward. Lin Fan replied without hesitation. A kaleidoscope of colors suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Each beam of light pulsed with a terrifying aura. With Lin Fan's current strength, it was simply impossible for him to even touch them. The colorful divine light swirled within Lin Fan's mind. Finally, the colors merged into a single blue bolt of lightning. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Eye of the Thunder God. The System's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Information about the Eye of the Thunder God instantly flooded Lin Fan's mind. This Eye of the Thunder God possessed 2 abilities. One was insight, and the other was a mental shockwave. Because it was a divine skill, the Eye of the Thunder God had the ability to evolve. It will grow stronger as Lin Fan's power increases. Since Lin Fan's current strength is still quite weak, he cannot unleash its full potential. However, when facing soul masters of the same level, Lin Fan can easily emerge victorious. He activated the Eye of the Thunder God. Lin Fan's eyes turned a blue reminiscent of lightning. He discovered that the Eye of the Thunder God could actually perceive everything in all directions without blind spots. Moreover, its range extends to 100 meters. As for the mental shock, it can cause soul masters of the same level to suffer mental breakdowns or become dazed. These two scalable skills are truly divine. After obtaining the divine skill Eye of the Thunder God, Lin Fan spent some time familiarizing himself with it. Next, Lin Fan checked the newly unlocked quest system. Now, in addition to recycling items for lottery draws, Lin Fan could also complete system quests to earn rewards. These rewards included soul power boosts, elixirs, soul master weapons, and equipment. However, completing these quests was no easy task. Moreover, Lin Fan could see that the system quests came with many restrictions. Many quests were of the same type. Completing one type of quest would prevent him from completing others. Completing even a single type of quest takes a considerable amount of time. System. Can I only complete these great soul master level quests right now? Aren't there any higher level quests? Lin Fan asked in confusion. Yes. The host may choose to unlock the epic level main quest. Once selected, it cannot be abandoned. If the quest fails, the host may die. The system replied directly to Lin Fan. Hearing the system's cold, impersonal voice, Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. An epic level main quest failure could mean death? This quest is ridiculous. System, for a quest this dangerous. Aren't the rewards incredibly substantial? Lin Fan asked, regaining his composure. There is no such thing as a free lunch, but danger and opportunity go hand in hand. Since it's this dangerous, then this epic main quest seems well worth the risk. If the host is able to complete it, they will receive a 1,000,000-year-old soul ring and a soul bone. The system replied directly. This answer made Lin Fan's heart skip a beat. A 1,000,000-year soul ring and soul bone? Such quest rewards were simply too tempting. System, I'm accepting this epic main quest. Danger is motivation. Thinking of such rewards, Lin Fan decided to go all in. Host has accepted the epic main quest, Breaking the Void. Current quest progress, 0%. Starting quest event 1, 110. The host must raise their soul power to level 30 and undergo 3 physical enhancements. The system's voice sounded again. This epic system quest required completing 10 quest events. Each quest event would have specific requirements. Only after all 10 quest events were fully completed would this epic quest be considered finished. Upon learning all this, Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. Sure enough, higher difficulty quests weren't so easy to tackle. However, after accepting this epic quest, Lin Fan did have a goal in mind. First, he would raise his strength to level 30 and, while he was at it, enhance his body 3 times. Lin Fan thought of the blood ginseng solidifying origin pill given to him by Dean Lau. This pill should be able to give his body a solid boost. However, Lin Fan and Luke had agreed to head to the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Refining this pill would take quite some time. Lin Fan didn't have time to take it right now. As for the other quests, he'd deal with them after he'd been admitted to the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Chapter 20, Jade Stone Gambling. 2 days later, Lin Fan and Luke had arrived at Jingluo, located in the central region of the JoJo Kingdom, where the JoJo Soul Master Academy was situated. There was still a week left before the entrance exams for the JoJo Soul Master Academy began. Lin Fan and Luke were wandering the streets of Jingluo City, getting familiar with the area. As they wandered, they stumbled upon a street lined with shops selling treasures. Seeing the various celestial treasures, Soul Master soul weapons, and equipment on display at the stalls lining the street, Lin Fan and Luke were both dazzled. When they asked about the prices, Lin Fan and Luke immediately felt a bit awkward. Neither of them came from a wealthy family, they were both penniless. Luke was a bit better off than Lin Fan, but even he couldn't afford these celestial treasures, soul artifacts, or equipment. For now, the two could only feast their eyes and marvel at the curiosities. When Lin Fan and Luke spotted a crowd gathered around a particular stall, they were drawn over as well. Upon getting closer, they discovered it was a stall selling all kinds of metal ores. However, the metal ores here were all rough stones. Buying these rough metal ores and having them cut open on the spot was a complete gamble, no different from buying a lottery ticket. This was because most of the rough metal ores turned out to be worthless. But if you were lucky, you could uncover a rare metal worth a fortune. These rare metals often fetch 10 times, or even 100 times or more, the price of the raw ore. It was precisely because of this element of chance that the stall drew such a large crowd. As Lin Fan and Luke went over to watch, they saw someone crack open a piece of raw ore to reveal a rare metal, earning a return of more than 20 times their investment. However, the vast majority of people came away empty-handed. Sis, let us not take that chance. You've already cut open 50 pieces of junk. Let us save our money and just buy finished metal. If we keep this up, we'll run out of money to buy it. Standing beside a stunningly beautiful woman in a red dress with a figure to die for, a young man in a red tracksuit spoke with a look of anxiety on his face. Bro, why are you dithering like a woman? Hurry up and pay up, let us keep going. The woman in the red dress glared at her younger brother and snapped. Sis, just 10 more pieces of raw material. We really can't go any further. If we keep gambling, I won't be able to explain this to Grandpa. If we don't bring back any metal, Grandpa will fly into a rage. The young man was terrified of his sister, but he feared his grandfather even more. Fine. Just these last 10 pieces. Hand over the money. The woman in the red dress shot the young man a withering glance and carefully selected 10 pieces of raw metal ore. Right in front of everyone, she began to cut open the stones. Junk, nothing but junk. Damn it. How can we be so unlucky? Not a single piece of rare metal. She had just finished cutting open 10 more pieces of raw metal ore in a row. Yet not a single one contained any rare metal. The woman in the red dress was so furious she cursed loudly. Sis, let us go. The man's expression suggested he had known this outcome all along. The raw metal ore here did indeed have a chance of yielding rare metals. But that chance was far too slim. Standing nearby, Lin Fan looked at the raw metal ore and suddenly had an idea. Since his Thunder Goddess Eye possessed detection capabilities. Wouldn't that mean? Thunder Goddess Eye. Lin Fan gave a low shout in his mind and quietly activated the Thunder Goddess Eye. A flash of blue light flickered in his eyes. Just as Lin Fan had expected. The Thunder Goddess Eye could indeed detect whether the raw metal ore actually contained rare metals. Upon discovering this use for the Thunder Goddess Eye, a smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips. Lin Fan had been worried about being penniless, but now he had a way to make money. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Do you really think you can extract rare metals? The woman in the red dress was already seething with anger. As she walked past Lin Fan and saw him smiling, she immediately felt as though he were mocking her. The look in her beautiful eyes was murderous. I wasn't laughing at you. Faced with the woman in the red dress's furious glare, Lin Fan helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, Sis, forget it. Let us go. The young man beside the woman in the red dress hurriedly called out, afraid his sister might lose control and lash out. No, we can't leave. That bastard dared to mock me. I'll see just how much luckier he is than me. The woman in the red dress was still fuming as she glared coldly at Lin Fan. As her beautiful eyes fixed on him, Lin Fan suddenly felt a bit awkward. Chapter 21, Sink Silver. Beautiful lady, my friend really wasn't laughing at you. Seeing that this woman was not someone to mess with, Luke hurried to smooth things over. Get lost. This has nothing to do with you. The woman in the red dress snorted coldly at Luke. He was immediately forced to take a few steps back by the sheer force of her aura. Luke found it hard to breathe and could only shoot Lin Fan a look that said, God help me. Sis, let us go. This guy didn't mean to make fun of you either. Seeing his sister's temper flare up again, the young man said with a look of utter exasperation. Bro, you get lost too. Another burst of spiritual energy sent even her own brother flying. The spiritual energy fluctuations this woman released were terrifyingly stronger than those of Zhang Gung, a level 47 cultivator, and Shi Han Ti even activated her soul ring. Lin Fan could tell this hot-tempered beauty was not someone to mess with. If he didn't do as she said, he'd really be in for a rough time. However, the red-dressed woman's demand actually suited Lin Fan just fine. "What are you staring at? Go cut open that stone. I want to see exactly what qualifies you to mock me. If you don't uncover a rare metal, I'll make you pay." The woman in the red dress spoke with extraordinary domineering authority, her beautiful eyes blazing with anger. Although she was stunningly beautiful with a figure to die for, the kind that easily sparked one's imagination. The moment she released the aura of her spiritual power, everyone around her looked at her with fear and stepped back a bit, afraid of provoking this hot-tempered beauty. "Bro, my sister lost 5 million. She's really pissed off. Just consider yourself unlucky. If you're out of luck and can't extract the rare metal, it's no big deal. When she beats you up later, don't resist. Otherwise, you'll get a brutal beating." The woman in the red dress's younger brother whispered to Lin Fan, his expression suggesting he knew exactly what he was talking about. "Don't worry, my luck has been pretty good lately. Who knows? Maybe I'll actually be able to extract a rare metal," Lin Fan said with a smile. Poof. Seeing that Lin Fan was actually still able to smile, the woman in the red dress gave a cold snort. "Sir, how much is this rough ore?" Feeling the icy killing intent coming from nearby, Lin Fan quickly pointed to a piece of rough metal ore about 15 centimeters square. "Young man, all the rough stones in this row are about the same size, so they're all the same price, 50,000 per piece," the vendor at the stall replied. He looked at Lin Fan as if he were just another unlucky soul. 50,000? Can you give me a discount?" Hearing the owner's reply, Lin Fan felt extremely awkward. After all, he had a grand total of only 30,000 on him. He couldn't even afford a single piece of rough stone. That's not going to work. These rough stones are all from rare ore deposits. Even if they turn out to be just scraps of rare ore after cutting, they're still worth a pretty penny. If even a tiny piece of rare ore turns up, it'll cover our costs. We don't make much profit in this business. Selling jade by the stone like this is basically a loss leader. The shop owner immediately put on the face of a shrewd businessman. If Lin Fan hadn't seen the woman in the red dress lose over 5 million, he might actually have believed the shop owner's words. However, Lin Fan really couldn't even come up with 50,000. He glanced back at the woman in the red dress. Her beautiful eyes were glaring coldly at Lin Fan. When she saw him looking her way, she bit her red lip, and her gaze grew even more fierce. "Luke, lend me 20,000. Lin Fan called out to Luke. "Lin Fan, why don't we just go get our asses kicked? That beauty bought 60 pieces of rare metal rough ore and didn't uncover a single piece of rare metal. She lost over 5 million right off the bat. Buying just one piece like that won't do you any good either. I'll lend you 20,000. If we come up empty-handed, we'll probably be begging for food for the next few days. Getting beaten up by that beauty isn't really a big deal. She's just a girl, she probably won't hit us too hard." Seeing that the woman in the red dress had just lost 5 million, Luke had absolutely no hope for Lin Fan. Anyone with half a brain could tell that this kind of jade gambling was nothing but throwing money away. Luke's words made Lin Fan's mouth twitch slightly. If it weren't for the eye of the thunder god, he might as well have been guaranteed that beating. But now, Lin Fan was 100% confident. Besides, Lin Fan was here to make money. Chapter 22, Good Luck. "Luke, trust me. My luck has been amazing lately. I guarantee this rough jade definitely contains rare metals. Lend me 20,000, and I'll pay you back 100,000. Lin Fan said with a determined look in his eyes. "No, you don't have to pay back the 20,000. Just try your luck. But this is our only chance. If we don't find any rare metals, we're out of luck." Seeing the earnest look in Lin Fan's eyes, Luke shook his head and handed the 20,000 to Lin Fan. Even though he and Lin Fan were brothers, But this kind of jade gambling was just too unreliable. Luke could only pray that Lin Fan really did have good luck. "Boss, I'll take this one." Lin Fan handed over the 50,000 he managed to scrape together. Seeing the 50,000 Lin Fan handed him, the stall owner looked thoroughly disgusted. "Damn, what a broke ass," the stall owner muttered to himself. Everyone who gambled on jade at his stall paid directly by credit card. Plus, the minimum bet was 10 yuan. He didn't even want to sell to someone like Lin Fan, buying just one piece at a time with money he scraped together. If it weren't for knowing the woman in the red dress, the stall owner would have sent Lin Fan packing right away. "Alright, this rough stone is yours. Are you going to cut it yourself, or would you like one of our craftsmen to do it for you? Our craftsman will cut it for free. However, we take no responsibility if no rare metals are found," the stall owner added. "Please cut it for me." Lin Fan nodded and said. None of the onlookers believed that Lin Fan would be able to uncover any rare metals from the rough stone he just bought. After all, the woman in the red skirt had just cut open 60 pieces of rough stone without finding anything. However, the moment of cutting open a stone is like drawing a lottery ticket. Every time a stone is cut open, it fills the onlookers with anticipation and excitement. Once the stone-cutting master was ready, everyone around watched with bated breath. Crack! The layers of rock and impurities surrounding the rough stone were gradually chipped away. A bright silver glow appeared within. Whoa! Heavy silver. It's actually heavy silver. That kid hit the jackpot. A chunk this big it'll fetch at least 1 million. Excited voices rang out from the crowd. The very first rough or Lin Fan had bought had actually yielded submerged silver. This was truly unexpected. The woman in the red dress standing nearby watched the scene unfold, her rosy lips parting slightly. Inside, she seethed with anger. She had bought 60 pieces and all 60 had turned out to be worthless. Yet Lin Fan had struck gold with just a single piece of rough ore. This contrast really drove people crazy. Comparing oneself to others is the worst. Although sunken silver is considered a mid to low-end rare metal, the piece Lin Fan bought was undoubtedly a huge profit. "Ha, bro, you hit the jackpot. Your luck is just incredible." Seeing that it was submerged silver, Luke burst into excited laughter. "Young man, are you selling that piece of submerged silver? I'll give you 1 million. The stall owner immediately rubbed his hands together, that shrewd merchantess look reappearing in his eyes. "Sell me that piece of submerged silver, I'll give you 2 million. From the side, the woman in the red dress spoke up loudly. Although she really disliked Lin Fan, such a large piece of dark silver would be extremely useful to her. At 2 million, neither she nor Lin Fan would be at a loss. Ahem, since Miss Flair wants to buy this piece of dark silver, then I'll pass." Seeing that the woman in the red dress intended to buy it, the stall owner wore an expression that said he wasn't about to cross her. 2 million deal. Lin Fan looked into the woman in the red dress's crimson eyes and nodded. This chunk of black silver was worth about that much anyway. Although the woman in the red dress had a fiery temper and had just been about to beat Lin Fan to a pulp, she hadn't actually gone through with it. Besides, Lin Fan was quite satisfied with the price she offered. "Bro, pay up." The woman in the red dress called out to the young man beside her. "Bro, you're in luck. My sister may have a bad temper, but she keeps her word. Since you've brought out this rare metal, she won't give you any trouble. Here, I'll transfer the money to you," the young man said with a smile. Chapter 23, Peking. Shopkeeper. "I'll take all 10 of these rough stones." "Go ahead and cut them right away." After trading the sunken silver with the woman in the red dress and securing 2 million, Lin Fan immediately selected 10 rough stones. Lin Fan had carefully examined these 10 rough stones with the eye of the thunder god. Of all the items on the stall, only these 10 rough stones contained rare metals. The other 600 or so were all junk. "Hey, buddy. You're still gambling? You just got lucky with the dark silver. That doesn't mean your luck will last. Gambling on jade here is just a shot in the dark. The odds of finding rare metals are very slim. If you keep this up, you'll lose it all in no time. Seeing that Lin Fan was actually going to gamble on jade again, the young man offered a friendly warning. I'll just play with these 10 pieces. Lin Fan said with a smile. Master, could you help me cut this jade? Lin Fan said to the jade cutting master. Sure thing. The stone cutting master nodded and began cutting the stone. It didn't take long. The impurities in the raw ore were gradually chipped away. When a clear section was exposed, a golden glow, a blend of blue and white, suddenly appeared. Nebula gold. How is that possible? Does this kid have that much luck? 2 rare metals in a row. The onlookers were completely stunned. Nebula gold was even more valuable than sinking silver. This filled everyone with envy and jealousy. The woman in the red dress standing nearby widened her beautiful eyes. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. That bastard, his luck was just too good. How much is this worth? Lin Fan asked curiously. 3 million. I'll take it. The woman in the red dress spoke up again. Her gaze was clearly filled with jealousy toward Lin Fan. Deal. Lin Fan said without hesitation. He nodded at the woman in the red dress's beautiful eyes. Keep going. After the transaction with the woman in the red dress, Lin Fan instructed the stone-cutting master to continue. No way, no way. When the stone-cutting master opened a window in yet another piece of rough stone, mottled, ink-black fluorescence immediately caught everyone's eye. Ink crystal. Another rare metal. This kid isn't just lucky as hell. He must have eaten dog shit. What kind of insane luck is this? Another piece of rare metal. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Faced with the surrounding crowd's mix of envy, jealousy, and sarcasm, the corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. This ink crystal, do you want it? Lin Fan turned back and addressed the woman in the red dress. The woman in the red dress felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. This jerk doesn't even know what ink crystal is. But his luck was just that good. 3 pieces of rough ore, and he directly unearthed 3 rare metals. The woman really wanted to cry. Life was just too unfair. Her 60 pieces of rough ore were worth nothing. But Lin Fan had just unearthed 3 rare metals in a row. Seeing the look on Lin Fan's face, the woman in the red dress genuinely wanted to beat him to death. 2,300,000. The woman in the red dress suppressed her urge to beat Lin Fan to death and said, No problem. Lin Fan smiled broadly. Keep cutting. After the transaction, Lin Fan spoke up again. When the 4th rough stone was cut open, this time, everyone fell silent. The looks the crowd gave Lin Fan became very strange. For this guy, this wasn't just good luck anymore. His luck was simply beyond belief. Flaming magic silver. The stone-cutting master's voice was a bit hoarse. It was the first time he'd ever seen 4 consecutive rough stones all yield rare metals. It was practically supernatural. No human's luck could possibly be this good. Do you want any more? Lin Fan pointed at the flame magic silver and asked the woman in the red dress. 4 million. The woman in the red dress's mouth twitched. Her gaze was fixed intently on Lin Fan, as if she wanted to dissect him and study him. How could this bastard be this lucky? Chapter 24, System Quest Progress. The woman in the red dress had bought 4 pieces of rare metal from Lin Fan in a row. She casually tossed out 11.3 million. In Lin Fan's eyes, she was nothing short of a rich woman. As far as Lin Fan was concerned, being able to cash in on the ore and make a little extra money was enough. He didn't care about anything else. As long as the woman in the red dress paid, he'd sell it. Keep cutting the stone. Lin Fan said to the stone-cutting master once again. No way. Another piece of rare metal? The results of the stone cutting hadn't even been revealed yet. Many people couldn't help but start to doubt what was happening. Oh my god. What is going on with this kid? And another piece of rare metal. And it's even mithril. The entire crowd was completely stunned, even their voices trembled as they spoke. 5 pieces of rough ore had yielded 5 rare metals. Many in the crowd were so stunned they could no longer speak. Could a person's luck really defy the heavens to this extent? The crowd was no longer merely envious or jealous. The woman in the red dress gazed at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a strange light. Her gaze seemed as if she were trying to see right through him. And it appeared as though she had already sensed something. At that moment, the woman in the red dress suddenly walked over to Lin Fan's side. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand. What are you doing?" Startled by the soft, cool, slender hand as supple as if it had no bones clutching his own, Lin Fan froze for a moment. He had to admit that although this woman in the red dress had a fiery temper, she was truly beautiful. Her skin was ice-white and dewy, and her figure was perfectly curvaceous and voluptuous. Those red eyes held a certain alluring charm. Lin Fan glanced at her, and his mind instantly went a little hazy. The woman in the red dress, having taken Lin Fan's hand of her own accord, was also taken aback for a moment. It seemed she hadn't expected herself to do such a thing. But now that she was holding Lin Fan's hand, a look of "I'm going all in" flashed in her eyes. "Sis, don't do anything rash. You can't just use that ability recklessly. It'll affect you too." Seeing the woman in the red dress's actions, the young man standing nearby grew anxious. However, given her impulsive nature, she completely ignored him. A strange red glow flashed in her eyes. Lin Fan felt as if someone had stripped him naked and was peering right through him. He immediately activated the Eye of the Thunder God, unleashing a mental shockwave. The woman in the red dress's prying gaze was immediately cut short by Lin Fan. A sharp, stabbing pain surged through her mind. "You bastard! It hurts so much." The woman in the red dress was instantly enraged that Lin Fan had dared to attack her with a psychic shock using his soul power. No one had ever dared to hurt her in her entire life. Suddenly struck by the soul shock, the woman clutched her head in agony. "Miss, please control yourself. An equal exchange between us is perfectly fine. But tactics like that are a bit excessive," Lin Fan said coldly to the woman. "Sis, are you okay? Didn't I tell you not to use that ability recklessly? Your body has always had issues." Seeing the woman clutching her head in pain, the woman in the red dress's younger brother said anxiously. He hadn't actually thought Lin Fan could hurt his sister. Instead, he assumed her physical condition had flared up. "Boss, don't bother processing the rest of these raw ore nuggets. I'll take them with me." Lin Fan stored the rough ore and the mithril he'd just extracted into his spatial soul-guided device. "Luke, let us get out of here fast," Lin Fan called out to Luke. The two of them hurriedly took off at a sprint. If they waited until the woman in the red dress snapped out of her daze caused by the stinging pain in her soul, Lin Fan would definitely get beaten to a pulp. He'd already made over 10 million kwai. That was more than enough. Lin Fan and Luke hurried back along the same route. They bought some of the rare celestial treasures and spiritual herbs they had their eyes on earlier, then returned to their lodgings at the inn. There was still a week left until the entrance exams for the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Lin Fan planned to use the blood ginseng solidifying essence pills and the rare celestial treasures he'd just purchased to boost his strength. As for the unprocessed or that hadn't been refined, Lin Fan discovered that the system could recycle it. Chapter 25, Strangers. "Bastard, damn bastard. How dare you use soul power to launch a psychic attack against me? If I catch you, I'll make you pay dearly. It hurts like hell." The woman in the red dress let out an angry scream. Her beautiful eyes still seemed to hold traces of lingering pain. "Sis, you can't blame anyone else for what just happened. Why did you go and unleash all of our clan's innate abilities? Your body simply isn't built to use them recklessly. If Grandpa finds out, he'll definitely fly into a rage." The young man standing beside her was at his wit's end with his impulsive and hot-tempered older sister. "Are you even my real brother? Taking the other person's side? Are you looking to die? The woman in the red dress roared furiously at the young man. Seeing his sister's ferocious expression, the young man immediately shut his mouth. You damn bastard, you'd better never cross my path again. Buy up the rest of the metal, and let us head back to school. The woman in the red dress muttered, her eyes blazing with rage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Fan and Luke were in a hotel, refining some of the celestial treasures and earthly treasures they had just purchased to boost their strength. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 5 days had passed. Ding! Epic main quest, Breaking the Void. Current progress, 5%. Physical enhancement, 2-3. After refining the blood ginseng solidifying essence pill and 2 types of celestial treasures, the system's voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind. The epic main quest, Breaking the Void, had indeed made a bit of progress. Lin Fan's body had been somewhat strengthened. Moreover, his strength had broken through from level 23 to level 26. Ding! Recycled 6 types of rare ores, obtained 65,000 system exchange points. The system's voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind once more. That many? No wonder they're called rare ores. I'll find some time to go make another fortune. Seeing that he earned so many system exchange points, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. With this many system exchange points, Lin Fan naturally wanted to continue improving his strength. However, today was the entrance exam for the JoJo Soul Master Academy. For now, Lin Fan didn't have time to spend all the system exchange points he just earned. He decided to set them aside for the time being and figure out later how best to use them to improve himself. Lin Fan, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out, I was going to burst into your room to wake you up. The entrance exam is about to start. We need to hurry over and check in, or we'll be late. Luke said to Lin Fan. Let us go. Lin Fan nodded. On their first day in Jingluo, Lin Fan and Luke had gone to check out the JoJo Soul Master Academy. However, non-students weren't allowed inside. So the two hadn't seen much of anything. Now, they finally had the chance. Lin Fan. Man, your strength seems to have improved a lot? Sensing that Lin Fan's aura had grown significantly stronger, Luke asked, looking stunned. The blood ginseng stabilizing essence pill Dean Lao gave me boosted my strength by 2 levels, and those 2 blood activating herbs added another level. I'm at level 26 now. Lin Fan replied. I'm jealous. Man, you're so lucky. You have no idea it took me over half a year to go from level 23 to level 26. Luke said, his eyes brimming with envy. But I've had some luck this time too. I've gone up 1 level and am now at level 29. I'm not far from becoming a level 30 soul venerable. I'll be able to obtain my 3rd soul ring soon. Luke added with a smile. Admission to the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy is just around the corner. Let us go, the entrance exam is about to begin. Lin Fan nodded. The two headed straight for the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Chapter 26, Wei Xian. At the registration desk for the JoJo Soul Master Academy's admissions exam, Lin Fan and Luke were signing up. They were participating in the first round of screening exams. Yun, that good for nothing. He really showed up. Standing beside Bianca, Lan Feifei spoke with a look of mixed emotions. She had intended to continue calling Lin Fan a good for nothing. But both Lan Feifei and Bianca had heard the news about Lin Fan. Lin Fan had ranked first on the Yun County College entrance exam. This came as a huge shock to both of them. In their eyes, Lin Fan, who hadn't awakened a battle soul in 3 years, was destined to be nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable person. A complete good for nothing. But a week ago, the results of the Yun County College entrance exams were announced. The news that Lin Fan had taken first place in Yun County caused quite a stir on the Soul Master News website. He hadn't awakened his battle soul for 3 years. Yet he ultimately made a stunning breakthrough. And he even reached the 2-ring Great Soul Master level. This underdog-esque comeback had many people online cheering with delight. Information about Lin Fan was immediately dug up. Even the details of his relationship with Bianca were unearthed. Bianca even faced some mockery and sarcasm online. This situation left Bianca feeling very agitated. Although Bianca and Lin Fan had already broken up, and she felt their relationship was completely over. But deep down, Bianca had never stopped keeping an eye on Lin Fan. When news and information about the college entrance exams in Yun County spread across the internet, Bianca felt an inexplicable sense of extreme unease. She had hoped more than anything that Lin Fan hadn't awakened his battle soul. If only Lin Fan could have simply disappeared from her life as an ordinary person. How much better that would have been. But Lin Fan was right here. It felt like a mockery of her poor judgment and her materialism. You really came. Bianca walked up to Lin Fan and said with a complex look in her eyes. JoJo Soul Master Academy is the highest institution for soul masters in our country of JoJo. Itself the place every soul master dreams of entering. I'm no exception, of course. Lin Fan said calmly to Bianca. Although Bianca had already broken up with him, standing before her once again was undoubtedly a way of telling her that he had achieved something. He had also reclaimed his dignity. Lin Fan's heart grew even calmer at that moment. His relationship with Bianca was truly over now. Humph, Lin Fan. So what if your battle soul has awakened? The entrance exams for the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy are extremely rigorous. You've already wasted 3 years of your Soul Master training. It's not even certain you'll pass. If you get injured or maimed during the exams, your life will be ruined. I'm afraid you'll just end up a good for nothing again. You'd better focus on preparing for the exam. Standing beside Bianca, Lan Feifei said disdainfully. Seeing Lin Fan like this made Lan Feifei feel extremely uncomfortable. No matter what, she would never treat Lin Fan with any kindness. Lan Feifei was one of the people most opposed to Lin Fan entering the JoJo Soul Master Academy. You're not me, how do you know I've wasted 3 years? Lin Fan retorted to Lan Feifei, then walked away with Luke. Lin Fan. 15 years old. Level 26 Great Soul Master. Ultimate Battle Soul, Wind and Thunder Elemental Powers. First round screening, passed. When the teacher at the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy announced Lin Fan's first round screening results, it caused quite a stir. Bianca and Lan Feifei had both been clinging to a sliver of hope. They believed that even if Lin Fan had awakened his battle soul and even if he D-ranked first on the college entrance exam in Yun County, he still couldn't measure up to them. After all, Lin Fan had wasted 3 years. But now, their expressions had turned grim. Both of their strength levels were lower than Lin Fan's. Moreover, the quality of their battle souls was inferior to Lin Fan's. That good for nothing, how is this possible? How could this happen? Lan Feifei's face was contorted with bitter resentment. Bianca stared at Lin Fan's retreating figure, her face turning slightly pale. She felt a pang of pain in her heart, a sense of regret. But Bianca also knew Lin Fan and she were now as good as strangers. Chapter 27, Passing the 3 Trials. Those who passed the first round of screening may get ready. The official assessment is about to begin. The examiner from the JoJo Soul Master Academy spoke up. Lin Fan, Luke, and the others all stepped aside, waiting for the official assessment to begin. Lin Fan, I never thought a good for nothing like you would get a second chance. It's truly unexpected that you were actually able to awaken an ultimate battle soul. A disdainful voice came from the side. The man who had arrived was a handsome fellow dressed in a pure white suit. Wei Xian. I haven't forgotten what happened with Gao Liang. As soon as I get the chance, I'll definitely kill you. Seeing the handsome man in the white suit who had suddenly appeared before him, Luke snapped angrily. Wei Xian had sent men after Gao Liang and the others, intending to cripple Luke. If it hadn't been for Lin Fan, Luke would likely have been crippled by now. Now that he saw the instigator, Luke was furious. Luke, you're actually pretty lucky. You actually managed to escape unscathed. But anyone who crosses me never ends up well. You might have gotten away with it once, but I don't believe you'll get away with it a second or third time." A dismissive smirk played on Wei Xian's lips. "Wei Xian, you're just as arrogant as ever. Having a powerful grandfather really makes a difference," Lin Fan said to Wei Xian with a hint of amusement. "Lin Fan, you're asking for trouble." Hearing Lin Fan mention that he had a grandfather, Wei Xian's face turned red with anger. Wei Xian came from a prominent, long-established family. His family was held together solely by his grandfather. Almost everyone in the Wei family lived in the shadow of the old patriarch. Wei Xian was very proud he had always wanted to surpass his grandfather. He also hated it most when people said he relied on his grandfather's influence and protection. Although Lin Fan didn't say it directly, his words hit Wei Xian right where it hurt. "Lin Fan, do you really think a good-for-nothing like you is even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me? I've been accepted to the Jojo Soul Master Academy on a scholarship, and what about you? First, you'll have to get into the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Otherwise, you'll be just like before you even qualify to be my opponent," Wei Xian said to Lin Fan, his face darkening. "You'll find out soon enough whether I qualify or not. You can rest assured I'll get into the Jojo Soul Master Academy. When that happens, you'll have a chance to get to know me all over again," Lin Fan said calmly. "Lin Fan, I'm looking forward to getting to know you all over again. You good for nothing, you'd better give it your all. I've prepared a big gift for you this time. I hope you're as lucky as Luke. If you don't get into the Jojo Soul Master Academy, I'll be missing out on a lot of fun in the future." Wei Xian stared coldly at Lin Fan and said with a sneer, "Wei Xian, what did you do?" Hearing Wei Xian's words, Luke's expression turned icy. He immediately sensed something was wrong. "Nothing much. Just the same as Gao Liang and the others. I just spent a little money. Hired someone to do me a favor and take care of that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. You can say a prayer for Lin Fan. Pray that he doesn't run into them during the assessment. Otherwise, he'll end up a good-for-nothing all over again. The people I hired this time aren't anything like those losers Gao Liang and his crew." "Ha ha ha ha." Wei Xian laughed maliciously. "Wei Xian. You bastard, you're shameless. Don't let me get my hands on you, I'll definitely kill you." Hearing Wei Xian's words, Luke cursed even more furiously. "Luke. There's no need to waste words on him. We'll settle these scores later." Lin Fan shook his head at Luke. The feud with Wei Xian wasn't something that could be resolved in a short time. Right now, Lin Fan and the others had one main goal: to gain admission to the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Chapter 28, Tanya Hua. Kids, congratulations on passing the preliminary screening exam. This means you have a chance to become students at the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Of course, it's only a possibility. Whether you pass the next round of assessments will determine whether you stay or go. A burly middle-aged man addressed the group with a smile. Your next assessment is called Passing the 3 Trials. For this round, you'll be divided into groups. 10 people per group. Out of every 10, only 3 will pass the test. In other words, you're all competing against each other. Not only do you have to complete the test yourselves, but you also have to prevent others from completing it. You'll have to snatch those spots away from them. The burly middle-aged man continued with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. This test is way too extreme. It means that simply completing your individual task isn't enough to pass, you have to eliminate others. 10 people per group, competing against each other for just 3 spots. This test is way too difficult. Now, let us start dividing into groups. The burly middle-aged man continued. Groups of 10, those whose names were called, gathered together. Dustin, Frost, Kale, Huang Lai, Xiahua, Nie Qian. After the first round of screening was over, there were still over 3,000 people who had passed. The next round of assessments would eliminate more than half of them. No one wanted to be eliminated. At that moment, everyone looked at one another with a guarded expression. Of course, some had already begun forming alliances. Since there were 3 spots available for every 10 people, if 3 of them worked together, their chances of passing the assessment would be very high. Lin Fan, Luke, Tanya, Mingyu, Guan Hong. Upon hearing the group assignments, Luke was actually quite pleased. He and Lin Fan were in the same group, which meant they could help each other out. Lin Fan, we're in luck, Luke said with a smile on his face. I'm afraid it might not be good luck. Take a look at Wei Xian, Lin Fan said coldly. Luke quickly glanced over at Wei Xian standing nearby. At that moment, Wei Xian was staring at the two of them with a sneer on his face. Moreover, he pointed at Lin Fan and Luke. That gesture instantly caused Luke's expression to shift slightly. He quickly turned his head away. At that moment, the 3 members of Luke's group were staring coldly at Lin Fan and Luke. You guys are the ones Wei Xian paid to hire, aren't you? Luke asked bluntly, his expression icy. We're just making a little extra cash on the side. Squashing a couple of bugs is actually quite easy and pleasant. Guan Hong, the man in black among the 3, said with a cold laugh. I'd like to ask how much did Wei Xian pay you guys? Lin Fan asked curiously. 3 million each, replied another man in black, Mingyu. 3 million each? Wei Xian really is loaded. Do you have the money on you? Lin Fan asked again. Kid, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to rob us or something? Hearing Lin Fan's tone, Guan Hong, the leader, grew a bit annoyed. In his eyes, this kid Lin Fan actually seemed to look down on them. Lin Fan said nothing, merely smiling. He really did want to rob the 3 of them. After all, buying celestial spirits and earthly treasures to boost one's strength was indeed quite expensive. Kid, it seems you don't know how formidable we 3 brothers are. Once the trial begins, don't come begging for mercy, Guan Hong said coldly once more. Lin Fan paid no attention to the 3 of them, but waited quietly for the assessment to begin. It was only an hour later. For the 3-stage trial assessment, it was finally the turn of Lin Fan's group of 10. The 10 members of Lin Fan's group were led directly by the assessment instructor to the bank of a river. Chapter 29, Defeat. The assessment target. Reach the summit of that mountain across the river. The examiner pointed to the towering mountain on the opposite bank. There are 3 trial checkpoints along the way. In addition to passing the trials, you must also watch out for those around you. Because in this assessment, you are allowed to attack one another. During the assessment, you may use any means necessary to secure one of the 3 spots. Remember, any means. Fighting each other could very well result in fatalities. The examiner paused for a moment. He glanced at the expressions on everyone's faces. Upon hearing that fatalities were a distinct possibility, many turned pale, and fear was clearly evident in their eyes. If you feel your life is in danger, you may shout the words "I give up" aloud. Of course, once you shout "I give up," you'll lose your eligibility for the assessment. Now, the assessment may begin, the examiner said indifferently. Ah! As soon as the assessment began, 3 agonized screams rang out. The crowd looked closely and saw that the 3 who had screamed had been beaten so severely that they coughed up blood and passed out. 3 rookies, what are you staring at? First time taking the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy entrance exam, huh? We'll teach you a lesson. Come back next year. Guan Hong looked at the 3 severely injured and unconscious candidates, a cold smile playing on the corner of his mouth. He also seized the 3 candidates' storage-type spatial soul-guided devices. As far as Guan Hong and his 2 companions were concerned, 10 people were competing for 3 spots. Right now, they could simply eliminate the others. Guan Hong and his 2 companions had instantly taken care of the 3, and their gaze shifted directly to Lin Fan and his group. Cold smirks played on their faces. On their bodies, 3 soul rings appeared at once. Yellow, yellow, purple. 200-year soul rings and 1000-year soul ring. All were optimal soul ring combinations. Guan Hong and his two companions were all 3-ring soul venerables, while the others were all 2-ring. When Guan Hong activated his soul rings, both Lin Fan and Luke's expressions shifted slightly. The gap between 3 soul rings and 2 was no small matter. They hadn't expected that Guan Hong and his two companions were all 3-ring soul venerables. Let us join forces and kick them out first. We'll compete for the remaining spots based on our own abilities. The remaining man called out to Lin Fan, Luke, and a lone girl. Although Guan Hong and his two companions were all 3rd-ring soul masters, this man had no intention of giving up on the assessment. But the moment he spoke, Guan Hong launched a surprise attack. Instantly, he severely wounded the man, eliminating him from the competition. Join forces? So what if you join forces? But I don't want to waste my time on you lot. Guan Hong said with a cold snort. His gaze settled directly on Lin Fan, Luke, and the last remaining girl. Too bad there are only 3 spots. Otherwise, I might have let you pass too. Guan Hong said with a hint of regret as he looked at the pretty girl. His eyes kept wandering over her long, shapely legs. If there had been one more spot available, Guan Hong would have even considered using coercion or threats to force a relationship with this girl. Seeing the look in Guan Hong's eyes, a hint of disgust flashed across the girl's face. She immediately released her battle soul and activated her soul ring. Her battle soul was the Tanya flower. At the same time, both of her soul rings emitted a bright glow. Seeing the girl unleash her battle soul technique, Guan Hong and his two companions immediately grew wary. Although the 3 of them were by no means intimidated by this 2-ring girl's strength, they were still wary of any unexpected developments. However, the 3 did not sense any attack directed at them. Instead, Lin Fan and Luke's expressions shifted slightly. They realized that their soul power and physical strength had received a significant boost. What are you two still doing, acting so foolishly? Do you want to give up on the assessment? I'm a support-type soul master. I can boost your soul power and physical strength. With my boost, you're just as strong as they are right now. Figure out a way to take down those 3 bastards. The girl shouted at Lin Fan and Luke. Chapter 30, Playing Dumb. A support-type soul master? You two hold those 2 kids off. I'll take care of that bitch. Guan Hong said with an icy expression. As a 3rd-ring soul venerable, he could easily overwhelm Lin Fan and Luke. Naturally, he felt completely confident. But with an additional support-type soul master in the mix, it was a different story. Support-type soul masters might not possess overwhelming combat power. But when they coordinate with combat soul masters, the combat power they unleash is far greater than the sum of their individual strengths. Lin Fan and Luke's auras had grown stronger, even approaching the strength of Guan Hong and his 2 companions. This stirred a hint of unease in his heart. For Guan Hong, the priority right now was to deal with the support-type soul master who possessed Tanya's battle soul. Luke, I'll leave Guan Hong to you for now. I'll handle the other 2. Lin Fan said to Luke. You're going up against 2 of them? Be careful. Luke said with a hint of concern, but deep down, he trusted Lin Fan even more. Although the other 2 weren't as strong as Guan Hong, they weren't much weaker either. And facing both of them was even more dangerous than facing Guan Hong alone. Still, Luke knew there was no better option right now. He could only hope Lin Fan would be able to take them down. Lin Fan didn't respond to Luke. Wind and thunder raged around him. He bypassed Guan Hong and charged straight at the other 2. Kid, you think you can take on both of us? You're overestimating yourself. Seeing Lin Fan charge straight at him, Mingyu said with a look of contempt. Boom! Lin Fan didn't even bother to reply. He raised his hand and unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Mingyu squarely in the face. With a flying kick, Mingyu was sent flying before he could even let out a scream. The other man's expression changed drastically when he saw Mingyu get swept away by Lin Fan's kick, and he immediately tried to unleash his soul skill. But Lin Fan, empowered by Tanya's battle soul and his own soul skill, now possessed a double boost to his strength. His speed was beyond anyone's expectations. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already taken care of both of them. Luke and Guan Hong, standing nearby, hadn't even started fighting yet. Guan Hong was completely dumbfounded. Guan Hong had never imagined that Lin Fan's strength would be this formidable. He had been told by Wei Xian that a useless cripple like Lin Fan could be dealt with effortlessly. After all, Lin Fan was merely a 2-ring Great Soul Master, while he was a 3-ring Soul Venerable. This guy is so strong. The girl standing nearby, who was providing buffs and support for Lin Fan and Luke, watched the scene with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Although her support buffs were powerful, she still considered Guan Hong and his group to be formidable opponents. After all, there was a fundamental gap in strength between Lin Fan and them. It wasn't easy for a 2nd-ring practitioner to defeat a 3rd-ring opponent by fighting above their level. Just as Guan Hong stood there in shock, Lin Fan's fist, accompanied by a surge of wind and thunder, swung directly at him. Seeing this, Guan Hong immediately activated the Soul Ring technique of his Millennium Soul Ring. He intended to counterattack and take Lin Fan out in an instant. But just as Guan Hong was casting his Millennium Soul skill, a dazzling blue light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The eye of the Thunder God had seen through Guan Hong's move. Just as Guan Hong was casting his Millennium Soul skill, Lin Fan's speed surged once again. How is this possible? Lin Fan's sudden burst of speed left Guan Hong utterly incredulous. The Millennium Soul skill in his hand couldn't lock onto Lin Fan at all. Put! Before Guan Hong even had time to cast his soul skill, he was struck in the chest by a rapid fire punch. He immediately spat blood and crashed into the ground. Hand over the money Wei Xian gave you. Don't even think about saying I give up. The examiners standing by won't have time to save you, Lin Fan said coldly to Guan Hong. Since they'd taken Wei Xian's money to take him on, Lin Fan had no intention of letting Guan Hong and his 2 companions off so easily. Kid, I'll admit defeat. If I hadn't been careless and hadn't taken care of that stinking woman sooner, you wouldn't have been able to beat me, Guan Hong said reluctantly. In his eyes, no matter how strong Lin Fan was, without the support and buffs from a support-type Soul Master, he'd never be able to unleash such power, let alone defeat the 3 of them. Maybe so, Lin Fan replied non-committally. Chapter 31, Alchemist Subclass Quest. Whoa, these 2 have some serious stuff. They're pretty wealthy, too. A check for over 9 million, plus some pills. We're set for life. Luke, having looted the spatial soul-guided devices from Mingyu and the other guy, said excitedly. Ever since they wandered through Treasure Street, Luke and Lin Fan had both developed a bit of a money-grubbing streak. Mainly because there were so many things they wanted to buy, and the 2 of them were a bit short on cash. Seeing several million right now was a real mood booster. Guan Hong's haul isn't bad either, over 12 million. Wei Xian really did give us a huge gift. It'd be interesting to let him know about this, Lin Fan said with a smile. After glancing through the loot they'd taken from Guan Hong, he realized that 12 million was indeed a substantial haul. It would be enough to buy a high-grade blood revitalizing herb to temper his body. Hey, you 2, shouldn't you give me a cut? If I hadn't supported you guys just now and boosted your strength, you wouldn't have been able to take them down so easily. At that moment, the girl standing nearby spoke up. Of course, she was mainly addressing Lin Fan. After all, Luke hadn't intervened either. Ahem, we need to get back to the assessment. What is your name? Hearing the girl's question, Lin Fan played dumb, changed the subject, and pretended not to hear her. Ask Lin Fan to split the money? No way. Right now, Lin Fan was as tight-fisted as they come. My name is Tanya. We're sort of a team now, right? I helped out just now, so you should give me some money, shouldn't you? Tanya said to Lin Fan again. Money? What money? Luke, do you have any money? How would I know? Lin Fan kept playing dumb. I don't know either. What is money? Luke played along with Lin Fan. You two jerks. You're so shameless. Seeing the two of them playing dumb, Tanya was so angry she cursed at them. She didn't expect to get any money from them anyway. As far as Tanya was concerned, just getting this spot was more than enough to satisfy her. It was just that seeing how stingy the two of them were made her a little annoyed. Oomph, you two, stop playing dumb. I don't want the money anymore. But you have to guarantee that I'll get into the academy. Tanya added, addressing Lin Fan and Luke. Ahem, he is the boss, he calls the shots. Luke immediately passed the buck to Lin Fan. Right now, there are only the three of us left in this trial. That's exactly 3 spots. I can guarantee you'll pass this stage of the trial, no problem there. But if there are any other trials, I can't guarantee anything. Lin Fan shook his head. Let us just get through the 3 trials first. Tanya nodded. There is something off about this river. I'll go check it out. Lin Fan said to Luke and Tanya. In a flash, he stepped onto the river's surface. However, the moment his foot touched the water, he sensed something was off. The river exerted a powerful suction. Clearly, some kind of formation was at work. How did it go? Lin Fan returned to the shore, and Tanya asked eagerly. The soul power is around level 28, I can walk right across it. Luke and I are both fine. Lin Fan said, looking at Tanya. My soul power is only at level 25. Tanya said, her expression turning a bit grim. Even if she used a soul skill to boost herself, it would be difficult for her to cross the river. You said you'd help me pass this test. Tanya said to Lin Fan again. Yeah, I did say that. Come on, I'll carry you across. Lin Fan said bluntly. At those words, Tanya's face flushed slightly, and she seemed a bit shy. Chapter 32, Yuan Ling Grass. Ahem, I'll go first. Luke noticed Tanya's blush. The atmosphere between her and Lin Fan was a bit ambiguous. Luke, being the guy he was, slipped away first. With Luke gone, only Lin Fan and Tanya were left. Her expression softened slightly. You lean over. You're too tall. After saying this, Tanya's face flushed all the way to her ears. Lin Fan crouched down, waiting for Tanya to lean over his back. He waited for a moment. Only then did Tanya carefully lie down behind Lin Fan. He felt the soft, supple curves of her body against his back. A hint of sensuality stirred within Lin Fan. Tanya was a very pretty girl with a great figure. At a moment like this, it was indeed easy to let one's imagination run wild. However, Lin Fan didn't have time to dwell on it. Hold on tight. Lin Fan reminded Tanya. He stomped his foot down hard. Wind and thunder spiritual energy surged through his body. The moment he stepped onto the river's surface, Lin Fan and Tanya both felt an immense pressure. Lin Fan realized that, with Tanya on his back, he was actually bearing double the pressure. Tanya also felt the pressure, her body pressing tightly against Lin Fan's. Lin Fan wrapped his arms around Tanya's legs and sprinted toward the opposite bank. Crossing this river marked the completion of the first minor trial of the 3 trials. However, given Lin Fan's current strength, it posed no real challenge. Even with Tanya on his back, he made it across without a hitch. We crossed the river. You can get down now. Lin Fan said to Tanya behind him. Luke, standing nearby, was watching the two of them with a mischievous grin. Tanya's face flushed crimson. Under that terrifying pressure just now, her body had been pressed completely against Lin Fan's. It felt as if every part of her body had been touched by him. That sensation made her feel incredibly shy. At that moment, Tanya's eyes darted away. She didn't dare look at Lin Fan at all. Hey, this is a deer reviving herb. Spotting a familiar medicinal herb, Tanya quickly changed the subject to ease her embarrassment. Deer reviving herb? I remember it's a herb used to stop bleeding. Lin Fan replied. Deer reviving herb can stop bleeding, and it can be refined into even more effective hemostatic pills. This deer reviving herb looks to be about 20 years old. That's quite good. Tanya added, quickly pulling out a small jade box, digging up the herb, and placing it inside. Are you an alchemist? Lin Fan asked curiously. Yes. But I'm only a first-rank alchemist. Tanya replied. There are actually so many medicinal herbs here. The spiritual energy here is different, too. I've heard there's a heavenly spirit treasure land at the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Could it be right here? Tanya said doubtfully. Ding. Large quantity of deer vitality grass detected. 20 recovery points per plant. Host may harvest and recover. Ding. A large quantity of medicinal herbs has been detected. Alchemist subclass quest triggered. Alchemist subclass quest 1, obtain the encyclopedia of 100 medicines. Reward, 10 first-grade pill formulas. The system's voice suddenly rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan had long considered becoming an alchemist, but he never had the means before. Now, it seemed he had a chance. How do I obtain the encyclopedia of 100 herbs? Lin Fan asked the system in confusion. In the next instant, a lottery will appear in Lin Fan's mind. However, each spin of this lottery will require 5,000 recycling points. Lin Fan currently had 65,005 recycling points. He could indeed spin the wheel directly to obtain the encyclopedia of 100 herbs. Chapter 33, Deadwood. Consuming 5,000 system recycling points. Lottery result, host did not win. Consuming 5,000 system recycling points. Lin Fan spun the wheel 5 times. But he didn't win a single time. Losing 25,000 recycling points made Lin Fan feel a little pained. No win. Still no win. 5,000 points consumed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the compendium of 100 medicines. By the 9th draw, Lin Fan finally won. He had originally had 65,000 recovery points. Now, Lin Fan had only 20,000 points left. Ding! Alchemist subclass quest 1, quest completed. Reward, 10 recipes for first-grade elixirs. Alchemist subclass quest 2, quest triggered. Craft all 10 types of first-grade elixirs. Quest reward, soul level increased, alchemist level upgraded. The voice echoing in his mind once again instantly made Lin Fan feel that spending those 45,000 recycling points was absolutely worth it. After obtaining the encyclopedia of 100 herbs, Lin Fan's eyes swept over the flowers and herbs on the ground, and he could immediately identify their names and uses. Moreover, Lin Fan discovered that he seemed to know how to refine pills, although they were only first-grade elixirs. Furthermore, the rewards for the second quest triggered by the alchemist subclass made Lin Fan feel a sense of anticipation. Yuanling grass, 100-year-old, 4th-grade spiritual herb, 3,000 recycling points. Blood chi grass, 80-year-old, 4th-grade spiritual herb, 2,000 recycling points. With the aid of the Thunder Goddess Eye, Lin Fan scanned all the medicinal herbs within a radius of 1 kilometer at a glance. However, the highest grade ones were only the Yuanling grass and the blood chi grass. Lin Fan ran straight over to the Yuanling grass. System, give me a chance to win some herb picking tools. Lin Fan spoke directly to the system. He didn't have any herb picking tools on him. In the blink of an eye, a roulette will appear in Lin Fan's mind. A set of basic herb picking tools, 2,000 recycling points per draw. Plus, it came with some jade vials for storing pills as a bonus. Ding! No win. 2,000 recycling points spent. Host, you've won. Congratulations, host. You've won a set of basic herb picking tools. He drew 5 times in a row. It wasn't until then that Lin Fan finally drew a set of basic herb gathering tools. With the herb gathering tools in hand, Lin Fan immediately began gathering Yuanling grass. Lin Fan now had only 10,000 recovery points left. He had just spent 50,000 in an instant. For Lin Fan right now, every recovery point he could earn was worth it. Who knows what the demand might be like in the future? Lin Fan rushed forward, and Tanya, who had just finished harvesting the deer life grass, hurried to follow him. Yuan grass? Upon seeing the Yuanling grass, Tanya's eyes widened in shock. As a first-rank alchemist, she was particularly excited. However, at that moment, she saw Lin Fan pull out his herb-picking tool. You're an alchemist too? Tanya asked, her eyes wide. Lin Fan, when did you become an alchemist? Luke, standing nearby, asked in confusion as well. I haven't awakened my battle soul for several years, so I thought I'd learn something else. Come to think of it, I'm actually a first-rank alchemist. The 3 years Lin Fan spent without awakening his battle soul had, in fact, allowed him to cover up many things. Explaining it this way to Luke actually convinced him. However, Tanya, standing nearby, looked less than pleased. She had assumed Lin Fan wouldn't recognize these herbs, so she could make a killing. But she hadn't expected this. Lin Fan had gone straight for the highest quality, highest grade spiritual herbs. Faced with Lin Fan, Tanya didn't know what to say. Chapter 34, The Illusory Fragrance Flower. Blood Chi Grass. You rascal, you know where to find high-grade medicinal herbs, don't you? Tanya exclaimed in shock. After picking the Yuanling grass, Lin Fan immediately ran off to pick the blood chi grass. Tanya followed him, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. But mostly, she was curious. Yeah, my battle soul can sense the spiritual energy fluctuations of medicinal herbs. There are a few more blood chi herbs like this on this hillside. I'll point you in the right direction. Over there about 700 meters away. Lin Fan didn't want to keep everything to himself either. After all, he hadn't shared the over 10 million with Tanya earlier. It wouldn't have been right to keep hoarding everything now. There was no harm in letting Tanya get her hands on a couple of higher-grade spiritual herbs. Go on, then. We're in a hurry. Hurry up and pick those high-grade herbs. Lin Fan added. Okay. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Tanya hurried off to pick the blood chi grass. Luke, give me a hand. Help me pick these 2 types of herbs. Use this to hold them. Lin Fan tossed a large box to Luke. The 3 of them set about picking herbs right on the mountainside, seemingly having forgotten that they were there to take the Academy's admissions exam. The examiner in charge of Lin Fan's group watched this scene unfold, his lips twitching slightly. However, as for whether Lin Fan and his 2 companions had broken the exam rules, he didn't stop them. The assessments for the other groups had already gone through 2 rounds. Lin Fan and his 2 companions were still gathering herbs. Kumu, those 3 little brats are a bit greedy. They've picked every last herb on the northern slope of Hallucination Mountain. Doesn't that bother you? Just as Lin Fan and his companions were gathering herbs, several elderly men above the clouds were watching their group. One of them, a red-haired elder, asked the green-robed elder beside him. Let those 3 little brats have their fun for now. Once they enter the hallucinatory fragrance array, they'll have to spit out every single herb they've picked. The green-robed elder said with a cold snort. Watching Lin Fan and his 2 companions sweep through the area like a swarm of locusts, the green-robed elder's expression darkened. He was itching to go down there and crush those 3 little brats. Looks like that's about it. There aren't any better herbs left. Let us go. Lin Fan glanced around. All the 4th grade and higher herbs that could be picked had already been harvested. The hillside was now completely bare. There was no point in continuing to pick. Lin Fan and his 2 companions resumed their journey along the assessment route. Passing through the forest halfway up the mountainside, the trio arrived at a mountain ravine. Below the ravine lay a bottomless abyss. Spanning the gap between the 2 mountains was an iron chain. Earlier we crossed the river, now we have to cross this iron chain? This must be the second of the 3 trials. Lin Fan, let me give this a try. Luke said directly to Lin Fan, his face brimming with eagerness. Luke, be careful. There seems to be a very strong wind blowing across this iron chain. Lin Fan warned. All right. Luke immediately gave it his all, activating his second soul ring as soul skill to boost his strength. He carefully and slowly made his way across the chain bridge. Before long, Luke had reached the very center of the bridge. Just then, Luke did indeed feel a powerful gust of wind blowing against him. However, given Luke's strength, a wind of this intensity had no effect on him. Lin Fan, it's no big deal. You guys can come over now. After crossing the chain, Luke called out loudly to Lin Fan. Lin Fan glanced back at Tanya. Tanya's cheeks immediately flushed crimson. You lie down. Carry me. Tanya said, her face slightly red. She knew she wasn't confident enough to make it on her own and could only rely on Lin Fan's help. Chapter 35, The Mark. Ultimate Battle Soul, Divine Beast Pixie. Ultimate Battle Soul, Power of Wind and Thunder. These two kids are quite interesting. Above the clouds in the sky, an elderly man with a white beard said with a smile. Quite a few prodigies with ultimate battle souls have emerged this year. Although their battle souls are decent, their strength still lags behind those in the top tier. Let us keep watching. The illusory fragrance array isn't easy to get through. Kumu, clad in a green robe, said coldly. He didn't think much of Luke and Lin Fan. There was even a hint of resentment in the way he looked at Lin Fan. Earlier, Lin Fan had been the most ruthless when picking herbs, which had filled Kumu with anger. Seeing Kumu's expression, the other elders couldn't help but chuckle, though they said nothing more. Lin Fan carried Tanya across the iron chain. The three of them began climbing toward the summit of Hallucination Mountain. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Seeing Lin Fan suddenly stop, Luke asked in confusion. It seems we've been poisoned. Lin Fan said bluntly. Poisoned? That can't be, right? We feel perfectly fine. Luke said, looking completely puzzled. Well, we really are poisoned and it's a mixed poison. Tanya chimed in. You can sense it too? Lin Fan asked curiously. Yes, our family is a lineage of alchemists, so we're quite sensitive to poisons. Tanya explained. So, do you know how to counteract it? Lin Fan asked again. Thanks to the Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines, Lin Fan already knew how to deal with this kind of mixed poison. However, since Tanya seemed to know as well, he decided to ask her just in case she had a different approach. To counteract it completely, it would take me a very long time with my current abilities. I can only sense that I've been poisoned. I don't know exactly what kind of poison it is. I can't completely neutralize the poison for now. However, this mixed poison isn't life-threatening. It only causes hallucinations. The more toxic fumes you inhale, the stronger the hallucinations become. You can block most of it with soul power. I have some antidote pills here. Although they can't completely neutralize the poison, they can reduce its toxicity. That should allow us to get through safely. Tanya hurriedly said, then took out the antidote pills and handed them to Lin Fan. These antidote pills of yours do indeed alleviate the toxicity. However, I have a better way to counteract the poison. Lin Fan smiled slightly and walked straight over to a nearby flower bed. Parting the foliage, he picked some purple leaves from beneath the flowers. Hold these in your mouths, and you won't be affected by the mixed poison. Lin Fan said to Tanya and Luke. The two placed the purple leaves in their mouths and instantly felt their minds grow clearer. Tanya gazed at Lin Fan with wide eyes, growing even more curious and admiring of him. Mixed poisons are the hardest to counteract, because simply identifying the source of the toxins that create the mixture is a massive challenge. Not to mention neutralizing them. Yet Lin Fan knew exactly how to counteract it right away, which astonished Tanya greatly. Kumu, that kid, and that girl are both alchemists. Looks like this hallucinogenic fragrance array isn't doing much to them. The white-bearded old man said teasingly. They're just lucky they happen to know how to deal with the mixed poison from the illusionary mountain's floral scent. Kumu said gloomily, his old face clouded with frustration. Kumu, is that kid digging up illusionary fragrance flowers? The white-bearded old man spoke up again. Glancing back, he saw that the green-robed old man beside him had already vanished without a trace. "You little brat, stop that right now!" The green-robed elder, Kumu, roared angrily at Lin Fan. That Lin Fan was indeed digging up the illusionary fragrance flowers. The main source of the toxic mixture here was the combination of the scents from the illusionary fragrance flowers and the purple glow flowers. The illusionary fragrance flower is also a type of spiritual medicinal herb. It's a fourth-grade herb capable of being refined into pills that calm the mind and focus the spirit. This is recorded in the Encyclopedia of 100 Herbs. Most importantly, each illusory fragrance flower is worth 2,000 buyback points. With so many of them lying around, Lin Fan naturally couldn't resist. Chapter 36, Support Class. Lin Fan was just about to start digging up the illusory fragrance flowers when he was abruptly stopped. An elderly man in a green robe suddenly appeared behind Lin Fan and his two companions. "The three of you have passed the 3-stage assessment. Get out of here immediately. Deng Yang, take them away." Kumu shouted angrily at the middle-aged man standing nearby. "We VE passed already? But we haven't even reached the mountaintop yet, have we? Excuse me, examiner. You aren't trying to test us on purpose, are you? We followed the rules of the test, we didn't cheat," Lin Fan said bluntly. When Kumu declared they had passed the test, Lin Fan wasn't having any of it. With so many phantom fragrance flowers, he hadn't even picked a single one. Test my ass, do I have nothing better to do? As for Kumu, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "If I let you kids continue the assessment, I'm afraid you'll ruin every single illusory fragrance flower I've cultivated. Old Ku, do they count as having passed outright?" Deng Yang, the middle-aged man overseeing Lin Fan's group, hurriedly asked for confirmation. Kumu's sudden appearance had taken Deng Yang completely by surprise. "They're considered to have passed outright. Take them away quickly. That kid almost ruined my illusion fragrance flowers." Kumu's final remark made Deng Yang's mouth twitch. Lin Fan and his two companions also felt their mouths twitch. So the old man had passed them all directly because he was worried Lin Fan would pick the illusion fragrance flowers. "Wei Xian, what exactly are those people you hired going to do to Lin Fan?" Lan Feifei, standing beside Bianca, asked Wei Xian. Deep down, Lan Feifei was actually hoping something bad would happen to Lin Fan and Luke. But she was also curious to see what Wei Xian would do. "Of course, we're going to cripple that good-for-nothing so he'll never show his face to us again. You and Bianca don't want to see him either, do you? A loser like that has no business entering the JoJo Soul Master Academy with us," Wei Xian said coldly. "Shi Jun, you've already broken up with that loser, Lin Fan. He's not good enough for you. Be my girlfriend," Wei Xian said directly to Bianca, his eyes filled with admiration. Wei Xian was overjoyed to learn that Bianca and Lin Fan had broken up. He had been pursuing Bianca all along, desperate to win her over. But Bianca had previously ended up with Lin Fan. After learning from Lan Feifei that Lin Fan and Bianca had broken up, Wei Xian was overjoyed and immediately launched a fierce pursuit. "Wei Xian, I'm sorry. I want to focus on my studies at the JoJo Soul Master Academy. I don't want to get involved in a relationship right now." Bianca shook her head. "Sure Yun, I know you still have feelings for that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. But this time, I've had him turned into a real good-for-nothing. From now on, you'll never see him again. I've gone this far for you, don't you still want to be my girlfriend?" A flash of malice crossed Wei Xian's eyes. He looked at the corner of Bianca's eyes and asked urgently. "Lin Fan and I have indeed broken up. He and I no longer have any connection. What you do is none of my business. I've already said it. I don't want to get involved in romantic relationships at the academy. That's all." Bianca shook her head. Although she claimed not to care about Lin Fan, deep down, she couldn't erase the mark he'd left on her heart. Lin Fan's sudden appearance possessing an ultimate battle soul and being a 2-ring great soul master. This had thrown Bianca's composure into disarray. Poof! Wei Xian snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with anger. He couldn't understand why, given that he was far superior to that good-for-nothing Lin Fan and came from a much better background, Bianca wouldn't choose to be with him. Wei Xian, don't get so worked up. Sure, June might be a little upset because of that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. Haven't you already sent someone to deal with that good-for-nothing? As long as we really cripple him, won't that be enough? When the time comes, I'll be there to help you. Sure, June will be yours sooner or later. Lan Feifei said to Wei Xian with a smile on her face. Wei Xian looked at Lan Feifei and nodded. I did get a little impatient. Never mind. Let us see just how badly that good-for-nothing Lin Fan gets beaten up first. Wei Xian muttered, feeling extremely annoyed. He just wanted to see Lin Fan in a pitiful state. But when he saw Lin Fan and Luke appear completely unscathed, Wei Xian's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? At that moment, Wei Xian simply couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 37, The Jade Heist. Wei Xian, didn't you say you'd hired someone to cripple that good-for-nothing? Why is he still in one piece? He doesn't look injured at all. What on earth is going on? Seeing Lin Fan appear before her completely unscathed, Lan Feifei hurriedly asked. Seeing Lin Fan unharmed, Lan Feifei felt just as uneasy as Wei Xian. How should I know what's going on? The three I hired were all third-ring soul venerables. Logically speaking, they should have been able to cripple that good-for-nothing Lin Fan. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Wei Xian also looked puzzled. He absolutely couldn't believe that Lin Fan, with his 2-ring Great Soul Master strength, could defeat a 3-ring Soul Venerable. That was absolutely impossible. Wei Xian, what a thoughtful gift you've given. Over 10 million, you're really generous. Is your grandpa aware of how impressive this is? If your grandpa knew you were giving away money like this, he'd make sure to prepare even more next time. Lin Fan said mockingly to Wei Xian on purpose. Faced with the mockery from both Lin Fan and Luke, Wei Xian's expression turned terrifyingly grim. Lin Fan's deliberate mention of Wei Xian's grandfather once again made Wei Xian so furious he could kill someone. Lin Fan, don't get too cocky. I'll kill you sooner or later. Wei Xian said, his voice laced with murderous intent. Fine, I'll be waiting. I'll return your words right back to you. If you're going to kill me, I won't let you off the hook either. With that, Lin Fan walked toward the crowd of people who had passed the 3-stage trial. Lin Fan has passed the 3-stage trial. At that moment, Bianca spoke up. Her tone was filled with incredibly complex emotions. Hearing Bianca's voice, Wei Xian clenched his fists, his expression twisted with rage. Shijun, there is still one final round of trials left. That good-for-nothing Lin Fan might not be able to complete it. I heard this year's final trial is especially difficult. Lan Feifei said coldly. She had thought that by hiring someone to cripple Lin Fan, she would never have to see that annoying good-for-nothing again. But to her surprise, Lin Fan was still alive and well. This made Lan Feifei feel extremely agitated. Deep down, Lan Feifei did not want to see Lin Fan actually complete the trials under any circumstances. She even cursed Lin Fan in her heart. A little over an hour later, the second round of the 3 trials assessment came to a complete end. Of the more than 3,000 participants, only a little over 900 remained. Congratulations to all of you on completing the second round of the assessment. Next up is the final round. As long as you complete the final round, you will become official students of the Jojo Soul Master Academy. An elderly man with a white beard appeared on stage and addressed Lin Fan and the others. Support-type Soul Masters, step forward. The white-bearded elder called out again. At that moment, 14 people stepped forward from among the 900-plus candidates. Tanya, standing beside Lin Fan, glanced at him, looking somewhat hesitant. You're a support-type Soul Master, hurry up and step forward. Lin Fan said with a smile to Tanya. Tanya gazed at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes. Thinking back on her experiences with him during the 3 trials, she nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing. Support-type Soul Masters are exempt from the 3rd round of assessments. You are now official students of the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Congratulations to you all. Seeing the 15 people step forward, the white-bearded elder added. At those words, the 14 support-type Soul Masters erupted in excited cheers. However, Tanya wasn't particularly happy. She had actually really wanted to take the final round of the exam alongside Lin Fan and the others. Now that she had essentially passed the exam outright, this was something Tanya had never even imagined. Chapter 38, The Small Plane. Your final round of the assessment is called Jade Seizure. The white-bearded elder waved his hand. Each of Lin Fan and the others received a yellow jade stone. Next, you will be transported to the beginner soul arena. And your task is to seize the yellow jade stones held by the others. As long as each of you holds 2 yellow jade stones and reaches the designated area, you'll have completed the assessment. In other words, you only need to seize 1 yellow jade stone to pass the assessment. The white-bearded elder explained the rules of the assessment. Upon hearing his words, everyone felt that this assessment wasn't particularly difficult. All they had to do was find an opponent weaker than themselves and take their yellow jade stone. Moreover, in theory, a full half of the participants should be able to pass the test. This seemed even easier than the 3 trials they just faced. There's more. The white-bearded elder smiled faintly, though that smile instantly sent a chill down everyone's spine. Only then did Lin Fan and the others realize that things weren't as simple as they imagined. Let me explain. This yellow jade is also known as 5-colored spirit jade. It serves as a special form of currency at our academy and is classified as a 2nd-grade jade coin. It can be exchanged for celestial treasures and earthly treasures within the academy. It can even be exchanged for soul bones. As soon as the white-bearded elder finished speaking, a gleam of greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Seeing the yellow jade in others' hands, greed flashed in everyone's eyes. Soul bones are the 2nd most coveted treasure in the hearts of all soul masters, second only to the 100,000-year soul ring. The fact that these jade coins could be exchanged for soul bones was nothing short of explosive news. Additionally, the top 3 candidates who earn the most jade coins during this assessment will also receive Zun Yuan pills and other rare treasures as rewards. During the trial, you may team up. The white-bearded elder added with a smile. This information undoubtedly served to further spur the crowd on, driving them to compete fiercely against one another. From the looks of it, this final trial would be even more brutal than the 3 previous trials. You have 1 hour to rest and prepare. The trial will begin shortly. The white-robed elderess figure flickered and vanished instantly. Most of the 900+ people in the arena were choosing to form teams and join forces. This was because they had just gone through the 3 gates trial. In fact, most of them had completed that trial by working together. After all, with only 3 spots available for every 10 people, most had chosen to team up to eliminate others. Now, most were still opting for teams of 3. Quite a few, however, had formed larger groups. Lin Fan. What should we do? Should we find some more people to team up with? Luke asked Lin Fan. If we team up with others, it'll be a hassle to split the rewards later. Let us just stick to the 2 of us for now. If we need to team up, we'll see when the time comes. Lin Fan shook his head. That's what I was thinking, too. Just thinking about having to split the jade coins we get with others later is a hassle. The 2 of us are enough. Luke wasn't planning on teaming up with anyone else either. Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan and Luke were sitting cross-legged, resting and regulating their breath, Tanya ran over again. Tanya, what are you doing? Seeing Tanya shove a bundle into his hands, Lin Fan asked, a bit puzzled. These are some pills I've refined. Though most are only 1st-grade pills. There are also 4 4th-grade spirit restoring pills that replenish spiritual energy. They should be able to help you. You helped me pass the 3-stage trial. Consider this my token of gratitude. Don't refuse them. The next trial is very dangerous," Tanya said, her face flushing slightly. She didn't know why she'd run over to give Lin Fan these pills. Saying it was out of gratitude toward Lin Fan seemed a bit far-fetched. After all, she knew that Lin Fan was also an alchemist. Thanks a lot. Congratulations on getting into the academy early. I'll be joining too," Lin Fan said with a smile. I'll be waiting for you." Tanya nodded and ran off, her cheeks burning hot. Bianca happened to witness this exchange between Lin Fan and Tanya. In that instant, Bianca felt a sudden twinge of pain in her heart. Chapter 39, Huang Lai. "Bro, that girl's into you. She's way cuter than Bianca back then. Don't let her down, man." Luke, that rascal, opened one eye and teased Lin Fan. "Don't go saying stuff like that." Lin Fan shot Luke a dirty look. "Looks like that doesn't include me." Luke rubbed his nose, smirking. "Fine. Half of this pill is yours." "I really haven't thought of anything else when it comes to Tanya." Lin Fan shook his head and set aside half of the pill Tanya had given him. "Just because you don't think about it now doesn't mean you won't in the future, or that you really don't. Back when you were chasing after Bianca, I knew right then that you weren't any good. How old were you back then?" "Just a little brat. I don't want anything a young girl gave you," Luke said with a look of contempt toward Lin Fan, refusing to take the pill Lin Fan was offering. "Take it or leave it." Luke's words made Lin Fan chuckle, and he put the pill away. Back then, Lin Fan was full of vigor and acted with extreme recklessness. Seeing the beautiful Bianca, he naturally wanted to win her over. But over the past 3 years, Lin Fan's personality had become much more reserved. When it came to romance, Lin Fan had grown very cautious. An hour later, Lin Fan and the others were led to the beginner's soul battle arena. To be precise, they were randomly teleported into the small plane where the beginner's soul battle arena was located. Lin Fan and Luke now found themselves in a dense forest. No wonder it's the strongest Soul Master Academy in our 9 provinces kingdom. To actually be able to control a small plane like this, that's truly impressive. Luke surveyed his surroundings and said with a look of awe, "It really is impressive. This kind of mini plane is truly magical." Lin Fan nodded in agreement. He was curious to know just how much power it would take to control such a mini plane. However, Lin Fan also knew that this wasn't something he and Luke needed to worry about right now. After all, both of them were still far too weak. "Lin Fan, let us go find some prey," Luke said with a hint of excitement. "No need, our prey has already come to us," Lin Fan said with a smile to Luke. "Hee, Ling Tong, Chuiren, we're in luck. We ran into people this quickly." A young man in white wore a cold smile on his face. 3 figures appeared right in front of Luke and Lin Fan. "Too bad there are only 2 of you. Originally, we might have been able to complete the assessment right away." The young man in white shook his head, looking disappointed. "Huang Yon, don't let your guard down. Anyone who makes it to the 3rd round of the assessment isn't going to be weak," Ling Tong reminded him. "Don't worry, I won't let my guard down." Huang Yang nodded earnestly. 2 soul rings instantly appeared on his body. Yellow, yellow. The 2 soul rings pulsed up and down on his iron-maned hyena battle soul. "You 2, are you going to hand over the jade coins on your own, or do we have to make you?" Huang Yang asked Lin Fan and Luke. "Lin Fan, all 3 of these are mine. Don't you dare snatch them." During the 3-gate trial, Lin Fan had instantly wiped out Guan Hong and his 2 companions. Luke was itching to get his hands on them now. "All right." Lin Fan nodded, stepping aside to signal Luke to go first. These 3 were much weaker than Guan Hong and Ming Yu's group. All of them were at the 2nd ring level. The strongest among them, Huang Yong, was only at level 29 on par with Luke. However, the quality of their battle souls was far inferior. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to take the entrance exam for the JoJo Soul Master Academy at all. Chapter 40, Amplification. Roar! Luke let out a furious roar as he summoned his divine beast, Pixie, unleashing a terrifying aura of oppression. This instantly caused Huang Yong and his two companions' expressions to change drastically. Huang Yong and his two companions all possessed Beast Battle Soul's 8th grade Golden Quality Battle Souls. Faced with Lin Fan's Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul, they were utterly overwhelmed by the Bloodline's might. Luke's bloodline pressure instantly stripped Huang Yong of nearly half his combat power. Under the bloodline pressure of the Divine Beast Battle Soul, Huang Yong's attacks were completely feeble and ineffective. Help! Huang Yong shouted urgently. But Luke's attack came too quickly. Earth Spirit Shock. Luke closed in and unleashed the soul skill of his first soul ring. A streak of earth yellow spiritual energy swept toward Huang Yong with a single punch. Huang Yong was completely powerless to resist. He spat blood and collapsed weakly to the ground. The other two tried to intervene. But compared to Luke, their strength was simply too weak. In the blink of an eye, Luke had taken them down as well. The three of you are a bit weak, aren't you? Luke glanced at the three men lying on the ground and said, sounding a bit unsatisfied. He hadn't even had a chance to properly stretch his muscles yet. Luke, watch out, someone else is coming. A blue glow flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he said warily. Someone else? Luke immediately scanned his surroundings cautiously. He didn't even have time to grab the 3 men's jade coins, fearing a surprise attack. Huang Yong, you really are a good for nothing. You're such a disgrace to our clan. But in the blink of an eye, 3 more men appeared in Lin Fan's line of sight. The newcomers were broad-shouldered and burly, radiating vibrant vitality. The aura emanating from them was overwhelmingly oppressive. Cousin Huang Lai, he has the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. It's suppressing my bloodline, otherwise, I wouldn't have lost. Huang Yong's face was deathly pale as he spoke, his eyes filled with resentment. If it weren't for the gap in battle souls, he believed he wouldn't have lost to Luke so easily. The Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul? Hearing Huang Yong's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Huang Lai's eyes. Hoof! Huang Lai snorted coldly, a sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from his body, and the muscles across his entire arm bulged dramatically. Boom! With a single punch drawn solely from the explosive power of his physique, he slammed directly into Luke. Seeing this, Luke didn't even try to dodge. Instead, his fighting spirit flared. He fired a punch of his own, also driven purely by brute strength. Roar! As the two fists collided, the illusory forms of their respective soul beasts appeared behind them simultaneously. Luke's was the Divine Beast Pixie. Huang Lai's was the Golden Lion. Lin Fan, watching from the sidelines, could clearly see that. Luke's Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul held a slight advantage over Huang Lai's Golden Lion. But the advantage wasn't significant. However, Huang Lai's strength far surpassed Luke's. After this clash, Luke was forced to retreat 10 steps. Impressive, that Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. Give me a year, and I won't be your match. But right now, you're no match for me. You two, hand over the jade coins you're carrying. Then cut off one of your own arms, and I'll let you off the hook. A shadow of darkness flashed across Huang Lai's eyes. Luke's battle soul made him feel threatened. If Luke were to grow stronger, Huang Lai wouldn't even be in the same league as him. Fearing he might be surpassed in the future, Huang Lai was determined to destroy Luke. Lin Fan, this is a bit of a headache. Luke shook out his arm. It felt a bit stiff and numb. However, he showed no sign of yielding to Huang Lai's words. Luke, come over here. Lin Fan smiled and beckoned to Luke. Luke hurriedly retreated to Lin Fan's side. What? Do you two still want to resist? If you resist, I might not be able to hold back and I'll end up killing you both. Huang Lai said with a cold, menacing expression. Lin Fan ignored Huang Lai and instead placed his palm on Luke. In the next instant, the power of wind and thunder surged through Luke's body. Try again. If you can't beat me, don't say you know me, Lin Fan said with an amused expression. A support-type soul master? That's impossible. Didn't the support-type soul masters already complete their assessment just now? Could this be a martial art fusion? Seeing Lucas' strength suddenly surge, Huang Lai was filled with confusion. However, Lucas' face was lit up with a smile. He sensed that his strength had increased by at least 40%. Chapter 41, Blood Marrow. Old Huang, there is something off about your grandson's aura. His vital energy is as thick as paste, and his yang energy is overwhelming. You didn't give him the blood marrow, did you? You really went ahead and did it. Above the heads of Lin Fan, Huang Lai, and the others at that moment, a group of elderly men was watching them closely. These elders were all veteran figures from the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy. One by one, they were usually as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. Right now, however, almost all of them had come out to watch the spectacle. Old Ku, your nose is as keen as ever, the elder in the yellow robe said indifferently. It's a pity that Huang Lai seems to have only refined a tiny bit of the blood marrow. Otherwise, that punch just now would have seriously injured that kid with the evil repelling battle soul. The white-bearded elder shook his head. Ha! What is going on with that kid in the back? Is that a support boost from wind and thunder energy? Is this kid a support-type soul master? But that boost is way too extreme, isn't it? Over 40% amplification, that's even more powerful than some top-tier support battle souls. An elderly man in red said in utter astonishment. Old Huang. It looks like that kid Huang Lai is about to take a fall. The white-bearded old man immediately said with a mocking tone. Ha, it really does look like he is about to take a fall. The other elders burst into laughter. Huang Lai's grandfather's face was now dark with anger. Meanwhile, underground, Lucas' punch enhanced by the power of wind and thunder sent Huang Lai reeling backward. Golden Lion transformation. Huang Lai growled, and a dazzling golden light erupted from his body. He had actually been forced by Luke, who was a tier weaker, to unleash the Millennium Soul skill of his 3rd soul ring. This was an incredibly humiliating turn of events for Huang Lai. But losing to Luke would be even more humiliating. At this very moment, Huang Lai had no choice but to give it his all. As he unleashed his 3rd soul ring's Millennium Soul skill, Huang Lai's power surged dramatically. His strength shot up from level 33 to nearly that of a level 35 soul venerable. Come again! Huang Lai roared in anger. Luke, his Millennium Soul skill boost is a burst-type skill at 1T lasts long. The wind and thunder boost I gave you lasts longer than his. And it's faster, too. Don't go head-to-head with him just yet. Lin Fan warned Luke directly. The eye of the Thunder God had completely seen through Huang Lai's weakness. As soon as those words were spoken, Huang Lai's eyes turned red with rage. Lin Fan actually knew his weakness. Huang Lai suddenly realized that Lin Fan, standing behind Luke, annoyed him even more. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Luke shifted his tactics from a head-on clash to a hit-and-run strategy. Lin Fan's thunder transformation and wind chant boosts more than doubled Luke's speed and his acute sense of danger. Even though Huang Lai was powerful enough to crush Luke, he simply couldn't land a single blow on him. Just as Lin Fan had predicted, within 5 minutes, Huang Lai's momentum began to wane. Luke, hold on for 5 more minutes. He is deliberately provoking you to attack. Lin Fan reminded him once again. Shut the hell up. Huang Yuan, Huang Jian, go make him shut up. Hearing Lin Fan speak up again, Huang Lai roared in fury. The 2 men standing beside Huang Lai, whose combat prowess was slightly weaker, charged straight at Lin Fan. Huang Lai launched a fierce assault on Luke. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Huang Yuan and Huang Jian, who had charged toward Lin Fan, collapsed in front of him, their bodies completely blackened. Huang Lai glanced back, his eyes wide with shock. Although Huang Yuan and Huang Jian were slightly weaker than him, when the 2 joined forces, even he couldn't have taken them out instantly. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had wiped them both out. Hey, you're fighting me and you're still distracted? How much do you underestimate me? Just as Huang Lai's attention wavered, Luke's second soul skill slammed directly into Huang Lai. Huang Lai's body was sent flying. Chapter 42, Triggering the Quest, Blood Form. Lin Fan, that boost to your wind and thunder power is fucking awesome, Luke said with a broad grin. Defeating a third ring cultivator like Huang Lai while only at the second ring. Luke was absolutely thrilled. Time to collect the rewards, Lin Fan said with a smile to Luke. Both of their gazes immediately fixed on Huang Lai. Here is the jade coin, it's yours. Huang Lai's expression darkened as he tossed his jade coin directly to Lin Fan. Although he lost to Luke, Huang Lai refused to accept defeat. In his eyes, if it hadn't been for Lin Fan helping Luke amplify his power and exposing his weakness, he would have never lost to Luke. You just said you were going to cripple one of our arms, Lin Fan said, flicking the jade coin in his hand. You bastard, you want to cripple my arm? Let me tell you this, if you dare cripple my arm, not only will you never get into the academy, but you'll die for sure, Huang Lai threatened furiously. Moreover, a flash of arrogant disdain crossed Huang Lai's eyes. Is that so? Lin Fan's expression remained impassive. He stomped his foot directly down on Huang Lai's arm. Ah! Huang Lai let out a blood-curdling scream. In that instant, the arrogant disdain in Huang Lai's eyes vanished, replaced by a look of terror. Kid, that's enough. A furious roar suddenly rang out from above. Old Huang, what are you doing? Do you want to break the rules of the assessment? The white-bearded elder shouted. Rules? If I don't stop him, this kid is going to kill my grandson. Old man Huang shouted, his face contorted with anger. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen elderly men appeared right beside Lin Fan and his group. Even Lin Fan was startled by this display. This Huang Lai, his status really did seem rather extraordinary. If the old man in front of him were to attack him, Lin Fan would definitely be no match for him. But Lin Fan also knew full well that with so many people around, the old man wouldn't lay a finger on him, if only to save face. Grandpa, I've brought shame upon you. Huang Lai showed not the slightest bit of joy upon seeing his grandfather appear. Hoof. The old man named Huang shot Huang Lai a cold glance, then shifted his gaze to Lin Fan. Kid, you're pretty ruthless, the old man said coldly to Lin Fan. Exam proctor. I don't think I've broken any of the exam rules, have I? Besides, he was the one who tried to cripple our arms first. I was just following his instructions. Facing the old man, Lin Fan spoke without a trace of fear. Hoof. What a cunning little brat. You may continue with the assessment. Old man Huang's face was ashen. He and the rest of the academy's high-ranking officials had all witnessed what had just happened. He couldn't really do anything to Lin Fan. His intervention had been solely to save his own grandson. Otherwise, he had no choice but to let Lin Fan continue the assessment. But then Lin Fan did something that took everyone by surprise. That rascal, Lin Fan, simply snatched Huang Lai's storage ring right off his finger. You bastard! That's my storage ring, give it back! Huang Lai shouted frantically. This is my spoils of war, Lin Fan declared with righteous conviction. He didn't show the slightest fear in the presence of those old monsters. Lin Fan's actions made everyone's lips twitch. This guy was way too bold. Grandpa! Huang Lai called out anxiously. Shut up! Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Old man Huang barked angrily. He watched as Lin Fan and Luke collected the jade coins from the others and walked away. Go back on your own to recover and reflect on your actions, Old man Huang said, his eyes blazing with fury. Grandpa, the blood marrow. That bastard took the blood marrow you gave me. I'd only refined a tiny bit of it. Huang Lai's voice trembled. He was afraid of his grandfather, yet he couldn't bear to part with the blood marrow. Bastard, what did you say? You idiot. Why didn't you say so sooner? Old man Huang slapped Huang Lai across the face. Chapter 43, Blood Chi Enhancement, Blood Aegis. Ha, old man Huang. You're not going to go find that kid and demand the blood marrow back, are you? If it were me, I couldn't bring myself to lose face like that. The old man in the red robe said in a sarcastic tone. The other elders burst into laughter as well. Seeing old man Huang so humiliated, the group of old geezers couldn't stop grinning. Oof. Bullying the weak, this old man wouldn't stoop to such a disgraceful act. Old man Huang snorted coldly. But the moment he thought of the blood marrow, old man Huang still felt a pang of heartache. He wanted nothing more than to beat his own grandson to death. That damn kid. Old man Huang cursed under his breath. Standing nearby, Kumu felt a sudden sense of relief seeing old man Huang in such a state. Earlier on Hallucination Mountain, that scoundrel Lin Fan had picked quite a few of his medicinal herbs, which had left Kumu seething with anger. But now, he, too, was laughing heartily. Those two kids are actually quite promising. At that moment, the white-bearded elder stroked his beard. As soon as the white-bearded elder spoke, the other elders fell silent, a gleam appearing in their eyes. What the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy hoped to see most of all were promising young talents. Even if old man Huang was truly angry, he wouldn't actually do anything to Lin Fan. In fact, deep down, he even held high hopes for Lin Fan. Meanwhile, over on the other side, when Lin Fan discovered the treasure inside Huang Lai's storage ring, he immediately ran off with Luke to hide in a cave. This is blood marrow. A body-tempering spiritual treasure in such a huge chunk. Seeing Lin Fan pull out a chunk of blood marrow the size of a fist, Luke swallowed hard. For Luke, who possessed a divine beast battle soul, a spirit treasure brimming with vital energy held immense appeal. Let us split it 50-50. This thing's energy is just too overwhelming. We won't be able to fully refine it all at once. Let us try refining a little bit first. After all, we basically completed the assessment now. There are still 3 days left in the assessment period, we might as well boost our strength a bit. Lin Fan said to Luke. All right. Luke nodded. The two split the large chunk of blood marrow in half, using their spiritual energy to carve out a small piece each, and began refining them. Just as Lin Fan was about to begin refining his portion. Ding! Detected the body-tempering spiritual treasure blood marrow, triggering the quest, Special Constitution, Blood Form. Complete the blood chi body tempering to obtain blood form. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Fan's mind. A basic physical cultivation technique, blood form? Hearing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. The power granted by Lin Fan's Wind and Thunder Battle Soul was already quite formidable. Even though he was only level 26, his burst combat power could reach around level 37 or 38. However, his physical constitution was still a bit weak. Now that he had this blood form quest, Lin Fan's physical constitution could finally be properly enhanced. A glance at the blood form quest revealed that he needed to complete blood chi tempering. And for this blood chi tempering, all he needed to do was refine the blood marrow. Lin Fan hurriedly refined the small piece of blood marrow he had just separated. Ding! Blood form quest, 60% complete. Half a day passed, and Lin Fan finished refining the small piece of blood marrow. The blood form quest was immediately 60% complete. He glanced at Luke, who seemed to have gained significant benefits from the blood marrow and was already refining another small piece. Seeing this, Lin Fan continued refining the blood marrow as well. He was determined to acquire the blood form as soon as possible. Another half day passed. Lin Fan had refined yet another small piece of blood marrow. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed the blood form quest. You have obtained the special physique, blood form. As the system's voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind once more. A rich, intense blood energy pulsed through his body. His blood energy was as thick as paste, and his vital energy blazed like fire. Lin Fan's physical strength had fully reached the level of a third ring soul venerable. Now, even without any enhancements, he could go head to head with a third ring soul venerable. Chapter 44, Feng Yi. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining blood form. The special constitution quest has been unlocked. The host may now attempt to complete other special constitution quests. Special constitution acquired. The system's voice echoed once more in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan glanced at the quest panel and discovered there were many special constitutions available to acquire. However, these special constitutions all required either rare celestial and earthly treasures to activate or rigorous cultivation techniques. For now, the only one Lin Fan could obtain was blood form. There was also an evolved version of blood form. The blood battle physique. However, acquiring the blood battle physique was 100 times more difficult than obtaining blood form. Even after refining the remaining blood marrow, Lin Fan would likely only be able to complete about 20% of the blood battle physique quest. But for Lin Fan, the blood battle physique could serve as his next goal. After accepting the blood battle body quest, Lin Fan planned to complete it gradually over time. Acquiring the blood form brought Lin Fan more than just a direct enhancement to his physical constitution. It also granted him 2 blood chi enhancement skills. Blood Chi Enhancement, Blood Aegis. Blood Chi Enhancement is a burst-type buff skill. It can instantly boost strength and attack power. Blood Aegis is a pure defensive skill. Now, thanks to blood form, Lin Fan could take on a third ring soul venerable without relying on the soul skills of his Wind Thunder battle soul for enhancement. Luke, how did it go? Seeing Luke open his eyes, Lin Fan smiled at him and asked. This blood marrow is incredibly beneficial to me. I've only refined a small portion of it, and my strength has already increased by about 20%. If I fully refine this half of the blood marrow, I should be able to break through to level 30 right away. Luke said excitedly. To fully refine this half of the blood marrow will take at least half a month. Let us wait until we're back at the academy to refine it. Lin Fan shook his head. Judging by Luke's eagerness, he seemed eager to continue refining the blood essence right away. You're right. For now, let us focus on the assessment. There are other rewards for this assessment. The Zun Yuan pill is also a valuable item. We should try to get our hands on it. Of course, we'll need to get our hands on as many jade coins as possible. Luke said excitedly, full of anticipation. After refining the blood marrow, both Lin Fan and Luke had seen a significant boost in their strength. With increased strength came greater confidence. Luke, let us go. It's time to find some prey. We don't have much time left. The two walked straight out of the cave in search of hunting targets. An hour later, Lin Fan and Luke did indeed spot their prey. 3 people. 2 men and 1 woman. Cousin Frost, it looks like we've been spotted, the man in the green robe at the front said coldly. What kind of nobodies dare to set their sights on us? They're asking for trouble. The woman in the blue skirt said coldly, her face grim. Wearing a skirt for this kind of assessment, this woman was clearly very confident in her own abilities. However, her skills were indeed impressive. Only 2 of you? The third is hiding in the shadows. Is he planning to ambush us? Come out here, all of you. Frost said coldly once more. Dustin, you rascal, since when did you start teaming up with others? That's not like you. The figure in gray that appeared in the tree caused the young man's expression to change. No, I'm just passing through. I'm not teaming up with them. Feng Yi, you two continue. I'm just watching, don't worry about me. The man in gray shook his head. Sitting on a branch, he watched the 2 groups. Dustin, you'd better watch closely. Once I've dealt with these 2 idiots, I still want to fight you. Feng Yi said coldly. I'll be waiting. Dustin nodded. You two, stealing jade coins and daring to steal right from under my nose? You really don't know when to quit. First, I'll beat you both half to death. Feng Yi's battle soul, the hurricane silver feathered eagle, appeared, followed by 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Feng Yi was a level 34 soul venerable. His strength far surpassed Huan Lai's. Chapter 45, Snow Fox. Bang! Boom, boom. A series of explosive roars rang out as spiritual energy collided. After a brief exchange of blows, Lucas' figure was sent flying. A massive tree was smashed to pieces by the impact. Oomph, daring to go head to head with me? You're overestimating yourself. Seeing Luke, who had been knocked back and was coughing up blood, Feng Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Feng Yi, a level 34 third ring cultivator, was far stronger than Luke. However, during their earlier clash, Luke had forced Feng Yi to unleash his 1,000-year-old soul skill. As for Feng Yi himself, he was filled with shock and anger. Luke and nobody had actually forced him to give it his all. It was nothing short of a disgrace. Feng Yi, finish off these two pieces of trash quickly. We still have to collect more jade coins. Don't waste time. The woman in the blue dress standing nearby said impatiently. Her gaze was filled with utter contempt for both Lin Fan and Luke. She even felt that Feng Yi had wasted a bit too much time. Alright, I'll take care of these two pieces of trash right now. Feng Yi nodded. Lin Fan, boost my power. Luke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaped over to Lin Fan's side, and called out. Lin Fan said nothing, simply placing his hand lightly on Luke's shoulder. In the next instant, Luke's aura surged dramatically. A support-type soul master? Feeling Luke's aura increase so dramatically, Feng Yi's expression changed drastically. Is that blood chi? Luke was also taken aback for a moment. What Lin Fan had given him wasn't just a boost to wind and thunder power. It was also a boost to blood chi power. This was slightly different from the boost he received during his battle with Huan Lai. The benefit gained from refining the blood marrow blood chi enhancement. Go give it a try. Lin Fan said with a smile. As the blood chi surged through his body, Luke could feel his physical prowess growing. This was the effect of the blood energy enhancement. Luke's figure flickered, and the illusory form of the divine beast pixie appeared behind him as he launched another attack. So what if your strength has increased a little? With your mere 2-ring strength, do you really think you can stand up to me? Feng Yi's eyes were filled with contempt. Once again, he collided with Lin Fan. Boom! But this time, Feng Yi felt a terrifying sense of pressure. His blood energy instantly went haywire. His chest tightened, and a sweet taste rose in his throat. He stumbled back 3 steps. Luke, on the other hand, remained steady on his feet. That's impossible. You even if a support-type soul master boosted you. How could your strength have increased this much? Feng Yi's expression was filled with disbelief. When he gave it his all, his strength had nearly reached the level of a level 38 soul venerable. Yet Luke was able to hold his own against him. Just moments ago, he had clearly inflicted serious injuries on Luke. Lin Fan, this blood energy enhancement works pretty well, doesn't it? He. Luke felt an immense sense of satisfaction. There was a slight gap in level between him and Feng Yi. Being suppressed by Feng Yi had been incredibly frustrating. Now, with the boost from Lin Fan's wind thunder power and blood chi, Luke's strength was directly on par with Feng Yi's. At the same cultivation level, Luke possessing the divine beast pixie battle soul had never feared anyone. In this one-on-one showdown, Luke clearly held the upper hand. Support-type soul masters are such a pain. In that case, I'll take care of you first. Feng Yi immediately shifted his focus, aiming to take out Lin Fan. With Lin Fan boosting Luke, Feng Yi knew he'd have a hard time handling the situation. Unable to quickly defeat Luke, Feng Yi had no choice but to change his target. Seeing Feng Yi lunge toward Lin Fan, Luke didn't step in to stop him. He didn't even chase after him to intervene. This made Feng Yi feel a bit uneasy. He glanced at Lin Fan and noticed that Lin Fan was smiling. That smile made Feng Yi feel a bit uneasy. Hurricane Silver Feather Strike. Even though he sensed something was off, Feng Yi couldn't afford to worry about it now. In a battle between two sides, a support-type Soulmaster must be dealt with first. At that moment, he just wanted to take out Lin Fan as quickly as possible. Boom! His Millennium Soul skill erupted. Feng Yi's expression grew even more grim. He had assumed that a support-type Soul Master would have little combat power and, naturally, weak defenses. His Millennium Soul skill should have instantly killed him. But the result was that it didn't kill Lin Fan instantly. Blood-red armor materialized on Lin Fan's body. Because of this blood-red armor, Feng Yi's attack was completely ineffective. Chapter 46, I'm going to kill you. The enhancement and amplification of blood chi. Armor forged from blood chi. It seems these two little rascals, after refining the blood marrow, gained quite a few benefits. High in the sky, the old man in the red robe said with a look of surprise. This kid with the wind and thunder battle soul, his enhancement and control of blood chi are quite extraordinary. The white-bearded old man said, stroking his beard. Old Huan, these two kids' talent and strength far surpass your grandson's. Look at how others fare after consuming a bit of blood marrow. That scoundrel Kumu took another snide jab at old man Huang. Kumu, just because you don't speak doesn't mean anyone thinks you're mute. Old man Huang, standing nearby, turned pale and glared fiercely at Kumu. That old coot always had to rub salt in the wound. Old man Huan was already in a foul mood. Now he was even more frustrated. You're a support-type Soul Master. How could you possibly have this kind of power? How were you able to block my Millennium Soul Ring technique? Feng Yi stared at the blood aegis surrounding Lin Fan and shouted in disbelief. Who told you I'm a support-type Soul Master? Wind and thunder raged all around Lin Fan. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck Feng Yi directly. This lightning bolt wasn't enough to render Feng Yi incapacitated. However, Lin Fan followed up with a punch. Put! Feng Yi was slammed into the ground by Lin Fan's punch, spitting blood. His hair was singed black from the lightning strike, and his body was still twitching. Feng Yi. Seeing Feng Yi lying on the ground, coughing up blood, the woman in the blue dress standing nearby wore an expression of disbelief. Useless. Can't even handle a trash support-type Soul Master. What are you doing? The woman in the blue dress's expression immediately changed, her eyes filled with contempt and disgust. Brother Feng Yi. Another man called out, sounding somewhat anxious. Don't worry, he won't die. You two, hand over the jade coins. Lin Fan said to the woman in the blue dress and the other man. If you think we're going to hand over the jade coins, you're dreaming. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? The woman in the blue dress snapped defiantly. Given her status, there was no way she was going to hand over the jade coins. Ever since she was a child, she deepened the young miss the apple of her family's eye. Lin Fan, I don't like hitting women. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll tend to my injuries and recover. Luke, noticing how pretty the woman in the blue dress was, felt a bit reluctant to lay a hand on her. Luke's words made Lin Fan roll her eyes at him. I don't like hitting women either. Hand over the jade coins. Don't force me to take action. Lin Fan said coolly to the woman in the blue dress. You still want me to hand over the jade coins? Go to hell. 3 soul rings instantly appeared on the woman in the blue dress. This woman in the blue dress was, surprisingly, also a 3-ring soul venerable. A fluffy snow fox battle soul appeared behind her. As the snow fox battle soul materialized, the woman in the blue dress suddenly grew ice blue snow fox ears and a large snow fox tail. This transformation gave the woman in the blue dress a peculiar, alluring charm. With the addition of the fluffy ears and tail, and her form altered, both Lin Fan and Luke's eyes widened in astonishment. It had to be said that the woman's current appearance was truly captivating. Seeing Lin Fan staring at her with a dazed expression, the woman in the blue dress felt both embarrassed and furious. That bastard's gaze was actually desecrating her. A burst of icy coldness erupted from the woman's hands. Freezing cold. The woman let out a soft shout, and her Millennium Soul Ring glowed. An ice blue beam shot directly toward Lin Fan. The bloodlight of the blood aegis surrounding Lin Fan grew a shade deeper. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan was encased in ice. He had become an ice sculpture. Lin Fan. Hey, Fox Girl, you didn't freeze Lin Fan to death, did you? Seeing Lin Fan turned into an ice sculpture, Luke, standing nearby, immediately grew anxious. He deserved it. Trying to steal this lady's jade coins? He must have been tired of living. The woman in the blue dress's fluffy fox ears twitched slightly as she said angrily. Crack! The crisp sound of shattering ice rang out. This can't be. The woman in the blue dress let out a shriek. Why can't it be? You really want to turn me into an ice sculpture? You're so beautiful, you don't need to be so cruel. Lin Fan's voice rang out. Chapter 47, Dustin. Breaking the blue-dressed woman's ice bind. Lin Fan's figure instantly transformed into a blue arc of lightning. You bastard, give me back my storage ring. Her storage ring had been snatched by Lin Fan. The blue-dressed woman froze for a moment before screaming in panic. Her fluffy snow fox ears and tail bristled. Without a second thought, she lunged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan grabbed the woman in the blue dress by both hands, condensing wind elements into a rope. He bound her tightly. You bastard, let me go. I'm going to kill you. The woman in the blue dress screamed furiously. You let go of Miss Frost. Another man from Feng Yi's trio shouted angrily at Lin Fan. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down. The man who had spoken lay on the ground, his entire body charred black. So your name is Frost, huh? You keep saying you're going to kill me. Have you ever actually killed anyone? Lin Fan looked into Frost's eyes with a mocking expression. A look of embarrassment and annoyance flashed across Frost's eyes. Of course she had never killed anyone. Her threats to kill Lin Fan were just that, threats. Lin Fan gave Frost an amused glance, then wrapped his hand around her snow fox's large tail. He couldn't resist giving it a firm squeeze. At that moment, Frost's fox ears and tail looked so tempting that anyone would want to play with them. Lin Fan couldn't resist giving it a try either. But then... Ah! With her tail gripped by Lin Fan, Frost let out an even sharper scream. That scream sounded as if it would tear a person's eardrums apart. I'm going to kill you. Frost's voice was as icy as the freezing cold she emitted. Her ice-blue eyes turned slightly red. Too bad you can't kill me. Lin Fan pinched Frost's fox ears again. Frost struggled frantically, but since Lin Fan had sealed her meridians, she couldn't break free from the wind rope's grip. Frost's eyes, filled with anxiety and rage, turned from a faint red to a blood red. Her silver teeth ground together with a creaking sound. This physical transformation caused by your battle soul is quite interesting, Lin Fan said with a hint of amusement. You wait. I swear, I'll kill you and chop off those filthy pig hands of yours. Frost trembled with rage, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. But Lin Fan, standing nearby, paid no attention to Frost's threats. Instead, he rummaged through her storage ring. Clothes, skirts, cosmetics. Lin Fan cleared out everything from the storage ring that he had no use for. Seeing the items scattered all over the floor, Frost's eyes turned even redder. But when she saw that Lin Fan had even tossed out some of her panties and camisoles, Frost's pretty face turned bright red. Even more enraged, she screamed and cursed. Hey, how come you have so many jade coins? There were only a little over 900 people taking the exam. Then why do you have over 2,000 jade coins? Seeing the over 2,000 jade coins, Lin Fan asked in astonishment and confusion. The jade coins used for the assessment are, after all, one of the 5 types of jade coins used by the Academy. Frost is part of the Academy, so naturally she has that many jade coins. The young man in gray, watching the spectacle from a nearby tree branch, explained. Dustin, help me kill him. I'll have my grandfather forge a set of battle armor for you. Frost shouted loudly, as if he'd found a savior. Lin Fan turned his gaze toward Dustin on the branch, his expression tinged with caution. Lin Fan actually thought Dustin would step in. After all, the two sides knew each other. As for the battle armor Frost mentioned, Lin Fan was quite familiar with it. For a soul master, battle armor was an extremely tempting treasure. Under these circumstances, Dustin probably wouldn't refuse. I have no grudge against him. I won't kill someone just for a set of battle armor. I told you, I won't get involved in your business. Dustin shook his head. Dustin's refusal took both Frost and Lin Fan by surprise. Even if you have no grudge against him, we're all part of the academy. Are you really just going to stand by and watch me get humiliated by a scumbag like that? Frost said urgently. If you hadn't resisted just now and had just given him the jade coin, wouldn't everything have been settled? Besides, he didn't actually insult you. Dustin said nonchalantly. Dustin's indifferent expression made Frost so furious she wanted to kill him too. Bastard! Dustin, you sword-crazed maniac! You're a bastard too. You can all just go to hell. Frost snapped. Chapter 48, Two Swords Decide the Outcome. Wah. Frost's mouth had been stuffed with her panties by Lin Fan. At that moment, she was wailing loudly. Her body was bound by wind ropes, and she couldn't break free. All she could do was glare fiercely at Lin Fan with a murderous look in her eyes. However, Lin Fan completely ignored that glare. Just a reminder. These jade coins Frost has aren't the ones from the assessment. The assessment jade coins were marked by Old Master Gu. They glow with energy. You can keep these to exchange for things later. Dustin said with a friendly reminder. Lin Fan was actually a bit puzzled by this young man in gray standing before him. This guy wasn't an enemy, and he patiently explained quite a few things. He was a bit strange, though. But he was also very kind-hearted. Thanks for letting me know. Lin Fan nodded. You said she is part of the academy. What's the story there? If she is part of the academy, why is she taking the exam? Lin Fan asked Dustin, puzzled. It's different. Frost, me, and a few others were all part of the academy. Or rather, our families have some connection to the academy. We're here solely for our own trials. And, as a side note, to make the admissions exam a little harder by attacking the other participants. Dustin explained. So that's how it is. Then, aren't you going to fight me and Lin Fan? Lin Fan asked bluntly. I'd love to fight you. I'm curious about your strength, too. It's just that I haven't completed my trial mission yet. If I fight you, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it. Dustin shook his head. Trial mission? Lin Fan was quite curious. You know about the Zun Yuan fruit, right? Dustin asked directly. Zun Yuan fruit? The main spiritual fruit used to refine Zun Yuan pills? Ever since obtaining the Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines, Lin Fan had a thorough understanding of these spiritual herbs and fruits. That's right. My mission is to obtain the Zun Yuan fruit in this beginner soul battle arena plane. Dustin nodded. The reward for this recruitment exam is the Zun Yuan pill. If you want to boost your strength with the Zun Yuan fruit, wouldn't it be better to just go and win some jade coins? Wouldn't getting the Zun Yuan pill be better than the Zun Yuan fruit? Lin Fan asked in confusion. I don't want the Zun Yuan fruit to boost my strength. As for the Zun Yuan pills, I already have some. I don't need to fight others for their jade coins just to get them. Dustin shook his head. Do you have your Zun Yuan pills on you? Lin Fan asked. At this question, Dustin fell silent for a moment. Are you trying to steal my Zun Yuan pills? Dustin said, taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to do something like this. The rules of the trial are to compete and fight against one another. If I were weak and hadn't been robbed by others, you probably wouldn't have spared me or spoken to me like this. Besides, since you have the Zun Yuan pill, Wouldn't it be easier for me to take it from you? That way, I wouldn't have to go around stealing other people's jade coins. Lin Fan said bluntly. Stealing others' jade coins is stealing, and snatching this Zun Yuan fruit from Dustin is also stealing. Why not take it if the chance is there? Lin Fan wasn't that kind-hearted. You've got a point. If you were weak, I'd have just snatched your jade coins without all this nonsense. It's precisely because I see you're so strong that I want to team up with you. Let us go get the Zun Yuan fruit together, and I'll give you the extra ones. I didn't expect you to make that choice. It's been a long time since I've met someone as interesting as you. You're a bit greedy, but you're also very confident. Aren't you afraid of getting taken down by me, and having all your jade coins end up in my hands? Dustin laughed. He wasn't sure whether to be angry or not. I haven't considered that possibility. At the very least, with your level 36 strength, there is no way you could take me down. Don't worry. Even if I take everything from you, I'll help you complete the quest. I'll also help you get the Zun Yuan fruit. Lin Fan beckoned to Dustin. All right. Since you put it that way, I'd actually be happy if you robbed me. Dustin jumped straight down from the tree branch. He took a step forward. Yellow, yellow, purple. 3 soul rings encircled an ancient, runic longsword. An incredibly sharp sword aura radiated from the sword's entire body. Chapter 49, The Martial Arts Realm Quest. This kid is crazy beyond belief. Old Yen, your little granddaughter has been bullied pretty badly. This kid has taken everything from her. And on top of that, he is actually trying to steal Dustin's stuff too. Kids these days are something else. I've got my eye on this kid. Once he gets into the academy, things are going to get really interesting. Kumu was now making snide remarks to everyone he saw. His mood was getting better and better. Watching a bunch of old geezers take turns getting humiliated, Kumu couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Whether it was Huang Lai from earlier, Fomi, or Frost, each of them could trace their lineage back to the elders among this group of old-timers. The elderly man in the red robe looked a bit displeased upon hearing Kumu's words. Although Frost was a girl, she was, after all, a member of the Su family, and her strength was actually quite formidable. Having her belongings snatched by Lin Fan and being tied up on top of that was indeed a bit embarrassing. This kid named Lin Fan is certainly interesting. I just wonder how his battle against Chen Er will turn out. The white-bearded old man stroked his beard as he spoke. That kid Lin Fan's soul power rank is far inferior to Dustin's. There is absolutely no suspense in this battle. Huang Lai's grandfather, the old man in the yellow robe, shook his head. Having just been humiliated by Lin Fan, he naturally didn't hold much hope for him. We'll see. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Dragon Abyss Sword Battle Soul, Level 36 Offensive Type Battle Soul Venerable. Dustin. I look forward to your guidance. Dustin, gripping the Dragon Abyss Sword, spoke to Lin Fan with a fierce expression. Lin Fan. Wind and Thunder Element Battle Soul, Level 26 Great Soul Master. Lin Fan replied in turn. Level 26? Upon hearing that Lin Fan was only level 26, Dustin froze for a moment. Just moments ago, he'd seen Lin Fan instantly defeat Fomi and effortlessly subdue Frost. Dustin had assumed Lin Fan's strength was on par with his own. He hadn't expected him to be only level 26. At first, Dustin was a bit skeptical. But when he saw the 2 soul rings appear on Lin Fan's body, Dustin realized Lin Fan wasn't lying after all. I didn't expect you to be only level 26. To be fair, I wouldn't use the Millennium Soul Ring skill from my 3rd soul ring. Otherwise, it'd be a bit of a cheat. Here's the deal: if you can block 2 of my sword strikes, I'll give you everything I'm carrying. 2 strikes to decide the winner, I swear on my martial arts honor. Dustin spoke again. Agreed. Lin Fan didn't refuse. If it meant things would be a little easier, he was naturally more than happy to accept. First strike. Dragon Abyss Sword Chi. A sharp intensity suddenly flared in Dustin's eyes. His first soul ring burst into light. The Dragon Abyss Sword Battle Soul unleashed a fierce sword chi. Within the sword energy, it was as if an abyss had opened, and within that abyss, the illusory form of a divine dragon could be seen. As this sword energy slashed out, Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. If this were an ordinary soul venerable around level 36, they likely wouldn't be able to block Dustin's strike at all. Thunder Transformation. Wind's Lament. Wind Thunder Blade. Lin Fan growled under his breath. He gave it his all, amplifying his own power. The lightning bolt fused with the wind blade. Lightning, amplified by the power of the wind element, struck the pitch-black sword energy head-on. The collision of cyan blue and black light unleashed a violent surge of spiritual energy. After a moment, both lights vanished simultaneously. Lin Fan had parried his first strike. Dustin's eyes betrayed his shock. He had grown up in the academy, sparring and battling with many people. Yet he had never encountered anyone like Lin Fan, someone whose strength was one major tier below his own, yet who could actually block his strike. Such a thing was simply inconceivable. However, from Lin Fan's perspective, Dustin's strength was truly formidable. The destructive power of his sword energy was downright terrifying. If this were a normal battle against Dustin, Lin Fan would absolutely not want to block this strike head-on. Dustin had sworn a martial arts oath, the outcome would be decided by 2 strikes. Lin Fan, of course, was more than willing to oblige. Lin Fan parried both strikes. Continue. After parrying the second strike, Lin Fan spoke up. Chapter 50, The Shattered Sword Intent. You've really taken me by surprise. I have to admit it. At this stage of a 2-ring Great Soul Master, you should be unbeatable. However, the gap in strength between us is simply too great. Dustin was very surprised, yet also felt a hint of regret. He really wanted to have a thrilling, all-out battle with Lin Fan. Unfortunately, the gap in strength between Lin Fan and him was enormous. He wouldn't be able to give him his fill. All he could do was see if Lin Fan could block his next 2 strikes. Let us move on to the second strike, Lin Fan said calmly. Although Dustin was indeed very powerful, Lin Fan was confident he could handle it. Lin Fan, have you ever heard of sword intent? Dustin didn't draw his sword instead, he asked Lin Fan a question. I've heard it's an insight into the way of the sword that sword cultivators attain when they reach a certain realm, one that allows them to unleash the full power of their sword energy. Rumor has it that sword intent can sever anything. Lin Fan replied. That's right. Sword intent does indeed possess such power. I can tell you this. You'll absolutely be unable to block my second strike, because I've already grasped the sword intent. Although, I've only grasped a tiny bit of it. Compared to the complete sword intent, I've probably only grasped 1/1000th of it. But even that 1/1000th of the sword intent is absolutely beyond your ability to block. Let me warn you. If you feel you can't block it, be sure to dodge. Otherwise, it'll be very dangerous. I'll also be careful to avoid your vital points with this strike, Dustin said to Lin Fan again. It was as if he were sparring with a close friend, urging Lin Fan to be extra careful. Thanks for the warning. I'm actually quite eager to test the sword intent you've grasped. Let us go. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. During the years before he awakened his battle soul, Lin Fan had read many ancient texts. Most of them came from the battle soul plane, the elemental world, or other planes of existence. He knew exactly what sword intent meant. For a sword cultivator to grasp sword intent was a feat achieved by 1 in 10,000. That Dustin had grasped sword intent at such a young age. Such talent and strength were, of course, extraordinary. However, this only served to stir a hint of fighting spirit within Lin Fan. The sword intent I've grasped is called the Annihilation Sword Intent. A single sword strike shatters all laws and obliterates all things. And the soul skill of my second soul ring amplifies the penetrating power and sharpness of my sword energy. This strike is coming soon. Dustin's second soul ring glowed. In the next instant, an aura of annihilation emanated from his body. That aura carried a powerful, intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Dustin's Dragon Abyss sword let out a dragoness roar. Feeling the aura of this strike, Lin Fan grew even more excited. Before him, Lin Fan immediately conjured the Blood Aegis. Dragon Abyss sword break. Dustin let out a low growl. He swung his sword down. The strike was as fast as lightning, and the aura of annihilation that erupted from it was brimming with destructive power. Clang! A clash rang out in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan's figure was sent reeling back a full 10 meters. The immense power of the sword energy caused Lin Fan's figure to carve a trench into the ground. However, Lin Fan eventually steadied himself. Yet, a crack had appeared on the Blood Aegis. Ding! Triggered, Beginner Martial Realm Quest Beginner Sword Intent. Host, attempt to gain martial enlightenment to complete the Martial Realm Quest. The moment Lin Fan parried Dustin's second strike, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Martial Realm Quest? Basic Sword Intent? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan hurriedly checked the quest details. Chapter 51, Harvest. After this Martial Realm Quest was triggered, Lin Fan discovered that he could accept various Martial Realm quests. In addition to Sword Intent, there were also Blade Intent, Fist Intent, and Movement Intent. The 3,000 Great Dao each possess their own unique martial arts realms. Gaining any one of these martial arts realms represents a massive leap forward. However, these martial arts realm quests are far from easy. To attain many of these realms, one must find a way to achieve sudden enlightenment on their own, or by observing top-tier masters demonstrate their realms to gain insight, or by taking a brutal thrashing from a master who has fully mastered that realm. All these methods of completing the quests were exceptionally difficult. Achieving sudden enlightenment was practically no different from winning the lottery. As for observing top-tier masters demonstrate their realms, given Lin Fan's current strength and family background, he simply had no chance. As for getting beaten up, even against someone like Dustin, who had grasped only 1,000th of his sword intent, Lin Fan would have a tough time. If it were the full sword intent, Lin Fan would likely be killed on the spot. Completing the martial arts realm quest was simply too difficult. However, there was one other method. That was to use recycling points to enter a lottery. It allowed one to directly obtain a martial arts realm. However, Lin Fan took a quick look. The lottery for martial arts realm required a minimum of 100,000 system recycling points. Moreover, there was no guarantee of winning. Seeing this, Lin Fan gave up. He had no choice but to find a way to acquire it gradually. Ding, absorbed and obtained the Destruction Sword Intent. Annihilation Sword Intent Quest, 1-1000. The system's voice rang out in his mind once more. In that instant, Lin Fan was startled. So it was true he could complete quests just by taking a hit. Wait a minute, if he let Dustin land 1,000 sword strikes on him, would he be able to obtain the Annihilation Sword Intent right away? Lin Fan, bro. Are you okay? Don't scare me like that. When Lin Fan took the terrifying blow from Dustin, Lucas' heart leapt into his throat. If it had been him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to block that strike. Dustin's strength was truly terrifying. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't moved, Luke was a little shaken. Brother Lin Fan, are you okay? Dustin asked, sounding a bit concerned. He wondered if he'd gone too far. Had he seriously injured Lin Fan? I'm fine. Dustin. That shattered sword intent of yours just now. Try it again. Lin Fan said to Dustin again. As soon as those words came out, Dustin's eyes widened in shock once more. This guy had taken the sword energy infused with his sword intent and was actually unharmed, and now he even wanted another strike. Was this guy even human? Come on, come on. One more strike. Hurry up. Sword intent of annihilation, continue. Lin Fan said with a serious expression. Brother Lin Fan. Since you still want to try my sword intent of annihilation, I'll gladly oblige. Dustin also began to wonder if there had been something wrong with his previous strike. Had he underperformed? Lin Fan was able to block it even at level 26. That was simply impossible. Dustin infused his annihilation sword intent into his sword energy. He swung his sword once more, slashing down at Lin Fan. With that strike, Lin Fan's figure was once again sent flying 10 meters or so. Annihilation Sword Intent Quest, 1000. Seeing that the progress of the Sword Intent of Annihilation quest hadn't changed, Lin Fan felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed that simply taking 1,000 sword strikes wasn't enough to master the Sword Intent of Annihilation. Moreover, Dustin had only grasped 1,000th of his own Sword Intent of Annihilation. This meant that by taking hits, one could only grasp the sword intent that others had already mastered. But couldn't he directly and completely master an incomplete sword intent? But then Lin Fan suddenly realized something. It seemed as though he, too, could wield the sword intent of annihilation. In the very next instant, the power of wind and thunder surged within Lin Fan's hands. A light sword, forged from the fusion of wind and thunder, materialized. And upon this light sword, an aura of the sword intent of annihilation quietly emerged. The sword intent of annihilation? How is this possible? The group of elders in the sky let out cries of disbelief. The white-bearded elder at their head could no longer contain himself and even charged straight down. Chapter 52, 3/10. Grandpa, how did you get here? Upon seeing the white-bearded elder, Dustin called out respectfully. However, the white-bearded elder paid no attention to Dustin. Boy! Use that light sword formed from your wind thunder power to strike me down. The white-bearded elder said to Lin Fan. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The elder added coldly. Oh. Then, I'll begin. Please be careful, sir. Lin Fan nodded. The light sword, forged from the fusion of wind and thunder energy, slashed down toward the white-bearded old man. An aura of the sword intent of annihilation emanated from the cyan blue light sword. Clang! The sound of the sword energy striking rang out. An invisible barrier appeared before the old man, directly absorbing the sword energy. Brother Lin Fan. You've grasped my sword intent of annihilation? Dustin's eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. When Lin Fan had just emitted the fluctuations of the sword intent of annihilation, he thought he misread the signs. After all, the sword intent of annihilation was something Dustin had learned from his grandfather. It had taken him a very long time to master it. There wasn't a third person in the entire world who knew it. But the instant Lin Fan unleashed the sword intent of annihilation, Dustin finally realized. Lin Fan truly did know the sword intent of annihilation. Moreover, he felt a bit disheartened. Was the sword intent of annihilation really that easy to grasp? Just now, you struck me with the sword intent of annihilation. I felt like I suddenly grasped something. Lin Fan hurriedly said. A sudden realization? But the speed of your epiphany is simply outrageous. The white-bearded elder said in utter astonishment. Could it be that this kid has only grasped 1,000th of the annihilation sword intent, which is why his epiphany was so brief? The withered wood elder spoke up. It's possible. If that's the case, this kid's martial arts talent is simply too terrifying. The red-robed elder nodded. Lin Fan, kid. Come on. Try to grasp the sword intent of annihilation. The white-bearded elder said to Lin Fan again. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red. 9 soul rings pulsed up and down on his body. The vivid glow of the red soul ring illuminated the surroundings, and the terrifying aura seemed to make the air completely freeze. This white-bearded elder Dustin's grandfather was a 9-ring titled paragon. Moreover, he actually possessed 2 100,000-year-old soul rings. What a terrifying presence he was. The white-bearded elder withdrew his aura. He released the sword intent of annihilation. However, the white-bearded elder's sword intent of annihilation was completely different from Dustin's. Dustin had only grasped 1,000th of it, not even a half-baked version. The white-bearded elder, on the other hand, possessed the complete sword intent of annihilation. Within that sword intent of annihilation, Lin Fan could faintly sense an even more profound realm of martial arts, one deeper than the realm of martial intent. However, the white-bearded old man was deliberately suppressing it and did not release it fully. Lin Fan sensed the sword intent of annihilation emitted by the white-bearded old man. He had barely perceived a tiny fraction of it when it felt as though his own body was about to be torn to shreds. Lin Fan assessed his endurance limits, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to sense more of the sword intent of annihilation. As Lin Fan came into contact with more of the sword intent of annihilation, a gleam lit up in his eyes, but in the very next instant, Lin Fan's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out violently, and Lin Fan's vitality instantly waned. Lin Fan! Brother Lin Fan! Luke and Dustin both called out, sounding slightly concerned. I'm fine. I'm just too weak. This titled paragon is far too powerful. I can't withstand that kind of pressure. Lin Fan shook his head. Even though the white-bearded elder had restrained his aura, the sword intent of annihilation he had released could not be restrained. After all, if it were restrained, Lin Fan wouldn't be able to sense it. But by directly sensing and comprehending it like this, Lin Fan was completely unable to withstand the terrifying destructive aura released by the sword intent of annihilation. It was merely a wisp of that aura. If Lin Fan had been even a little more reckless, he might have lost his life right then and there. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fan immediately sat cross-legged to reflect on what he had gained in that split second. That's right, although Lin Fan had been severely wounded by the white-bearded elder's sword intent of annihilation, he had indeed gained a tremendous insight. 3 hours later. Ding! Sword intent of annihilation quest, 3001000. The system's voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 53, Let Me Go. Kid, try again. Seeing the annihilation sword intent pulsing around Lin Fan, the white-bearded old man said with a smile. Lin Fan nodded. The light sword, a fusion of wind and thunder, appeared once more. The moment the annihilation sword intent merged with it, the sword energy erupted. This time, an intense gleam of admiration flashed in the white-bearded old man's eyes. What a pity! If I hadn't sworn never to take on another disciple, then you'd be my disciple. A hint of regret flashed in the white-bearded old man's eyes. Old Yi, now that this kid has entered the academy, he's one of us. What's there to regret? The black-robed elder said with a smile, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. It wasn't just the black-robed elder, quite a few of the other elders were staring at him with the same intense gaze. The white-bearded elder had taken an oath, but they hadn't. Lin Fan's talent for grasping the realms of martial arts had made them all want to take him as a disciple. You're right. The white-bearded elder nodded. Young man, try comprehending my destruction essence once more. The white-bearded elder said to Lin Fan again. Senior, my strength is too weak, I can only comprehend it to this extent. Besides, my injuries are quite severe right now. If I try again, I'm afraid I might lose my life. Lin Fan said somewhat dejectedly. With his current strength, Lin Fan could indeed only grasp 30% of the sword intent of annihilation. Even if he wanted to grasp more, he simply couldn't. Since this was an opportunity to improve his strength, Lin Fan certainly didn't want to miss it. But he had to act within his limits. How foolish of me. Your strength is indeed too weak. Even if I release the sword intent of annihilation to let you actively grasp it, you still can't handle too much of it. If you keep trying to grasp it, it really will cost you your life. Wait until you've improved your strength a bit, then come back and try again. Here, take this. Use this to cultivate it. LL help you recover quickly. With that, the white-bearded old man handed a vibrant green leaf to Lin Fan. Seeing that vibrant green leaf, many of the other old men looked on with envy. "Old G, you're really willing to part with that." Kumu couldn't help but remark. "This kid has good talent, he's worth it. Let us go, we shouldn't disturb them." The white-bearded old man added. "Grandpa." Seeing the white-bearded old man look his way, Dustin said somewhat dejectedly. "Continue with your assessment task. Perhaps my shattering sword intent is well suited for you. Find a way to forge your own path in the way of the sword." The white-bearded old man shook his head as he spoke. The insights Lin Fan had demonstrated actually helped the white-bearded old man see things in a new light. "Yes." The dejection faded from Dustin's face, and he nodded resolutely. Wah, wah, wah. I'm gonna throw up. Grandpa. Save me. That jerk is picking on me. Help me teach him a lesson. I'm being bullied so badly." At that moment, Frost, who had been bound by Lin Fan's wind rope, spit out the cloth stuffed in her mouth. She shouted at the old man in the red robe. "You brought this on yourself, you little brat. I told you to practice diligently every day, but what were you doing instead? Reflect on your own behavior." The old man in the red robe glared coldly at Frost. Accompanied by the white-bearded old man and the others, he vanished without a trace. You bastard. What do you want to do to me?" "Ah, stay away from me. I'll have my grandpa kill you." Seeing Lin Fan walking toward her with an amused expression, Frost screamed. By this point, Frost had returned to her normal appearance, her fox ears and tail gone. Lin Fan didn't even acknowledge Frost. Instead, he tossed her the remaining items from her storage ring, the ones he hadn't finished sorting out yet. Chapter 54, Lucas Breakthrough. "Lin Fan, this is my storage ring." Dustin tossed his storage ring to Lin Fan. "You win, you lose. You took 3 of my sword strikes and 1 extra. This is yours. The Zunyuan pill is in the storage ring, too." Dustin was very straightforward. "You're giving it to me that easily? Don't you feel bad about it?" Lin Fan asked. "The Zunyuan pill isn't that valuable, it's easy to get at the academy. You can get it by exchanging jade coins, completing academy quests, or participating in soul battles. Besides, I don't have anything else of value on me," Dustin said without a hint of regret. Lin Fan glanced at Dustin's storage ring, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Aside from that single Zunyuan pill, this guy was dirt poor. He had only 200 jade coins. Other than that, he had absolutely nothing. "Dustin, you're way too poor. Your grandfather is, after all, a titled Paragon-level powerhouse. You're so poor it's outrageous." Lin Fan wasn't quite sure what to say. "I've spent all my jade coins on improving my strength. Some of the special cultivation venues at the academy require jade coins. Usually, whenever I have jade coins, I use them directly for cultivation. Or I go soul battle with others. If I lose a soul battle, I end up losing a lot of jade coins too. So I'm a bit broke." Dustin felt a little awkward, too. Being this broke didn't quite seem to fit his status. Hearing Dustin's explanation, Lin Fan shook his head. This guy really did come across as a bit of a martial arts fanatic. "I'll take the jade coins and the Zunyuan pill. I'll give you the rest back." Lin Fan tossed Dustin's storage ring back to him. "Luke." Lin Fan tossed the Zunyuan pill to Luke. "Lin Fan, you should keep the Zunyuan pill." Seeing Lin Fan toss the Zunyuan pill his way, Luke felt a bit awkward about accepting it. After all, there was only 1 Zunyuan pill, and it was something Lin Fan had won. If there had been 2, given the brotherly bond between Luke and Lin Fan, he wouldn't have refused. "There is still 1 left after this assessment, isn't there? Just take this one for now." Lin Fan shook his head and said. With Lin Fan putting it that way, Luke didn't make a fuss. Given their relationship, he wouldn't sweat something like this. Let us go. We need to complete your Zun Yuan fruit mission. Lin Fan turned to Dustin and said. Sure. But you should tend to your injuries and recover first. The Zun Yuan fruit is guarded by a soul beast. Dustin quickly added. A soul beast? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. He had never seen a soul beast before and was filled with curiosity. A 5,000-year cultivation level earth blood ape. As Dustin mentioned the earth blood ape, a hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. It seemed he'd encountered it before and hadn't come out on top. The Bodhi leaf my grandfather gave you contains immense life force. It'll help you recover quickly. You can restore your strength first. You're pretty badly injured right now. Dustin pointed to the emerald green leaf in Lin Fan's hand. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. Having obtained the Encyclopedia of 100 Herbs, Lin Fan knew this was a Bodhi leaf and understood its effects. You bastard. Let me go. How much longer are you going to tie me up? Let me go. Just as Lin Fan was about to heal his wounds and recover, Frost, standing nearby, screamed again. We'll let you go when we leave. Lin Fan said indifferently. Releasing Frost, the spoiled and headstrong woman, right now. You bastard, let me go. I have to pee. I can't hold it anymore. Frost's face was flushed crimson, and she was so desperate she was on the verge of tears. She had been tied up by Lin Fan with a wind rope for over 4 hours now. Not only was her whole body aching and numb, but now she was mortified. Chapter 55, Yen Shu, Cloud Leopard. Frost shouted, her face flushed with embarrassment. The surroundings instantly fell silent. You bastard, let me go. I really can't hold it anymore. Frost cried out in desperation. I can let you go. Just don't come looking for trouble. Otherwise, next time I won't let you go. Lin Fan said coldly to Frost. Frost's eyes were filled with hatred for Lin Fan. But at that moment, due to her physical needs, she was so desperate her eyes had turned red. She had no choice but to submit to Lin Fan's tyranny. Being bullied like this by Lin Fan, tears began to stream down Frost's face. Seeing Frost's pitiful appearance, Lin Fan wasn't truly heartless. With a surge of spiritual energy, the wind ropes binding Frost vanished instantly. She immediately fell to the ground. Let's South find another place. Once I've recovered from my injuries, we'll go take on that earth blood ape. Lin Fan said to Dustin. Okay. Dustin nodded. Lin Fan and the others left. Frost, crouched on the ground, had her beautiful eyes red with tears. Bastard! Lin Fan, I'll make you pay double for the humiliation you've inflicted on me today. I'm going to kill you. Frost's pretty face flushed crimson, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Lin Fan had been severely wounded by the white-bearded old man's shattering sword intent. Even with a treasure like the Bodhi leaf, it took Lin Fan half a day to fully recover. With only less than a day remaining of the 3-day trial. Are you healed? Seeing Lin Fan open his eyes, Dustin said excitedly. It had taken Lin Fan quite some time to recover from his injuries. We can set out now. Lin Fan nodded. Luke? Just as Lin Fan woke up, a terrifying aura emanated from Luke's direction. Is Luke about to break through? Seeing Luke's fluctuating aura, Lin Fan said with a look of surprise. He has refined quite a bit of blood marrow over the past half day. It seems his bloodline has undergone a slight mutation. He should be able to break through any moment now. The Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul, truly a rare gift from heaven. A battle soul of this caliber is rarely seen even at the Academy. The power of his bloodline seems to be awakening. Dustin remarked in admiration. Luke's Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul was extremely rare. When one's strength reaches a certain level, it triggers the bloodline power of the Divine Beast Pixie. It appeared that he had already begun to unleash the bloodline power of the Divine Beast Pixie. Lin Fan had originally thought Luke still needed half a month to break through to level 30 Soul Venerable. However, Lin Fan didn't know. Because half a day ago, Lin Fan had demonstrated extraordinary comprehension and formidable combat prowess. This had actually served as a source of inspiration for Luke. He pushed himself to break through his own limits. In less than half an hour, Luke's aura reached its peak. Luke had broken through to level 30 Soul Venerable. Luke, congratulations. Seeing Luke open his eyes, Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Fan, since you didn't get the blood marrow, I think it'll still take quite a while for me to break through to level 30 Soul Venerable. Luke said, shaking his head. We're brothers, no need to say all that. The assessment starts in less than a day. We're running out of time. Let us go. Lin Fan said hurriedly. Once I break through to level 30 Soul Venerable, I'll be able to obtain my third soul ring. That 5000 cultivation level Earth Blood Ape would be perfect for me. Luke's face lit up with anticipation. Luke, the restriction for the third soul ring is that it can't exceed 2000 years. A 5000-year-old Earth Blood Ape has far too much energy, it'll blow you apart. Lin Fan hurriedly explained. For ordinary people, the third soul ring really can't exceed 2000 years. But I'm different. I possess the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. My physical constitution is more than double that of an ordinary person. Plus, after refining the blood marrow, my physical constitution has improved significantly. A 5000-year-old Earth Blood Ape. It's perfect for me. Luke explained. In that case, that works out perfectly. Hearing Luke's words, Lin Fan was also filled with anticipation. Chapter 56, A Feud is Born. The Zunyuan fruit tree is right next to the Earth Blood Ape's lair. We have to find a way to take down the Earth Blood Ape quickly. Otherwise, if it goes berserk, we'll all be in danger. Dustin said with a serious expression. I'll take the brunt of the attack. You two look for an opportunity to take it down. Lin Fan, give me a boost, and we're good to go. Luke said to the two of them. He was getting a bit impatient to obtain his third soul ring. Hold on a second. Why do I see other people eyeing the Zunyuan fruit too? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise. There are others? Luke looked astonished. Looks like Yen Shu and Yun Bao. Dustin had also spotted the two figures not far away. Are they from the academy too? Lin Fan asked curiously. Yeah. Dustin nodded. Yen Shu is a level 38 control-type soul master with a battle soul called Spell Symbol, and Yunlin is a level 38 aggression-type soul master with a battle soul called Chasing Cloud Leopard. Because of their family circumstances, they're both repeaters. Their spirit power rank is higher than mine, and their combat prowess is on par with mine. Dustin explained. They're probably in the same situation as you, right? They have their own assessment tasks, and they're taking the opportunity to ambush other participants? Lin Fan asked Dustin. Yeah. That's exactly right. Dustin nodded. In that case, those two must have quite a few jade coins on them. Lin Fan rubbed his chin. Lin Fan, should we take care of those two first? They're too strong, they'll be tough to handle. Control-type soul masters are my worst nightmare. Luke said with a slight headache. As an offensive-type battle soul master, Luke feared control-type soul masters the most. Once immobilized, he simply couldn't unleash his full power. Especially when facing spiritual power suppression, control-type soul masters were virtually invincible. If we don't take care of those two, they'll come after us later, and the outcome will be exactly the same. Lin Fan shook his head. Dustin, according to the rules, you're not supposed to help us take them on, right? Lin Fan asked again. That's right. We're actually acting as proxy examiners. You're part of the admissions evaluation team, so you really can't intervene. Dustin nodded. That's fine, then. Luke, leave that control-type soul master to me. You take care of the aggression-type soul master. Let us go together. Lin Fan said with a smile. Dustin. The Zun Yuan fruits here are ours, you'll just have to step aside. Yun Lin saw Dustin approaching with the two men and said with a hostile expression. Clearly, his relationship with Dustin wasn't very good. These two don't seem to be from the academy. Dustin, did you break the rules of the admissions assessment? We're not allowed to help those undergoing the admissions assessment. And we have to deal with them. Yen Shu, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly and asked coldly. Of course I didn't break the rules. Dustin shrugged. Since you didn't break the rules. In that case, you too, hand over the storage soul-guided devices you're carrying. Otherwise, I'll have you bedridden for 10 days or half a month. Yen Shu looked at Lin Fan and Luke and said coldly. Both Yen Shu and Yun Bao looked at Lin Fan and Luke with disdain. After all, Lin Fan and Luke's power fluctuations were very weak. Or perhaps it was because of Dustin's presence. The two were even less on their guard. Gentlemen. You don't have to be so aggressive, do you? It's not like we have any deep-seated grudges against you, is it? Lin Fan placed his hand on Luke's shoulder. In that sudden moment, Lin Fan and Luke simultaneously activated their soul rings. Thunder transformation, wind chant, and blood chi enhancement. Lin Fan instantly boosted Luke's power and his own in the process. Positioned one on the left and one on the right. They struck at Yen Shu and Yun Bao, who were completely off guard. Chapter 57, The Five-Colored Jade Coin. Roar. Luke let out a roar and pounced directly at Yun Bao. Attacks of wind and thunder, along with spiritual energy pulsing with blood energy, collided head-on with Yun Bao. Luke's speed was too great, and Yun Bao hadn't been prepared at all. When Luke's fist slammed into him, Yun Bao didn't have time to cast a soul skill. He could only rely on his body to take the blow head-on. Luke had broken through to level 30 soul venerable. Though he hadn't obtained his third soul ring, he was still at level 30. Empowered by Lin Fan's wind and thunder elemental power and bolstered by blood energy, his strength erupted to its limit in an instant, making him almost a match for Yun Bao. Even at level 38, Yun Bao couldn't block Luke's attack and was immediately knocked back, coughing up blood. Moreover, Luke's offensive was ferocious. He gave Yun Bao absolutely no chance to unleash his soul ring techniques. Yun Bao was instantly sent flying, and Yen Shu, standing nearby, paled. He hurried to intervene. However, the moment Yen Shu's 3 soul rings appeared, a lightning bolt struck him directly. The paralyzing sensation of lightning instantly spread throughout Yen Shu's body. In that brief moment, he completely lost control. Moreover, an even more explosive lightning fist strike slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! Yen Shu also coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan's tactics were far too ruthless. The speed boost from the wind and thunder powers, combined with the 3000 thunder movements footwork technique. The thunder goddess I had seen through Yen Shu's weaknesses, leaving him no chance at all. In the blink of an eye, Yen Shu was rendered completely incapacitated. He was bound by Lin Fan's wind ropes. Yen Shu. Seeing Yen Shu captured so swiftly by Lin Fan, Yun Bao grew anxious. He was no match for Luke, who had been empowered by Lin Fan. His battle soul had been somewhat suppressed by Lin Fan. Luke had never feared anyone of equal strength. If Yun Bao hadn't relied on his Millennium Soul Ring technique to withstand the pressure, he would have already been crushed by Luke. Seeing Yen Shu get subdued by Luke right before his eyes, Yun Bao knew it was over. Dustin, team up with the others to take us on. What do you mean? Yun Bao shouted, his face contorted with rage. Yun Bao, your business has nothing to do with me. I didn't even lay a finger on you. You were the ones who started looking for trouble. It seems you brought this on yourselves. Dustin shrugged, indicating he had nothing to do with it. Besides, Yun Bao had indeed demanded that Lin Fan and Luke hand over the jade coins. The clash between the two sides was indeed instigated by Yun Bao and his group. Boom! The boost from Yun Bao's 1,000-year-old soul skill wore off, and the moment his strength waned, Luke seized his chance. With a single punch, Luke slammed him straight into the ground. Be still. Don't move. Yun Bao tried to struggle and fight back, but Luke planted his foot on him and said coldly. Lin Fan walked over, shot out a wind rope, and bound Yun Bao tightly, sealing off his spiritual energy circulation. You two Yun Bao, will remember this today. Yun Bao threatened with a menacing glare. Then remember this well. Lin Fan removed Yun Bao's storage ring and tossed it to Luke. With his storage ring snatched away, Yun Bao's eyes turned slightly red. His name is Luke. What is your name? Yan Shu recovered from the lightning-induced paralysis and asked Lin Fan, his tongue still slightly numb. He'd been beaten so badly by Lin Fan and had his storage ring stolen on top of that. Whether for Yun Bao or Yan Shu, this was an utter humiliation. They had now crossed swords with Lin Fan and Luke. Are you going to get revenge on me? My name is Lin Fan. Once you're admitted to the academy, you can come find me again. But next time, bring a little more with you. Lin Fan glanced at Yan Shu and knew full well that Yan Shu was seething inside. After all, Lin Fan had ambushed Yan Shu just now. Yan Shu hadn't even had time to react, let alone cast a single soul ring skill. Chapter 58, The Zun Yuan Fruit. Lin Fan, this guy actually has 56 assessment jade coins. He robbed a lot of people. Luke flipped through Yun Bao's storage ring and said with some surprise. I've got 50 here. Add in what we took from Huang Lai, Fo Mi, and the others, the two of us should have over 200 in total. Lin Fan said indifferently. Those 200 plus jade coins meant that over 200 people had lost their eligibility for the assessment. Here. Put them together and see if we can snag the final Zun Yuan pill reward. Luke kept one jade coin for himself, which he'd need to pass the assessment, and handed the rest to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted them without hesitation. Now that Luke had the Zun Yuan pill, the other jade coins weren't of much use to him. This guy is really rich. Over 3,000 of the Academy's yellow jade coins. Luke continued rummaging through Yun Bao's storage ring and exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his storage ring being rummaged through like this, Yun Bao, standing nearby, looked extremely grim. I have over 1,000 yellow jade coins here, huh? This is a purple jade coin. When Lin Fan had searched Yan Shu's storage ring, there weren't many yellow jade coins, but there were 2 purple jade coins. This left Lin Fan looking utterly astonished. He had never seen jade coins of this color before. Purple jade coins are worth about 100 times as much as yellow jade coins. Most importantly, purple jade coins can be exchanged for treasures that yellow jade coins can't. Dustin, standing nearby, explained to Lin Fan. Oh? So does that mean these 2 purple jade coins are equivalent to 200 yellow jade coins? Lin Fan nodded. It doesn't work that way. Purple jade coins are worth more than yellow jade coins. At the academy, no one would exchange a purple jade coin for a yellow one. That's because purple jade coins can only be obtained by completing higher-level quests or participating in other hunting activities. As first-year students, we're hardly strong enough to earn purple jade coins. Generally speaking, the 5 types of jade coins are interchangeable. Dustin shook his head. It wasn't until Dustin explained this that Lin Fan realized what was going on. Luke, 1 each. Lin Fan set aside a purple jade coin for Luke. Luke, in turn, tossed 1,000 yellow jade coins to Lin Fan. The two split them evenly. Lin Fan, what should we do with these 2? We're about to take on the Earth Blood Apes. We can't very well let them go, can we? Luke asked, looking a bit troubled. I've sealed off their spiritual energy flow, and with the wind ropes binding them, they won't pose any threat to us. Besides, there aren't any other soul beasts around here. Leaving them here shouldn't be a problem. We'll set them free once we've completed the assessment. Lin Fan shook his head. He left Yan Shu and Yun Bao in the thicket. Lin Fan, I was careless today when you ambushed me. But you'll soon see just how powerful I am. Yan Shu said to Lin Fan with an icy expression. You two just you wait. Yun Bao shouted angrily. Lin Fan merely smiled. Together with Dustin and Luke, he headed straight for the Earth Blood Ape's lair. Roar! Just as the three reached the lair, a roar echoed out. Immediately afterward, a massive figure over 5 meters tall charged toward them. Luke! Lin Fan slapped his palm against Luke's back. Luke's body glowed with the energy of wind and thunder, as well as blood energy. Then, Luke's body shot forward like a cannonball. Dustin! Lin Fan slapped his palm against Dustin's back again. Dustin's aura surged instantly. Feeling his power suddenly increase, Dustin's eyes filled with shock. He had experienced the boosts from support-type soul masters before. But the boost Lin Fan provided was even more extreme than anything he'd ever seen from a support-type soul master. Chapter 59, Luke's Third. Luke unleashed his full power. The Earth Blood Ape, with 5,000 years of cultivation, was knocked off balance by the blast. Without its frenzied state, the Earth Blood Ape was not yet in its strongest form. Luke, with his enhanced power, was fully capable of holding his own. And at that very moment, Dustin's third soul ring burst into a dazzling light. Dragon Abyss, Eternal Separation. A cold gleam flashed in Dustin's eyes. The Dragon Abyss sword immediately unleashed an even more terrifying sword energy. Dustin's third soul skill boosted the attack power of the sword energy by 50%. With this strike, the destructive power approached that of a level 40 soul master. Just as Dustin had said. If he were to use his third soul skill against Lin Fan, it would be a bit of an unfair advantage. Given Lin Fan's spiritual power level, he certainly couldn't directly block Dustin's third soul skill. If Lin Fan were to face off against Dustin, he would undoubtedly rely on his speed advantage. But right now, Dustin was attacking the Earth Blood Ape. And he held nothing back. With a single slash, the Earth Blood Ape, already off balance from Luke's attack, had a massive gash sliced directly across its chest. Blood spurted out. The Earth Blood Ape let out an agonized scream. Didn't he kill it? Not enough. Dustin's most powerful strike had failed to kill the Earth Blood Ape outright. He prepared to unleash a second strike. But at that very moment, the Earth Blood Ape's white fur instantly turned blood red. The Earth Blood Ape has gone berserk. Everyone, be careful, retreat first. The Earth Blood Ape's terrifying, bloodthirsty fury erupted, causing both Luke and Dustin's expressions to change. Luke, who was close to the Earth Blood Ape, was immediately knocked flying by the violent fluctuations of its blood energy. But just then, Lin Fan struck. Lin Fan's figure flickered like lightning. A light sword formed from the power of wind and thunder pierced straight into the Earth Blood Ape's heart. The Earth Blood Ape, which had just gone berserk, lost all signs of life. Luke, hurry up and absorb the soul ring. Seeing a purple halo appear beside the Earth Blood Ape, Lin Fan hurriedly said. Lin Fan had taken down the Earth Blood Ape the very moment it went berserk. Luke and Dustin were both a bit caught off guard. They had already been planning to retreat. After all, a berserk Earth Blood Ape was not something the two of them could handle. But Lin Fan was too fast. He had instantly taken down the enraged Earth Blood Ape. Dustin, go pick the Zun Yuan fruit. I'll stay here and watch Luke's back. Lin Fan said to Dustin. Got it. Dustin nodded and hurried off to pick the Zun Yuan fruit. Ding. A 4th-tier soul beast corpse has been detected. Does the host wish to recover it? The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. How many recovery points does this Earth Blood Ape's corpse yield? Lin Fan asked curiously. 10,000 points. The system replied immediately. I 1T recover it for now. Lin Fan didn't recycle it right away, fearing it might affect Luke's acquisition of a soul ring. During this enrollment assessment, Lin Fan had already obtained quite a few valuable items. Not to mention the benefits granted by the system, such as the Encyclopedia of 100 Herbs in Blood form. Just from the medicinal herbs Lin Fan had picked and the items he looted from other storage rings, he was already able to exchange for a large number of recycling points. However, many of the herbs and other items he looted were still useful to him for the time being. so he hadn't recycled them through the system just yet. Once the assessment was over, Lin Fan would take some time to carefully consider how best to improve himself. For now, he just had to wait for Luke to obtain his third soul ring before this assessment could conclude. Lin Fan. Dustin walked over and tossed a wooden box to Lin Fan. This many? Opening the wooden box, he saw 13 Zun Yuan fruits inside. My assessment task was to obtain 3 Zun Yuan fruits. 3 are enough, the rest are of no use to me. You were the one who killed that earth blood ape, so these naturally belong to you. Dustin said casually. In that case, I'll take them then. Lin Fan nodded. He took them without hesitation. Chapter 60, Settling Accounts with Jade Coins. Half a day later. On Luke's body. The 2 soul rings that had originally surrounded the phantom of the evil repelling battle soul were suddenly joined by a third. When the purple light grew intense and fully transformed into a halo, Luke finally obtained his third soul ring. Awesome! Upon obtaining his third soul ring, Luke let out an excited shout. His strength had jumped directly from level 30 to level 33. Acquiring a soul ring inevitably brings a certain increase in spiritual power level. The fact that he had jumped 3 levels at once was due to the power of the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. Luke, what is your third soul ring skill? Lin Fan asked curiously. Dustin also looked curious. My third soul ring skill is called Bloodthirsty Berserk. It's a buff skill. Once activated, it boosts my attack power, defense, reaction speed, and overall combat effectiveness by 50% across the board. With my current strength, if I were to face the Cloud Leopard again, I could handle it on my own. Luke said with a broad grin. A boost in strength naturally left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. It's a bit of a shame I can't boost others like you can, Lin Fan. Luke shook his head. My skill can provide support boosts because of my battle soul. Your third soul ring skill is already very powerful. Lin Fan shook his head and handed half of the Zun Yuan fruit to Luke. My Zun Yuan fruit quest is complete, and Luke has obtained his third soul ring. You two need to hurry up and turn in your quest. The recruitment assessment is almost over. Dustin reminded them. What about you? Luke asked. I'm heading back to the academy to turn in my quest. We'll see each other again once you've entered the academy. When that time comes, let us take on a party quest together. Dustin said with genuine sincerity. Okay. See you later, then. Lin Fan and Luke nodded. Dustin headed off first. Let us go, too. Luke said to Lin Fan. Wait, let me collect this corpse first. Maybe we can sell it for some money and split the proceeds later. Lin Fan said with a smile to Luke. I already have my third soul ring. This loot is more than enough for me. You handle the Earth Blood Ape's corpse. Luke shook his head. He wasn't about to ask Lin Fan for that little bit of money. Ding. Recycled the 4th tier Earth Blood Ape's corpse. Host has obtained 10,000 system recycling points. Acquired the Blood Essence Enhancement and Blood Battle Body quests completion rate, 5/100. The system's voice echoing in his mind startled Lin Fan slightly. Recycling this Earth Blood Ape's corpse actually advanced the progress of the Blood Battle Body quest? And by 5%, no less. That's not bad at all. The Blood Battle Body is, after all, an advanced version of blood form. If he recovered the corpses of another 20 soul beasts with 5,000 years of cultivation, wouldn't that allow him to obtain the Blood Battle Body outright? Host, the Blood Essence Enhancement is obtained randomly. The probability is extremely low. The system immediately responded to the thought forming in Lin Fan's mind. This response instantly dispelled the thought from Lin Fan's mind. It seemed this was just a small reward the system had given him for recycling a soul beast's corpse for the first time. Relying on recycling corpses to obtain the blood battle form was clearly not very realistic. Let us go. After recycling the Earth Blood Ape's corpse, Lin Fan and Luke headed straight for the assessment platform. After seizing the jade coins, They had to bring them to the assessment platform to finally complete the assessment task. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure. Lin Fan and Luke were now rushing toward the assessment platform. Chapter 61, I won't accept this. Time is up. This recruitment assessment is now over. The white-bearded elder said calmly from the assessment platform. Originally, more than 900 people had participated in the final round of the assessment. However, at this moment, only 130 remained. In other words, 800 candidates had already been eliminated. Glancing at the remaining 100-plus candidates, a smile spread across the white-bearded elder's face. His gaze lingered briefly on Lin Fan and Luke. Count the jade coins. Let us see who will take first place in this admissions assessment. The white-bearded elder said to the Academy's assessment instructors. The examiners began recording the number of jade coins. Lin Fan scanned the group of over 100 people. Frost, Feng and the others weren't there. After all, they were already members of the Academy. As for the group of over 100 people present, neither Lin Fan nor Luke recognized most of them. Yin Jintian, level 36 Battle Soul Master, earned 14 jade coins. Lei Hang, level 37 Control Type Soul Master, obtained 13 jade coins. The jade coins were tallied. Most participants, just to pass the assessment, would head straight to the assessment platform once they secured a single coin. Of course, there were also daring individuals who sought to obtain more jade coins and rewards. They did manage to snatch quite a few. However, even the most successful of these coin grabbers had no more than 10 or so. Rarely did anyone exceed 20. After all, even snatching a dozen jade coins meant defeating over a dozen opponents. The strength levels of the trainees taking the exam were actually quite similar within such a short span of 3 days. Managing to snatch a dozen was already quite difficult. Moreover, very few dared to go on a large-scale spree to snatch jade coins from others. Kale, level 37 Combat Soul Master, obtained 43 jade coins. When the examiner tallied the numbers and announced Kale's total, the entire assessment platform erupted in gasps of astonishment. It had already been surprising enough that someone had obtained over 20 just moments ago. Kale's 43 pieces left everyone utterly stunned. Boss Kale, first place in this recruitment exam is definitely yours. Of course. No one here can hold a candle to my brother's strength. Those guys were just lucky not to run into my brother. Otherwise, my brother would have snatched their jade coins long ago. A rather beautiful woman in a blue dress said this with a proud expression as she linked her arm through Kale's. Kale's family actually had ties to the academy, so he didn't need to take the entrance exam in the first place. However, Kale had entered the exam to help some members of his affiliated clan gain admission to the academy. With his strength, participating in such an exam was a walk in the park. He could take down anyone who stood in his way. As his subordinates and younger sister boasted about him, a hint of pride flashed in Kale's eyes. Lin Fan, level 26 Great Soul Master, earned 245 jade coins. When the examiner announced the number of jade coins Lin Fan had earned. Whoa! How is that possible? Across the entire examination platform, gasps of astonishment rang out one after another. Some even shouted, declaring it impossible. Kale, whose eyes had previously held a hint of arrogance, suddenly turned pale. Kale's sister and his entourage had been boasting about Kale just moments before. But upon hearing Lin Fan's tally, they all stared wide-eyed in awkward shock. Xi Liang, did you make a mistake? 245 jade coins? How is that possible? Not only did the examinees find it hard to believe, but even the examiner standing nearby was utterly skeptical. I can't believe it myself. Why don't you come over and count them yourselves? The examiner, named Xi Liang, said, pointing to the pile of jade coins in front of him. Chapter 62, Kale's Bet. It really is 245 jade coins. This kid is only level 26. How could he have looted so many jade coins? Is this kid even human? What kind of monster is this? The group of examiners immediately surrounded him, all exclaiming in disbelief. There's no need to doubt it. hand out the rewards for the top 3 in the exam." At that moment, the white-bearded elder spoke up. Once the white-bearded elder spoke, the other examiners immediately assumed a respectful demeanor and said no more. In this enrollment exam, 130 candidates have passed and will become first-year students at the academy. Student Lin Fan obtained 245 jade coins. Therefore, he takes first place in this exam. The first place reward is 1 Zun Yuan pill and 10 purple jade coins. Exam proctor Qi Liang announced the results. Proctor Qi Liang, Dean, I object. At that moment, Kale spoke with a grim expression. First place in the admissions assessment is determined by the number of jade coins collected. Lin Fan collected 245 jade coins more than anyone else. There is no dispute that he deserves first place. The white-bearded elder said coldly. Dean, I have no objection to using the number of jade coins collected to determine first place. But his strength is only at level 26. How could a level 26 Great Soul Master possibly acquire 245 jade coins? He must have cheated somehow. I'm afraid he colluded with other students taking the assessment at the academy. He exploited a loophole in the academy's system to cheat. This is strictly prohibited by the academy. Kale said, his face full of resentment. As a member of the academy himself, he knew the rules of the admissions exam. Therefore, he believed that Lin Fan had colluded with students within the academy to cheat. After all, Lin Fan's strength was far too weak. It was simply impossible for him to defeat over 200 people and seize their jade coins. Even someone as strong as Kale couldn't pull that off. Cheating during the admissions exam was strictly prohibited by the academy. Exactly, he must have cheated. He couldn't even cheat more discreetly. 245 jade coins, that is 245 people. In 3 days, how could he possibly have snatched jade coins from 245 people? Besides, that trash is only at level 26. Even I could take him out in an instant. There is no way he could have defeated so many people to snatch their jade coins. Stronger than my brother? That is impossible. Kale's sister spoke with disdain. Kale's group of henchmen also shouted in discontent. Chaos instantly erupted on the examination platform. All the examiners turned their gaze toward the white-bearded elder. The reputation of the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy must not be tarnished. If Lin Fan had truly cheated, it was absolutely impossible to let it slide. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't either. How ridiculous. Lin Fan said indifferently. When Lin Fan spoke, the others looked even more furious. In their eyes, with Lin Fan's 26th level strength, if he hadn't cheated, he simply couldn't compare to them. They could crush Lin Fan with ease. So, you're saying you really defeated 245 people and snatched the jade coins from them? Kale asked with a cold, disdainful sneer. Of course, it's impossible for me to defeat 245 people in just 3 days. Lin Fan didn't try to hide anything. So, are you admitting you cheated? The disdain on Kale's face grew even more pronounced. Cheated? Who said I cheated? Does that mean I can't get 245 jade coins unless I've defeated 245 people? Lin Fan retorted with a cold laugh. But you can't prove you didn't cheat either. Besides, your level 26 strength is pathetic. Anyone with eyes can see you cheated. You can't even cheat properly. Do you really think an idiot like you could get into the academy? The academy wouldn't accept an idiot like you. Kale said with contemptuous sarcasm. Chapter 63, A Strange Request. Enough, everyone, stop arguing. The white-bearded elder barked coldly. The entire testing platform instantly fell silent. Lin Fan did not cheat. The admissions exam is over. Qi Liang, take him to the outer academy and remove him from here. The white-bearded elder gave his definitive response. Dean. Such blatant cheating. Why are you letting this slide? Could it be that this Lin Fan's connections are so powerful that the academy is willing to sacrifice its own honor? This trash is only at level 26. A level 26 can earn 245 jade coins? None of us can even reach a fraction of that. Is that even possible? Do you think we can accept this result? Kale roared in frustration once more. He simply couldn't believe it. Lin Fan hadn't cheated. A level 26 Great Soul Master had earned 245 jade coins. Who would believe that? Kale himself was a level 37 Battle Soul Master. His strength was unmatched in the entire venue, he was the strongest. Yet even with his power, he could only earn 43 jade coins. How could anyone else possibly surpass him? It was simply impossible. Now, the Dean of the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy was actually stepping in to defend Lin Fan. Could it be that Lin Fan had some terrifying connections? So, what do you think we should do? The white-bearded old man looked at Kale and asked in return. Naturally, we should follow the Academy's rules. We can't let a fool like that who doesn't even know how to cheat enter the Academy. Kale said coldly. Kale, Lin Fan has no connections or background. And he certainly didn't cheat. You can verify this yourself. The white-bearded elder shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. It wasn't Kale's fault that he was suspicious. After all, any reasonable person would think it impossible for a level 26 Lin Fan to have obtained 245 jade coins. Such a thing was almost beyond belief. A normal person simply wouldn't accept it. It was only natural for Kale to suspect Lin Fan of cheating. Dean, are you asking me to verify it myself? So, I can test his strength, is that it? Kale asked again. Yes. The white-bearded elder nodded. Lin Fan. Since you claim you didn't cheat, then prove yourself. If you can beat me, I'll admit you didn't cheat. Kale said coldly to Lin Fan. You're asking me to fight you just to prove myself? Why should I? Lin Fan retorted coldly. Oof. Are you a piece of trash who is afraid of my brother? You cheated and don't even dare to admit it? If you're scared, just admit it. You good for nothing. Kale's sister sneered at Lin Fan. Of course I'm not afraid of your brother. If your brother wants me to prove myself, that is fine. Lin Fan shot Kale's sister a scornful glance. Then he turned to Kale. I'll accept a fight with you, too. But if you lose, I want your storage ring and everything inside it. Lin Fan said with a cold laugh. Deal. If you beat me, my storage ring and everything in it are yours. But if you lose, the same goes for you. And you're never allowed to set foot in the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy again. Kale said coldly. Fine. Lin Fan nodded. In that case, let us get started. Kale beckoned to Lin Fan. Wait a moment. Lin Fan said. What? Are you trying to back out now? Kale furrowed his brow slightly. Of course not. Hey. All of you are accusing me of cheating. Since that is the case, why don't you all place a bet with me, just like Kale did? Bet on whether Kale and I will win or lose, or you can even step in yourselves. Lin Fan addressed the others. Hey, you piece of trash, you're way too cocky. If you lose to my brother, you'll lose everything you own. What do you have to bet against us? Kale's sister asked again. I still have money. If I lose, I'll pay you back. With so many of you, aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Lin Fan said with a smile. Oof. I'll bet with you. If you lose, you have to give me 10 million. If my brother loses, I'll give you my storage ring. You'll have to take a martial arts oath and sign a written agreement. Kale's sister snorted coldly. The others chimed in as well, all eager to place bets against Lin Fan. Facing this scene, Lin Fan remained expressionless, though inside he was overjoyed. He was about to make a killing. Chapter 64, Frost Spirit Jade. If you wish to wager, this old man will act as guarantor. Those who wish to wager, place your stakes with me. The white-bearded old man spoke up. With the white-bearded old man acting as guarantor, no one worried that Lin Fan would dare go back on his word. Kale and those around him all produced their storage rings. In the blink of an eye, roughly 30 people had produced their storage rings, ready to wager against Lin Fan. Lin Fan also placed his storage ring with the white-bearded old man. Glancing at the 30-odd storage rings, Lin Fan felt a little thrill of excitement. All right. You may begin. Everyone else, step back. The white-bearded elder said in a deep voice. On the assessment platform, everyone retreated to the outer perimeter. Only Lin Fan and Kale remained. Bro, show that piece of trash what you're made of. Teach him a harsh lesson. Kale's sister shouted in a shrill, defiant voice. Boss Kale is mighty. Crush that cheating piece of trash. Kale's henchmen joined in with the crowd. Are you scared? Seeing Lin Fan standing motionless, a cold smirk spread across Kale's face. Kale's gaze was filled with contempt. After all, Lin Fan was only a level 26 for him, a level 37 battle soulmaster. He could take Lin Fan out with one hand. Ha! Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. He'd been thinking about how much he could make, but he never expected Kale to actually think he was afraid of him. At level 26, you're no different from trash in my eyes. I'll stand here and let you attack me. Use every trick in your arsenal. So you can't say I'm picking on you. Kale said dismissively. He simply stood to the side, channeling a bit of spiritual energy. He hadn't even activated his soul ring. That's how much he looked down on Lin Fan. Stand there and let me attack you? Aren't you afraid I'll knock you down? Lin Fan said with a smile. Ha! That's hilarious. With your pathetic level 26 strength. And you think you can knock my brother down? Don't go breaking your own hand. My brother won't cover your medical bills. Kale's sister said disdainfully. Come on. Kale beckoned to Lin Fan with a flick of his finger. You're the one who said it. Stand there and let me hit you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Lin Fan said with a straight face. You don't really think your strength is enough to hurt me, do you? Ha, go ahead. Kale looked at Lin Fan as if he were an idiot. Alright, then, here I come. A faint smile played on Lin Fan's lips. Wind whistle. Thunder transformation. Blood chi enhancement. A thunderous crack suddenly rang out. The power of wind and thunder, along with the power of blood energy, coiled around his arms. Lin Fan's figure moved like lightning, instantly appearing right in front of Kale. How is this possible? Lin Fan's explosive speed caused Kale's pupils to contract sharply. He never would have imagined that Lin Fan could be this fast. And the force of Lin Fan's punch sent a wave of shock through him, causing his face to pale. Kale felt a terrifying surge of power wash over him. In that instant, he hurriedly tried to activate his soul ring to block the blow with all his might. But Lin Fan was simply too fast. Kale had looked down on Lin Fan. He had never even imagined that Lin Fan could unleash such power. Boom! But the punch struck, and a dull thud exploded against Kale's chest. At the same moment, Kale spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward like a cannonball. How could this happen? Brother! Kale's younger sister had been laughing and mocking Lin Fan just moments before. But this sudden turn of events made her face go pale. The smile vanished from her face, replaced by a look of shock and pallor. In her heart, her brother was the very best, a top-tier genius. How could a level 26 trash like Lin Fan possibly be compared to her brother? Yet this very trash in her eyes had just knocked out her genius brother with a single punch. Kale's sister felt her world crumbling around her. Stand there and let me hit you? What a strange request. Seeing Kale, who was severely injured and coughing up blood, Lin Fan shrugged. Chapter 65, No Further Objections. You're disgusting, hiding your strength, deceiving my brother, and ambushing him. Kale's sister shouted at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with hatred. I deceived you and ambushed you? My strength is level 26. When did I ever deceive you? Besides, your brother stood there and let me hit him. How did that become me ambushing your brother? Now I'm the disgusting one? Lin Fan said with a cold laugh. You. A flash of venom appeared in Kale's sister's eyes. Little sister. It was my carelessness, it's no one else's fault. Kale said weakly. Although Kale felt he had been careless, he didn't believe that, had he given it his all, he would have lost to Lin Fan. Right now, he was severely injured and coughing up blood from Lin Fan's attack. He had simply been lulled into a false sense of security by Lin Fan's apparent strength. If given another chance, he believed he could take Lin Fan down in an instant. You win, you lose. I won. These storage rings are mine now. Lin Fan said to Kale. I don't accept this. My brother was seriously injured by your sneak attack. With your trash level strength, you're no match for my brother at all. Even I could beat you. Kale's sister shouted in frustration. She had no intention of giving her storage rings to Lin Fan. You don't accept the result? If you don't, then you can fight me too. Lin Fan found this amusing. He was an expert at dealing with those who refused to accept defeat. Fine, let us fight. I don't believe you, at level 26, could possibly beat me. The only reason you were able to defeat my brother was because you deliberately ambushed him. If my brother had fought at full strength, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Even against me, you wouldn't stand a chance. Kale's sister said disdainfully. On Kale's sister's body. Yellow, purple. 3 soul rings appeared. Kale's sister was a level 35 soul venerable, slightly weaker than Kale. But she was still very powerful. The moment the 3 soul rings appeared, a frost Kale materialized behind her. Kale's sister, Kira, a level 35 battle soul master Frost Kale. Wait a second. Lin Fan suddenly called out. Are you backing out? Kira shouted angrily. I never intended to back out. It's just that fighting you holds no meaning for me. Your brother lost to me, so your storage rings are already mine. If you want to keep fighting me now, you'll have to wager something else. Otherwise, I can't be bothered to even lift a finger. Faced with such a golden opportunity to make money, Lin Fan would never pass up the chance to earn even a single extra coin. Bastard, I'll take your bet. If I win, you'll give our storage rings back to us. Kira shouted out loud. I've won over 30 storage rings. You'll have to put up something of equal value. Lin Fan shook his head and said. I'll bet this against you. This is a Frost Spirit Jade. It aids soul masters with ice and water attributes in their cultivation. As Kira spoke, she removed the Frost Spirit Jade from around her neck. Little sister, you can't do that. The Frost Spirit Jade, you can't bet that. Kale cried out in alarm. Brother, don't worry. This trash is only level 26. As long as I give it my all and don't get ambushed, he has absolutely no match for me. Dean, please vouch for me, I'm taking this bet with him. Kira paid no heed to the objections and was determined to bet against Lin Fan. She handed the Frost Spirit Jade to the white-bearded elder. Since you two still wish to bet, then go ahead. The white-bearded elder couldn't very well stop them. He left the decision entirely up to Kira. Chapter 66, Revealed. My Frost Kale Battle Soul is an offensive and defensive hybrid battle soul. I'll see about that. Without the ability to launch a sneak attack, and with your pathetic level 26 strength, what do you think you can possibly use to stand up to me? Kira said disdainfully. Her Frost Kale hovered directly in front of her. Kira's first soul ring lit up, and a frost shield instantly appeared around her. A sneak attack? Do you think I only know how to sneak attack? Lin Fan's second soul ring lit up. The power of wind and thunder instantly amplified his body. In a flash, he was already in front of Kira. Boom! A punch slammed into the icy shield surrounding Kira. The shield creaked under the impact. I told you. If you weren't ambushing me, there is no way you could defeat me. Let alone defeat my brother. With strength like yours, you're nothing but trash. The icy shield blocked Lin Fan's punch, and Kara spoke again with disdain. Is that so? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. The force of his punch, which had struck the icy shield, erupted once more. An aura of the destruction realm emerged within Lin Fan's spiritual energy. Crack! Cracks instantly appeared on the frost shield. This can't be. How could you possibly break my frost shield? Even a soul venerable of the same 35th level couldn't break my frost shield. How could a piece of trash like you, at the 26th level, possibly do that? Kara let out a scream of disbelief. Just die already. Kara screamed again, and her third soul ring, the Millennium Soul Ring, glowed brightly. Whether it was for the sake of her pride or because she didn't want to lose the Frost Spirit Jade, Kara was determined not to lose to Lin Fan under any circumstances. Frost Kale, strike! Kara screamed. A massive frost cauldron crashed down directly toward Lin Fan's head. Boom! Just as the massive ice cauldron was about to crash down on Lin Fan, a bolt of lightning struck directly from the sky. Kara's body was struck by the lightning. She convulsed instantly, and an acrid, burnt smell wafted through the air. Meanwhile, the massive ice cauldron the Millennium Soul Skill Kara had cast spun out of control and crashed down behind Lin Fan, causing him no harm whatsoever. You lost. Lin Fan said, looking down at Kara, who lay on the ground, her body slightly charred and her hair completely reduced to ashes. No, I didn't lose. I can still fight. I will definitely defeat you. And my hair? Ah! As the hair on her head turned to ashes and fell away, Kara's screams rang out once more. Lin Fan's lightning bolt had instantly left Kara completely bald. As a girl, seeing her hair turn to ashes sent her into a state of utter despair. Amid her screams, Kara fainted on the spot. I won this bet. Lin Fan turned to the white-bearded old man and said, You did win. Here's what you've won. The white-bearded old man nodded and waved his hand. More than 30 storage rings, along with Kara's Frost Spirit Jade, landed directly in Lin Fan's hands. At that moment, no one doubted Lin Fan's strength anymore. If Lin Fan's defeat of Kale had seemed like a sneak attack and undeserved victory, but defeating Kara was a complete rout. Given Kara's strength, there were few present who could surpass her. Nor could anyone else have crushed Kara as thoroughly as Lin Fan had. Lin Fan had proven it to everyone through his strength. There was no longer any dispute over his first-place finish in the recruitment exam. Xi Liang, take the new students away. This recruitment exam is now over. You may handle the arrangements from here on out. The white-bearded elder said indifferently, and his figure vanished instantly. Chapter 67, Mastery of Basic Alchemy. The results of the admissions exam were announced immediately. In the first-year girls' dormitory at Jojo Soul Master Academy, Bianca had been closely following the news on the Academy's intranet. Holding her phone, Bianca saw the results of the admissions exam posted and immediately tapped on the link. First place in the admissions exam, Lin Fan. Upon seeing this result, Bianca's eyes trembled. Deep inside, she felt an ever-growing ache. Lin Fan, is this how you're deliberately punishing me, mocking me, Bianca, for having no discernment? Is that so? Bianca said painfully, yet her eyes were filled with venomous hatred. The two had once been inseparable. Now, not only were they strangers to each other, but they seemed like sworn enemies with a grudge as deep as the sea. That good-for-nothing actually turned his life around. First place in the admissions exam? He is only a 2-ring Great Soul Master. How could he possibly have done that? What on earth has happened to that good-for-nothing? Lin Fan's longtime rival, Wei Xian, had also seen the results of the recruitment exam. This news was simply unacceptable to Wei Xian. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Back then, Wei Xian had already viewed Lin Fan as a threat. However, since Lin Fan had been unable to awaken a battle soul, Wei Xian had stopped paying him any mind. But now, Lin Fan had once again made Wei Xian feel threatened. This time, Wei Xian swore he would do whatever it took to eliminate this threat. Jojo Soul Master Academy, Forging Division. Frost had just been scolded by her grandfather, who had also increased her training workload. "Sis, I heard you got bullied?" A stunningly beautiful woman in a red dress with a curvaceous figure appeared beside Frost and asked with concern. "Sis, wha? I'm so miserable. That jerk stole everything I had and tied me up for over 4 hours. Grandpa didn't even help me, he just yelled at me and piled more training tasks on top of that. Sis, you have to help me get revenge. Help me teach that jerk a lesson." Frost clung to the woman in the red dress, looking utterly miserable, burying her face directly in the woman's embrace. "Humph, daring to steal my little sister's stuff and bully her too. I'm going to make that jerk pay. Sis, I'll take you to teach that jerk a lesson." The girl in the red dress snorted coldly. "Flair, don't go causing trouble." An angry voice rang out from the courtyard. Lunger got bullied because she's always slacking off and not training properly. She deserved it for getting bullied by a new recruit during the entrance exam. "You little brat, don't go causing trouble. The forging of your level 2 battle armor is about to begin. Get yourself properly prepared." The voice from the courtyard spoke with obvious displeasure. "Oh." The girl in the red dress replied indifferently. She was extremely protective of her younger sister. Seeing her bullied, she certainly wasn't going to let it slide. "Langer, go train in the gravity chamber by yourself. Until you can fully withstand 3 times the gravity. You're not allowed to go out and play." The voice from the courtyard rang out again. Frost's little face looked both aggrieved and pitiful. "Come on, I'll take you to teach that jerk a lesson first. Let us sneak out," the woman in the red dress whispered to Frost. Frost's face lit up with joy. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory at the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Since classes won't officially start for another 3 days, Lin Fan was currently enjoying the fruits of his labor. He sold all the miscellaneous items from his 30-plus storage rings, things the system couldn't recycle, to the Academy's recycling pawnshop. At the same time, he exchanged them for items the system could recycle. At that very moment, Lin Fan recycled everything at once. Ding! First-grade elixirs, medicinal herbs, crystals, and spirit stones recycling successful. Obtained 335,000 system recycling points. The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 68, The Alchemist Division. 335,000 system exchange points. Add that to the 20,000 points he already possessed. Right now, Lin Fan had 355,000 system exchange points. With over 30 storage rings, plus the valuable items from Yen Shu, Frost, Foamy, and others' storage rings, Lin Fan had made a huge profit. Moreover, there were still many items Lin Fan hadn't sold yet. For example, the medicinal herbs he gathered since he intended to study alchemy. He planned to keep them for his own pill making. As for the numerous pills, Lin Fan hadn't sold those either. Although these pills weren't of a high grade, he could still keep them for his cultivation. If Lin Fan had sold everything he was carrying, he could have earned an additional 200,000 system exchange points. For Lin Fan right now, 355,000 system exchange points were more than enough to splurge a bit. After the recruitment assessment, Lin Fan urgently needed to break through to a higher level. This was because those who passed the assessment were almost all at the 3rd soul ring level. Lin Fan's current strength at level 26 was clearly not enough to compete. Moreover, breaking through to the 30th level soul venerable would allow him to obtain his 3rd soul ring. That would be an even greater leap forward. Soul Power Lottery 10 Draw. Lin Fan glanced at the system's lottery panel. To boost his strength, this system lottery was the fastest method. Lin Fan immediately initiated a 10 draw for Soul Power. 10,000 system redemption points consumed. Congratulations, host. You've gained a 3% increase in Soul Power. Congratulations, host. You've gained a 5% increase in soul power. Host did not win a prize. After spending 10,000 system recovery points, Lin Fan's strength had only increased by 20%. This result was, at best, barely acceptable. Lin Fan understood this very well. As one's strength increases, the draws for soul power boosts become more difficult, and the number of system recovery points required also rises significantly. Clearly, using the system to directly boost one's strength level comes with significant limitations. Moreover, the system wouldn't allow Lin Fan to reach a level like titled Paragon solely through draws. Lin Fan had checked, once he reached level 70 or higher, he would no longer be able to participate in soul power enhancement draws. However, Lin Fan's strength was still quite weak at the moment. The limitations of using draws to boost his strength weren't yet apparent. For now, he could use this method to quickly improve his strength. He spent 250,000 system redemption points. Lin Fan's strength increased by 3 levels, breaking through to level 29. He was now just a hair's breadth away from level 30. Lately, Lin Fan's strength had been rising too rapidly. If he were to break through to level 30 directly, the quality of the spiritual energy within his body would be very poor. Resisting the urge to rush the breakthrough, Lin Fan decided to stabilize his cultivation realm first. He would consider breaking through to level 30 only after the quality of his spiritual energy reached a certain standard. Furthermore, after instantly spending 250,000 system redemption points, Lin Fan realized just how quickly these points were being depleted. If it weren't for the windfall he earned from gambling, Lin Fan simply wouldn't have been able to sustain such extravagant spending on his cultivation. To ensure continued growth, he had to find a way to earn more system redemption points. Now that he had entered the academy, there would be no more opportunities to seize others' resources. Lin Fan had no choice but to hone his money-making skills. He set his sights on his secondary profession, alchemy. Although he had obtained the Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines, Lin Fan's alchemy skills were still at a beginner's level. He had not yet attempted to refine any elixirs. Lin Fan now needed to improve his alchemy skills. In the lottery panel, he selected a Basic Alchemy Legacy, Basic Alchemist Mastery. This would allow Lin Fan to master basic level alchemy. He could craft first third grade elixirs, increasing his success rate and the number of elixirs produced by 20. This Basic Alchemy Legacy was also obtained through the system lottery. One draw cost 10,000. He proceeded to draw immediately. Host, you did not win. I didn't win. Host, you did not win. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Beginner Alchemy Mastery. An alchemy legacy instantly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan immediately set out to test his new alchemy skills. Chapter 69, A Scapegoat. 355,000 system recycling points. He increased his strength by 3 levels and obtained mastery of basic alchemy. After also drawing a decent 5th-tier alchemy cauldron, Lin Fan was left with only 3,500 system recycling points in an instant. Just a moment ago, he thought he had plenty of recycling points, but he never expected them to vanish so quickly. Lin Fan was still thinking about completing the quests for the Body of Bloody Battle and Sword Intent of Annihilation. As things stood, he had no choice but to find a way to earn more recycling points. Taking advantage of the fact that he had some medicinal herbs on hand, Lin Fan decided to try his hand at alchemy first. He took out deer vitality grass and several other herbs. Lin Fan immediately began refining a first-grade wound healing pill. On his very first attempt, Lin Fan succeeded. However, after that, Lin Fan failed quite a few times. His success rate hovered around 70%. For someone like Lin Fan, who had just started alchemy, this was already quite high. Moreover, Lin Fan's strength was a bit weak, and his soul realm was slightly lower. The level of one's soul realm affects the success rate of pill refinement, which was also an issue. The soul realm is divided into 5 grades. First grade, Spirit Origin Realm. Second grade, Spirit Communication Realm. Third rank, Spirit Sea Realm. 4th rank, Spirit Abyss Realm. 5th rank, Spirit Domain Realm. Lin Fan was currently only at the Spirit Communication Realm. With a relatively low level of soul power, alchemy didn't come all that naturally to him. However, Lin Fan discovered that he could increase his success rate by participating in system lotteries or completing quests. Upon learning this, Lin Fan came up with a simple plan. First, earn recycling points by refining pills. Increase the success rate of his alchemy. Then, improve his strength level or martial arts. Half a day later, Lin Fan had refined all of his herbs into pills. First grade healing pills, 347. First grade recovery pills, 240. Second grade vitality pills, 33. 7 third grade source restoring pills. 5 third grade spirit essence pills. Since Lin Fan had so few herbs, he was only able to refine a total of 5 types of pills. He couldn't even complete the second alchemist subclass quest, which required refining 10 types of pills. Now that he was out of herbs, Lin Fan planned to head to the alchemist division at the academy to buy some more. Since he needed to exchange these pills for herbs, Lin Fan hadn't yet returned them to the system. He cast a glance at Luke in the dorm next door using the Eye of the Thunder God. Luke had just broken through to the 3rd ring, and his strength hadn't fully stabilized yet. He was currently refining blood marrow to consolidate his power. Yesterday, while getting familiar with the academy, Luke had sold the storage ring he acquired along with other miscellaneous items. He used the purple and yellow jade coins Lin Fan had given him to buy some celestial treasures and earthly treasures to boost his strength. For the next 3 days, he planned to remain in seclusion until the official start of the semester. Seeing that Luke was in seclusion, Lin Fan headed to the alchemist division on his own. The entire JoJo Soul Master Academy. Rather than being an academy, it was more like a vast city, sprawling across a vast area. Junior, are you here to buy pills? Senior, I can offer some cultivation pills at a low price. In the Alchemist College's trading hall, a senior student said to Lin Fan with a smile. He pointed to the display case in front of him. Senior, I'm here to buy herbs. I'm an alchemist myself. Lin Fan shook his head. Ha? You're an alchemist too? I know pretty much every alchemist in the academy. Then why haven't I seen you before? The young man asked, looking puzzled. Senior, I'm a freshman who just got admitted to the school. Lin Fan explained. Oh, so you're a freshman. Then you should go register with Teacher He first. Alchemists registered with the school get discounts on herbs and pills. Teacher He is over there, you'll see him when you get there. The young man added. Lin Fan nodded and headed toward the spot the young man had pointed out. But just then, Lin Fan spotted a familiar face, Tanya. However, several young men were gathered around her. At that moment, Tanya looked a bit unhappy, with a hint of fear in her eyes. Chapter 70, Shinjun. Junior Tanya, my name is Shinjun. You've just entered the academy and aren't familiar with it yet. Let me show you around. Later, I'll treat you to the academy's best Isabis cod. Also, I'm a 4th rank alchemist. If you have any questions about alchemy, feel free to ask me. We can discuss alchemy as we walk. What do you think? Beside Tanya, a young man fixed his gaze on her with a lecherous look. He shamelessly scanned her body. At the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy, female soul masters were few and far between. They made up less than 30% of the student body. Girls like Tanya with a great figure and beautiful looks were even rarer. Tanya was in a league of her own as a stunning beauty. She'd been at the academy for less than a day, and already many people had tried to strike up a conversation with her. I need to go back and refine some elixirs. I'll be heading out now. Tanya flatly declined. This Shinjun's expression seemed a bit off. If Tanya really went with him, the outcome wouldn't end well. Junior Tanya, your combat strength is a bit weak. Let your senior walk you home and protect you. Shinjun hurriedly added. He had no intention of letting a beautiful young girl like Tanya slip away. Besides, Tanya was quite weak. In Shinjun's eyes, that meant he could resort to other means like using force. With his skills, as long as he had the chance to make a move, he wasn't worried Tanya wouldn't follow him. Shinjun's gaze made Tanya feel a little uneasy. She knew full well that Shinjun had ulterior motives toward her. But at that moment, Tanya had no other options. Tanya. Just then, Lin Fan's voice came from nearby. Lin Fan. Seeing Lin Fan, Tanya felt as if she'd found a savior and rushed over immediately. Tanya ran to Lin Fan's side and linked her arm through his. In that instant, Shinjun's expression grew slightly gloomy. Lin Fan, congratulations on getting into the academy too. I never got a chance to properly thank you after the assessment ended that day. I'll treat you to a meal. I heard the ice biscuit at the academy is the best. I'll take you to try it later. Tanya wrapped her arm around Lin Fan's and rattled off the words in one breath. Seeing Tanya like this, Lin Fan was a bit taken aback. In Lin Fan's memory, Tanya had always been a very reserved girl. Now she was wrapping her arm around his, her slender body pressed tightly against him. This behavior was completely out of character. Of course, Lin Fan knew that Tanya was using him as a shield because of Shinjun. She was using him as a shield. Lin Fan didn't mind that, though. Besides, since a girl was treating him to a meal, he couldn't very well refuse. Well, since you're treating me, I'll certainly do you the honor. But I need to go register as an alchemist first. I need to buy some herbs. Lin Fan quickly added. I just finished registering. I'll take you there. Tanya grabbed Lin Fan's hand and said hurriedly. Okay, sure. Let us go. Lin Fan nodded. However, the two of them were immediately blocked by Jun and his group. Kid, stay away from Tanya. Let go of Tanya's hand. Or I'll break your hand. Shinjun said with a menacing look. The prey he had set his sights on had actually been snatched away by Lin Fan. Naturally, Shinjun felt a bit resentful. How could Shinjun possibly let go of a stunning beauty like Tanya? Moreover, upon hearing that Lin Fan had just entered the academy, Shinjun wore a look of contempt. Chapter 71, The Scent of Pills. Senior Shinjun, what are you trying to do? Lin Fan and I are going to Professor Hie's office to register. Please step aside. Shinjun was threatening Lin Fan right in front of them, and Tanya said with a look of displeasure. Junior Tanya. A newcomer who has just entered the academy isn't good enough for you. You deserve to be cherished by someone far more outstanding. Shinjun looked at Tanya with a burning gaze. Seeing that Shinjun wouldn't let it go, Tanya felt extremely irritated. She was acting very affectionate toward Lin Fan in an attempt to drive Shinjun away and avoid his harassment. However, Tanya didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Fan. She knew that using Lin Fan as a shield right now was a bit unfair to him. But did Tanya have any other choice? Seeing that Shinjun was actually going after Lin Fan, Tanya grew even more anxious. Do you really think you're the kind of powerful person who can protect Tanya? Lin Fan pulled Tanya back to his side. With Lin Fan holding her hand, Tanya's face flushed crimson, and she stole a shy glance at him. Lin Fan didn't look at Tanya at that moment. Instead, he gave Shinjun a mocking stare. Of course I am. Don't tell me you think a piece of trash like you who just entered the academy is worthy of Junior Tanya? Let go of Junior Tanya's hand. Or else, I'll cripple your dog-like claws right now. Ah! Shinjun's words were cut short as a scream erupted from his mouth. Brother Jun, what's wrong? Bro Jun, what happened? The people around Shinjun all shouted in bewilderment. At that moment, Shinjun had collapsed onto the ground, his body convulsing, his skin turning purple. He looked utterly terrifying. Is our bro Jun sick or something? Let us get him to a doctor right away, before he kicks the bucket. Lin Fan said to the group. Shinjun's henchmen actually knew it was Lin Fan who had attacked him. But they had no idea how Lin Fan had done it. Shinjun's collapse was so bizarre that these guys looked at Lin Fan with fear in their eyes. They quickly carried him away. "Let us go sign in," Lin Fan said with a smile to Tanya. "What happened to Shinjun? Lin Fan, did you do something to him?" Lin Fan let go of Tanya's hand at that moment. Her face flushed slightly, and she quickly changed the subject. "A soul attack. That guy was pretty annoying. I taught him a lesson. If he comes to bother you again, just come find me," Lin Fan said with a smile to Tanya. What Lin Fan had unleashed on Shinjun was a mental shock from the eye of the Thunder God. Caught off guard, even though Shinjun's soul power was stronger than Lin Fan's, he still fell for it. You helped me again. I don't even know how to thank you." Tanya nodded, her face flushed. "Weren't you going to treat me to a meal?" "Just treat me to something tasty, that is all," Lin Fan said casually. Tanya's mind was in turmoil right now. She was feeling nervous and her thoughts were racing. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two of them grew a bit awkward. "Young man, is your soul attack a soul skill? Why didn't I see you activate your battle soul just now?" An elderly man's voice rang out from the side. "Teacher he." Seeing the elderly man before her, Tanya hurriedly addressed him respectfully. "Hello, teacher he. My soul attack isn't a soul skill. It's my innate ability." Lin Fan chimed in after Tanya. An innate ability? The Alchemy Hall was a dedicated alchemy area within the Alchemist Academy. Many students and teachers chose to refine pills here. First, the hall was equipped with several large arrays that aided in the refining process and increased the success rate. Second, if any problems arise during alchemy here, the supervising teachers are on hand to intervene, ensuring safety. Furthermore, pills crafted here can be sold quickly. The Academy has a direct buyback program. Additionally, the Academy's alchemist rankings are held here. Old Tan. This kid is taking the alchemist rankings exam. Make the necessary arrangements. Teacher, he said to an elderly man surnamed Tan. My assessment is about to begin. What rank is this kid being assessed for? Second rank, right? The elderly man surnamed Tan asked teacher he again. First rank. He has never taken an alchemist rank assessment before. Teacher he shook his head. First grade? Just send him in. Upon hearing first grade, the elderly man surnamed Tan furrowed his brow slightly. The alchemist rank examinations he presided over were at least second grade. Lin Fan's first grade status made him feel as though his standing had been diminished somewhat. A hint of condescension flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively, allowing Lin Fan to enter the examination area directly. Lin Fan glanced at his first-grade alchemist evaluation task. It was simple: refine a first-grade recovery pill. This posed no difficulty for Lin Fan. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Fan had already completed the first-grade recovery pill. That was pretty fast. The elderly man surnamed Tan was slightly surprised. Generally speaking, those taking the first-grade alchemist exam for the first time tend to be very nervous and cautious. They usually take a bit longer during the pill formation and incubation stages. It was exceptionally rare for someone to be as fast as Lin Fan. A first-grade recovery pill that actually has a pill fragrance? Before even lifting the lid of the alchemy cauldron, the elderly man surnamed Tan's eyes widened in astonishment. A pill fragrance is something that typically only appears in third-grade pills. Yet the first-grade recovery pills Lin Fan had just refined were actually emitting a pill fragrance. It wasn't just the elderly man surnamed Tan who looked stunned. Numerous alchemists, as well as instructors from the alchemy division, turned their attention to him. The number of pills produced, 18? And the quality 99%? How is that possible? The moment Lin Fan lifted the lid of the alchemy cauldron, the elderly man surnamed Tan, who had previously paid little attention to Lin Fan, now stared wide-eyed. Chapter 73, At Any Cost. You kid, you're not just a first-grade alchemist, are you? The elderly man surnamed Tan addressed Lin Fan directly. He scrutinized Lin Fan with great curiosity. I can refine third-grade elixirs. I suppose that makes me a third-grade alchemist. However, the success rate for third-grade pills is a bit low. Only about 70%. I lack alchemical experience, and my water quality isn't great. Lin Fan shook his head with a hint of regret. Ha! A 70% success rate, and you call that a bit low? You can produce a fragrant aroma even when refining first-grade elixirs, and you're telling me your quality isn't good? You little punk, are you trying to show off in front of me on purpose? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the elderly man surnamed Tan burst out laughing. For a third-grade alchemist refining third-grade elixirs, a 30% success rate would already be impressive. Lin Fan's 70% success rate was almost the kind only a fourth-rank alchemist could achieve. As for Lin Fan's skill level? Ordinary third-rank alchemists rarely manage to produce a pill-less fragrance, even when refining third-rank pills. If a pill-less fragrance appears during refinement, it means the alchemist is already capable of refining fourth-rank pills. Since Lin Fan had only just learned the art of alchemy, he did indeed feel he had a lot to learn. But to the elderly man surnamed Tan and the other academy instructors watching, Lin Fan was just showing off way too much. And it was the kind of show-off that was downright blinding. Tanya, standing nearby, also stared wide-eyed. She had assumed that Lin Fan, like her, was probably just a first-rank alchemist barely capable of crafting second-rank elixirs. But she never expected that Lin Fan was actually a third-grade alchemist. What's more, he was capable of crafting pills with a distinct fragrance. He was practically on the verge of becoming a fourth-grade alchemist. As she gazed at Lin Fan with wide eyes, Tanya felt more and more strongly that Lin Fan was like a black hole. He drew her in, sparking her curiosity and making her want to learn more about him. Student Lin Fan. You can continue with the alchemist ranking exam. Give it a try and see if you can pass the fourth-grade alchemist exam. At the academy, the higher your alchemist rank, the greater the discounts you'll receive when purchasing herbs and spiritual herbs. At that moment, teacher, he reminded Lin Fan. Can I continue with the exam right now? Lin Fan asked eagerly. Of course you can. Your second-grade alchemist exam is the second-grade iron skin pill. Here are the herbs. Go ahead. The elderly man surnamed Tan tossed 2 sets of herbs to Lin Fan. Lin Fan caught them and, without wasting any time, began refining immediately. Old he, where did you find this kid? He doesn't seem to be from any of those prominent families. 15 years old. That alchemist talent is simply incredible. If we nurture him properly, our alchemy branch will have a promising successor in the future. The elderly man surnamed Tan said with some excitement. This Lin Fan is a freshman who just enrolled in the academy. Old man, he replied. A freshman? Lin Fan? That name sounds somewhat familiar, like I've heard it somewhere before. The elderly man surnamed Tan twirled his mustache, as if he had indeed heard the name Lin Fan somewhere before. No kidding. This kid came in first place in the admissions exam. Of course you've heard his name. Old man, he shot the elderly man surnamed Tan a withering glance as he spoke. What? This kid came in first place in the admissions exam? Wait, let me check the information on the Academy's website. The elderly man surnamed Tan hurriedly pulled out his phone to check. He even took a detailed look at Lin Fan's profile. Damn. This kid's talent in both martial arts and alchemy is that impressive. That's going to be a problem. Those old geezers at the Soul Battle Academy definitely let him slip through their fingers. Old he, hurry up and notify Dean Kumu, tell him he absolutely must not let this kid get away. This kid wasn't born into some prominent family. And his background is so clean. The old geezers from the other academies definitely sit idly by. We have to make our move first. The elderly man surnamed Tan now looked at Lin Fan with a completely different expression. Chapter 74, Identification. No need to notify me. As for this kid, our alchemist branch will do whatever it takes to keep him here. Damn it, a first-grade elixir actually emits a fragrant aroma. I really admire this kid's effort. He is nothing short of a prodigy. At some point, the dean of the alchemist division had appeared beside the viewing stands in the alchemy area. Dean Kumu. Both the elderly man surnamed Tan and Old He addressed him with utmost respect. Find a way to get this kid into our division. Any means necessary. Even if it means using some of our division's top-tier spiritual herbs and elixirs. We must keep him here. It'd be best to have the kid sign a contract binding him to us. Do you hear me? We can't let the old fools from the other divisions beat us to it. Kumu said to the two men. His old eyes were full of scheming. Kumu had originally assumed that Lin Fan possessed exceptional martial arts talent but only average talent in alchemy. So he hadn't paid him much attention. But just now, when Lin Fan refined a first-grade elixir, he immediately produced an elixir fragrance. He simply couldn't sit still anymore. The elixir fragrance signified the threshold for a fourth-grade alchemist. A 15-year-old fourth-grade alchemist. That was nothing short of a freak of nature. Dean, aren't you going to step in personally? If you step in, that kid will probably be a bit more cooperative. The elderly man surnamed Tan hurriedly said. I can't step in. That kid is crafty as a fox. If he finds out just how sought after he is at the academy, he'll drive a hard bargain. You don't know this, but there are a few old-timers at the academy who've all been outwitted by him. Quite a few of them are now eager to take him on as a disciple. It's just that this kid's strength is still relatively weak, and he hasn't shown much yet. Those old-timers, out of pride, haven't made their move yet. But then again, our alchemist division can make the first move. Just look at this kid's talent for alchemy. At that moment, Kumua's face was lit up with a mischievous, scheming grin. Several high-ranking instructors from the alchemy division couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This was the first time they'd ever seen Dean Kumu like this. Damn! A second-grade elixir with a distinct fragrance. What kind of freak is this kid, anyway? You lot, figure something out. We absolutely must keep him in our division. I'm outta here. I'll leave this to you. Kumua's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes filled with shock. However, seeing that Lin Fan's second-grade iron skin pill was about to be successfully refined, he made a quick exit. As Kumu vanished from Old He and the other's sight, the instructors of the alchemy division all winced. Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Fan. At that moment, the second-grade iron skin pills Lin Fan was refining were successfully completed. A familiar pill fragrance wafted through the air. Everyone grew even more curious about the quantity and quality of the pills. Quantity, 16 pills. Quality, 98%. When the results were announced, the elderly man surnamed Tan and the others all sucked in a sharp breath. Such quantity and quality could only be described as absurd. Should I continue with the third-grade alchemist assessment? Lin Fan asked the elderly man surnamed Tan and Old He. Continue. The third-grade pill you'll be assessing is the Yuanling pill. Because the Yuanling pill is a special elixir. As long as you successfully refine even one, you'll pass the assessment. The elderly man surnamed Tan said earnestly to Lin Fan as he handed him the herbs. Refining the Yuanling pill is extremely difficult. Unlike the first-grade recovery pills and second-grade iron skin pills, it's impossible to produce more than 10 pills in a single batch. Of course, given Lin Fan's current level of alchemy skill, he was still far from being able to produce more than 10 Yuanling pills in a single batch. However, Lin Fan had actually refined the Yuanling pill before while in his dormitory. Since he had so few ingredients back then, he hadn't made very many. But because he refined it before, the process now came naturally to him. Chapter 75, The Two Sisters. Sis, that's the scoundrel. He is over there. At the entrance to the alchemy hall, as soon as she stepped inside, Frost pointed angrily at Lin Fan in the alchemy area, pointing him out to her sister. Seeing Lin Fan in the alchemy area in the distance, a flash of rage appeared in Flair's eyes. Beside the sisters, Frost and Flair. Lin Fan followed them, his face bruised and swollen. He looked absolutely pitiful. Humph, what a coincidence. That bastard. Seeing Lin Fan, Flair seethed with hatred. Not long ago on Treasure Street, Lin Fan had attacked her with a mental blast. It had thrown Flair into mental chaos, nearly causing her mutated battle soul to go berserk. That experience had been excruciating for Flair. Even now, thinking back on it, the stinging pain in her soul still sent shivers down her spine. Last time, Flair had sworn to herself. As soon as she saw Lin Fan again, she would beat him so badly he wouldn't be able to take care of himself. What Flair hadn't expected was that bastard Lin Fan had also bullied her little sister. That was something she simply couldn't tolerate. Sis, do you know this jerk? Hearing the tone in Flair's voice, Frost asked curiously. When she found Luke just now, Flair hadn't said a word, she'd just beaten him senseless. Even back then, Frost had sensed something was off. Now she was even more certain that Flair knew Lin Fan, and that something had happened between them. That bastard ambushed me with a soul attack back on Treasure Street. I wasn't on guard at the time, so he caught me off guard. It hurt like hell. Now that I've caught him, I'm going to make him taste the agony of his soul being torn apart. Flair's red eyes fixed on Lin Fan, blazing with rage. Ha! That bastard is absolutely despicable, he even dared to ambush my sister. He must be tired of living. Hearing Flair's words, Frost found Lin Fan even more despicable. Lin Fan. Flair walked down to the base of the alchemy platform and shouted directly at Lin Fan. Flair, what are you doing? You must not disturb the alchemists in the alchemy area while they're refining pills. An elderly man surnamed Tan, who knew Flair, immediately reprimanded her. Grandpa Tanshur, I need to speak with Lin Fan. Seeing Tanshur, Flair restrained herself slightly. Lin Fan is in the middle of alchemy. If you have something to say, wait until later. With the elderly man speaking up, Flair couldn't bring herself to attack Lin Fan right then. After all, this was the alchemist division. He glanced at Flair and her sister. Old man Tan's heart skipped a beat. Old Tan, what's the forging division up to? They sent Flair and Langer over. Are they trying to use a beauty trap to lure Lin Fan over to their forging division? Old Sue was a bit devious, isn't he? Old he hurriedly said to Tanshur. The dean has already instructed us on what to do. Our job is to make sure those two girls don't take Lin Fan away. We got to be careful later on. The elderly man surnamed Tan nodded at Old He. Both of them felt that the sisters Flair and Frost had come to find Lin Fan at the behest of the dean of the Forging Academy. Excuse me. What do you want with Lin Fan? The sudden appearance of two stunningly beautiful women instantly filled Tanya with a sense of danger. Whether it was Frost or Flair, neither woman's looks, figure, or poise were in any way inferior to her own. Flair immediately shouted that she was looking for Lin Fan. Tanya instantly sensed that the two were her enemies. When Flair and Frost saw Lin Fan, their eyes were filled with rage. They were itching to rush over and give Lin Fan a thorough beating. But then Tanya stepped forward and addressed the two sisters. The sisters' expressions suddenly turned somewhat strange. Chapter 76, The Nine-Tailed Flame Spirit Fox. Seeing Tanya's gentle expression, Flair and Frost, the two sisters, lost the angry aura they had just moments before. Junior, you seem so concerned about him, are you his girlfriend? Flair asked Tanya curiously. Frost stared wide-eyed, curiously watching Tanya's expression. I'm with Lin Fan. We're not in that kind of relationship yet. Tanya stammered, her face flushing crimson. Since you're not in that kind of relationship with him, then why are you so concerned about him? Junior, let me tell you something. You'd better stay away from this Lin Fan. Otherwise, he'll deceive you and take advantage of you. Flair said very seriously. Lin Fan is a good person. He wouldn't deceive or bully me. Tanya said, her face slightly flushed. That jerk is a good person? She stole my storage ring and took everything valuable I had on me. And he tied me up and left me hanging for over 4 hours. That's just a despicable scumbag. Frost said angrily. Huh? How could that be? Lin Fan he's not that kind of person, is he? He's actually pretty nice to people. Hearing Frost's words, Tanya's eyes widened even more. Stealing someone's belongings was bad enough, but tying up a girl and hanging her for over 4 hours? That did seem a bit excessive. But Tanya refused to believe that Lin Fan was that kind of person. Looks like you've been seriously deceived by this Lin Fan. While your relationship with him isn't too close yet, cut ties with him right away. This Lin Fan is utterly shameless. Don't let him fool you anymore. Flair added with a serious expression. At that very moment, the two sisters, Flair and Frost, seemed just like they were rescuing a woman who'd gone astray. They were incredibly earnest. It's the scent of a pill again. That kid's about to refine another pill. 3 times refining pills, 3 times producing that pill fragrance. He's practically a freak. Damn it, the quality of this kid's pills is so enviable. In the viewing area of the Alchemy Hall, a large crowd had gathered to watch Lin Fan refine his pills. Even some teachers were voicing their admiration. Pill fragrance? A 4th-rank alchemist? Hearing the others' comments, Flair and Frost's eyes widened. Sis, that bastard is actually a 4th-rank alchemist. Frost said, his face full of astonishment. Oomph, so what if he's a 4th-rank alchemist? We'll still beat him up later. Make him compensate us with some 4th-grade pills. Flair said angrily. The 5-minute incubation period passed. Lin Fan had successfully refined the 3rd-grade Yuanling pill. Teacher Tan, I'm done. I guess that means I've passed the 3rd-grade alchemist exam. As soon as Lin Fan successfully finished refining the pill, old he and Tan Sure immediately stood beside him. They inspected the pill. Pill quality, 91%. The quality keeps getting worse. This is the best I can do right now. Lin Fan said with a hint of frustration upon seeing the inspection results. You little brat, what's your current strength? A 91% success rate, and you still think it's bad? Do you have any idea that if word of this got out, people would absolutely tear you to shreds? Tan Sure said to Lin Fan with a look of utter contempt. Lin Fan, get over here right now. Just then, Flair's furious voice rang out. How could it be her? Seeing Flair, Lin Fan immediately felt a pang of guilt. Moreover, Frost was standing right beside Flair. Seeing the two women standing together made Lin Fan's heart skip a beat. Their appearances were strikingly similar. Lin Fan didn't even have to guess he knew they were sisters. And when Lin Fan saw Luke, his face bruised and swollen, standing beside them, the corner of Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Things seemed to be getting a bit complicated. Chapter 77, Core Trainees. Teacher He. Could you give me a hand later? Lin Fan hurriedly asked Old Man He. Help? Lin Fan, once you've registered at our alchemist branch, you'll be one of us. Whatever it is, just say the word. Old Man He said, patting his chest. He had been thinking of ways to keep Lin Fan around. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to take the initiative and ask for help. This was a golden opportunity. Teacher He, I accidentally offended that senior student. She's coming after me now, looking to teach me a lesson. I wonder if you could help me. Lin Fan hurriedly said. Flair's strength was at least at the 7th ring soul saint level. Seeing how Luke had been beaten to a pulp, he knew he'd surely fare even worse. Lin Fan had no desire to get beaten up. He had no choice but to ask Teacher He for help. What? Flair's coming after you to beat you up? Lin Fan, kid, don't worry. You're part of our alchemy division. That little devil won't dare lay a finger on you. We got your back. Tan sure assured him. He thought Flair and Frost had been sent by the dean of the forging division to win Lin Fan over. He never expected it to be this. Then thank you both, teachers. Lin Fan nodded. Accompanied by Old Man He and Tanshur, he walked straight down from the platform in the alchemy area. Senior, are you still looking to buy rare metals? I've still got a piece of mithril here. Lin Fan, that rascal, said with a forced smile. After all, you don't hit someone who is smiling at you. Lin Fan brought up the rare metal again. He figured Flair would probably cool down a bit. Don't give me that smug grin. You actually had the nerve to attack me with soul power last time. You're really something. Flair's face was flushed with rage. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red. 7 soul rings appeared in an instant. Seeing these 7 soul rings, Lin Fan's assessment of Flair's strength proved accurate. However, Flair's 7th soul ring emitted a vivid crimson glow. That radiance was utterly breathtaking. A 100,000-year soul ring? Lin Fan was utterly stunned. He had already greatly overestimated Flair's strength. He never expected that Flair would actually possess a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, the 7th soul ring was precisely a 100,000-year soul ring. According to the theoretical knowledge of soul rings among soul masters, Lin Fan knew very well that it was virtually impossible for a soul master to sustain a 100,000-year level soul ring as their 7th. At this moment, there was only one possibility. This Flair was nothing short of a monster. The moment the 7 soul rings appeared, a blood-red, flame-tailed 9-tailed fox materialized behind Flair. The Su family's ancestral battle soul was the spirit fox. Both Flair and Frost possessed mutated battle souls. Flair's mutated battle soul was a primordial divine beast, the flame-tailed spirit fox, a variant of the 9-tailed spirit fox. It was an extremely powerful, ultimate-level mutated battle soul. Lin Fan, don't say I'm picking on you. You ambushed me with a soul attack, so I'll use a soul attack to give you a taste of your own medicine. Flair said coldly to Lin Fan. Women hold grudges, and it seemed Flair had already figured out how to deal with Lin Fan. Flair, what are you trying to do? This is the alchemy hall of the alchemist division. Don't cause trouble here. Seeing that Flair was about to lay hands on Lin Fan, Tanshur barked out an order. Grandpa Tan. This bastard stole my little sister's storage ring, and he bullied her too. She even ambushed me with soul power. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Flair said, her eyes blazing with rage. Upon hearing this, Tanshur froze for a moment. He felt an urge to curse Lin Fan in his heart. You little punk with only a strength of around 20 levels, how dare you provoke this lady? Aren't you just asking for trouble? Chapter 78, Joining. Senior Flair. You're being a bit unreasonable here. I took your sister's item because she was trying to take mine. At the time, we were participating in the recruitment assessment. The rules of the assessment were, by definition, to compete with one another. I didn't do anything wrong here. As for attacking you with soul power, that was because you were trying to peer into my soul memories. I was simply counterattacking automatically. Lin Fan argued his case forcefully. Upon hearing this, both Frost and Flair felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Flair had indeed intended to use her innate ability to peer into Lin Fan's soul memories. She wanted to know why Lin Fan had been able to immediately identify the raw or containing rare metals. She wanted to beat Lin Fan up. It was entirely because she had suffered a soul backlash at that moment. It had caused her unbearable pain from the backlash. As for her sister being bullied, that was just an extra excuse to take action against Lin Fan. I don't care about any of that. You ambushed me with soul power, causing me to suffer a soul backlash. And you bullied my sister, too. Today, I'm going to beat you so badly you won't be able to take care of yourself. Flair, a woman with a fiery temper, wasn't about to reason with Lin Fan. Flair's third millennium soul ring lit up instantly. Her eyes instantly took on a mesmerizing, eerie red glow. Flair, that's enough. Lin Fan is a core student of our Alchemist division. As an instructor at the Alchemist division, I won't tolerate your reckless behavior. Tanshur sent out a surge of spiritual energy that instantly shattered Flair's third soul skill. Although Tanshur hadn't activated his soul ring or summoned his battle soul, the aura of a titled paragon radiating from him was overwhelmingly oppressive. A core student of the Alchemist division? How is that possible? He just enrolled in the academy. Frost, standing beside Flair, said in disbelief. Every core student in each division is a student receiving special cultivation support, eligible to enter the mysterious inner academy in the future. This status and title are no ordinary matter. There is no precedent for a new student who has just enrolled to become a core student right away. Grandpa Tanshur. What did you say? This bastard is a core student of your Alchemist division? He just entered the academy, how could he possibly have that qualification? Hearing Tanshur's words, Flair's face was also filled with disbelief. Given Flair's status and strength, if she decided to teach someone a lesson, there were few in the entire academy who would dare to stop her. Yet Tanshur had stepped in to protect Lin Fan and even declared him a core student of the Alchemist division. This alone spoke volumes about how highly the Alchemist division regarded Lin Fan. Lin Fan himself was completely baffled. Was being a core student really that impressive? It wasn't just Flair, the Frost sisters were also deeply shocked. Everyone around them wore expressions of utter disbelief. Although Lin Fan has only just entered the academy. He is 15 years old this year, has already passed the 3rd rank alchemist exam, and possesses the abilities of a 4th rank alchemist. With this kind of talent in alchemy, he automatically qualifies as a core student of our alchemy division. Do you think he is qualified? Tanshur asked in return. Lin Fan. Are you willing to join our Alchemist division and become one of our core students? If you agree, you'll receive a minimum 70% discount on all purchases made at the division. Furthermore, the Academy will allocate a substantial amount of resources to you every month. We guarantee that within 10 years, you'll become a 7th rank alchemy grandmaster. In the future, you'll also be eligible to enter the Inner Academy. Tanshur asked Lin Fan. Chapter 79, Conclusion. Having just entered the academy, Lin Fan didn't really understand what a core student was. But upon hearing Tanshur's words, Lin Fan felt that these benefits were exceptionally generous. Teacher Tan, once I become a core student, what will I need to do for the branch? Although the benefits were generous, Lin Fan still wanted to understand more. He really is a crafty little guy. Tanshur thought to himself. As a core student of our Alchemist division, your duty is to bring more honor to our division. In the future, when the academy needs you, you'll have to lend a hand. For example, representing the academy in alchemist competitions. Or joining the branch's herb gathering team to collect medicinal herbs and spiritual herbs in the soul beast realm. You don't have to do any of those things, though. You can also refine pills for the academy, that's what most core students in our branch do. Of course, the academy won't restrict you from doing other things. Tanshur explained briefly. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded. These requirements weren't really a big deal. Besides, he still had Flair, the troublesome woman, on his hands. Lin Fan had to admit he didn't have any better options. Teacher Tan, I'm willing to join the branch and become one of its core students. Lin Fan nodded and said. Good. In that case, you're now a core student of our branch. Tanshur nodded with a smile. Old man he and Tanshur were overjoyed inside. Flair, girl. Now, this kid, Lin Fan, has officially become a core student of our branch. You mustn't lay a hand on him recklessly. If you damage his foundational cultivation, the dean of our branch will come knocking on your grandfather's door to settle the score. Tanshur said to Flair with a stern expression. Oof. There's no way I'm letting this matter with that bastard just blow over. We'll see about that. Flair snorted coldly. There were several titled paragons present among Tan Shure's group. With them around, Flair was completely powerless against Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan had become a core student of the alchemy division, Flair had even less reason to lay a hand on him. Furious, Flair grabbed Frost by the arm and stormed off. Teacher Tan, is the status of a core student really that useful? Seeing Flair leave, Lin Fan said with some surprise. You'd better watch your step from now on, kid. That girl Flair has an extremely erratic temperament because of her battle soul mutation. You've provoked her. If you don't find a way to resolve your conflict with her, she'll definitely beat you to a pulp someday. Your business with her isn't over yet. Tan Shure patted Lin Fan on the shoulder with a sympathetic look. Teacher Tan, I'll be careful. Lin Fan nodded. Thinking of Flair's 7th 100,000-year-old soul ring, he did feel a bit apprehensive. Flair might be beautiful, but her strength was simply monstrous. Alright, not only have you passed the 3rd grade alchemist exam, but you've also become a core disciple of our branch college. Come on, let us go register. Old man, he said. Old man, why don't we let this kid try the 4th grade alchemist exam? Tan Shure said with great anticipation. You kid, are you confident you can make a 4th grade elixir? Old man, he asked Lin Fan. I've never made a 4th grade elixir before. I'd estimate my success rate to be around 40%. Lin Fan estimated. You've never made a 4th grade elixir before, and you think you have a 40% success rate? Tan Shure and the other old men all rolled their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Fan was just showing off again. These are the ingredients for a 4th grade elixir, the calming elixir. If you can successfully refine even one pill from these 3 sets of ingredients, you'll be a 4th grade alchemist. Tan Shure said to Lin Fan again. Chapter 80, The Gap. A prodigy. This kid is truly a prodigy. His talent for alchemy is off the charts. He actually managed to refine a 4th grade calming pill. Tan Shure's voice even trembled a little as he spoke. Our alchemist division has finally produced a promising young talent. Old man, he said with a chuckle. All the teachers in the alchemist division were beaming with smiles. Tan Shure, Ming Luo, you've done well. Having this kid join our alchemist division is truly a cause for celebration. Just then, Kumu appeared before the group. Dean. Should we set up some alchemy cultivation tasks for him next? A talent this promising needs to be carefully honed. Tan Shure hurriedly asked Kumu. Not for now. This kid's strength is still too weak. He needs to focus on improving his strength first. Otherwise, even if he focuses on improving his alchemy, he'll hit a plateau. In that case, the costs would outweigh the benefits. Kumu shook his head and said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even the most exceptional alchemy talent requires combat strength as a foundation. Without combat strength to back it up, it's difficult to become a grandmaster of alchemy. Dean. That kid and that girl Flair seem to have a bit of a conflict. How should we handle this? Ming Luo asked with some concern. This matter is indeed a bit of a hassle. However, that girl Flair shouldn't go too far. No need to worry too much. School starts soon, and there's a herb gathering team mission in the first week. Everyone, get ready. Our branch's primary focus is on our core mission. Kumu addressed the group. Yes, sir. The instructors of the alchemist branch all nodded in agreement. With the start of the semester, the alchemist branch would also become very busy. After all, the entire alchemist branch is responsible for supplying the academy with all its elixirs. Meanwhile, after completing his 4th rank alchemist exam, Lin Fan bought the herbs he needed. Accompanied by Luke and Tanya, he left the alchemy division. Luke, I'm sorry. I dragged you into this. Seeing Luke's bruised and battered face, Lin Fan said sheepishly. He handed Luke some of the pills he had crafted himself. Just consider it my bad luck. But with these elixirs as compensation, I'm still coming out ahead. I feel like I actually made a profit. You're a fourth-rank alchemist now. Next time I get beaten up, I'll come looking for you. Luke shook his head. Although he'd taken quite a beating. Luke was tough as nails, so it wasn't really a big deal to him. Plus, now that he knew Lin Fan was actually a fourth-rank alchemist, Luke was absolutely thrilled. He and Lin Fan were close friends. From now on, he'd never have to worry about running out of elixirs for his cultivation. Looks like I went a little too easy on you when I beat you up. Just then, a cold voice drifted over. Hearing that voice, Lin Fan, Luke, and Tanya all turned pale. Luke immediately deflated. Who else could have appeared beside them but the sisters Flare and Frost? Senior Flare. Given your status and strength, isn't it a bit inappropriate to bully us weak new students? Lin Fan was feeling a bit of a headache, too. This woman, Flare, she really was a pain in the neck. You ambushed me with a soul attack. This matter will definitely not be settled so easily. Not to mention, you also bullied my sister. First, give my sister's things back. Flare said coldly to Lin Fan. I've already sold Frost's storage ring and her other belongings to buy body-tempering pills and celestial treasures for my cultivation. Lin Fan said bluntly. It doesn't matter. You're a fourth-rank alchemist, you can pay my sister back little by little later. As for right now, let us settle things between you and me once and for all. Don't say I'm picking on you. I'm holding my power back at the 3 soul level. Will you be able to withstand a beating from me? It all depends on your own strength. Flare snorted coldly as she looked at Lin Fan. Chapter 81, The Abyssal Form Quest. Senior, you're being completely unreasonable. Lin Fan clearly didn't do anything wrong. And yet you're still picking on him. You're going too far. Seeing that Flare intended to take action against Lin Fan, Tanya quickly spoke up. Reason? I'm a woman, why should I care about reason? Besides, I'm stronger than all of you. You deserve to be bullied. Flare's words made Tanya's expression grow even more anxious. Flare, that woman had such a peculiar temperament. But she wasn't wrong. If you have the strength, it's only natural to bully others. I'm holding my power back to the 3rd ring, that's already being very reasonable. Little Junior, the guy you like isn't any good. Stop sticking up for him. Get lost. Flare waved her hand dismissively. Junior Lin Fan, you're not going to let some girl protect you, are you? Are you even a man? Flare said to Lin Fan again, teasingly. Senior, am I a man? You'll find out if you try. Lin Fan retorted. But there was something a bit off about their exchange. By the time Flare realized it, a hint of embarrassed annoyance flashed across her eyes. You're such a shameless little brat. Flare snorted coldly. Tanya. Don't worry. I'll handle this myself. Lin Fan pulled Tanya back to his side. Senior Flare. Hold your power back to the 3rd ring and fight me. You said it yourself. Lin Fan said to Flare again. You don't really think you can stand up to me just by holding back to the 3rd ring, do you? Flare's eyes held a hint of disdain. The alchemy talent Lin Fan had just displayed in the alchemy hall had actually surprised Flare a little. But she didn't really care much about Lin Fan's strength. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red. The 9-tailed flame spirit fox battle soul appeared. Merely by releasing her aura, Flare made Lin Fan and his 2 companions feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Of course, a large part of that was the psychological pressure brought on by her 100,000-year soul ring. Come on, I'll let you strike first. I'll give you a chance to make your move. Otherwise, this junior will accuse me of bullying you later. Flare added dismissively. She was actually getting a bit annoyed that Tanya kept protecting Lin Fan. Bro, good luck. Don't fight back when you get hit. I fought back just now, and I got beaten to a pulp. Luke warned Lin Fan. Seeing Luca's battered face, Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Senior Flare. I'm afraid I'll have to offend you then. The power of wind and thunder, along with 2 soul rings, simultaneously appeared on Lin Fan's body. When you were in the beginner's soul arena, you were clearly only level 26. It's only been a few days, how could you possibly be level 29 already? How is this possible? Seeing Lin Fan's spiritual energy fluctuations, Frost, standing nearby, asked in astonishment. Want to know? I'm not going to tell you. Lin Fan shot Frost a withering glance. You jerk. Don't think you're all that just because your strength has gone up. My sister could crush you with ease. Frost's nose nearly twisted with rage as she lashed out at Lin Fan. Senior Flare, I'm about to make my move. Lin Fan paid no further attention to Frost. Wind chant and thunder transformations simultaneously amplified his power. Lin Fan's body was like pulsating lightning. He launched a punch straight at Flare's abdomen. Flare simply extended her slender hand and grabbed at Lin Fan's fist. Boom! A clash of spiritual energy erupted. The moment Lin Fan's fist struck Flare's hand, he stumbled backward. Senior Flare. That's not third ring strength. Lin Fan said, a bit frustrated. Flare had said she was suppressing her power to the third ring. To give Lin Fan a chance. But this wasn't third ring strength at all. It was at least fourth ring. At first, I didn't control my power well. I just instinctively channeled my spiritual energy. Go ahead, I'll be careful. Flare waved her hand. This made Lin Fan even more frustrated. If Flare had unleashed her full power instinctively, wouldn't he have been killed? Compared to Flare's strength, Lin Fan was truly no match for her. But right now, there was nothing Lin Fan could do. Chapter 82, The Weakness. Oof. No wonder you were able to snatch Langer's storage ring. I was wondering, even though Langer is slightly weaker, she is still a third ring soul master, and a level 35 one at that. And you're only a 2 ring. I never expected your strength to be this formidable. Not only are you unbeatable among your peers, but even among 3 ring soul masters, there are probably very few who could stand up to you. Flare said coldly to Lin Fan. There was a hint of admiration in her words. Senior Flare. Based on what you just said, I withstood your 3 ring spiritual power attack. Now, may I leave? Lin Fan said to Flare once more. After exchanging blows with Flare, Lin Fan had indeed withstood her attack. Flare had indeed only used 3 rings of her power. You want to leave? That won't do. Your strength is unlike that of an ordinary soul master. So, what I said earlier is off the table. This time, you'll have to withstand my 4th ring spiritual energy attack. Flare was being completely unreasonable, going back on her word outright. 4th ring it is, then. Let us continue. Flare going back on her word was something Lin Fan had anticipated. Flare had come to see Lin Fan in the first place just to beat him up, vent her frustration, and cool off. Until she felt satisfied. Lin Fan was also well aware that, given Flare's strength, he was bound to take a severe beating today. Not to mention, Flare was a girl. If she wanted to be unreasonable, she would knocked Lin Fan out long ago. As it turned out, Flare's hatred toward Lin Fan had all but vanished. Right now, she was simply seeking some emotional comfort and an explanation. However, as far as Lin Fan was concerned, he could use Flare as a test of his own strength. Since you're not angry, are you blaming me for going back on my word? Seeing the expression on Lin Fan's face as if he'd known this would happen all along, Flare was a little surprised. Would it even matter if I went back on my word? You just want to let off some steam, don't you? Go ahead. Lin Fan said nonchalantly to Flare. Oof. You do seem like a real man now. The look in Flare's eyes as she looked at Lin Fan shifted slightly. Here's the deal. I'll let you block my fourth soul ring technique. If you can block it, I'll let you off the hook. Of course, you can also try to stop me from casting my fourth soul ring skill. Block my fourth soul ring skill, or stop me from casting it. Either way, I'll let you off today. Flare said to Lin Fan once more. My fourth soul ring skill is called Flame Fox Tail Blaze. In the next instant, Flare's fourth soul ring lit up. The illusory form of a nine-tailed spirit fox engulfed in flames appeared around Flare. Especially the 9 massive tails. Flames surged upward. The appearance of these flames caused Lin Fan's expression to shift slightly. A fourth soul ring technique. This was a soul technique that only a soul master could withstand. Given Lin Fan's current strength, it was virtually impossible for him to withstand it. Moreover, amid Flare's flames, an eerie aura emerged. This eerie aura seemed capable of influencing one's mind and spirit. It made Lin Fan sense an aura of evil, bloodlust, malice, ruthlessness, lewdness, slaughter, and ruthlessness. As this aura emerged, a wisp of black light flashed through Flare's fiery red eyes. Ding! Abyssal mana fluctuations detected. Special Constitution quest triggered, Abyssal form. The moment Flare unleashed her fourth soul skill, the system's voice instantly rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Abyssal mana? Abyssal form? This information took Lin Fan by surprise. Abyssal mana is a type of spiritual energy. It originates from the demonic realm. Among humans on Earth, very few have mastered abyssal mana. This is because abyssal mana is extremely difficult to control. It's even more likely that one would lose control, become enslaved by abyssal mana, and fall into madness. Right now, Flare possessed abyssal mana. This came as a great surprise to Lin Fan. However, the system had issued an abyssal form quest. For Lin Fan, this was a pleasant surprise. Chapter 83, Wanting to Take Responsibility. Although the system had triggered the abyssal form quest, Lin Fan's delight was short-lived. Because Flare was still casting her fourth soul ring skill. If she were to fully unleash that fourth soul ring skill, Lin Fan would likely either die or be left battered and bruised. What's the matter? Have you been scared senseless by the aura of my fourth soul ring skill? Afraid to make a move now? Seeing Lin Fan staring blankly at her, a seductive smile curled at the corners of Flare's lips. You're thinking of ambushing me with a soul attack again, aren't you? Let me tell you something. Last time, I wasn't prepared. If you dare to ambush me with a soul attack again this time, you'll die a miserable death. There's just too big a gap between your soul level and mine. Flare said with a cold snort. Boom! The moment Flare finished speaking, a bolt of lightning appeared out of thin air above her head. Lin Fan had ambushed her once again. But this time, it wasn't a soul attack, it was a lightning bolt. Flare was struck by the lightning. The fourth soul ring technique she was casting suddenly stalled. Lin Fan had interrupted Flare's fourth soul ring technique. But this lightning bolt didn't have the same effect as it did on others. It didn't instantly char her body black and render her unable to fight. Flare was struck by the lightning bolt. She merely trembled slightly, her body showed no signs of charring. In other words, Lin Fan's lightning bolt had caused Flare virtually no harm. After all, the gap in their strength was quite significant. For the first time, his lightning bolt had almost no effect. This left Lin Fan feeling somewhat helpless. He had to admit that Flare's strength was absurdly powerful. There's an opening. Flare's brief moment of distraction. Lin Fan realized that his lightning power seemed to have some effect on Flare. In that split second, Lin Fan struck again. Lightning erupted from his hand as he struck out with a palm strike aimed at Flare's back. He intended to completely prevent Flare from unleashing her fourth soul ring technique. But just then, Flare actually turned around. Lin Fan's palm struck Flare's soft, delicate breasts with pinpoint accuracy. In that instant, even Lin Fan was left speechless. Luke, witnessing this scene, twitched the corner of his mouth, his eyes silently praying that Lin Fan Lun Ti get beaten to death by an enraged Flare. Tanya felt a pang of discomfort in her heart when she saw Lin Fan's palm touch Flare, and her face flushed involuntarily. Frost's beautiful eyes widened, her face burning. Because he had struck with full force. Lin Fan had poured nearly all his strength into that palm strike. It struck Flare's body with full force. He felt the astonishing elasticity through his hand. Then he saw a hint of embarrassed annoyance flicker in Flare's eyes. Lin Fan's scalp prickled, and a chill ran down his spine. Fearing he'd be beaten to death by a furious Flare, Lin Fan tried to retreat as fast as he could. But little did he know. At that moment, Flare had already broken their agreement. She unleashed her full power as a seventh ring soul sage. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand. "Flare, Senior, I didn't mean to. You're the one who turned toward me." Lin Fan was genuinely scared at that moment. He touched Flare's body. Given Flare's fiery temper, wouldn't she just tear him to pieces? At the very least, she'd break his perverted hands. "What's the matter? You touched me, and now you're scared? You're the type who dares to do it but won't own up to it, huh?" Flare shot Lin Fan a look of utter contempt. Yet, the look in her eyes at that moment didn't actually betray any real rage. Nor did she make any move to beat Lin Fan up. Chapter 84, Ice Abyss Cod. "Strike me again with that lightning you just used," Flare said to Lin Fan. She didn't fly into a rage just because Lin Fan had touched her body. No trace of anger appeared on Flare's delicate face. Flare's younger sister, Frost, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. In her eyes, given her sister's fiery temper, Lin Fan would have been beaten half to death for touching her. At the very least, the hand that had touched Flare would have been broken. But at that very moment, Flare didn't seem to mind Lin Fan's touch at all. "Senior Flare, you're not mad at me?" Lin Fan asked. Normally, girls place great importance on their honor. The way Lin Fan had touched Flare was nothing short of a desecration. Logically, Flare should have beaten Lin Fan to a pulp. But at that moment, she didn't make a move. "What? You want to take responsibility? You want me to marry you? You're dreaming. With your pathetic skills, do you really think I'd ever go for you? It was just an accidental brush, wasn't it? You think I should be sobbing my eyes out because my honor's been tarnished, so I'd make you take responsibility, is that it? A little touch won't kill me. I'm not that kind of brain-dead woman. Stop beating around the bush. Just go ahead and strike me with your lightning," Flare said to Lin Fan with a look of utter contempt. Flare's eccentric personality left Lin Fan at a loss for words. "Senior Flare, striking you with lightning isn't that a bit much?" Lin Fan had no idea what Flare was up to. After all, he'd just taken advantage of her. Lin Fan was feeling really guilty right now. If Flare's eccentric temper were to shift even slightly, Lin Fan had no idea what kind of beating he'd end up taking. "Hurry up. Do you really think your measly strength could hurt me?" Flare glared at Lin Fan. As her gaze grew a bit more menacing, Lin Fan hurriedly cast Lightning Bolt. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting Flare directly. The flickering lightning radiated a destructive aura. But to Flare, this lightning bolt felt just like a massage. The tingling sensation coursing through her body sent shivers down her spine. A look of pure bliss and relaxation appeared in Flare's eyes. "Again," Flare said to Lin Fan once more. Seeing the look of pure enjoyment on Flare's face, Lin Fan was a bit dumbfounded. His lightning bolt not only caused Flare no pain, but actually brought her a sense of comfort. She was treating Lin Fan like a massage tool. Boom! Boom, boom, boom. The roar of lightning bolts echoed one after another. Flare closed her eyes in bliss, savoring the sensation of lightning coursing through her body. "Why did you stop?" The roar of the lightning faded. The lightning coursing through her body vanished as well. That all-over feeling of comfort came to an abrupt halt. Flair opened her beautiful eyes, looking thoroughly displeased. Senior Flair, I've exhausted my spiritual energy. At my current level, I can only use this lightning bolt about 20 times at most. Lin Fan said with a helpless expression. Flair had actually used his lightning bolt to give her a massage. This was something Lin Fan had never even imagined. Flair, on the other hand, was thoroughly relaxed. But Lin Fan was absolutely exhausted. Right now, Lin Fan felt completely drained. Not a single drop of spiritual energy remained inside him. Your strength is way too weak. I'm not done yet. Never mind. I'll let you off today. Go recover your spiritual energy. I'll come find you tonight. Flair said to Lin Fan once more. Her words were laced with a suggestive undertone. However, Lin Fan didn't think there was anything suggestive about his relationship with Flair. Chapter 85, Shark Tongue. Leaving already? Lin Fan, you're one lucky guy, aren't you? Why didn't Senior Flair beat you up? You clearly did that kind of thing to her. Luke watched as Flair and Frost walked away, speaking with a hint of confusion. Although the two were brothers, Luke was still quite pleased to see Lin Fan get his comeuppance. After all, he'd been beaten up pretty badly. He suddenly felt a bit resentful. Why was he always the one getting hurt? I don't know either. Senior Flair's personality is way too weird. She didn't beat me up, isn't that a good thing? You jerk, do you really want me to get beaten up? Lin Fan shot Luke a withering glance. Yeah. I really do. You jerk, you deserve a good beating. You're so jealous you could die. By the way, how did Senior Flair's touch feel? Luke said with a mischievous grin. Just a moment ago, he thought Lin Fan would get beaten half to death. But that didn't happen. Right now, Luke was green with envy. Ahem. Luke, Tanya's here. Don't joke around. Lin Fan cleared his throat, signaling that Tanya was nearby. Still, deep down, Lin Fan couldn't help but savor the sensation from earlier. That incredible elasticity was truly unforgettable. Luke, you're way too shameless. Just now, Lin Fan didn't bump into Senior Flair on purpose. Lin Fan isn't that kind of hooligan. Tanya said with furious disdain, as Luke seemed to be stirring up trouble just for the sake of it. Yeah. Your Lin Fan isn't a hooligan, he is a pure and upright gentleman. Enough already? Didn't you say you were going to treat us to a meal? That ice abyss cod, take us to try some. I'm getting a little hungry, too. After getting beaten up like that, I need to eat something good to recover. Luke pulled out the healing pills Lin Fan had given him and swallowed one. Then he took out an ointment to reduce bruising and swelling and began rubbing it on his face and body. He looked just like a girl doing her skincare routine. Tanya's face flushed slightly when she heard Luke's words. The phrase "your Lin Fan" made Tanya's heart race. Lin Fan had just cast lightning bolt on Flair, depleting all the spiritual energy in his body. He was now using the pill to recover. Tanya had just offered to treat them to a meal. Naturally, he, like Luke, was looking at Tanya. Well, I don't know where to find ice abyss cod either. Tanya said, a bit awkwardly. It's fine, we'll just ask someone. Lin Fan didn't seem to mind. They found a senior student at the academy and asked for directions. Half an hour later, Lin Fan and his two companions arrived in front of a restaurant on the Academy South Food Street. The sign for ice abyss cod caught their eye. Ice abyss cod sashimi, 3 yellow jade coins per serving. Chilled ice abyss cod fish skin salad, 3 yellow jade coins per serving. Grilled ice abyss cod, 5 yellow jade coins per fish. Ice abyss cod hot pot, 10 yellow jade coins per pot. Seeing the menu, Tanya's face flushed slightly. Although she'd only been at the academy for less than 3 days, Tanya was well aware of the value of yellow jade coins. All told, she had only a little over 20 yellow jade coins on her. She probably couldn't even afford this one meal. This ice biscuit, it's so expensive. Tanya said, her face flushing slightly. Expensive? Bunch of broke-ass losers. If you don't have any jade coins, don't come here and make fools of yourselves. A sharp, disdainful voice came from nearby. Lan Fei. Hearing that voice, both Lin Fan and Luke furrowed their brows slightly. They hadn't expected that here, in this ice biscuit restaurant, they would run into Lan Fei and Bianca. And there were two men with them as well. Lin Fan didn't recognize either of them. However, one of the men bore a slight resemblance to Lan Fei. They must be siblings. Bro, I'll have the ice biscuit sashimi, and I want to try that pan-fried fish fillet from last time. Lan Fei said, tugging on the hand of the man beside her. Chapter 86, Gossip. You foul-mouthed bitch. Who do you think you are, looking down on people with your dog-ass eyes? Who said we can't afford this? Owner, bring us one of every kind of ice biscuit in the restaurant. It's on me. Luke, that guy doesn't have the best temper either. He really hates Lan Fei. Bastard. Luke, you dare call me a foul-mouthed woman? You're asking for it. Hearing Luke's words, Lan Fei's face turned red with anger. Apologize to my sister. Beside Lan Fei stood a man who bore a slight resemblance to her. He, too, spoke with an icy glare. Apologize? No way. That foul-mouthed woman started it. You should discipline your sister first. Luke said disdainfully. Apologize to my sister. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay at the academy. Lan Ting, Lan Fei's cousin, said with an icy glare. Yellow, purple. For soul rings instantly appeared on Lan Ting's body. Moreover, his swift-wind weasel battle soul also materialized. Lan Ting was a level 42 agility attack soul master. Oh my, I'm so scared. My buddy Lin Fan's got my back. If you wanna make my life hell at the academy, you'd better have the guts to beat my buddy Lin Fan first. Luke said this in a deliberately sarcastic tone. Moreover, he shifted the conflict onto Lin Fan. As soon as Luke said that, Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He shot Luke a withering glance but didn't take it to heart. Lin Fan? The top scorer in this recruitment exam, is that right? With his trash-level skills, he can only act tough during the newbie assessments. In front of me, I could crush him with one hand. Lan Ting said with a look of utter disdain. Anyone can talk big. If you're so tough, beat my buddy first. Get lost. Don't bother us while we're eating. Just looking at you turns my stomach. Luke chimed in again. You're asking for it. Lan Ting's eyes turned red with rage. Fighting is prohibited in the restaurant. If you want to fight, go to the Soul Battle Arena. A terrifying aura emanated from within the shop. This aura belonged to at least an 80th level Soul Master. At the appearance of this aura, Lan Ting's rage instantly dissipated. Jojo Soul Master Academy was full of hidden talents. Even a janitor, there was a top-tier master. Lan Ting had been at the academy for 3 years. He learned the hard way and knew better than to act recklessly. At most, he could intimidate and bully Lin Fan and his crew. You'd better watch out. After the semester starts, the academy allows free soul battles. When that time comes, I'll take my time playing with you guys. Lan Ting said, leaving them with a menacing threat. My brother's waiting for it. When the time comes, we'll smash your dog head in. Luke shouted defiantly. This left both Lan Ting and Lan Fei so furious their breathing became ragged. Luke, you're such a jerk. You start trouble yourself and then drag Lin Fan into it. Tanya said with great displeasure. Hey, you clearly don't understand the relationship between us two brothers. That Lin Fan guy used to get me into plenty of trouble back in the day. Besides, If you want to improve your strength, you need a little pressure and motivation. Luke added. Luke wasn't the kind of guy who acted without thinking. He had a purpose behind everything he did. Lucas right. Back then, he completed his battle soul awakening before I did. Whenever I was being bullied, he was always the one helping me. Besides, I've definitely caused Luke a lot of trouble too. Lin Fan smiled. Lin Fan understood Lucas' intentions very well. The two brothers had certainly caused their fair share of trouble in the past. Besides, to improve your strength, you really do need a little pressure and motivation. Getting into trouble isn't always a bad thing. Chapter 87, Little Brats. Lin Fan. You two and those guys, you all know each other, right? Tanya looked at Lin Fan curiously. At Tanya's question, both Lin Fan and Luke froze for a moment. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Tanya turned her gaze to Luke. Luke quickly looked away, pretending he hadn't heard a thing. Aha! We know each other. We used to go to the same boarding school together. Lin Fan nodded in response. What's the other girl's name? Tanya asked curiously. At this question, Luke looked up at Lin Fan again. Lin Fan's expression was blank, while Luke wore a strange smile. Luke, what are you smiling about? You're acting weird. Is it that funny? Tanya looked at Luke with a series of puzzled questions. But after speaking, her gaze immediately shifted back to Lin Fan. A woman's intuition told Tanya that the other girl must have some connection to Lin Fan. Do you really care what the other girl's name is? Lin Fan asked in return. Of course I do. That group of them just insulted us. And they said they'd come after us later. Of course I want to know. You guys have your own way of settling things between men. Girls naturally have our own way of settling things, too. Even though I'm a support-type soul master, I'm still afraid of being bullied. Tanya said matter-of-factly. The other girl's name is Bianca. As he said Bianca's name, Lin Fan picked up a piece of grilled isabis cod and ate it. He didn't look at Tanya. You and her must have some kind of connection, right? Tanya looked at Lin Fan curiously with her big eyes and asked in a deliberately low voice. Her expression seemed as if she were asking about some secret. Tanya, I just realized you're a bit of a gossip. Lucas treating us to dinner, why don't you eat a little more? This isabis cod seems to help with cultivation. Your strength is weak, so you should eat more. Lin Fan served her a huge piece of fish, hoping to shut her up. It's not that I'm nosy. Just now, that girl named Bianca kept sneaking glances at you. The way she looked at you was really strange. She seemed both heartbroken and full of hatred toward you. It felt like you'd done something terrible to her. Tanya whispered to Lin Fan again. She deserves it. She dumped Lin Fan back then, and now she sees how awesome he has suddenly become. No wonder she is heartbroken. Luke couldn't help but chime in. But as soon as he said that, Tanya's eyes widened. Did I just say something? I was just making that up. I don't know anything. Luke quickly shut his mouth. So, Bianca dumped you? Was she your girlfriend? Tanya asked, her eyes wide. She used to be. Lin Fan nodded. I'm sorry. I didn't know you and she used to be in that kind of relationship. I shouldn't have asked. Tanya quickly replied. But a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes at that moment. A woman's intuition told her that the way Bianca had been looking at Lin Fan just now was definitely off. But right now, Tanya didn't really care. My relationship with Bianca is over. It's really no big deal. Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Really? Tanya's eyes were full of curiosity. It was the look of someone who simply couldn't resist asking more. Don't hold back, ask whatever you want. What happened between Bianca and me isn't exactly a secret I can't talk about. Lin Fan shook his head. Ha ha. You said it, so I'm going to ask. I'm a little curious, why did that Bianca dump you? You seem like a great guy, though. Tanya asked eagerly. Chapter 88, Fusing Abyssal Mana. Lin Fan, Luke, see you when school starts. Tanya waved goodbye to Lin Fan and Luke. She scored a free meal off Luke and found out all about Lin Fan. Tanya was in a particularly good mood today. Hey! Lin Fan. Tanya's really into you, isn't she? What are you planning? Luke asked, a toothpick clenched between his teeth. Planning what? Don't go getting any wild ideas. Tanya and I are just friends. Lin Fan shook his head. Just friends? Who would believe that? She was really concerned about you during dinner just now. She was practically trying to pry all your secrets out of you. Have you ever seen a regular friend who spends the whole meal picking out fish meat and peeling shrimp for you? Lin Fan, try this, it's delicious. Lin Fan, I've peeled this for you. Ugh, that's giving me goosebumps. I went over there just to be the third wheel. I'm really having a lousy day today. Luke mimicked Tanya's voice, looking at Lin Fan with utter contempt. Today, Luke not only got beaten up, he also ended up being the third wheel the whole time. This guy's just had a rough day. Luke grumbled a couple of complaints. Then he headed straight back to the dorm with Lin Fan. Just as they reached the dorm entrance, Luke's face instantly turned deathly pale. Senior Flare. Seeing Flare at the dorm entrance, Lin Fan was reminded of the painful memory of his beating. Here she was again. This isn't your business. You should go. I'm not here to cause trouble. I need to talk to him. Flare glanced at Luke and waved her hand. Buddy, good luck with that. With that, Luke hurried back into his dorm room. Go to your room. Seeing Luke run back to his dorm, Flare said to Lin Fan. What? Go to my room? Senior Flare, what are you going to do? Lin Fan's voice trembled slightly. What are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Besides, to me, you're just a little kid. Do you really think I'd be interested in you? Just a little brat. A hint of arrogance flashed across Flare's delicate features as she shot Lin Fan a disdainful glance. Swaying her long, slender legs, she stepped into Lin Fan's room ahead of him. Being treated like a little brat by Flare left Lin Fan feeling a bit down. Close the door. Lin Fan followed her inside, and Flare's voice drifted over. She kicked off a pair of white embroidered shoes, revealing her crystal clear, snow-white feet, and hopped onto Lin Fan's bed. Since Flare was wearing a fiery red long dress, when she sat down, her long legs as white as snow were exposed. Such a sight made Lin Fan unable to resist taking a second look. Don't you want your eyes anymore? Flare narrowed her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes slightly and glared at Lin Fan. He hurriedly smoothed out his skirt to cover his fair skin. Ahem. Senior Flare. You said today that you wouldn't give me any trouble. What are you planning to do now? Lin Fan cleared his throat and changed the subject. Use your lightning power to shock me again. Flare said to Lin Fan again. Huh? Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. Flare came all the way to find him just so he could shock her? Does this woman have masochistic tendencies? Could it be that, after being struck by his lightning today, Flare developed some special sensation or fetish? Hurry up! Shock me with your lightning, or I'll beat you up. Flare threatened Lin Fan. Chapter 89, Abyssal Mana. In Lin Fan's dorm room, the crackling sound of lightning continued unabated. Blue arcs of lightning flowed from Lin Fan's palms into Flare's body. With her eyes closed, Flare thoroughly enjoyed the pulsating lightning. Lin Fan's lightning power. For soul masters below the fourth ring, it possessed terrifying destructive power. But for Flare, Lin Fan's lightning bolt was nothing more than a massage. Originally, Flare had been sitting. But now, she was lying there comfortably. as Lin Fan's lightning power surged through her body. Flare, her eyes closed, felt a gentle tremor in her eyelashes, and her pair of crystal clear, pale pink feet tensed up. Clearly, Lin Fan's lightning power was giving her an incredibly pleasant sensation. Moreover, she let out some low, soft sounds. Sounds that could easily lead Luke next door to the wrong conclusion. This feels so good. Junior Lin Fan, you're really amazing. Flare's voice was both delighted and alluring. At that moment, Flare was lying in front of Lin Fan, wearing a sheer dress. Uttering such suggestive words only served to fuel his imagination. Most importantly, Lin Fan's hand was currently resting on Flare's abdomen. Although separated by her skirt, he could still feel the smooth, supple texture of her skin. In this situation, Lin Fan's mind became distracted, and the lightning power in his hand abruptly ceased. Why did you stop again? Did your spiritual energy run out again? Flare asked again, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. This was the second time. Just as she was enjoying herself, Lin Fan's lightning power had suddenly vanished. I can't go on. I need to rest for a bit. Lin Fan couldn't quite handle Flare's suggestive moans anymore. He didn't want to continue. With a stunning beauty like Flare, whether it was the way she moved or her suggestive voice, made it incredibly hard not to let his imagination run wild. Your power is too weak. You really need to step it up. The way you are now, you can't satisfy me at all. Flare was extremely dissatisfied, though her words were still laced with innuendo. To an outsider, it might sound as if she and Lin Fan were involved in some kind of ambiguous relationship. But in reality, Lin Fan was merely a tool. Senior Flare, could you please not speak in such a suggestive way? You're dressed like that, and your voice sounds so strange. It's hard for me to stay calm. Lin Fan couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up directly. Oof. What do you mean? Do you have impure thoughts about me? Do you need me to help you cool off a bit? Flare's fair face instantly turned icy, and she quietly unleashed her terrifying aura. I didn't mean it that way. Senior Flare, I was just complimenting you on how charming you are. Your skirt. Lin Fan pointed at Flare's long skirt. At that moment, it had already ridden up to reveal her long legs. Glancing down, Flare shot Lin Fan a fierce glare. Her crystal clear, pale pink foot slammed right into Lin Fan's face, kicking him from her side and sending him crashing to the ground. Dare you look again? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. You little brat, you really have the nerve. A faint blush crept across Flare's deliberately icy face. Although, in Flare's eyes, Lin Fan was just a junior classmate, a little brat. But truth be told, Lin Fan was actually quite tall and well built, and besides, he was an adult. A man and a woman alone in a room, with something like this happening. This moment left Flare feeling a bit embarrassed. Ding! Spiritual energy fusion with abyssal mana, abyssal form quest, 1% complete. The instant he was kicked away by Flare, the system's voice immediately rang out in Lin Fan's mind. Chapter 90, Mutation. Spiritual energy fusion with abyssal mana? Abyssal form is 1% complete? Lin Fan was a bit puzzled. He still didn't know what abyssal mana actually was, let alone fusing with it. But upon further reflection, Lin Fan suddenly understood a great deal. Abyssal mana came from Flare's body. Because when the abyssal form quest was triggered, it was on Flare's body that he sensed the fluctuations of abyssal mana. Earlier, Lin Fan had channeled the power of thunder and lightning into Flare's body. Over such a long period of time, as Lin Fan wielded his spiritual energy and circulated it through his meridians, he had inevitably absorbed some of the abyssal mana within Flare's body. Lin Fan had long been puzzled as to why Flare had allowed him to strike her with thunder and lightning. But now, Lin Fan finally understood. Lin Fan's wind thunder power is composed of two elements, ultimate wind and ultimate thunder. Of these two elements, ultimate thunder is the most righteous, yang, vigorous, and fierce elemental power in the universe. It has a natural countering effect on abyssal mana. Flare had Lin Fan keep striking her with lightning. She did this to expel the abyssal mana from her body. However, Lin Fan was simply too weak to actually purge the abyssal mana from her body. Even so, when Lin Fan struck her with lightning, it suppressed the abyssal mana within her. That was why Flare felt so comfortable. Hey! Junior Lin Fan. Did I kick you so hard that you've gone dumb? Seeing Lin Fan sitting there motionless like an idiot, Flare hurriedly asked. Senior Flare. Haven't you washed your feet in 3 years? It stinks. It's making me faint. Lin Fan deliberately pinched his nose and said with a look of disgust. You're full of it. I bathe and wash my feet every day with 100 flowers fragrant dew. My feet smell nice. Besides, my spiritual energy automatically purifies my body. There won't be any unpleasant odors. Flare was so furious her nose practically twisted out of shape. As she spoke, Flare cradled her crystal clear, pale pink jade feet, took a sniff herself, and roared at Lin Fan with a furious expression. Seeing Flare's dead serious expression, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Although he couldn't beat Flare in a fight, he could still play a little prank on her. Besides, as Flare held her jade-like foot to her nose, she accidentally lifted her skirt again. A little kitten? Spotting a little kitten design, Lin Fan couldn't help but say. What did you say? What little kitten? Flare looked completely puzzled. She had no idea what Lin Fan was talking about. But when she saw the look in Lin Fan's eyes, she instantly remembered something. She looked down, and her expression immediately froze. Lin Fan, you're asking for it. Flare was furious. 7 soul rings appeared instantly, and a murderous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Senior Flare, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't mean to see it. Ah. Flare released her aura, and before she even made a move, Lin Fan let out a blood-curdling scream. If Flare really decided to attack, Lin Fan would definitely die a horrible death. Lin Fan had no intention of getting beaten to a pulp. Senior Flare, please, don't do it. The abyssal mana inside you, abyssal mana. Lin Fan shouted frantically. Upon hearing the words abyssal mana, Flare, whose eyes had been filled with rage, immediately stopped. How do you know I have abyssal mana inside me? Flare yanked Lin Fan close to her. In her beautiful eyes, confusion replaced anger. My ultimate thunder is the nemesis of abyssal mana. That's why I could sense the abyssal mana inside you, Senior Flare. When you asked me to strike you with lightning, weren't you just trying to get me to help you get rid of the abyssal mana inside you? You can't keep acting on impulse and misusing your spiritual energy. That will trigger even more abyssal mana. Lin Fan, as if he found a way to deal with Flare, hurriedly added. Chapter 91, Utterly Audacious. Do you have a way to solve my abyssal mana problem? You're so weak, how could you possibly deal with the abyssal mana inside me? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Flare felt a flicker of hope. But upon further reflection, she didn't believe Lin Fan had that kind of ability. I'm too weak right now, I certainly can't do it. But that doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. Lin Fan continued. Flare fell silent for a moment upon hearing his words. Although her grandfather and the titled paragons at the academy were indeed able to help her suppress the abyssal mana within her body, it was merely suppression. With Lin Fan, however, his ultimate thunder made Flare realize that her abyssal mana wasn't just something that could be suppressed. It could actually be eliminated. This was something Flare could sense very faintly. Although Lin Fan had only eliminated a tiny trace of abyssal mana, it was still a true elimination of abyssal mana. Senior Flare, could you let me examine your body? I'm an alchemist, I should be able to detect something. Maybe there's a way. Even if it's just a shot in the dark. Lin Fan said to Flare once more. Go ahead. Give it a try. Flair nodded. Earlier, Lin Fan had simply channeled the power of lightning into Flair's body. He hadn't taken control of it, nor had he carefully examined her body. Now, Lin Fan wanted to take a closer look at Flair's body himself to see exactly what was going on. In fact, after obtaining the Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines, Lin Fan had gained an understanding of various human ailments, injuries, symptoms, toxins, as well as curses and dark arts. The Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines wasn't just about alchemy. It included many methods for resolving abnormal physical conditions. There were even remedies for abyssal mana invasion and spiritual backlash. As Lin Fan carefully scanned Flair's body with his spiritual energy, he immediately realized what was happening to her. The Compendium of 100 Medicines documented exactly this condition. This is caused by a mutation in your battle soul. Lin Fan instantly understood why Tanshur had said Flair's drastic change in temperament was due to a battle soul mutation. The abyssal mana within Flair's body was generated by the battle soul mutation. The most troubling part was that Flair's battle soul mutation hadn't yet fully concluded. In other words, the exact direction in which her battle soul was mutating wasn't yet fully determined or certain. It could turn out for the better or it could turn out for the worse. As things stood, it seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. You really did figure it out. But judging by that look on your face, I can tell you're at a loss. Flair wore an expression that said she'd known this all along. No, I have a way. Lin Fan shook his head, speaking with remarkable determination. The Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines actually did contain a solution for Flair's situation. You have a solution? Are you trying to trick me on purpose so I won't beat you up? My grandfather and the Dean couldn't solve my abyssal mana problem. How could you possibly manage it? Who do you think you are? Flair snorted coldly. She still didn't believe a word Lin Fan said. Besides, that jerk Lin Fan had just been peeking at her body, and he'd even touched her before. As far as Flair was concerned, she certainly didn't trust a scumbag like Lin Fan. The abyssal mana generated inside you is caused by your battle soul's mutation. However, the mutation of your battle soul isn't completely finished yet. It's impossible to completely eliminate the abyssal mana in your body for now. You'll have to wait until your battle soul's mutation is complete. We can use a method of guidance to completely eliminate the effects of the abyssal mana while your battle soul is mutating. Lin Fan didn't argue. Instead, he solemnly explained the specific solution. Chapter 92, A Thought. Use guidance to resolve the abyssal mana in my body? How exactly do you guide it? After Lin Fan outlined the general solution, the expression in Flair's beautiful eyes softened slightly. She was, in fact, growing more and more convinced of Lin Fan. There are two specific methods of guidance. Both of these involve guiding the mutation of your battle soul. You must know that your battle soul hasn't fully mutated yet, right? Lin Fan continued, addressing Flair. I know exactly what's going on with my own battle soul. Every time my strength increases, I've always felt like my battle soul is missing something. That's because my battle soul's mutation isn't complete, which is why I can't control it. Plus, as my strength grows, the abyssal mana inside me keeps increasing. The last time I acquired a soul ring, I was almost completely overrun and controlled by abyssal mana. I can't help but feel that if this continues, my battle soul will mutate to the point where I lose control of it entirely. Flair's face turned slightly pale, and deep concern filled her eyes. At the JoJo Soul Master Academy, aside from the faculty, there were almost no one who could match her in strength. Flair was absurdly powerful. Yet her battle soul was becoming increasingly dangerous. More than once, Flair had felt her consciousness being invaded and devoured by abyssal mana. If this continues, if no solution is found, the moment she reaches the 8th ring, she will inevitably lose control completely and be entirely dominated by abyssal mana. The reason you feel your battle soul is out of control is that it's mutating in a destructive direction. The result of this mutation is that you might be directly devoured by abyssal mana and become a killing machine. To change the outcome of this mutation, I have two methods. Lin Fan paused to think for a moment before speaking. Tell me. Seeing the serious expression on Lin Fan's face, Flair felt a mix of nervousness and anticipation welling up inside her. The first method is to seek out a heaven and earth spiritual treasure called the Karmic Fire Red Lotus. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus possesses the ultimate fire and purifying attributes. It can help your battle soul complete its final mutation and thoroughly purify the abyssal mana within your body. Lin Fan explained, following the solution outlined in the Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines. This was the best way to resolve the abyssal mana within Flair's body. The Karmic Fire Red Lotus? That celestial treasure has been documented by soul masters in the battle soul realm. Legend has it that it appears only once every 100,000 years. Moreover, among celestial plants, the Karmic Fire Red Lotus is akin to a divine beast among soul beasts. Obtaining it is simply impossible. Telling me about this first method is like not telling me at all. Flair shot Lin Fan a withering glance. If she went looking for the Karmic Fire Red Lotus, Flair would never find it, even if she searched until the day she died. Even if she did find it, she might not live long enough to claim it. What's the second method? Flair immediately dismissed the first method Lin Fan had mentioned. The second method is to have someone else guide you. Lin Fan's expression grew slightly peculiar. Have someone else guide me? Explain clearly how exactly does this guidance work? Flair asked somewhat urgently. It means finding someone with an ultimate attribute battle soul to help you. For example, an ultimate fire battle soul, an ultimate light battle soul, an ultimate holy battle soul. Any battle soul capable of countering abyssal mana can help guide you. As for the specific method of channeling, it requires you to merge with someone else. So, the two of us would train together. That's all. Lin Fan added hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Flair's expression grew even colder. Would your ultimate thunder battle soul work too? Flair retorted. Why yes. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan. You little bastard. You really are brazen. I can tell you've been setting your sights on me on purpose. You want me to train in union with you? You're asking for trouble. Flair's face was flushed with anger, and her crystal clear, pale pink jade-like foot once again struck Lin Fan in the face. Chapter 93, Completing the Abyssal Form Quest. Senior Flair. How could I possibly have such impure thoughts? You've misunderstood me. Lin Fan was kicked flying by Flair once again. However, Flair hadn't used any spiritual energy. Otherwise, Lin Fan would likely already be lying on the ground. Poof. No such impure thoughts? You little brat, you're so brazen, is there anything you wouldn't dare do? You know full well that your ultimate thunder can suppress the abyssal mana within my body. So you deliberately came up with that shameless guidance technique, isn't that right? A hint of flustered annoyance flickered in Flair's fiery red eyes. Although she was a few years older than Lin Fan wasn't really just some little brat. Moreover, something indefinable and ambiguous had indeed developed between Lin Fan and Flair today. Senior Flair. You're no ordinary person, you're a seventh ring soul saint. But I'm so weak, and in your eyes, I'm just a little brat. I know my place, there's no way you'd ever get involved with someone like me. I'm genuinely telling you how to fix the battle soul mutation. At the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy, there are countless possessors of top-tier battle souls. I'm sure there are even some with ultimate battle souls. I've heard there's also a mysterious inner court within the academy. In there, Senior Flair, you're looking for a partner with a battle soul of the ultimate attribute. It shouldn't be too hard, right? Lin Fan sat on the ground, shrugged his shoulders, and said tentatively. It would be a lie to say Lin Fan didn't have any impure thoughts. According to the method in the Encyclopedia of 100 Medicines, Flair's mutated battle soul could indeed be resolved by combining it with a soul master possessing a perfect attribute battle soul. However, truly resolving the issue wasn't as simple as finding a suitable partner. there were still many complicated matters to handle. And only Lin Fan knew how to resolve the problem with Flair's mutated battle soul. Moreover, a woman as beautiful and alluring as Flair. No normal man would want to see her embraced by another man. Lin Fan was a normal man, too, and he was no exception to this rule. A woman like Flair easily stirs a man's desire to conquer. Perhaps it was the influence of her nine-tailed flame spirit fox battle soul. Flair possessed an innate, alluring charm. That's easier said than done. There are indeed quite a few top-tier battle soul possessors in the inner court. But ultimate attribute battle souls are few and far between. There are 5 ultimate attribute battle soul possessors in my age group. 2 of them are girls, and as for the other 2, their ultimate attributes can't counteract the abyssal mana within me. The only one who meets the criteria is a guy I can't stand. Flair smoothed the strands of hair across her forehead, shot Lin Fan a withering glance, and said, Lin Fan's second method of guidance was indeed very useful. However, finding a possessor of an ultimate attribute battle soul suitable for her, someone who could help her resolve the abyssal mana caused by her battle soul's mutation and train alongside her, was no easy task. Ha? So does that mean I have a good chance? Lin Fan blurted out instinctively. But in the very next instant, an icy aura erupted from Flair once more. Lin Fan, you little brat. You're asking for a beating again. Do you really think I beat you up? Flame's beautiful eyes blazed with fury. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fan could help her suppress the abyssal mana, she would have beaten him senseless long ago. Cough, cough. Senior Flair, I was just joking. Could you let me try to neutralize the abyssal mana inside you? Lin Fan hurriedly changed the subject. Flair tilted her head slightly, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of anticipation. A pair of slender hands, as white as jade, beckoned to Lin Fan. She motioned for him to come to her side. Chapter 94, The Body of the Demon Wings. Watching Flair extend her jade-like hands, Lin Fan quickly jumped onto the bed. You little rascal, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, I really will beat you up. Flair glared at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, but a faint blush spread across her ice-white, jade-like face. Too many ambiguous moments had occurred between her and Lin Fan today. One could also say Lin Fan was the man with whom Flair had had the most physical contact in her entire life. Flair's father had passed away before she was born, and indeed, no other man had ever touched her. Hearing Flair say this, Lin Fan nodded repeatedly. Seeing Flair's slightly flushed, jade-like face, he took hold of her jade-like wrist. It felt soft and smooth to the touch, but Lin Fan didn't dwell on it at that moment. Instead, he immediately activated the primordial yin-yang art. The primordial yin-yang art was a cultivation technique granted by the system. Lin Fan had always used it to cultivate his spiritual power. However, the primordial yin-yang art wasn't merely for cultivation, it also possessed many functions Lin Fan hadn't yet explored. Lin Fan activated the primordial yin-yang art, directly drawing upon the abyssal mana within Flair's body. In the next instant, Flair's beautiful eyes widened in utter shock. She realized that the abyssal mana within her was being drawn out by Lin Fan. Ding! Absorb and fuse abyssal mana. Abyssal form quest, 5% complete. The system's voice rang out in Lin Fan's mind once more. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan hurriedly continued absorbing the abyssal mana from Flair's body. Absorb and fuse abyssal mana. Quest progress plus 1%. Quest progress plus 1%. The system's voice kept echoing in Lin Fan's mind. This voice filled Lin Fan with excitement. He hadn't expected that absorbing the abyssal mana from Flair's body could directly advance the abyssal form quest. An hour passed. The abyssal form quest was 5% complete. At this rate, it would take no more than a day before he could fully complete the abyssal form quest. Although abyssal mana is a convergence of all manner of negative emotions such as evil, bloodthirst, malice, cruelty, lust, murder, and ruthlessness, it is the most difficult force to control in all of creation. However, for Lin Fan, who possesses the primordial yin-yang art, abyssal mana has no effect on him. Furthermore, Lin Fan's supreme thunder attribute is the natural nemesis of abyssal mana. Therefore, abyssal mana poses no harm to Lin Fan. On the contrary, once he attains the abyssal form, it will significantly boost Lin Fan's strength. As Lin Fan continued to absorb the abyssal mana from Flair's body, the look of excitement in Flair's eyes grew ever more intense. Being able to temporarily rid her body of the abyssal mana was, of course, a cause for joy. At that moment, Flair gazed intently at Lin Fan before her. Lin Fan was strikingly handsome. His dark eyes had taken on a hint of azure due to the awakening of his battle soul. His serious and focused expression gave him a unique kind of handsomeness and charm. Flair took another look at him. As a young woman of her age, she naturally harbored romantic feelings. Seeing Lin Fan now, she couldn't help but feel a subtle, lingering attraction. In Flair's eyes, Lin Fan was just a little brat, but at that moment, he didn't look so bad after all. But was Lin Fan really just a little brat? Of course, deep down, Flair knew the answer to that question very well. Time passed, bit by bit. Lin Fan absorbed the abyssal mana from Flair's body and continuously fused it with his own. It didn't deplete his spiritual energy, nor did it make him feel tired. As for Flair, this sensation felt just as pleasant as when Lin Fan had shocked her with lightning. She had no objections whatsoever. Before she knew it, a day had passed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the abyssal form quest. You have obtained the special physique, abyssal form. The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. In the very next instant, Lin Fan's entire body was instantly engulfed by abyssal mana. Oh no, how could this happen? It's my fault. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly engulfed by abyssal mana, Flair's eyes filled with panic. Chapter 95, The Kunlun Realm. Abyssal mana raged all around Lin Fan. In that instant, Lin Fan seemed to have lost control, as if he'd gone mad. He exuded a terrifying sense of danger. Flair's heart instantly filled with worry. She feared that, in trying to help her rid herself of the abyssal mana, Lin Fan had instead brought disaster upon himself. Frantic, Flair rushed to draw the abyssal mana out of Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan, snap out of it. Stop absorbing my abyssal mana. Don't lose control. Flair cried out in panic. Flair's slender, jade-like hand hurriedly pressed against Lin Fan's chest, trying to draw the abyssal mana back out. But Lin Fan grasped her hand. Don't. I'm fine. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Abyssal mana raged all around him, yet his gaze was unusually bright and clear. He did not look like someone who had lost control. Weren't you overwhelmed by abyssal mana and lost control? Why does it seem like you haven't been affected by the abyssal mana at all? Seeing Lin Fan with such a clear gaze, Flair asked, her face filled with shock and confusion. I possess the ultimate thunder, which naturally counters abyssal mana. How could I possibly be controlled by abyssal mana? In my current state, it seems I've actually gained control over the power of abyssal mana. Look! Lin Fan said earnestly to Flair. Abyssal mana raged all around Lin Fan. Eerie black patterns instantly appeared on his skin. In just a moment, Lin Fan took on a deeply sinister appearance. Yet, a powerful aura could be sensed emanating from him. You can really control abyssal mana? I can sense that your spiritual power has nearly reached the level of a level 35. It seems your physical strength has also increased significantly. Flair said, her face filled with shock. The abyssal form Lin Fan had obtained was actually quite similar in effect to the blood form. What he was now unleashing was abyssal mana enhancement. The abyssal form also had two skills. One was abyssal mana enhancement. It not only boosts combat power but also enhances defense. In other words, abyssal form's abyssal mana enhancement combines the two skills of blood form into one. As for abyssal form's other skill, called abyssal nightmare, it's an illusion. Are you really unaffected by abyssal mana right now? Flair's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Having been constantly affected by abyssal mana, she knew all too well how terrifying its onslaught could be. After all, she was a 7th ring soul saint, while Lin Fan was merely a 2nd ring great soul master. Yet at that moment, abyssal mana was raging all around Lin Fan. This situation was utterly terrifying. I'm not affected at all. What's more, I can even harness the abyssal mana for my own use. Let us continue. Let us see what happens if I absorb all the abyssal mana inside you. Lin Fan said to Flare once more. At that moment, the look in Lin Fan's eyes as he gazed at Flare was intensely passionate. This passion wasn't driven by lust for Flare's beauty. On the contrary, Lin Fan had set his sights on the abyssal mana within Flare's body. This abyssal mana was incredibly useful to him. After Lin Fan completed the abyssal form quest, he had already accepted the advanced quest for abyssal form. This advanced abyssal form quest was called the Body of Magic Wings quest. Lin Fan wanted to see if the abyssal mana could help him make further progress on the quest. He grabbed Flare's slender, jade-like hand. Seeing how bold Lin Fan was being, Flare felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. But when she saw Lin Fan earnestly absorbing the abyssal mana from her body once again, Flare simply let him have his way. Another day passed. The abyssal mana within Flare's body was completely absorbed by Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan discovered that his Body of the Demon Wings quest was only 1% complete. It would take at least 100 days to complete the Body of the Demon Wings quest. That was far too long. Moreover, Lin Fan had temporarily drained all the abyssal mana from Flare's body. It was no longer possible to continue absorbing abyssal mana. Chapter 96, Vance, Dean of the Outer Academy. I've temporarily absorbed all the abyssal mana from your body. However, because of your mutated battle soul, abyssal mana will continue to be generated. In the future, if you feel the abyssal mana is having too great an effect, you can come find me immediately. Lin Fan said earnestly to Flare. Holding Flare's slender hand, he could feel the beauty and charm of the moment. For a guy like Lin Fan, that was also a kind of pleasure. After all, he was in the company of a beauty. Not to mention, the abyssal mana within Flare's body was of immense benefit to him. The abyssal mana inside me 1T caused me to lose control. But it's still quite uncomfortable. You've actually helped me a lot. Even though you're not very strong, you're still quite capable. Flare nodded with a beaming smile, offering Lin Fan a compliment. Her face, radiating charm, was suddenly full of allure. Lin Fan, that rascal, couldn't help but let his eyes wander again. You couldn't really blame Flare for that. With Flare's alluring looks and sexy figure, it was indeed all too easy for someone's eyes to wander. Oof. You little rascal, you really can't shake that bad habit. Did you really think that just because you helped me, I wouldn't beat you up? For the third time, Flare's crystal clear, pale pink foot landed on Lin Fan's face. The abyssal mana inside me has been temporarily dispelled, so I don't need your help anymore, you little rascal. Are you coming with me to the Forging Academy? I'm a forger, I can help you craft some soul-guided artifacts. Plus, once you break through to the 4th ring, I can forge a set of battle armor for you. Flare said to Lin Fan again. I need to refine some elixirs, so I'm afraid I won't be able to go to the Forging Academy. I'm still too weak right now, we'll have to wait until later for the battle armor. Besides, school starts tomorrow. Lin Fan shook his head. All right. I forgot you're an alchemist. You're currently a core student in the alchemy division. It wouldn't be realistic for you to join our Forging Academy now. For you right now, it's best to focus on improving your strength. Flare nodded again. She jumped off the bed and slipped on her embroidered shoes, which covered her crystal clear, pale pink feet. Noticing that Lin Fan, that little rascal, was peeking at her again, Flare glared right back at him. You little rascal. You'd better work hard to improve your strength, okay? As for the second guidance method you mentioned, I might end up choosing that one. If your strength catches up to mine. Who knows? You might actually have a chance. Flare gazed at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly as she spoke. She was a few years older than Lin Fan in her eyes, he was indeed a little brother. But Flare knew very well that this wasn't a problem at all. As soon as Flare said this, the flush on her lovely face made his heart skip a beat. Senior Flare, you can't go back on your word when the time comes. Flare's words sent a jolt of excitement through Lin Fan. Of course I won't go back on my word. It's just that getting the chance I mentioned won't be easy. Also, when school starts tomorrow, you'll be assigned to classes. Class assignments in the outer academy are particularly important. You'd better find a way to get into Class 0. Flare reminded him with a serious expression. Class 0? Why? Lin Fan asked instinctively. Because Class 0 is the best class in every grade at the outer academy. It also has access to the most resources. There is one more major benefit to getting into Class 0. That is gaining access to the Kunlun realm, which is restricted to inner court students. The concentration of celestial and earthly spiritual energy there is 100 times higher than in the outside world. If you little rascal want to catch up to me, training there is your only chance. Flare said with a smile. The Kunlun realm? What is that? Hearing this from Flare, Lin Fan looked even more stunned. A special spatial plane. It appeared 100 years ago when Earth's spiritual energy revived. You'll find out once you get there. Anyway, good luck, you little rascal. With that, Flare left Lin Fan's room. Chapter 97, Class Assignment. The next day. Today was the official opening day of the JoJo Soul Master Academy. Lin Fan, did you sleep with Senior Flare? Luke stared at Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with admiration. He himself had been beaten by Flare without a chance to fight back. But he never would have expected it. Flare had actually gone to Lin Fan's room. Moreover, hearing a woman's voice coming from Lin Fan's room the day before yesterday had dealt Luke a massive psychological blow. Luke, what are you thinking about? With Senior Flare's skills, do you really think she'd let me do something like that? Besides, she is not just any girl. Lin Fan shot Luke a withering glance. She was screaming in your room all day, I could hear it perfectly clear from next door. Are you trying to pretend nothing happened? But seriously, you've got some stamina, kid. That was a whole day and night, you know. Luke's expression was priceless. He looked at Lin Fan as if he were staring at a monster. Flare's screams were just too easy to misinterpret. Still, thinking about that woman's voice on and off for a whole day and night, Luke couldn't help but admire Lin Fan's physical endurance. Luke, it really wasn't what you're thinking. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. He really didn't know how to explain this misunderstanding. After all, Flare had indeed been making those strange noises. At the time, even Lin Fan himself had found it a bit hard to handle. Right now, Lin Fan didn't know what to say, so he could only hurry off to the freshman assembly point. Kyushu Soul Master Academy. Only a little over 100 people passed the entrance exams. However, there were over 1,000 others who had been admitted through special recommendation. Every student admitted to JoJo Soul Master Academy through special recommendation was a genius possessing a top-tier battle soul. Almost all of the nation's most talented soul masters, those with the highest tier battle souls and the greatest natural talent, were concentrated here. Luke had originally been a special recommendation student as well, but because of his brotherly bond with Lin Fan, he had accompanied Lin Fan to take the freshman assessment. Among the crowd of new students, Lin Fan spotted familiar faces like Wei Xian, Bianca, and Lan Feifei. There were also Huang Lai, Frost, Feng and others he met during the admissions exams. Bianca, Wei Xian, and the others kept glancing over at Lin Fan from time to time. Lin Fan, Luke. Tanya ran over to them and called out cheerfully. With a beaming smile, Tanya chatted with Lin Fan about alchemy, asking him for advice on pill refinement. Luke stood nearby, however, looking at Lin Fan with disdain. Lin Fan, Luke. Just as Lin Fan and Tanya were discussing alchemy, Dustin appeared out of nowhere. Dustin, what are you doing here? Lin Fan asked, looking puzzled. I'm a first-year freshman too. I was internally recommended. Dustin said with a smile. Ha! I thought you'd been a student at the academy for a long time. Neither Luke nor Lin Fan had expected Dustin to be a freshman as well. However, with Dustin joining them, Lin Fan and Luke were actually quite happy. The three of them were, after all, friends. Silence. An aged voice rang out from the sky. Shortly after, a group of elderly men and middle-aged men and women appeared on the high platform. That's Dean Vance from the Outer Academy. The deans of all the Outer Academy S branches are here. Dustin introduced them to Lin Fan and Luke. Lin Fan recognized quite a few familiar faces among the elders. He had seen them all during the admissions exams. In addition to these deans, there were many faculty members from the various branches. Lin Fan even spotted Flair, dressed in a red dress. Flair was smiling and winking at him. Standing beside Flair was an elderly man in a red robe. Lin Fan recognized this old man as well. He'd seen him before. Dustin, standing beside him, continued introducing these people. Chapter 98, Potential Test. Young ones. Congratulations on becoming first-year students at the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. Next, you will be assigned to different classes based on the type and attributes of your battle souls, as well as your innate talent and strength. This class assignment is not arbitrary. This classification will determine how many cultivation resources you'll receive and the level of training you'll undergo. This, you might say, is your first assessment since entering the academy. Vance, the dean of the Outer Academy, explained in detail. As soon as this information was announced, all the new students found it hard to contain their excitement. Everyone present was a top-tier genius from all over the country. They possessed top-tier battle souls and exceptional natural talent. Each one's heart was brimming with proud confidence. They wanted to see just how their own strength compared to that of the other geniuses. When they heard that this class assignment was actually an assessment, many of them were thrilled beyond measure. Lin Fan, I'll show you in a moment just how ridiculous your so-called first-place finish in the admissions test really is. You'll never rise above me. At that moment, not far from Lin Fan, Wei Xian shouted defiantly at him. Idiot! Lin Fan glanced at Wei Xian and replied with just 2 words. Let us see how long you can keep talking tough. Wei Xian gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Fan, Luke. The class placement test is coming up. We have to find a way to get into Class 0. At that moment, Dustin said to Lin Fan and Luke. Class 0? Luke looked at Dustin with a puzzled expression. It's the best class. It gets the most cultivation resources. You'll find out when the time comes. Anyway, we have to get in. Dustin added. What's there to think about? We're definitely going to get into that so-called Class 0. Luke said, his eyes sparkling. Getting into Class 0 isn't easy, though. There are only 20 spots in Class 0. Among this year's freshmen, there are quite a few scions of major clans. There's likely going to be a competitive selection process later. Keep an eye on those guys. Dustin said with a serious expression, quickly pointing out a few people not far away to Lin Fan and Luke. Silence. The voice of Vance, dean of the Outer Academy, rang out once more. Next. I will release a spiritual pressure. How long you can endure it will determine which class you're assigned to. Everyone, get ready. As soon as Vance finished speaking, a metal ruler adorned with ancient cloud patterns appeared behind him. This was the ruler of the heavens, one of the renowned top-tier battle souls in the kingdom of Jojo. Following its appearance were 9 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. A perfectly configured set of soul rings. The 9th and final soul ring was a red 100,000-year soul ring. The strength of the Dean of the Outer Academy at the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy was truly awe-inspiring. When Vance's 9 soul rings appeared, everyone's expression turned serious, and many began to feel a sense of tension. It's beginning. As soon as Vance finished speaking, an invisible, terrifying aura of pressure swept across the entire venue. The moment the pressure descended, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Lin Fan, Luke, and the others immediately mustered all their strength to withstand it. In just 3 minutes, many faces had already turned pale, and sweat was pouring down their bodies. 5 minutes later, some people were already screaming in agony. 10 minutes in, some had fainted to the ground. The moment each person fainted, they were instantly transported by an invisible force to a nearby area. As people continued to faint, the class assignments for the first-year freshmen were already being finalized. Chapter 99, Gene. Half an hour later. Of the more than 1,000 people, in the blink of an eye, only a little over 100 remained. While withstanding the pressure, Lin Fan kept a close watch on his surroundings. The pressure each person endured was not entirely the same. The intensity of the pressure each person felt varied. For example, many trainees with strength levels of only around 25 or 26 had not yet fainted and were still holding on. In contrast, a large number of soul masters in the 30s had already reached their limit after fainting. They were transported to the side. At the moment, the pressure each person was enduring seemed to be determined by their individual strength and innate abilities. Take Tanya, for example, she was still holding on. Moreover, Wei Xian, Bianca, Lan Feifei, and the others were still holding their ground and managing to endure it. Another half hour passed. Of the original 100, only 70 remained. And just then, the terrifying pressure that had left everyone pale-faced and drenched in sweat suddenly vanished. Kids, congratulations on making it to the end. Go recover for a bit. Vance, the dean of the Outer Academy, said with a smile to the 70-odd students. These 70 students were the cream of the crop. To have endured to this extent meant that, in the future, they all had the potential to reach the level of a 95th level Super Doluo. This was the Academy's deliberate way of testing everyone's potential. Of course, it was also to determine the final class assignments. As soon as Vance finished speaking, among the over 1,000 students present, quite a few actually began breaking through. Under the overwhelming pressure of the titled paragon, many were forced to tap into their latent potential. Thanks to this pressure-induced potential unlock, many reaped significant benefits. Seeing these students breaking through, the Academy's instructors were all very pleased. This wasn't the first time they'd witnessed such a scene. The sight of hundreds breaking through simultaneously was truly spectacular. Among them were Wei Xian and Bianca, both in the midst of their breakthroughs. Before entering the academy, Wei Xian had broken through to level 30 with the help of his clan, and after obtaining his third soul ring, he had immediately advanced to level 33. Although Wei Xian had a feud with Lin Fan, he was still a top-tier battle soul possessor. His reputation as a genius was well deserved. At that very moment, Wei Xian broke through to level 34. That was one level higher than Luke. As for Bianca, although her family wasn't as powerful as Luke's, it was by no means weak. With the support of their families, Wei Xian and Bianca's strength improved much more rapidly. Bianca, too, had just broken through to level 34. Lin Fan and Luke both noticed the two of them breaking through. Although Luke's battle soul was even more elite than Bianca's and Wei Xian's. Without the support of a family and with limited cultivation resources, his progress wasn't fast. If it weren't for Lin Fan, Luke probably wouldn't have even broken through to level 30 yet. After breaking through, Wei Xian wore a smug smile on his face. He glanced over at Lin Fan, his eyes filled with even more disdain. From the 70 trainees who made it to the end, 20 will be selected to form the best class in the first year. The best class means the best cultivation resources. Of course, getting into it won't be easy. Right now, there will be a selection process. And this screening is quite simple. A free-for-all brawl. The voice of the Outer Academy dean rang out once more. The moment he finished speaking, The remaining 70 trainees all grew restless at once. Selecting 20 out of 70 to form the best class? And through a free-for-all brawl? In that instant, a single thought filled everyone's minds. They had to become one of those 20 and enter the best class. Feng Yi, Huang Lai, Kale. At that moment, a man called out directly to several of them. This man's name was Jin. The Huangfu clan was one of the top clans in the kingdom of Jiuzhou. The people Jin called out all shared a special status. That is, they were all scions of prominent clans. These individuals were preparing to join forces. 20 spots might seem like a lot, but everyone present was a top-tier genius and master. To secure a spot among the top 20, joining forces to eliminate others was naturally the best choice. Chapter 100, Weeding Out. Dustin. Jean called out to Dustin. We already have 12 people on our side. How about we join forces and eliminate those low-class scum? Jean extended the invitation directly to Dustin. After all, Dustin's background was also quite special. The Yi family was, after all, a top-tier clan. Dustin's grandfather was even the dean of the Inner Academy at the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. His status was naturally extraordinary. The 12 people around Jean were all scions of prominent clans. Moreover, they were all at least around level 35. As a member of a prominent clan, Jean looked down on anyone not from a noble family. In Jean's eyes, everyone else was nothing more than lowly commoners. He made no attempt to hide the arrogance in his gaze. Jean, I already have a team. I won't be joining yours. Dustin shook his head. After the recruitment trials, Dustin had become good friends with Lin Fan and the others. Moreover, Dustin had a cold personality and didn't like to interact with people he didn't know well. At that moment, the 4 of them, Lin Fan, Dustin, Luke, and Tanya, had effectively formed a new team. Dustin, teaming up with those low-class scum is an insult to your own status. Jean glanced at Lin Fan and the other 2, speaking with a look of contempt. He had already researched which of the new students came from noble families and were worthy of his attention. As for Lin Fan, Luke, and the others, he looked down on them completely. Who the hell are you calling low-class scum? You're just looking down on people with your dog's eyes. Luke, known for his hot temper, immediately snapped back. When Luke's angry outburst rang out, Jean's expression darkened. Humph, low-class scum, you're all uncivilized, just as I expected. In a moment, I'll kick you out like a piece of trash. A flash of anger crossed Jean's eyes. Dustin, are you really unwilling to join us? Jean said, a hint of displeasure in his voice. He sought an alliance with Dustin solely because of Dustin's background. Come to think of it, the Huangfu family's background was actually no less impressive than Dustin's. After all, the Huangfu family had connections to the military back home. Deep down, the Huangfu family simply wanted to get to know Dustin and build a good relationship with the Yi family. No, thanks. Dustin didn't care for the Huangfu family's haughty and arrogant attitude either. Brother Huangfu, my name is Wei Xian. I'm from the Wei family of Yunmeng. May we join you? At that moment, Wei Xian addressed Jean respectfully. The Wei family of Yunmeng is a force to be reckoned with in its own right. I suppose you may join us. Jean nodded. Wei Xian, Bianca, and Lan Feifei's faces lit up with delight, and they hurried over to Jean's side. When Wei Xian and the others took their places beside Jean and his group, he looked at Lin Fan with a smug expression, his eyes filled with a touch of mockery and coldness. This was the pride of the aristocratic clans. Over at Jean's side, there were now 15 people. All 15 were scions of aristocratic clans. The look in their eyes suggested they had already secured all 20 spots. They didn't even bother acknowledging anyone else. Lin Fan. Just then, Frost walked up to Lin Fan. What? Want me to give you the storage ring? Even if you used your sister to threaten me, I wouldn't give it back. Besides, your sister isn't in a position to take me on right now. Lin Fan said indifferently. You bastard, who cares about that storage ring anyway? I'm here to join you guys. Frost said, his face twisted with anger. Join us? Weren't you trying to kill me? We have a deep-seated grudge against each other. Besides, given your status, wouldn't your chances of securing a spot be much higher if you joined them? Lin Fan asked in return. Yes, I really want to kill you, you bastard. But I can't beat you. Jean over there has a grudge against my family. How could I possibly join them? My sister told me to follow you. That's the only way I can get into Class 0. With my strength, there's no way I could get into Class 0 on my own. Frost said, pouting. After being bullied by Lin Fan, she felt deeply wronged. But since she couldn't beat Lin Fan, she had no choice but to swallow her frustration. This time, in order to get into Class 0, she took her sister's advice. Chapter 101, Lin Fan vs. Wei Shen. You jerk, are you going to say yes or no? Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Frost grew even more impatient. If you don't agree, your sister's going to beat me to a pulp, isn't she? Lin Fan spread his hands in exasperation. I'm not using my sister to threaten you. Even though I can't beat you, I'm still pretty strong. Joining you guys will also help you out. Can't you stop thinking I'm so useless? It's not like I can only rely on my sister. Frost said, sounding a bit annoyed. Although she had a somewhat spoiled and domineering personality and did indeed like to lean on her sister. After meeting Lin Fan, she had been thoroughly put in her place. The moment she realized even her older sister was full of praise for Lin Fan and hadn't laid a finger on him. Frost's attitude toward Lin Fan underwent a dramatic shift. Fine. I hope you'll actually be of some use later. Lin Fan nodded. Oof. I was careless last time. You caught me off guard and beat me. If I'd really gone all out, you wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Frost snorted coldly. Her Snow Fox Battle Soul was also a mutated Battle Soul. To be precise, it was an Ice Spirit Fox Battle Soul. And like her sister's, it hadn't completed its mutation either. It could be said that Frost was just like her sister, Flare. Their Battle Souls were both somewhat special. However, Frost's mutated Battle Soul hadn't manifested the abyssal mana that her sister possessed. Moreover, when Frost faced Lin Fan last time, she certainly hadn't gone all out. She still had a trump card up her sleeve. Kids. It seems you're all ready? The voice of Vance, Dean of the Outer Academy, rang out once more. At that moment, the more than 70 students had split into roughly 6 small groups. Among them, Jean's group was the largest. Next was Kale's group, who had previously fought Lin Fan. Lin Fan's group consisted of 5 members. Groups like Lin Fan's were the most common. Of course, there were also some students acting alone. Since everyone is ready, let the free-for-all begin. This training ground will serve as the boundary. Anyone knocked off the field or rendered unable to fight is disqualified. Let us begin. As soon as the Dean of the Outer Academy finished speaking, spiritual energy fluctuations surged across the entire field, rising and falling in waves. However, at that very moment, no one made the first move. Instead, everyone activated their battle souls and opened their soul rings. Anyone below a 3-ring strength level, step aside. You useless trash at your level aren't qualified to compete for these 20 spots. At that moment, Jean spoke up directly, his tone utterly domineering. Jean's Golden Dragon Jiao Battle Soul materialized. 3 soul rings appeared alongside it. Jean immediately unleashed level 39 spiritual power. Jean's display of power caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. Even Lin Fan was quite surprised. Though Jean was domineering, he certainly had the strength to back it up. Such power was indeed outrageously strong. Of the more than 70 people present at that moment, over 20 were below level 30. As soon as Jean spoke, the expressions of those 20-plus people turned grim. Tanya, standing beside Lin Fan, looked a bit pale. Although she had just broken through to the next level, she was still only at level 26. Logically speaking, among these 70-plus people, she truly had no business competing for those 20 spots. Tanya was well aware of this. What's more, the terrifyingly powerful Jean was deliberately kicking people out. She was terrified as well. Ignore him. Lin Fan whispered those 2 words. This eased some of the worry in Tanya's heart. Since you useless fools don't want to withdraw on your own, then I'll personally make sure you're kicked out. Who dares to stop me from weeding out anyone below level 30? I'll weed you all out together. Jean said domineeringly once more. Attack! Jean's expression was icy as he addressed the people around him. In an instant, more than 20 people with second ring strength were all blasted off the field. And you too. You level 20 plus losers with no self-awareness, aren't you going to get lost yet? Jean stared at Lin Fan, his gaze icy as he spoke. Chapter 102, Domineering. You tell us to get lost, and we'll just leave? You really are domineering. Lin Fan looked at Jean and said with a cold smile. So what if I'm domineering? As a weakling, you should know your place. A fool like you weak as trash and without a shred of self-awareness. I think you need a good beating. Jean's face was filled with rage. His level 39 spiritual power erupted instantly. Brother Huangfu. Leave this good for nothing to me. Having you step in would be an insult to him. At that moment, Wei Xian spoke up. You're stepping in? Do you two have a history? Seeing the look in Wei Xian's eyes, Jean realized something. This good for nothing is getting way too cocky. This time, I'm going to cripple him. A hint of coldness flashed in Wei Xian's eyes. In that case, then I'll leave this good for nothing to you. Jean's face wore a sneer. Lin Fan. As long as I, Wei Xian, am here, you'll never be able to make a comeback. You good for nothing, do you dare fight me? Wei Xian shouted at Lin Fan with a look of contempt. Moreover, as he issued the challenge, Wei Xian glanced at Bianca standing beside him. He intended to defeat Lin Fan right in front of Bianca. To prove to Bianca that he was superior to Lin Fan, that he was the man best suited for her. Wei Xian, teach this good for nothing a lesson. Lan Feifei shouted at Wei Xian, her gaze toward Lin Fan filled with disgust. Shi Jun, watch this. See just how easily this good for nothing gets crushed right in front of me. Wei Xian said to Bianca again. However, Bianca didn't look at Wei Xian. Instead, she averted her gaze. Seeing that Bianca wasn't looking at him, Wei Xian felt a bit irritated. Lin Fan, you good for nothing, come on, let us fight. Wei Xian. With this battle, it's time to settle our score once and for all. Lin Fan's expression grew slightly cold. Wei Xian had picked on him more than once. He had even tried to kill him. Before Lin Fan had awakened his battle soul, Luke had always been there to help him. But now, he was going to personally repay Wei Xian for the humiliation he suffered all those years ago. Oof. You're just a good for nothing who got lucky enough to awaken an ultimate battle soul. But your strength is still trash. In front of me, you'll always be a good for nothing. Wei Xian's face was full of contempt. Behind him, the wind spirit Blue Eagle battle soul appeared. Along with it came 3 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Wei Xian's level 34 spiritual power erupted instantly. Lin Fan. I'll let you, a good for nothing, go first. I'll show you just how pathetic your strength is in front of me. Wei Xian said disdainfully. Fine. Then, I'll make my move. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. The second soul ring lit up. The moment the wind chant and thunder transformation buffs took effect, Lin Fan's body felt lighter. Oof. Speed and agility boosts, huh? My battle soul is wind attribute. Trying to play the speed game against me? It's nothing but a joke. Wei Xian looked utterly disdainful. But in the very next instant, Wei Xian's expression turned pale. How is this possible? How can this good for nothing be this fast? So what if he is fast? With your level 26 strength, do you really think you can break through my defenses? Wei Xian found it hard to believe, yet he still looked down on Lin Fan's abilities. At that moment, Wei Xian's second soul ring lit up. Wind net! Wei Xian roared. A wind net instantly appeared around him, shielding him completely. The two were 300 meters apart. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had already appeared right in front of Wei Xian. Blood Qi enhancement. Lin Fan growled silently to himself. This time, his strength surged dramatically. Lin Fan's hands were enveloped in the power of blood qi and wind thunder. The eye of the thunder god locked onto Wei Xian's weakest point. A punch was aimed directly at him. Boom! Lin Fan's power erupted. The wind net surrounding Wei Xian shattered instantly. And the terrifying force of that punch poured out directly. Wei Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even had time to react. His body was slammed directly into the ground. You little brat! You're not allowed to kill anyone within the academy. Seeing Lin Fan land another kick, the outer academy dean and the teachers all grew frantic. Lin Fan, that guy was actually trying to kill him. Chapter 103, Lin Fan vs. Jean. When Lin Fan brought his foot down, he truly intended to kill Wei Xian outright. After all, Wei Xian had tried to kill Lin Fan once and not just once. Now that he had the chance, how could Lin Fan possibly let Wei Xian off the hook? However, at the Jojo Soul Master Academy, the teachers and deans of the various colleges would never allow Lin Fan to actually kill anyone. After all, this was an academy. If people were dying here all the time, no one would dare come here to study. Vance, the dean of the outer academy, intervened. Lin Fan's foot didn't come down. Wei Xian, who had been severely injured by Lin Fan's punch, was immediately carried away for medical attention. In that moment, the students looked at Lin Fan with a sense of apprehension. This guy actually tried to kill someone right in front of the dean of the outer academy and the deans of the various branches. Lan Feifei had originally been hoping Wei Xian would give Lin Fan a thorough beating. In the eyes of both Lan Feifei and Wei Xian moments ago, although Lin Fan had awakened his battle soul, he wasn't even in the same league as them. But now, Lan Feifei no longer held the same thoughts as before. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and terror. Lin Fan, whom she had looked down on, that good-for-nothing who hadn't awakened his battle soul in 3 years, had truly turned the tables. Wei Xian couldn't even block a single move from Lin Fan. Bianca, too, stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Lin Fan had shocked her yet again. She had originally thought that even if Lin Fan had awakened his battle soul, there would still be a gap between him and her. Even if he had come in first in the admissions exam, he still wouldn't measure up to a direct admission student like her. But now, Bianca realized just how ridiculous she'd been. And the hardest thing to accept was Wei Xian. He'd been severely injured by a single punch from Lin Fan. At that moment, Wei Xian had several broken ribs and was coughing up blood. The pain in his heart was even more excruciating than the physical pain. The good-for-nothing he had always looked down on had not only turned his life around, but had also trampled him underfoot. Unable to accept this reality, Wei Xian, overcome with rage, coughed up another mouthful of blood and passed out cold. You little brat! This is the academy, you're all classmates. Attacking a classmate? You're way too ruthless, kid. From now on, don't go that far. If you two have some deep-seated grudge, take it outside the academy. Vance, the dean of the outer academy, barked at Lin Fan. Dean, I'll be more careful in the future. Lin Fan felt a touch of resignation. Although it was true that he and Wei Xian harbored a life and death grudge against each other, the academy was certainly not the place to settle it. After all, these were the rules of the Jojo Soul Master Academy. But as far as Lin Fan was concerned, having defeated Wei Xian with a single move today, killing him in the future would be no difficult task. Oof. Let the free-for-all continue, Vance said coldly. This brief interlude had caused a momentary silence on the field. With only a 2-ring strength, you were actually able to instantly defeat a level 34 Wei Xian. It seems your strength is a bit peculiar. Jean's eyes were filled with astonishment. Do I still need to leave? Lin Fan asked Jean coldly. Of course. Once I've spoken my mind, how could I possibly take it back? Even though you were able to defeat Wei Xian, your strength is still only at the 2nd ring. With that kind of strength, you're not qualified to join Class 0. So, get the hell off the field yourself. If I have to do it myself, you'll regret it. Jean looked at Lin Fan, his gaze still dismissive and domineering. People from the great clans are truly arrogant. Wei Xian is quite like you, though. Lin Fan said coldly. A scumbag like Wei Xian isn't qualified to be compared to me. You don't really think? Just because you beat Wei Xian, does that mean you can go head to head with me? Jean retorted dismissively. Chapter 104, Evil. Whether I can go head to head with you or not, we'll have to try it to find out. Besides, I'm taking a few of the 20 spots in Class 0 for myself. Lin Fan said coldly. Ha! With your 2-ring strength, you actually want to enter Class 0? Pipe dream. As long as I'm here, you won't stand a chance. Jean said with utter disdain. Big brother Jean, show this idiot what you're made of. Trash like him has no business entering Class 0 with us. Exactly. Scum like him, even if he has some strength, isn't qualified to be on equal footing with us. The aristocratic students standing beside Jean all spoke with disdain. Did you hear what they said? Only aristocratic students can enter Class 0. Trash like you, with no status to speak of, had better know your place. Get the hell out of here. I can't be bothered to even lay a finger on trash like you. Jean said again with contempt. A bunch of family-dependent scum. At the end of the day, in my eyes, you lot are nothing but trash yourselves. Letting you into Class 0 would be an outright insult to Class 0. Lin Fan retorted. You're asking for it. Jean's level 39 spiritual energy surged forth. He unleashed a punch straight at Lin Fan. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled out. That single punch. In Jean's eyes, it should have sent Lin Fan flying off the field. But to his surprise, he himself was knocked back 3 steps. Lin Fan, on the other hand, remained completely unscathed. To be forced back by a 2-ring cultivator like Lin Fan. A flash of irritation flickered in Jean's haughty eyes. For him, this was nothing short of a humiliating disgrace. The first soul ring of his Golden Dragon Jiao battle soul lit up instantly. Golden Dragon Jiao Force. A hint of ferocity flashed in Jean's eyes. His entire arm glowed with golden light, resembling a ferocious dragon-like serpent. He charged straight at Lin Fan. Blood Aegis. Lin Fan growled under his breath. His entire body was immediately enveloped by the Blood Aegis. Break! Jean roared. His first soul ring technique struck Lin Fan's Blood Aegis but failed to break through. Instead, Lin Fan merely took a few steps back. You actually managed to block my Golden Dragon Snake Force? Humph, it seems you do have some skill after all. This Blood Aegis of yours is rather peculiar. It's not a soul skill, nor is it soul-guided armor. In any case, this Blood Aegis won't protect you. Jean snorted coldly. His second soul ring lit up at that moment. Seeing this, Lin Fan's expression grew serious. Jean, a level 39 cultivator, possessed a top-tier battle soul like the Golden Dragon Snake. He was no pushover. Golden Dragon Serpent Transformation. Jean roared, and his aura surged instantly. Golden and blue serpent scales appeared on Jean's skin. His body had now transformed into something as eerie as a serpent. Lin Fan had already witnessed the physical transformations caused by battle souls on Frost. However, Frost's transformation had been beautiful and alluring. Jean, on the other hand, was downright terrifying. This guy had completely turned into a monster. Boom! Jean unleashed another punch. Having activated his second soul ring technique, this single blow caused cracks to appear in Lin Fan's blood aegis. Oof! Your blood aegis has been shattered. What else do you have to fight me with? Jean said disdainfully. But in the very next instant, terrifying negative auras, evil, bloodthirsty, venomous, ruthless, lecherous, murderous, and heartless, suddenly emanated from Lin Fan's body. Abyssal mana? Has this kid lost his mind? No, we must stop him from succumbing to darkness immediately. Upon seeing the abyssal mana emanating from Lin Fan, the Outer Academy Dean's expression turned pale, and he immediately prepared to intervene. The sudden change in Lin Fan caused the Outer Academy Dean and the other branch deans to turn pale. Grandpa Vance, don't panic. Lin Fan can control abyssal mana. Flair called out to Vance. Vance, don't get worked up. Flair's grandfather, the Dean of the Forging Division, also called out. Chapter 105, Abyssal Nightmare. Abyssal mana? Is this kid a heretic soul master? Disable him first, then arrest him. Among the Academy's high-ranking officials, an elderly man in yellow robes said coldly. Juan Defa, what are you shouting about? Have you ever seen a heretic soul master this arrogant? Who dares to attack right in front of us? The red-robed elder standing beside Flair remarked with disdain. For a heretic soul master to dare strike out in front of a group of titled paragons at the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy, that was tantamount to courting death. Flair, do you know this kid? What's the story with the abyssal mana he is emitting? Why is it the same as the abyssal mana you possess? Vance, the Dean of the Outer Academy, hurriedly asked. Flair had once suffered from mana backlash. The deans of the Academy's various divisions had all intervened at one point or another. Naturally, they were very familiar with the abyssal mana on Lin Fan's body. The abyssal mana on Lin Fan's body is the same as the one inside me. He helped me absorb the abyssal mana. Flair hurriedly explained. What? That kid got rid of the abyssal mana inside you? So that means the problem with your mutated battle soul has been resolved? Vance's eyes widened in disbelief. Back then, a group of old-timers at the Academy had all tried to help, but they were all at a loss. It's only a temporary solution for the abyssal mana inside me. The problem with my mutated battle soul hasn't been resolved. That abyssal mana will still resurface. But for now, I won't be affected by it. Flair added. So that's how it is. But if that kid absorbed the abyssal mana from your body, what about him? He is so weak. How could he possibly control the abyssal mana? Vance said with a hint of concern. Lin Fan has the ultimate thunder battle soul, which can counteract abyssal mana. Besides, his constitution seems a bit special. He is able to control the abyssal mana. Grandpa Vance, look at the look in Lin Fan's eyes. He hasn't been affected by the abyssal mana. Flair added to Vance. Hearing this, everyone had a moment of realization. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lin Fan. Abyssal mana raged within Lin Fan's body, giving off an exceptionally sinister aura. Yet Lin Fan's eyes remained crystal clear, showing no signs of being controlled by the abyssal mana. Moreover, in that instant, Lin Fan's aura surged instantly. Lin Fan immediately activated the abyssal form he had just obtained by completing a system quest. The enhancements of the abyssal form and the blood energy boost of the blood form amplified each other simultaneously. In addition to the rampaging black abyssal mana, a blood-red mist now swirled around him. With the interplay of blood red and black, Lin Fan now exuded an even more eerie presence. However, Lin Fan's power had now come dangerously close to matching Jean's. Are you a heretic soul master? Oof. You evil monster, how dare you unleash such wicked power right in front of the Dean and the others? You really don't know when to quit. Lin Fan now exuded an aura of pure evil. Any ordinary person who saw him would assume he was a heretic soul master. Jean cursed furiously. Heretic soul master? A monster? Isn't your battle soul as shape-shifting form a monster in itself? As for whether I'm a heretic soulmaster, the dean and the others are watching right now. Lin Fan said coldly. Lin Fan, do you even have the right to compare yourself to my battle soul as shape-shifting form? So what if you can boost your strength through such evil means? I'll still crush trash like you. Jin's eyes were filled with contempt. He launched a punch straight at Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't T-block it. Instead, he let Jin's punch land squarely on his chest. The triple boost from abyssal form, blood form, and battle soul techniques. Lin Fan's strength had already surpassed Jin's. That punch hitting him didn't even make a dent. This can't be. Lin Fan took the punch head on yet didn't flinch. Jin's eyes were filled with shock. Get lost. Lin Fan snapped his hand back and slapped Jin squarely across the face. Jin's body was sent flying like a cannonball. Chapter 106, Noble Clan Students. How could Brother Jin possibly be defeated? How could someone of such lowly status possibly possess such strength? The students from the noble clans all stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. A hint of terror also flashed in their eyes. Jin's strength was the greatest among the noble clan students. He was considered their leader. Yet, unexpectedly, Jin had been sent flying by a single slap from Lin Fan. Standing nearby, Lan Feifei and Bianca both covered their mouths in disbelief. They had thought that after Lin Fan defeated Wei Xian, his strength was already formidable and had likely reached its limit. But now, Lin Fan had actually defeated even Jin. Anyone with eyes could see it. Jin was arguably the strongest among the more than 1,000 freshmen. If Lin Fan could defeat Jin, didn't that mean Lin Fan was the strongest of all? Lin Fan was clearly only at the 2-ring level, yet he could easily defeat Jin. This was the most shocking thing of all. Lin Fan, I admitted Bianca, was truly short-sighted. Why did you turn out this way? Bianca felt a sharp pang in her heart as she clenched her fists tightly. Her regret was growing by the moment. If only she hadn't broken up with Lin Fan half a month ago. Would the two of them still be together like they used to be? Bianca's heart was filled with regret. What are you all standing around for? Attack him together. Kick this scumbag out. A flash of savagery crossed Jin's eyes. Given his status, how could he have been defeated by someone as lowly and unknown as Lin Fan? What's more, Lin Fan was only at the 2nd ring, a full tier below him. For Jin, this was utterly unacceptable. It was the ultimate humiliation, a disgrace beyond compare. In Jin's eyes, no matter what, he would never let Lin Fan join Class 0. Humph, humph, humph. Being from a noble clan sure is impressive, isn't it? What? Are you going to gang up on the outnumbered? Luke glared mockingly at Jin and his group as he stepped up beside Lin Fan. Dustin, Frost, and Tanya followed suit. Lin Fan, there are quite a few of them over there. What do you mean? Although Luke was all talk, Jin's group numbered over 10, more than 3 times as many as Lin Fan's side. If it came to a fight, Lin Fan's group would definitely be at a disadvantage. Luke was feeling a little nervous too. It's fine. They're just a rabble, we'll take them all out at once. Everyone, come closer. I'll boost your stats. Tanya. In a moment, give us your full power boost. Lin Fan whispered to Tanya again. Let us move together. Take them out first, we can't let them enter Class 0. For the honor of our noble house. Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. The pride of their noble clan would not allow them to be outdone by lowly people like Lin Fan. Attack! At that moment, Lin Fan was the first to shout. His palm struck Luke, Dustin, Frost, and Tanya in quick succession. The 4 auras surged instantly. Tanya, a support-type soul master, immediately boosted Lin Fan and the others' power. The auras of Lin Fan and his 3 companions surged to their absolute limit. Abyssal Nightmare. Just as the 4 charged directly at Jin, Lin Fan unleashed the 2nd skill of abyssal form. The illusion spell, abyssal nightmare. Jean and the other noble clan students fell victim to it instantly. Black abyssal mana immediately appeared in their eyes, plunging them into an illusion. Snap out of it. Jean, being the strongest, was the first to recover. Seeing the others trapped in the illusion and losing control, he shouted anxiously. But by then, it was already too late. Chapter 107, 100 million. Dustin, how dare you team up with such lowly scum? Do you even know what you're doing? Jean shouted, his face contorted with rage. Jean couldn't understand why Dustin would stoop so low. Jean, you're too arrogant and domineering. You'll never make it into Class 0. Dustin ignored Jean and left him to Lin Fan. He bypassed Jean and moved on to deal with the others. You got beaten by my brother, yet you're still putting on a tough act. I'd say you're not even as good as low-class scum. You're a complete moron. Lin Fan sent two men flying with a single punch, then said to Jean with disdain. You low-class piece of trash, you're asking for it. Jean's face was twisted with rage. Being defeated by Lin Fan was already a humiliating disgrace to Jean, and he was furious. Now, on top of that, he was being mocked by Lin Fan. This made Jean even more enraged. Aren't you going to withdraw on your own? Lin Fan stood in front of Jean and said coldly. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to withdraw? Even if you beat me, I'm still qualified to enter Class 0. Jean said angrily. As he looked at Lin Fan, a hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. But as far as Jean was concerned, given his strength and noble status, he was, by any measure, qualified to enter Class 0. If he didn't go head-to-head with Lin Fan right now, he could still make it into Class 0. You think just because you say you can get into Class 0, you'll get in? I say you won T. Lin Fan swept out a kick. Bastard! Jean roared furiously and hurried to block the attack. But Jean couldn't possibly block Lin Fan's kick. He was swept right off the playground. Lin Fan, you'd better remember this. This isn't over yet. Kicked off the field by Lin Fan. That meant he had no chance of entering Class 0 now. Meanwhile, on the other side, the noble clan students, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, were all kicked out by Lin Fan, Luke, Dustin, and Frost. This kid has gone a bit too far. He has definitely made enemies of the noble clan students. Vance, the dean of the Outer Academy, shook his head and said. He felt that Lin Fan and his group were in for trouble. I like this kid. What do you mean, he went a bit too far? Those Jean kids, every single one of them is used to being arrogant and tyrannical, relying on their family status. They deserve to be taught a lesson by Lin Fan and his group. Haven't you seen enough of what those aristocratic clans back home are like on a daily basis? Flair's grandfather laughed heartily. He wholeheartedly approved of what Lin Fan and his group had done. Lin Fan's behavior might have been a bit arrogant, but it was truly inspiring. Lin Fan and his group had done what many people wanted to do but didn't dare. More than a dozen students from the aristocratic clans were all expelled. Originally, there had been over 70 students. Since Jean and the others had already expelled more than 20, and now adding the dozen or so from this group, only a little over 30 remained. You foul-mouthed bitch. Are you going to get the hell out on your own, or do I have to make you leave? Luke said coldly to Lan Feifei. Lan Feifei had previously insulted and berated Luke and Lin Fan in every way possible, and now Luke had no intention of letting her off the hook. Luke, you'd better remember this. You've offended so many aristocratic clan students today, you might as well just wait to die. Lan Feifei cursed angrily in her heart. She had thought that by following Jean and the other aristocratic clan students, she'd be able to get into the best class. But she never expected that Lin Fan and his group would actually manage to eliminate all the aristocratic clan students. Lan Feifei glanced at Bianca and walked off the field. Bianca, her feelings in turmoil, gazed at Lin Fan. Luke didn't let Bianca leave, and Lin Fan didn't acknowledge her either. However, Frost walked over. You were with them just now. please leave the field on your own. I have no intention of laying a hand on a girl, Frost said coldly. Deep down, Frost had always been a spoiled and domineering girl. When Lin Fan and his group were taking on the aristocratic students, she'd been rooting for chaos. Now, when it came to kicking people out, she was more eager than anyone else. Chapter 108, 2 Class 0 Students. Lin Fan, you've kicked out so many aristocratic students. How many noble clans have you offended? Do you realize that by doing this, you'll inevitably become a target for everyone? You might even get beaten to death. Kale, who had been defeated by a single punch from Lin Fan during the admissions exam, spoke directly to Lin Fan. At that moment, Kale was also afraid that Lin Fan would kick him out. If Lin Fan didn't take action against him, there was no way anyone else could expel him and his sister. For now, Kale had no choice but to threaten Lin Fan, hoping to prevent Lin Fan from taking action against him. But Kale hadn't considered that if he hadn't spoken up, Lin Fan wouldn't have touched him in the first place. Lin Fan was the type who yielded to kindness but not to force. When others threatened him, he became even more defiant. I don't even give a damn about scum with this level of strength. So what if I become the target of everyone's criticism? Lin Fan couldn't care less about these so-called students from prominent clans. Worst case scenario, he'd just have to fight them. By the way, there are still quite a few people here. It seems you guys have quite a few people on your side, too. How about I show you guys the way out? Lin Fan said to Kale again. Since the guy had brought it up, Lin Fan was certainly going to give them a little send-off. Lin Fan, we've always kept to our own business, don't go too far. Kale snapped angrily. I'm going too far? If I were weaker than you would kick me out during the admissions test. I'm afraid I wouldn't even have had the chance to stand here. And now you're calling me out of line? Don't play the victim. You didn't look so pitiful when you were all ganging up on people just now. Lin Fan said coldly. In that instant, Kale was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Kale and his group had teamed up with Jean to pick on others. They, too, had weeded out a few people. It was just that Jean had run into a brick wall in the form of Lin Fan. Kale and his group didn't dare make a move now. Kale and his group were also students from noble families. Students from noble families had their own sense of pride. In past Class 0 cohorts, there were very few students from ordinary backgrounds. They were almost all from noble families. The biggest difference between students from noble families and those from ordinary backgrounds. The biggest difference was that the latter lacked family backing and cultivation resources. Naturally, in this kind of confrontation, students from ordinary backgrounds found it nearly impossible to compete with those from noble families. Bro, let us go all out against this bastard. Kara called out anxiously to Kale. Although her hair had grown back thanks to the elixir and her injuries had fully healed. But having been beaten so badly by Lin Fan 3 days ago, Kara hated him with a passion. After all, she was a girl. She'd never endured such a brutal beating before. Shut up. Little sis, no matter what, we have to find a way to get into Class 0. Kale said, his eyes cold. Only students from prominent clans like Kale truly understood the importance of Class 0. No matter what, Kale was determined to get in. Lin Fan, let my sister and me join Class 0. You can ask for anything. Money, elixirs, soul-guided devices, whatever I can give you, I will. Kale said through gritted teeth. Lin Fan, I heard this Kale guy is the son of a major noble family. He is rich. Luke muttered under his breath. Lin Fan's mouth twitched slightly. You don't want to be eliminated by us? Fine. You and your sister 20 million each. Lin Fan said bluntly. Here's a debit card with 50 million on it. The pin is 6 sixes. Kale pulled out a Jojo National Bank debit card and tossed it toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I think we're getting shortchanged here. That's 50 million and that guy didn't even bat an eye. Luke called out to Lin Fan. Kale, who had heard Luke's remark from the side, twitched the corner of his mouth. Here's another 50 million. As long as you guarantee that my sister and I get into class 0. I'll make it up to you later. Kale, that guy was really going all out. For him, 100 million wasn't a small sum. But to get into class 0, he was willing to go all in. Chapter 109, The Homeroom Teacher. Hey, you bunch of brats. This is the Academy's placement test, not a marketplace for you to do business. You bastards. Seeing that Lin Fan and his crew were openly buying and selling spots, the dean of the external academy was so furious his nose nearly twisted out of shape. A group of academy teachers also twitched their lips in disbelief. This was the first time they'd ever seen such a situation occur during the Academy's placement tests. As Dean Vance of the external academy roared in anger, Lin Fan quickly stuffed his bank card back into his pocket. There are a few too many of you over there. Work it out yourselves. Lin Fan said to Kale again. Kale gritted his teeth and turned away. The rest of you should withdraw on your own. Kale said to the other 8 students from the noble clans. Although these 8 were reluctant, they knew full well that even if Kale hadn't told them to withdraw, Lin Fan would have kicked them out anyway. The 8 of them had no choice but to walk off the field, albeit reluctantly. The 20 spots were gradually finalized. Unlike in the past, among these 20 spots, aside from the sisters Kale and Kara, who had paid their way, as well as Dustin and Frost, the rest were all students of ordinary backgrounds. All the noble clan students had been eliminated outright. The students from the noble clans were not at all pleased with this outcome. Moreover, some high-ranking officials were also very unhappy. This was because many of the students from the noble clans were the grandchildren of these officials. The 20 spots for Class 0 have now been finalized. Is that it? Vance looked at the others and asked. Vance. The selection for Class 0 this time feels a bit unfair. That kid who wielded abyssal mana is extremely sinister. If he comes into contact with a heretic soul master, he is bound to go astray in the future. Huang Fu Filong, the dean of the Soul Battle Academy, said with a displeased expression. Moreover, he had effectively sealed Lin Fan's future with those words. Jean, his grandson, had been eliminated by Lin Fan using abyssal mana and was unable to enter Class 0. For him, this was extremely difficult to accept. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's abyssal mana had become a talking point. It had turned into the focal point of his criticism. Exactly. That kid's abyssal mana is far too dangerous. Let him enter Class 0 and receive special training. What if, in the future, he becomes another Haiming? Several others chimed in. The grandchildren of these people had all been eliminated by Lin Fan. The current 20 spots in Class 0 were clearly unacceptable to them. Behind the students from the noble clans stood their respective clans. Lin Fan had offended not just one person, but a vast network of factions. Although the 9 provinces Soul Master Academy was founded with the purpose of training students. Where there are people, there are power struggles. Within the entire 9 provinces Soul Master Academy, there were still many factions. The abyssal mana within Lin Fan is my doing. He is capable of controlling abyssal mana. You can't deny Lin Fan because of this. This selection process was based on the strength of Lin Fan, Dustin, and the others. There is absolutely no issue with that. Hearing the words of Huang Fu Filong and the others, Flair said with a touch of irritation. These bastards, if they want to frame someone, they find any excuse. How dare they slander Lin Fan like this? Flair couldn't stand by and watch any longer. Flair. The red-robed elder standing beside Flair shook his head at her. He gestured for her to look at the white-robed elder standing nearby. When Huang Fu Filong and the others mentioned Haiming, the white-robed elder's gaze grew exceptionally cold. Old Yi, you decide. Although Vance was the dean in charge of the entire outer academy, he couldn't keep everyone in check. After all, Huang Fu Filong and his group wielded considerable influence. They represented the major aristocratic clans of the country. Since you say it's unfair, let us form 2 Class 0 groups. In half a year, the two classes will compete against each other. Then we'll determine who is qualified to be the true Class 0. Is this arrangement fair enough? The white-bearded elder said to Huangfu Filong. Dean Yi's arrangement was fairer. Then let us settle it that way. Huangfu Filong said with a cold laugh. Chapter 110, Kunlun Realm. Class assignments are complete. Class advisors, please take your classes back. Vance, Dean of the Outer Academy, spoke again. Lin Fan, what is going on? It looks like there are 20 people in their class too. Just like ours. Luke noticed something odd about the class assignments and asked Lin Fan in confusion. I don't know either. But according to the rules, we should have been assigned to the best class. That is for sure. Lin Fan shook his head, unsure of what had happened. I'm your homeroom teacher. Let us go head to your classroom first. Flair walked up to Lin Fan and the others and said. Ha! Senior Flair, how could it be you? Luke's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Frost, her younger sister, was a bit taken aback. Lin Fan also looked completely surprised. None of them had expected Flair to be their homeroom teacher. Call me homeroom teacher. Don't call me anything else. You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Flair shot Luke a cold glare. Luke immediately shrank back. Lin Fan and the others hurried to follow Flair. Flair, in half a year, I hope the students in your Class 1T let me down. But the true Class 0 title will definitely belong to our class. Just as Flair was about to leave with Lin Fan and the others. Over by Jean, a handsome young man smiled at Flair and said. Though his smile carried a hint of disdain. Ji Ziang, we'll see what the outcome is in half a year. Right now, your class has no right to say that. Flair said coldly. She immediately led Lin Fan and the others away from the playground. Back in Lin Fan's classroom. Everyone had taken their seats. Sis. What is going on? Aren't we Class 0? Why did Ji Ziang make it sound like we aren't Class 0? Frost asked Flair in confusion. Lin Fan and the others all looked at Flair with puzzled expressions. According to the class placement rules, the 20 of you should indeed be the top class Class 0. However, there are some shameless old fools at the academy. They refuse to recognize you. So, for now, there will be two Class 0 classes. Class 01 and Class 02. We're Class 01. In half a year, we'll face off against their class in a competition. To finally determine the true Class 0. Flair said with a displeased expression. How could this happen? Can they actually break the rules? This is way too much. Frost and the others asked, all sounding a bit resentful. It's because we kicked out all those students from the noble clans, isn't it? Lin Fan spoke up. Yeah. That's the reason. You little brat kicked out all the noble clan students. Not a single one of them made it into Class 0. Those old farts at the academy who represent the interests of the noble clans aren't happy about it. Class 0 is the best class in the academy. It's always been dominated by students from the noble clans. Because of you, this year's noble clan students can't enjoy the academy's best cultivation resources. Of course they're unhappy. Add to that the abyssal mana inside you. That gives them a pretext. Flair explained. As soon as Flair spoke, everyone's faces turned anxious. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly. He hadn't expected his abyssal mana to have such an impact. He really had caused trouble because of himself. Lin Fan, starting today, you are the class representative of Class 0. You'll lead everyone to defeat Jean's class in 6 months. Victory is mandatory, defeat is not an option. Are you confident? Flair addressed Lin Fan once more. Her beautiful eyes fixed on him, her expression grave. I am. Lin Fan replied, his eyes brimming with determination. Since he was the one who had caused this problem, Lin Fan would naturally find a way to resolve it. Chapter 111, Slander. Ding! Recycled various elixirs, 245 pills. Earned recycling points, 85,000. Total recycling points, 108,000. The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. He used the system to recycle most of the elixirs he had refined the day before yesterday, exchanging them for recycling points. Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry to advance his strength to the third ring. Since his strength had been rising too rapidly lately, Lin Fan still needed to further refine the spiritual energy within his body. As for now, Lin Fan intended to use these system exchange points to obtain something. 10,000 system exchange points consumed. Host did not receive a reward. 10,000 points consumed. The host did not win a reward. After 5 consecutive draws, the system's voice echoed repeatedly in Lin Fan's mind. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 system redemption points went down the drain. However, Lin Fan did not lose heart. Instead, he continued drawing. On the 10th draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained affinity with nature. A surging wave of wood attribute energy instantly emanated from Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan suddenly found that his perception of wood attribute energy, especially that found in plants and trees, had become 100 times more acute. Lin Fan had acquired affinity with nature specifically for cultivation in the Academy's Kunlun realm. According to what Flair had explained yesterday, the benefits of affinity with nature were immense. Originally, Lin Fan had planned to find a way to acquire a special constitution for the wood attribute. However, the system's reward points were a bit too low. For now, he could only enhance his natural affinity. Lin Fan was already quite satisfied with having obtained this natural affinity. Early the next morning, the 20 students of Class 01, including Lin Fan, gathered in the classroom first thing. Is there anyone who still doesn't understand what I explained yesterday? Flair looked around at the rest of the class to confirm. Alright, since everyone has taken what I said to heart, I'll take you to the Kunlun realm to get a first-hand look. Let us go. Flair immediately led Class 01 to the so-called Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is a special small plane that emerged 100 years ago when Earth's spiritual energy revived. It is now under the control of the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Moreover, the Kunlun realm is the most mysterious place within the Jojo Soul Master Academy. Lin Fan and the others were teleported directly into the Kunlun realm from the outer Academy's teleportation plaza. The spiritual energy here is so dense. The spiritual energy here is more than 10 times as dense as it is outside. As soon as they entered the Kunlun realm, everyone exclaimed in surprise. The spiritual energy here feels a bit strange. It seems to be mostly what attributes spiritual energy, Tanya said after sensing the energy. Lin Fan, look over there. What a massive tree! Luke exclaimed in amazement. Everyone's gaze shifted to the direction Luke was pointing. Every face was filled with awe. On the distant horizon, a gigantic and peculiar tree obscured the distant skyline. Its massive canopy reached deep into the clouds, soaring thousands of meters high. That's the ancient Bodhi tree. It's the core area of our Jojo Soul Master Academy, Dustin explained to Lin Fan. The spiritual energy over there is even denser than it is here. However, only inner court members are allowed to go there. Frost added, a hint of regret in his eyes. Both Frost and Dustin, given their status, had been to the ancient Bodhi tree before. However, even with their exceptional status, they were not permitted to cultivate there. That was the rule of the Kunlun realm. Don't get ahead of yourselves right now. Although the spiritual energy there is dense, if your affinity with nature is too low, you won't be able to cultivate there for long. After all, your strength is still too weak. Come with me, Flair said to the group. Leading Lin Fan and the others, she walked toward another tree that was slightly shorter. Chapter 112, The Rematch with Jean. This is the Golden Ancient Tree. Although this place isn't quite as good as the ancient Bodhi tree, it's actually more suitable for your cultivation. Moreover, outer court students are only allowed to cultivate here. Even so, for you, this is still the best place to cultivate. Flair led Lin Fan and the others to the golden ancient tree. This golden ancient tree was only 1/3 the size of the ancient Bodhi tree. The tree glowed with a golden green radiance, and the surging, dense spiritual energy was incredibly exhilarating. For everyone, being able to cultivate here was simply fantastic. Lin Fan was also thrilled as he sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations here. Because the spiritual energy here was so dense, it would help him refine his spiritual energy. Flair, so you're here too? Ji Xiang, the homeroom teacher of Class 02, called out to Flair. Standing beside Ji Xiang were Jean, Wei Xian, Bianca, and the others. Seeing Jean and the others again, they all glared coldly at Lin Fan. Ji Xiang, were you waiting for us on purpose? Flair said coldly. You should know why I was waiting for you. Ji Xiang said with a smile. Of course I know. Flair replied coldly. During yesterday's class assignment, the rivalry between our two classes had already begun. As for now, in the lower cultivation area of the golden ancient tree, we naturally need to settle this once and for all. To avoid any unnecessary chaos, don't you agree? Ji Xiang said with a cold laugh. It's time to settle once and for all which of our two classes deserves the best cultivation area. Ji Xiang, surely you don't have the guts to let your Class S students face off against ours in a soul battle again? Flair said with a mocking look in his eyes. Flair, there's no need to mock me. That kid from your class defeated Jean and the others using evil abyssal mana. Abyssal mana is the hallmark of a heretic soul master. And it's certainly more powerful than that of a normal soul master. However, a righteous soul master would never stoop to using abyssal mana. If it weren't for that evil abyssal mana, this kid wouldn't have the right to act so arrogant in front of Jean and the others. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up becoming a heretic soul master. Ji Xiang said with a hint of darkness in his eyes. Ji Xiang, watch your mouth. Slandering Lin Fan by claiming he can control abyssal mana using such a lame excuse to insult him. Can't you have a little self-respect? Flair looked furious upon hearing Ji Xiang's words. That's the truth. If he hadn't mastered abyssal mana, given his lowly status, how could he have defeated Jean and the others? Flair, you know this in your heart. You know exactly what the gap is between noble clan students and these lowly students. Ji Xiang added with disdain. As a representative of the noble clan students' interests, he naturally looked down on Lin Fan's background even more. What a noble clan student indeed. A bunch of losers, just like a bunch of good-for-nothings. Still making excuses after losing. I want to use abyssal mana. I'll duel your so-called noble students. Do you dare let them duel me? With these good-for-nothings, I'd even let them take turns fighting me. Lin Fan wasn't about to take Ji Xiang's insults and mockery lying down. He issued a direct challenge. When Lin Fan issued the challenge, Ji Xiang's expression instantly darkened, and Jean and the others looked exceptionally furious as well. Ji Xiang. Lin Fan is the class president of Class 01. What he says is what I say. He won to use abyssal mana, he'll duel your class. If even one of you can beat him, the lower training area of the golden ancient tree, the best training area, will be yours. Do you dare? Flair said coldly. Chapter 113, The Natural Affinity Testing Stone. Teacher G. Let me duel him. Jean said, his gaze icy. Having been defeated by Lin Fan, Jean felt deeply resentful. He kept telling himself that he had lost to Lin Fan because of abyssal mana. If it weren't for abyssal mana, someone of Lin Fan's lowly status would never have been able to beat him. Jean, you're the class president of Class 02. You should know what this battle means. Ji Xiang said with a stern expression. Teacher Ji, rest assured. That low-class piece of trash, if it weren't for abyssal mana, he wouldn't even have the right to stand before me and brag. Jean's face was contorted with fury. He vowed to himself that he would defeat Lin Fan and restore his honor. Lin Fan, get your ass out here! Jean shouted angrily at Lin Fan. A defeated opponent, and you dare to brag? Lin Fan walked straight out. Lin Fan, you know full well in your heart. If it weren't for abyssal mana, would you even be a match for me? I'll show you that without abyssal mana. You're nothing but trash. You're not even worthy of tying my shoes. Jean summoned his golden dragon serpent, and 3 soul rings appeared simultaneously. Boss Jean, take that piece of trash out. Let him know that our noble lineage is far beyond what a piece of trash like him could ever hope to match. Trample the trash from the commoner class mercilessly. The students in Jean's class all shouted loudly. Yesterday, Lin Fan and his team had been defeated and eliminated. Almost everyone had fallen victim to Lin Fan's abyssal nightmare illusion. This provided them with even more psychological comfort. They believed Lin Fan had used evil abyssal mana to defeat them. They hadn't actually lost, they merely lost to abyssal mana. Now, Lin Fan wasn't using abyssal mana. The students from the noble clans all considered Lin Fan to be nothing but trash. They were certain they could easily defeat him. Wei Xian and Lan Feifei both glared at Lin Fan with cold, menacing eyes. After being defeated by Lin Fan, Wei Xian had suffered a severe blow to his pride. But deep down, he still looked down on Lin Fan. Are you two ready? Flair spoke up. We're ready to start any time. Jean said confidently. As long as Lin Fan didn't use abyssal mana. In his eyes, Lin Fan was nothing but a worthless piece of trash. Let us begin. Lin Fan replied indifferently. Since you're both ready, let us get right to it. Flair added. Oof. Lin Fan, you piece of trash. I'll see just how you without abyssal mana could possibly stand a chance against me. Jean's second soul ring lit up instantly. Well then, watch this. The powers of wind and thunder alternated on Lin Fan's body. Without abyssal mana, your speed is far too slow. You think you can defeat me with that kind of speed? Jean looked utterly disdainful. Eye of the Thunder God. A flash of blue light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Jean's mind was instantly pierced by a searing pain, and his entire body began to convulse. The soul attack of the Eye of the Thunder God was unleashed. Jean lost consciousness for a brief moment. Boom! Immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning struck Jean out of the blue. In an instant, his entire body was charred black. Lin Fan landed a punch, striking Jean squarely in the face. Ah, my nose! Jean let out a scream of agony. Lin Fan's punch had shattered his nasal bone. His body flew backward. Jean was instantly defeated by Lin Fan. Useless! Seeing the outcome, Ji Xiang cursed silently to himself, his gaze growing even more menacing. Ji Xiang represented the interests of the noble clans at the academy. He led Jean and the other noble clan students. Naturally, he had hoped Jean and the others would prove themselves. But Jean had lost to Lin Fan once again. Just moments ago, Ji Xiang had used abyssal mana as an excuse. Now, even though Lin Fan hadn't used any abyssal mana, Jean still lost. One could only imagine how frustrated Ji Xiang must be feeling. Chapter 114, Level 10. Ji Xiang, Lin Fan defeated Jean without even using abyssal mana. What more can you say? Flair said coldly, though her eyes betrayed her delight. Lin Fan's victory over Jean was undoubtedly a stinging slap in the face for Ji Xiang. The group of aristocratic clan students who had been boasting just moments ago now fell completely silent. They had all been clinging to a sliver of hope. They thought Lin Fan's strength was solely due to his powerful abyssal mana. But Lin Fan hadn't used abyssal mana at all, and still took Jean down in an instant. If anyone else had faced off against Lin Fan, the result wouldn't have been much different. Wei Xian, Bianca, and Lan Feifei all looked at Lin Fan with incredibly complex expressions. As for the students of Class 01, they admired and respected Lin Fan even more. Oof! I admit it, he beat Jean. The best training area in the lower levels of the Golden Ancient Tree belongs to your class now. Ji Xiang said coldly. Ji Xiang, you still can't accept it? Are you looking for another excuse? Leading a bunch of good-for-nothings who only know how to hide behind their family names. Mocking this one for his poor background, mocking that one for his lowly status. You bunch of good-for-nothings, when will you ever have the guts to let your own strength do the talking? Flair lashed out at Ji Xiang and his group. Ji Xiang and the students of Class 02 were now pale with anger. Flair, cut it out. Ji Xiang's face flushed crimson from the scolding. Cut it out? Why didn't you tell me to cut it out when you were insulting Lin Fan just now? What's wrong with giving you a couple of insults? Do you even know what shame is? Flair's temper was anything but mild. Flair, I don't have time to argue with you. Even if this kid beats Jean, so what? The lower cultivation area under the Golden Ancient Tree is nothing special. It won't make much of a difference. Instead of mocking me, you'd better worry about this kid. He has evil abyssal mana inside him. You'd better pray that the Golden Ancient Tree doesn't kick him out. Ji Xiang snorted coldly, waved his hand dismissively, and led his group toward the Golden Ancient Tree. Ji Xiang's words caused Flair's expression to shift slightly. You two, follow us. Flair glanced at Lin Fan, a look of concern flashing in his eyes. Xiang, Flair. You're here. At the very base of the Golden Ancient Tree. An elderly man in a green robe smiled as he watched Flair and Ji Xiang lead their group toward him. Master Mu. Flair and Ji Xiang both addressed him respectfully. Let us not waste any time. Let us begin testing these youngsters' affinity with nature. The elderly man in the green robe said directly. Little ones. Come over here. The green-robed elder said to Lin Fan and the others. This is the natural affinity testing stone. We're going to test your natural affinity now. The higher your natural affinity, the better you'll be able to cultivate at the Golden Ancient Tree and the Bodhi Ancient Tree, and you'll also gain quite a few benefits. If your affinity is low, then you won't be suited for long-term cultivation at either of these locations. The old man in the green robe said with a smile. Flair had explained this concept of natural affinity yesterday, so Lin Fan and the others already knew what was coming next. Zi Yang, you bring your group over first. Your class will be tested first. The old man in the green robe said to Ji Yang. All right. Ji Xiang nodded. Jean, you go first. Ji Xiang addressed Jean directly. Although Lin Fan had broken his nose, Jean was no ordinary person. He carried high-grade healing potions with him. After taking the potion just now, he didn't seem to be affected much. Jean shot Lin Fan a cold glance, then strode confidently onto the natural affinity testing stone. Chapter 115, A Stunning Revelation. Natural Affinity, Level 7. Not bad. Gazing at the glow emanating from the natural affinity testing stone, the old man in the green robe nodded. For natural affinity, Level 7 and above is considered advanced. Jean's natural affinity was indeed quite good. Wei Xian, natural affinity, Level 6. Lan Feifei, natural affinity, Level 6. 6 or 7 qualified natural affinity results appeared in a row. The old man in the green robe was beaming. Bianca, natural affinity, Level 8. Excellent. Zi Yang, this little girl is quite promising. She could become a prospective candidate for the Bodhi Hall in the future. When the natural affinity testing stone detected Bianca, the green-robed elder's face lit up with an excited smile. When the green-robed elder mentioned the Bodhi Hall, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The Bodhi Hall was, after all, the secret core of the inner court at the 9 Provinces Soul Master Academy. The fact that the old man in the green robe said Bianca could enter the Bodhi Hall was no ordinary piece of news. After testing 20 students from prominent clans, Bianca's natural affinity was the highest. Zi Yang. The students in your class are quite good. Their natural affinity is all within the passing range. And there's also a young girl with an 8 extremes affinity. Train her well, the green-robed elder said with a smile. At that very moment, Bianca was the center of everyone's attention, the most dazzling presence in the room. Deep down, she felt a tinge of joy and pride. These past few days, she'd been in agony. Lin Fan had dealt her a series of shocks she simply couldn't accept. But now, Bianca felt as though she had regained a bit of herself. She desperately wanted to prove that it wasn't that she, Bianca, was short-sighted and had missed out on Lin Fan. Rather, it was that Lin Fan wasn't good enough for her, Bianca. Flair, young lady. Have the trainees from your class come forward. The old man in the green robe said to Flair with a smile. Lin Fan, you go first. Flair said directly to Lin Fan. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. He walked straight over to the natural affinity testing stone. He sat down on the stump of the ancient golden tree. In the next instant, the natural affinity testing stone began to glow. However, at that very moment, the ancient golden trees surrounding them suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Inside Lin Fan's body, abyssal mana suddenly surged forth without warning. Lin Fan was taken aback for a moment. The abyssal mana within him had actually been triggered by the golden ancient tree. Oof! The golden ancient tree will purge the evil abyssal mana. This kid will be kicked out in no time. I told you, this kid will become a heretic soul master sooner or later. The golden ancient trees won't tolerate such evil scum. Ji Xiang wore a cold smile on his face. Lin Fan. Flair looked anxious. The abyssal mana within Lin Fan was her doing. Recently, Lin Fan had gotten into a lot of trouble because of the abyssal mana. This made Flair feel deeply guilty. If Lin Fan were to run into trouble again because of the abyssal mana right now, Flair truly didn't know what to do. Her sense of guilt grew even stronger. Seeing the abyssal mana suddenly run rampant within Lin Fan, Luke, Tanya, Dustin, and the others were all filled with worry. As for Jean, Wei Xian, Lan Feifei, and the others, were actually hoping Lin Fan would suffer, preferably that the worst possible outcome would occur. But just as the abyssal mana reached its peak, it retreated back into Lin Fan's body. Moreover, the natural affinity testing stone erupted with the most dazzling red light. How is this possible? Level 10, maximum level natural affinity? The old man in the green robe stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. Just then, the sound of a gust of wind cut through the air nearby. Several elders rushed directly toward the natural affinity testing stone. Chapter 116, Elder Duanmu. Old Duanmu. What is going on? There was some incredibly powerful abyssal mana just now. The elders who had rushed over all asked in confusion. Everyone had assumed it was an invasion by a heretic soulmaster. They were all on high alert. Level 10 natural affinity? Good heavens! What is going on with this kid? The elderly men who had rushed over stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Just moments ago, they had been worried about the fluctuations of abyssal mana, but now, everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Fan in shock. They stared intently at the natural affinity testing stone. How should I know what is going on with this kid? The abyssal mana you sensed just now was emitted by this kid. But his level 10 natural affinity. Even the green-robed elder was at a loss for words. Young man. All right. You can come down now. The green-robed elder looked at Lin Fan with a somewhat complex expression. A level 10 natural affinity was bound to attract serious attention. But the abyssal mana Lin Fan had just released was also a cause for concern. For these elders who guarded the golden ancient tree and the Bodhi ancient tree, they knew full well that abyssal mana posed a threat to both ancient trees. Because of the abyssal mana, even with a level 10 natural affinity, it would be difficult for Lin Fan to be accepted by everyone. What? Old man Mu, are you saying that the abyssal mana fluctuation we just sensed came from this kid? How is that possible? How can someone possessing abyssal mana also have such a high level of natural affinity? The few elders who had rushed over were all highly skeptical. Kid, release the abyssal mana from your body again so we can see. The old man in the green robe addressed Lin Fan directly. Lin Fan made no attempt to hide it and immediately activated abyssal form. In an instant, abyssal mana raged all around Lin Fan. It really is abyssal mana. Huh, why does this abyssal mana feel so familiar? An old man in a hemp robe said with a puzzled look. Grandpa Yang, the abyssal mana on Lin Fan is because of me. He absorbed the abyssal mana from my body to help me. Flair quickly spoke up to explain. Huh? That kid absorbed the abyssal mana from your body? No wonder this abyssal mana felt so familiar. Flair, has the issue with your mutated battle soul been resolved? The old man in the hemp robe asked urgently. It's only a temporary solution for the abyssal mana. The problem with my mutated battle soul still hasn't been resolved. Flair shook her head. The problem with your mutated battle soul is indeed very difficult to solve. But this kid is so weak, how could he possibly absorb the abyssal mana from your body? Another elder asked in disbelief. Lin Fan has a rather unique constitution. Flair continued to explain. The elders all fell silent for a moment. This kid was able to absorb the abyssal mana from Flair's body. Another level 10 natural affinity. His constitution is indeed quite unique. Old Yang, should we convene a Bodhi Academy meeting? The elder in the green robe asked the elder in the hemp robe. With a level 10 natural affinity, of course we must convene a Bodhi Academy meeting. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this kid is bound to become the top student at the Bodhi Academy in the future. However, there is something a bit off about the abyssal mana within him. The old man in the hemp robe said with a slight frown. While he acknowledged Lin Fan's potential, he couldn't help but feel a bit concerned. Everyone present overheard the conversation between the old man in the hemp robe and the others. For Ji Xiang and his group, Lin Fan's level 10 natural affinity had already left them utterly stunned. Considering that Lin Fan had no notable background, the students from the aristocratic clans naturally felt even more resentful. However, upon hearing the old man in the hemp robe and the others mention that there was an issue with Lin Fan's abyssal mana, Ji Xiang and the others felt a twinge of secret delight. Chapter 117, the 9th level. Sis, does Lin Fan's abyssal mana really have that much of an impact? Frost asked Flair anxiously. Lin Fan's nature affinity had been tested at level 10. This rating had certainly excited everyone in Class 01. But a group of old men kept harping on the issue with his abyssal mana. Their words had left everyone feeling uncertain. Those two ancient trees in the Kunlun realm are vital to the very foundation of our Jojo Soul Master Academy. Abyssal mana will affect those two ancient trees. This is my fault. I'm the one who put Lin Fan in danger. Flair said with a look of worry in her eyes, her heart heavy with guilt. Class Advisor Flair, this isn't your fault. I absorbed the abyssal mana, and it didn't harm me. On the contrary, I actually gained quite a few benefits. As for whether I can get into that Bodhi Academy or not, I don't really care. Lin Fan said nonchalantly. Lin Fan, you can't say that. You don't understand the importance of the Bodhi Academy now, but you will in the future. If a teacher or student approaches you in the future, you must never say things like that. You must remember this. As soon as you have the chance, you must find a way to enter the Bodhi Academy. Flair said somewhat urgently. Lin Fan didn't know the importance of the Bodhi Hall, but she was well aware of it. Yeah, I will. Hearing Flair say this, Lin Fan nodded helplessly. Flair, let the students in your class continue. The old man in the green robe said to Flair again. Dustin, you all continue. Flair hurriedly replied. Dustin, natural affinity, level 9. Luke, natural affinity, level 9. Tanya, natural affinity, level 9. Frost, natural affinity, level 9. 4 consecutive level 9 natural affinity ratings. The group of elderly men all stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Quick, go notify Elder Duan Musu. The old man in the green robe couldn't hold back any longer and called out to the middle-aged man beside him. No need to send anyone. I've already seen what just happened. An old man in a blue robe had appeared at their side at some point. His hair and beard were entirely white, yet his eyes shone with a subtle, inner radiance. The moment the old man appeared, the spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding the ancient golden tree seemed to intensify slightly. So many young ones with a level 9 affinity. That's truly rare. And this kid with a level 10 affinity is even rarer. To possess abyssal mana yet still have such a high natural affinity. Strange. The old man looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan felt as if his body were being scrutinized. Elder Shu, could the abyssal mana within this boy pose a threat in the future? What if he is led astray and becomes a heretic soulmaster? That would be a massive threat to both the Golden Ancient Tree and the Bodhi Ancient Tree. We absolutely cannot let him come into contact with the core of the ancient trees. Immediately, another elder spoke up, his voice filled with concern. Elder, this Lin Fan is a core student of our alchemist division. He is certainly no heretic soul master. Kumu, the dean of the alchemist division, had appeared at some point. Speaking up in Lin Fan's defense. Grandpa Duanmu, the abyssal mana within Lin Fan is because of me. He possesses the ultimate thunder battle soul, which counteracts abyssal mana. There is absolutely no way he could become a heretic soul master. Flare defended Lin Fan with some urgency. All right, stop arguing. I've already consulted the Golden Ancient Tree. It has personally confirmed it. There is nothing wrong with this Lin Fan. Pass the word around, we'll hold a Bodhi Hall meeting tomorrow. As soon as the elder Duanmu spoke, the crowd fell silent. Since the Golden Ancient Tree had personally confirmed it, there was nothing more to be said. As for the Bodhi Hall meeting to be held tomorrow, it would clearly resolve Lin Fan's issue. These young ones are all promising prospects, though their strength is still quite weak. Don't worry too much about the matters that concern you. The Bodhi Hall will handle this matter. You may all disperse. You can give these young ones some special attention. The elder Duanmu waved his hand and spoke. His figure vanished instantly. Chapter 118, The Wood-Chi Constitution Quest. Flare, you don't need to worry about Lin Fan. Your grandfather and I can handle those old fools. Kumu said to Flare. Lin Fan, you'd better step up your game. We old-timers are all counting on you. Kumu patted Lin Fan on the shoulder again. Rest assured, Dean. Lin Fan won't let any of you down. Lin Fan nodded at Kumu. Alright, you don't need to overthink things right now. Just focus on improving your strength. Elder Duanmu already said your abyssal mana is fine. So just train hard here. Kumu added to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Flare, girl. I'm heading out first. I'll leave this to you. After saying that, Kumu flew straight toward the ancient Bodhi tree. What a pity. The Golden Ancient Tree actually didn't kick this kid out. Ji Xiang's voice drifted over from the side. His tone was filled with resentment. Ji Xiang. It seems your little scheme didn't work. Overall, the students in Class 01 have a higher affinity with nature than you do. I'm really looking forward to the competition in half a year. Don't try any more tricks then. Flare said with an icy expression. Affinity with nature merely enhances the absorption of natural spiritual energy. True strength comes from more than just absorbing spiritual energy. The key lies in comprehending the realm of martial arts. Flare, count today's battle at the Golden Ancient Tree as a win for your class. One win is useless. Besides, this is the lowest level cultivation area. The students from prominent clans in our class won't even bother with it. Ji Xiang looked down his nose at them and, leading the others, headed straight for the upper level of the Golden Ancient Tree. Seeing Ji Xiang's shameless remarks, Flare's expression turned icy. He gave a wave of his hand and led his group directly to the lower cultivation area of the Golden Ancient Tree. The spiritual energy here is so dense. If I cultivate here, I'll probably be able to advance one level in a month. Luke said excitedly. This isn't even the place with the densest spiritual energy. See that up there? The spiritual energy there is countless times denser than here. Frost said dismissively. Jean and the others went up to the next level. Shouldn't we be able to go there too? Lin Fan asked curiously. Of course we can. However, cultivating up there requires spending jade coins. The golden ancient tree has a total of 9 levels. This is the lowest level. It's a reward the academy gave to our class, the top first-year class. That area up there is the first level. Cultivating on the first level costs 100 yellow jade coins a day. Jean and the others are all students from prominent clans. They can afford it. Many in our class can't afford it. Although Class 0 does provide some cultivation resources and jade coins. We can only cultivate up there for a maximum of 3 days. Flair spoke up. Today, I'm here to show you around the golden ancient tree. In the future, if you want to train, you can just come here on your own. To train on higher levels, you'll need to earn jade coins at the academy. I recommend you learn a side job. If you're confident in your abilities, you can also directly participate in soul battles or take on quests. That way, you can secure the basic jade coins needed for cultivation. Flair explained to the group. Chapter 119, Acquiring the Wood Chi Constitution. Jean, don't be discouraged if you fail once or twice. All of you have exceptional martial arts talent. Moreover, as students from noble clans, you have access to far more cultivation resources. Those commoner students simply can't hold a candle to you. From now on, you'll train on the first and second levels. In half a year, you'll easily be able to trample those commoner students underfoot. Ji Xiang said to Jean and the others. Just moments ago, Jean had lost to Lin Fan once again. It had dampened the class's morale a bit, so Ji Xiang was now trying to boost their spirits. Teacher Ji, I won fail again. Rest assured, in half a year, I'll definitely trample those lowly guys underfoot. Jean said through gritted teeth. I believe in you. Good luck. Ji Xiang patted Jean on the shoulder. Just then, Lin Fan and his group also arrived at the first level of the golden ancient tree. Flair. You actually brought them here to train on the first level? The jade coins required here aren't cheap. Can they even afford it? Ji Xiang watched as Flair led Lin Fan and the others to the cultivation platform on the first level of the golden ancient tree, a sneer on his face. Jean and the others also looked down on them with disdain. They all looked down on Lin Fan and the other low-status commoner students. Even though he'd been defeated by Lin Fan twice, Jean was still arrogant to the core. Besides, ordinary commoner students certainly weren't as wealthy as Jean and his group. Whether they can afford it or not is none of your business, Ji Xiang. Lin Fan, go register with Old Master Pu Wu and prepare 100 yellow jade coins yourselves. Flair said coldly to Ji Xiang, then turned to Lin Fan. All right. Lin Fan led his classmates toward the elderly guardian on the first level of the golden ancient tree. 100 yellow jade coins are required for 1 day of cultivation on the first level. Everyone, get your jade coins ready. After you register and pay the jade coins, you can choose a cultivation spot and begin cultivating on your own. The old man named Pu Wu said to Lin Fan and the others. After Lin Fan and the others paid 100 yellow jade coins, they chose a thick tree platform on the golden ancient tree and began cultivating individually. These 100 yellow jade coins were well spent. The spiritual energy on this first level is twice as dense as the levels below. However, the spiritual energy here is a bit peculiar. Luke said in surprise. No wonder cultivating here requires a higher level of affinity with nature. If your affinity with nature isn't high enough, it'll be difficult to absorb the spiritual energy here. This natural spiritual energy seems gentle, but it's actually far too dense. For an ordinary soul master, absorbing it would cause the concentration of natural spiritual energy in their body to become too high, actually preventing them from continuing to absorb any more. Lin Fan nodded. Although the golden ancient tree's natural spiritual energy had this particular drawback. For Lin Fan, who had just obtained top-tier natural affinity, the drawbacks of the natural spiritual energy had virtually no effect on him. Ding, absorbing natural spiritual energy. Would Chi Constitution quest, 5% complete. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Yesterday, Lin Fan had drawn the top-tier natural affinity in a lottery. However, due to insufficient recovery points, he hadn't obtained the wood attribute special constitution. Now, absorbing natural spiritual energy from this golden ancient tree was actually helping him complete the special constitution quest. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy. He hurriedly continued absorbing the energy. He completed the quest for the wood attribute special constitution. Chapter 120, Wood Elemental Constitution. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the wood elemental constitution. A wave of greenish-blue light enveloped Lin Fan's entire body. Lin Fan had obtained the wood elemental constitution. The wood elemental constitution was similar to the blood form and abyssal form that Lin Fan had previously acquired. It also granted Lin Fan 2 skills. The first skill, Rapid Healing, could heal his own and others' injuries and enhance recovery. The second skill, Affinity with Plants, could boost spiritual energy absorption in areas rich in vegetation. Both skills were considered support skills. After Lin Fan obtained the Wood Chi body, the second Wood Attribute Special Quest, the Wood Element Body quest, appeared immediately. However, Lin Fan discovered that absorbing the natural spiritual energy on this first level was insufficient to advance the quest's progress. Yet Lin Fan could sense that on the second level, as well as the higher levels of the Golden Ancient Tree, there was natural energy capable of allowing him to complete the quest. Lin Fan. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Fan suddenly stand up and stop cultivating, Flair hurriedly asked. Worried that something might be wrong with Lin Fan due to the abyssal mana. Class Advisor Flair, I want to go to the next level to cultivate, Lin Fan said to Flair. For Lin Fan, who had obtained the Wood Chi body, this first level no longer held any appeal. Lin Fan now just wanted to try his hand at the higher levels. Kid, there's no problem with you going to the next level to train. However, the 100 yellow jade coins you paid 1T be refunded. You've only trained for an hour. If you leave now, you'll be at a bit of a loss. You're all new students. Those 100 yellow jade coins are no small sum, don't waste them. Pu Wu, the guardian of the first level of the Golden Ancient Tree, reminded Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Grandpa Pu Wu is absolutely right. If you leave now, you'll be wasting 100 yellow jade coins. Besides, given your current strength, the first level is the most suitable for you. The natural spiritual energy on the second level is quite violent, you'd need third ring strength to withstand it. Flair chimed in with her own advice. Trainee Lin Fan, your homeroom teacher is absolutely right. Even if your strength were sufficient to withstand the natural spiritual energy of the second level, a commoner trainee like you simply can't afford to train there. The second level costs 1,000 yellow jade coins a day. You certainly can't come up with that massive amount of jade coins, Ji Xiang said with a sneer. 1,000 yellow jade coins? And you're telling me I can't afford that? Teacher, I forgot to mention. I'm a 4th rank alchemist. I'm not short on jade coins at all. Lin Fan smiled at Ji Xiang as he spoke, deliberately pulling out a few purple jade coins. Ji Xiang had no idea that Lin Fan was a 4th rank alchemist. Hearing Lin Fan's words and seeing the purple jade coins in his hand, his expression instantly turned cold. Class Advisor Flair, I'd like to go up and give it a try. As you know, my constitution is a bit unique. As for the first level of this Golden Ancient Tree, it actually doesn't have much effect on me, Lin Fan said firmly. Since you want to go up there to cultivate, then I'll take you there. If you feel any discomfort, you must tell me immediately, Flair said with a serious expression. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. He headed straight to the second level with Flair. Ji Xiang followed them as well. Ji Xiang, why are you tagging along? Flair asked coldly. Can't I just come up and take a look? I'm actually curious to see how this kid plans to withstand the onslaught of natural spiritual energy on the second level. Ji Xiang said dismissively. Before becoming thoroughly familiar with natural spiritual energy, training on the second level always carried a certain degree of danger. Ji Xiang was convinced that something would happen to Lin Fan. He was here to watch the show. Chapter 121, The Third Level. Lin Fan, as soon as you feel your body swelling up and find it difficult to absorb spiritual energy, you must immediately step aside to meditate. Got it? Flair said with a serious expression. Lin Fan nodded. No sooner had he arrived at the second level of the Golden Ancient Tree than Lin Fan could sense what he was looking for. He registered, paid 1,000 yellow jade coins, entered the cultivation area, and began his practice. Ding! What elemental body quest progress, 5%. Half an hour later, the What Elemental Constitution quest had made significant progress. At this rate, he would be able to complete the quest within half a day. That kid can actually withstand the natural spiritual energy of the second level? Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't suffered the mishap he anticipated, Ji Xiang's expression grew somewhat gloomy. The sight of Lin Fan he was now witnessing filled Ji Xiang with a sense of unease. He worried that even half a year from now, Jean and the others would still be no match for Lin Fan. As an alchemist, Lin Fan naturally had no concerns about the jade coins required for cultivation. This was what troubled Ji Xiang. After an hour of cultivation, Lin Fan stood up once more. Lin Fan, does the natural spiritual energy make your meridians feel swollen, aching, or tingling? You need to meditate and recover immediately. Otherwise, it will damage your body. Come here, I'll show you the most effective way to regulate your energy. Seeing Lin Fan stand up, Flair hurriedly said to him. No. Flair, class advisor. I'm going to the third level to practice. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Flair, Ji Xiang, and the guardian elder who had appeared for the second time all looked utterly stunned. Lin Fan was a new student. The fact that he managed to persist in cultivation on the second level was already astonishing enough. But now this guy was heading to the third level? It left everyone completely dumbfounded. You're going to the third level? No way. The third level, only a fourth ring soul master can withstand the natural spiritual energy there. It's already a stretch for you to train on the second level. You haven't even broken through to level 30 yet. For you, the downsides outweigh the benefits. Flair stopped him immediately. She was terrified that Lin Fan wouldn't be able to withstand the natural spiritual energy. Not only would he fail to improve his strength significantly, but he might very well injure himself. With the inter-class competition coming up in half a year, time was tight. Flair didn't want Lin Fan's training to result in an injury that would hinder his progress. Class advisor Flair, I can handle it. Trust me. This second layer isn't even the most effective for me. Lin Fan insisted. The second layer of the Golden Ancient Tree was actually quite good for Lin Fan. But Lin Fan felt that the third layer of the Golden Ancient Tree was the best fit for him. Seeing Lin Fan looking at her with such bright eyes, Flair couldn't bring herself to stop him. I understand. Go to the third level. But you have to stay 100% focused. The moment you feel you can't withstand the onslaught of natural spiritual energy, you must stop cultivating immediately. Flair's expression was grave. Flair, are you really letting this kid go to the third level? If his cultivation gets ruined later, that'll be quite the spectacle. Ji Xiang said with a cold laugh. Deep down, he was actually hoping Lin Fan would ruin himself. Ji Xiang, Lin Fan's affairs are none of your concern. Flair said, her expression icy. She took Lin Fan with her and headed up to the third level. The third level of the Golden Ancient Tree was quite bustling at the moment. This was because the third-year Class 0 students were cultivating there. Flair. Aren't you supposed to be supervising your first-year class? What are you doing here? Wang Lingxian, the homeroom teacher of 3rd year class 0, didn't he look too pleased when she saw Flair? The two clearly had some tension between them. Chapter 122, My Head is Buzzing. Ji Xiang, what are you doing here too? Seeing Flair and Ji Xiang, Wang Lingxian looked puzzled. Because of her conflict with Flair, Wang Lingxian didn't look too pleased. Flair brought her class to the 3rd level to train. I just tagged along to check it out. Ji Xiang gave a cold smile, clearly looking forward to the show. First-year freshman training on the 3rd level? Flair, are you crazy? Do you think everyone's a freak like you? Wang Lingxian looked at Flair in astonishment. None of your business. Flair shot Wang Lingxian a withering glance and gave Lin Fan a nod, signaling him to give it a try. Flair, girl. Although that kid just tested at a level 10 natural affinity. He is still a new student, after all. And his strength is only at the 2 ring level. Coming to the 3rd level to train is a waste of jade coins. Plus, there's a good chance he'll get himself hurt. I'd advise you to take him back down. The guardian elder of the 3rd level of the Golden Ancient Tree spoke up. Earlier, he had also seen Lin Fan's level 10 natural affinity from below. Although he didn't pay much attention to the abyssal mana on Lin Fan's body. He still didn't think highly of Lin Fan training on the 3rd level. Level 10 natural affinity? How is that possible? Wang Lingxian's eyes widened as she scrutinized Lin Fan. This was the first time Wang Lingxian had ever heard of a level 10 nature affinity. The 3rd year class 0 students all turned to look at Lin Fan in astonishment. This junior has a level 10 nature affinity? That's way too strong, isn't it? Still, cultivating on the 3rd level isn't something you can do just by relying on nature affinity alone. This junior's strength is a bit too weak. One of the 3rd year class 0 students spoke up. Everyone had been astonished by Lin Fan's natural affinity. However, upon hearing that Lin Fan was only at the 2 ring level, they all looked down on him. They, the 3rd year class 0 students, were just like Lin Fan and his group. They were all top tier classes, and the students in class 0 of each grade took great pride in their achievements. Masterly. Let Lin Fan give it a try. He has already tried the 2nd level. He wants to try the 3rd level. Flair ignored Wang Lingxian and the others, addressing the elderly guardian of the 3rd level instead. Flair, girl. You should know that, given this kid's strength, it'll be very difficult for him to train on the 3rd level. Even if it's just a try, we can't break the rules regarding the jade coins. If he can't keep up with the training, those 3 purple jade coins will be wasted. Old Masterly said with a serious expression. It's fine. Lin Fan is an alchemist, he is not short on jade coins. Let him give it a try. Flair wasn't particularly concerned about the jade coins. She was just worried that Lin Fan might hurt himself because his natural spiritual energy was too violent. Alchemists certainly aren't short on jade coins. Old Master Li muttered sarcastically. Old Master Li, here are 3 purple jade coins. Lin Fan handed over 3 purple jade coins. After registering, he headed straight to the cultivation area on the 3rd floor. Wang Lingxian, how long do you think this kid can last? Ji Xiang said with a broad smile to Wang Lingxian, the homeroom teacher of 3rd year class 0. The look in his eyes made it clear he was eagerly hoping something would go wrong for Lin Fan. With only a 2nd ring strength, he has gone all the way to the 3rd floor to cultivate. He'll probably struggle to last even 10 minutes. Wang Lingxian said coldly. Having some history with Flair, she didn't think much of Lin Fan. Flair paid no attention to their conversation. Instead, she watched Lin Fan with deep concern. This was because Lin Fan had temporarily helped her resolve the issue with the abyssal mana. Flair was growing increasingly concerned about Lin Fan. She wouldn't let anything happen to him. However, as for Lin Fan, beginning his cultivation on this 3rd level, he found that this place was just right for him. The progress on his wood elemental body quest was advancing rapidly. There is something strange about this kid. 10 minutes flew by in the blink of an eye. Wang Lingxiang's expression suddenly turned a bit grim. Being directly humiliated by Lin Fan left her feeling rather frustrated. For Lin Fan, with his second ring strength, to hold out for 10 minutes on the third level. That was simply monstrous. Chapter 123, Affinity. Ding! What elemental body quest, 1% complete. In just 10 minutes, Lin Fan's What elemental body quest had already shown progress. At this rate, Lin Fan would be able to obtain the What elemental body within a day. Moreover, the third level of the Golden Ancient Tree was perfectly suited for Lin Fan's cultivation. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Seeing that nothing was amiss with Lin Fan, Flair's worried expression gave way to relief. However, both Ji Xiang and Wang Lingxiang wore somber expressions. As far as Ji Xiang was concerned, even Jean, the most talented and powerful student in their class, would struggle to cultivate on the third level of the Golden Ancient Tree. Yet Lin Fan was able to do it. This meant that when it came to future growth and strength, Jean would be absolutely no match for Lin Fan. As for Wang Lingxiang, she and Flair had once been classmates. Back then, however, Flair had consistently kept her completely in the shadows. With her mutated battle soul derived from a primordial divine beast, Flair was a true monster at the time. Now, both Flair and Wang Lingxiang had become instructors at the academy. Although Wang Lingxiang's strength fell short of Flair's, she still hoped to surpass Flair in guiding the students. But she never expected this. Seeing Lin Fan a monster just like Flair left Wang Lingxiang feeling deeply disheartened. A first-year trainee capable of training on the third level of the Golden Ancient Tree. If that isn't a monster, then what is? Wang Lingxiang instantly felt a deep sense of defeat. Teacher Wang. This young trainee has been holding on for an hour now. That's pretty impressive. A level 10 nature affinity, he really is extraordinary. But it seems he has the same natural attribute constitution as I do. A woman in a green dress standing beside Wang Lingxiang spoke in surprise. Yan, are you saying this kid also has a plant-type battle soul? Wang Lingxiang asked curiously. Zoe was the class president of Class 0 in the third year. She was also the most talented student in Wang Lingxiang's class. Her battle soul was the Emerald 9-joint bamboo. Her nature affinity was level 9.9, just a hair's breadth away from reaching level 10. Zoe also possessed a special constitution, the Emerald Bamboo Spirit Body. Constitutions of the same element tend to attract one another. When Zoe sensed the fluctuations of Lin Fan's Wood Chi constitution, her eyes were filled with curiosity. This kid's battle soul is wind and thunder power. How could he have a nature attribute constitution? Yan, did you sense that wrong? Ji Xiang asked in confusion. How could wind and thunder power be associated with a nature attribute constitution? That was impossible. Isn't this junior's battle soul plant-based? I clearly sensed that he has a nature attribute constitution. If it's not a plant-type battle soul, how could he possibly have such strong natural spiritual energy fluctuations? Zoe's eyes widened in disbelief. As soon as Zoe spoke, both Ji Xiang and Wang Lingxiang looked utterly astonished. This kid finally can't withstand the onslaught of natural spiritual energy anymore. Seeing Lin Fan stand up, Ji Xiang felt a little relieved. In Ji Xiang's eyes, it was already incredible that Lin Fan with his trash-level strength at the second ring was able to train on the third level of the Golden Ancient Tree. If he weren't affected by the onslaught of natural spiritual energy, that would be downright absurd. Lin Fan, hurry up and dispel the natural spiritual energy inside you. Regulate your breathing first. Seeing Lin Fan stand up, Flair hurriedly called out. Once again, she assumed that Lin Fan couldn't withstand the onslaught of natural spiritual energy. Class advisor Flair, I'm fine. The onslaught of natural spiritual energy here doesn't affect me. I just wanted to let you know. I'm going to go into seclusion here to cultivate. You don't have to stay by my side the whole time. It's too much trouble for you. Lin Fan said, looking a bit embarrassed. As soon as Lin Fan said this, Flare's beautiful eyes widened. Ji Ziang and Wang Lingshan both twitched at the corners of their mouths. This little monster is just like that monster of a woman, Flare, it's just too insane. He's not even affected by the natural spiritual energy. What kind of monster is this? Wang Lingshan's head was buzzing a bit. Chapter 124, Zoe's Invitation. The third level of the Golden Ancient Tree. Lin Fan had been cultivating here for a day and a night. After speaking with Flare yesterday, she had left, leaving Lin Fan to cultivate alone. Yen, this junior classmate Lin Fan is way too focused. He has been cultivating for a whole day and night. With his current strength, how can he possibly endure going without food or water? Watching Lin Fan intently cultivating nearby, Aaron, standing beside Zoe, found it hard to imagine. Soul masters below the 7th ring all need to eat and drink to maintain their stamina. An ordinary soul master simply couldn't endure a full day of cultivation without food or water. Although Zoe and Aaron were also cultivating on the third level of the Golden Ancient Tree, they had just gone to grab a bite to eat. Maybe that junior classmate went to eat something a little while ago? Shindai, a male student standing beside the two girls, chimed in. Shindai noticed that Zoe's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, and he could tell she was deeply curious about him. This made him feel somewhat uneasy. The look Shindai gave Lin Fan took on a hint of coldness, a jealous glare. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Wood Elemental Body quest and acquiring a special constitution. Wood Elemental Body? The system's voice suddenly echoed in Lin Fan's mind. The sound filled Lin Fan's heart with joy. It had taken a day and a night. Lin Fan had finally completed the Wood Elemental Body quest. The Wood Elemental Body is an evolved version of the Wood Chi Body. This made Lin Fan's control over natural attributes even purer. Most importantly, the two skills of the Wood Chi Body, rapid healing and affinity with plants, had been enhanced. It could be said that these two skills had been elevated by one level. Furthermore, the Wood Elemental Body granted Lin Fan an additional skill: nature control. This allowed Lin Fan to command plants such as flowers, grasses, and trees to assist him in battle. He could also use natural spiritual energy to summon plants to aid in combat. This undoubtedly provided Lin Fan with a new means of attack. Moreover, after completing the Wood Elemental Body quest, Lin Fan received a new advancement quest for his natural constitution: the Wood Spirit Constitution quest. However, Lin Fan could sense that the third level of the Golden Ancient Tree was insufficient to advance the Wood Spirit Constitution quest. To complete the Wood Spirit Constitution quest, it seemed he would need to ascend to a higher level of the Golden Ancient Tree. Lin Fan activated the Wood Elemental Constitution. Natural spiritual energy swirled and gathered around him. At the same time, behind Zoe, the ethereal image of the Emerald 9-joint bamboo battle soul materialized. Natural spiritual energy within her body was released involuntarily. Yen, what are you doing? Seeing Zoe summon her battle soul, Aaron asked in confusion. I don't know either. This junior classmate can actually influence my battle soul. His unique natural constitution seems to be very compatible with mine. Zoe hurriedly explained, her gaze toward Lin Fan trembling slightly. This was the first time she'd ever met someone who could influence her battle soul. Ha? Yen, you're kidding, right? You once said that whoever was compatible with your battle soul, you'd marry him. Could this junior be the one you've been looking for? Aaron exclaimed in surprise. Aaron, what nonsense are you spouting? Shut up. Zoe glared at Aaron, her pretty face flushed crimson. The exchange between the two women made Shindai, standing nearby, grow even more sullen. Zoe was the goddess of his dreams. He had been pursuing Zoe all along. However, Zoe had always rejected Shindai on the grounds that their battle souls were incompatible. Now, Lin Fan was actually able to influence Zoe's battle soul and his own was compatible with hers. This sparked intense hostility within Shindai. Chapter 125, Dare to Fight. Junior Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan was about to step out of the third-level cultivation area, Zoe called out to him. "Who are you? Do you need something from me?" Seeing Zoe, dressed in a blue-green skirt, waving at him, Lin Fan looked puzzled. Lin Fan didn't recognize her. "Junior Lin Fan, my name is Zoe. I'm the class president of Class 0, third year. I'd like to ask you a few questions. Is this a good time?" Zoe's face flushed slightly as she mustered her courage to speak. "Go ahead, senior." Lin Fan nodded. "I heard you have a Wind Thunder battle soul. I'm a bit curious, how did you end up with a special constitution of the nature element? Could it be that your battle soul is a mutated one? It has the nature element?" Zoe asked curiously. "My battle soul hasn't mutated. It's probably because of a special bloodline in my body. Some physical mutations have occurred, I suppose," Lin Fan said, making up an excuse. Could you demonstrate that nature attribute constitution of yours again?" Zoe asked again. "Sure." Lin Fan nodded and immediately activated the wood elemental body. As Lin Fan activated the wood elemental body, Zoe also quietly released her Emerald 9-segment bamboo battle soul. The two stood side by side. Natural spiritual energy immediately formed a vortex around them. It connected the two of them. Their auras both seemed to grow slightly stronger at the same time. The wood elemental body could enhance Lin Fan himself, and of course, it could enhance others as well. As for Zoe, she was utterly astonished. Lin Fan's wood elemental body made her feel incredibly at ease. Moreover, she discovered that her strength had increased by a full 30%. Such a boost went far beyond mere compatibility. Feeling this change, Zoe was deeply moved, and her face grew increasingly flushed. "Senior, what is that? A plant-type battle soul?" Seeing the Emerald 9 joint bamboo battle soul Zoe had summoned, Lin Fan was somewhat surprised. Lin Fan's wood elemental constitution was a natural attribute, and it provided a massive boost to plant-type battle souls, a double boost, in fact. If the two worked together, their combined combat power would be greater than the sum of their individual strengths. My battle soul is the Emerald 9 joint bamboo. Your nature constitution can provide me with a powerful boost," Zoe said excitedly. "Junior Lin Fan, would you be interested in teaming up with me to participate in the soul battle? You'll boost my power, and I'll take care of the opponents. We'll split the jade coins, we win 50-50. Zoe extended the invitation to Lin Fan. Yen, I never expected you to be such a scoundrel, fickle and willing to betray a friend for a pretty face. Now that you have Lin Fan, you don't need me anymore, do you?" A hint of anger flashed across the lovely face of Aaron, who stood beside Zoe. "Linner, stop making a scene. You know very well that your battle soul attributes don't mesh with mine." Zoe shook her head. "You're just making excuses. You've clearly got your eye on Lin Fan," Eileen said with a look of contempt. Yen, Lin Fan is too weak. If you team up with him for the soul battle, you'll be at a huge disadvantage. If you want to enter the soul battle, I'll team up with you," Shindai, standing nearby, quickly interjected. He certainly didn't want Zoe and Lin Fan to end up together. Otherwise, he'd have even less of a chance in the future. "Shindai, I'm not just looking to enter the soul battle. I just want to try out the synergy of matching attributes with Lin Fan." Zoe shook her head, rejecting Shindai's offer. Shindai's expression immediately grew even colder. Lin Fan, watching from the side, could tell that Shindai had a crush on Zoe. Moreover, the look Shindai gave him was filled with hostility. This unexpected, hostile complication suddenly gave Lin Fan a bit of a headache. Chapter 126, Jealousy. Junior Lin Fan. If you're not interested, there's no need to force it. I was just throwing it out there. Seeing Lin Fan remain silent, Zoe felt a bit awkward. After all, she and Lin Fan had only just met. The two of them weren't exactly on familiar terms. Zoe herself felt that her invitation had been a bit abrupt. Senior, I'm about to break through to level 30. I'm afraid I won't have time anytime soon. Lin Fan shook his head. He really didn't have much time lately. He wanted to break through to the 30th level Soul Venerable as soon as possible. Moreover, Lin Fan also wanted to complete the Wood Spirit Body quest and obtain the Wood Spirit Body. That would take at least a week. Alright, then. Zoe looked a little disappointed. Lin Fan had originally planned to just turn her down like that. But unexpectedly, Shindai, standing nearby, was staring at him with an icy expression. What's more, Shindai deliberately sent a telepathic threat his way. Kid, I'll give you credit for knowing your place. From now on, stay away from Yen Yen. Otherwise, I'll cripple you. Shindai's telepathic message, imbued with spiritual energy, went straight into Lin Fan's ear. This made Lin Fan frown slightly. Lin Fan hated it when people threatened him. He believed in the principle of live and let live. Being threatened made Lin Fan very unhappy. So, at that moment, Lin Fan immediately changed his attitude. Senior, can I team up with you for the soul battle after I break through to level 30? Lin Fan quickly added to Zoe. As soon as those words came out, Shindai's expression darkened completely. Zoe, however, lit up with joy, of course. Let us exchange phone numbers so you can contact me when the time comes. Alright. Lin Fan nodded. Kid, you dare set your sights on my woman. You're asking for trouble. Shindai said through telepathy, his gaze icy. Lin Fan ignored Shindai's threat and exchanged contact information with Zoe instead. Junior Lin Fan. The cafeteria is downstairs, it's that wooden building over there. Go grab something to eat and get some rest. You've been cultivating for a whole day and night. After exchanging contact information, Zoe said to Lin Fan again. Senior Yin Yen, I'm not hungry. Since obtaining the wood elemental body, Lin Fan could absorb natural energy to replenish his stamina. Going without food or water for 3 to 5 days had no effect on him whatsoever. Now, Lin Fan was preparing to explore the 4th level of the Golden Ancient Tree. Although the 3rd level had been highly beneficial for Lin Fan's cultivation. Now that he had obtained the wood elemental body, he knew he had to ascend to the next level to complete the wood spirit body quest. Junior Lin Fan, are you really going to the 4th level? Seeing Lin Fan heading toward the 4th level, Zoe's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah. I want to go up there and give it a try. Lin Fan nodded. Junior Lin Fan, take a word of advice from your senior. Don't go up there. The 4th level of the Golden Ancient Tree requires the strength of a 5th ring Soul King to cultivate properly. The natural spiritual energy up there is even more violent. With your 2nd ring strength, it's almost impossible for you to withstand it. Even at my level 48, I wouldn't last long up there. Going up there to cultivate is just a waste of jade coins. Zoe hurriedly tried to stop Lin Fan. Don't worry, senior. I'm just going to give it a try. I've never seen what the 4th level is like. Lin Fan said with a smile. The onslaught of natural spiritual energy from the Golden Ancient Tree was indeed formidable. However, for Lin Fan, who possessed the primordial yin-yang art and the wood elemental constitution, the onslaught of natural spiritual energy had no effect on him whatsoever. I'll go up with you. That way, if any danger arises, I can help you out. Zoe was worried about Lin Fan. Then I appreciate your help, senior. Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 127, Spiritual Energy. The natural spiritual energy on this 4th level is indeed ferocious. Feeling a terrifying sense of oppression, Lin Fan said in surprise. Lin Fan was indeed unafraid of the onslaught of natural spiritual energy. However, the natural spiritual energy was far too dense. So dense that it could affect him to cultivate on this 4th level. He had to overcome the oppressive pressure of the spiritual energy. Lin Fan possessed the primordial yin-yang art in 3 special constitutions. He was more than capable of withstanding this oppressive pressure. Junior Lin Fan. Can you withstand the pressure of the natural spiritual energy here? Zoe asked Lin Fan with a hint of concern. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. Junior Lin Fan, you really are astonishing. With a 2-ring cultivation level, you can withstand the spiritual energy pressure of the 4th level. That's enough to make anyone's jaw drop. Zoe's beautiful eyes were filled with intense astonishment. You're truly a monster. You're just as much of a monster as Teacher Flair from your class. However, the spiritual energy in the cultivation area is even more violent. It's a completely different story from the rest area over here. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it later. Erin chimed in. She didn't think Lin Fan would be able to train on the 4th level. The training area and the rest area were 2 completely different worlds. I'll find out once I try. Lin Fan didn't pay much attention to Erin's words and walked over to the Guardian Elder on the 4th level to register and pay his jade coins. Kid, you want to train on the 4th level? Wu Shan, the Guardian Elder of the 4th level of the Golden Ancient Tree, looked at Lin Fan with a slightly cold gaze. He had been present the day before yesterday when Lin Fan was tested and found to have a level 10 affinity for nature. Lin Fan's abyssal mana had directly alarmed all the guardians of the Golden Ancient Tree. Some didn't care about the abyssal mana on Lin Fan. Others, however, were deeply repulsed by it. Wu Shan was one of those who disliked Lin Fan. Sir, I'd like to know how many jade coins are required to train on the 4th level? Seeing the old man's hostile expression, Lin Fan cut straight to the point without further ado. 100 purple jade coins. However, with your current strength, training on the 4th level is a waste of jade coins. Your current strength is absolutely pathetic. Wu Shan said bluntly. Although he disliked Lin Fan hadn't broken any rules, so he couldn't actually do anything to him. All he could do was mock Lin Fan verbally. Here are 100 purple jade coins. Can I go train now? Lin Fan asked the old man again. Yes. But I must warn you. If you can't hold out, you'd better leave the 4th level immediately. Don't unleash your abyssal mana here. If you cause any destructive incidents, I will punish you directly in accordance with the Academy's regulations. Wu Shan said with an icy glare. Understood. Lin Fan paid no heed to the old man's words and entered the cultivation area of the 4th level directly. He is completely overestimating his abilities. Watching Lin Fan enter the cultivation area, the guardian of the 4th level of the Golden Ancient Tree looked at Lin Fan with utter disdain. That stupid kid. Will he even last 5 minutes? Whether he lasts or not isn't the point. If you dare to unleash abyssal mana and damage the ancient tree, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Shan thought coldly to himself. Deep down, he was even somewhat hoping that Lin Fan wouldn't be able to withstand the violent spiritual energy of the 4th level. He hoped Lin Fan would go ahead and unleash abyssal mana, causing at least some damage to the ancient tree. That way, he'd have an excuse to strike at Lin Fan. Deep down, Wu Shan didn't actually dislike Lin Fan because of the abyssal mana. It was because Lin Fan possessed a level 10 nature affinity. The day before yesterday, he'd seen that Lin Fan had tested at a level 10 nature affinity. A pang of jealousy had taken root in Wu Shan's heart. He stared at Lin Fan with an icy gaze. Time ticked by, bit by bit. Before he knew it, half an hour had passed. A look of deep disbelief flashed across Wu Shan's eyes. This kid clearly only had the strength of a 2-ring cultivator. How could he possibly hold out this long? It defied logic. With his expectations dashed, Wu Shan grew even more irritable. Chapter 128, Family Alliance. This guy is a total monster. He really hasn't been affected by the frenzied spiritual energy of the 4th layer. He is clearly only at the 2-ring level. How could he possibly do this? It's been an hour already. Zoe's close friend, Erin, said in disbelief. Anyone who makes it into Class 0 is a monster, isn't he? Junior Lin Fan is only at the 2nd ring level, yet he is the class president. If he weren't a monster, I doubt anyone would respect him. Linner, aren't you considered a monster in other people's eyes, too? Zoe said with a smile. That's different. Even though we're both in class 0. But this guy only has a 2-ring strength. To be able to train on the 4th level with just a 2-ring strength. That's a bit too much for a monster. Even with our current strength, the two of us still can't fully adapt to training on the 4th level. Erin shook her head. She couldn't imagine why Lin Fan was such a monster. Looks like my worries were unnecessary. Junior Lin Fan doesn't need our help anymore. Zoe shook her head with a smile. Yen Yen, you're really into this junior, aren't you? You're not planning to keep him as a child bride, are you? So he'll marry you someday? Seeing the astonished look on her best friend's face, Erin teased. Lin stop messing around. I just think Junior Lin Fan is a huge help to me. If the two of us form a soul battle team, we have a very good chance of winning the half-year soul battle reward for the 2-person soul master division. That's a Wang Yuan pill, after all. It would save me a lot of trouble in breaking through to Soul King. Zoe said, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yen Yen, you're not running a fever, are you? He's only at the 2nd ring level. Going with him to compete in the 4th ring Soul Master Division Soul Battle isn't that just handing the victory to the opponents? Winning first prize in a soul battle with that insanely high difficulty level is simply impossible. Erin thought her best friend had lost her mind. Lin you just don't understand. Junior Lin Fan can boost my performance by over 30%. With that kind of boost, not a single 2-person Soul Master team in the Soul Master Division stands a chance against me. I didn't even have that kind of confidence when I teamed up with you. If I hadn't just experienced firsthand how well we work together, I wouldn't even be considering this. Zoe shook her head. She deliberately moved closer to Lin Fan. That was the main reason. She wanted to team up with Lin Fan to participate in the Academies Soul Master Division 2-person soul battle. To win the first-place soul battle reward. It wasn't about some boring romantic issue, as Erin had jokingly suggested. Is he really as amazing as you say? Since he is so compatible with you, doesn't that mean the two of you could practice dual cultivation? When a plant-type soul master finds a compatible partner, they can accelerate each other's cultivation progress. Yen Yen, why don't you give it a try? Who knows, maybe you'll be able to stabilize your cultivation at this 4th level. Erin said, her eyes sparkling. She was feeling a bit tempted to play a prank on her best friend again. You're right. I'll go try it with him. Zoe didn't pick up on the teasing undertone in Erin's words. Instead, she looked completely serious. After all, what Erin said seemed perfectly reasonable. Plant-type soul masters could indeed practice dual cultivation to accelerate their cultivation progress. Zoe quickly paid 100 purple jade coins and walked over to Lin Fan's side. Senior, I can withstand the spiritual energy pressure here, it's not dangerous, so don't worry about me. Seeing Zoe sitting beside her, Lin Fan assumed she was worried he might be in danger. I want to try dual cultivation with you. Plant-type soul masters can practice together with a compatible soul master to accelerate their cultivation. Will you try it with me? Zoe asked, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Dual cultivation? Yeah, we can give it a try. Hearing that dual cultivation could accelerate their progress, Lin Fan nodded. Zoe reached out her fair, soft, slender hand. Lin Fan gently took it, and their spiritual energy instantly merged. Sure enough, the speed at which they refined and absorbed spiritual energy increased significantly. Lin Fan hadn't expected that his wood elemental constitution would bring such benefits. Chapter 129, The Duo, Feng Zhu. Kid, you dare lay a hand on Yin Yin? You're asking for trouble. Seeing Lin Fan and Zoe in the cultivation area, Shindai gritted his teeth and snarled. Shindai, stop yelling. It's absolutely impossible for you and Yen Yen to be together. It wasn't possible before. Now that Yen Yen has found Junior Lin Fan as her dual cultivation partner, it's even less likely for you in the future. Erin deliberately sneered right next to Shindai. Aaron, you should know the relationship between Yen Yen's family and our Shin clan. Even if Yen Yen doesn't want to, when the time comes for a family arranged marriage, she'll have no choice but to accept it. No matter what, Yen Yen is mine, Shin Dai said with a grim expression. Shin Dai, you can't really be that shameless, can you? Using your family to threaten Yen Yen even if you really end up with her. She doesn't like you, how could you two ever be happy together? Aaron retorted. I'm willing to do anything to have Yen Yen. Even if she doesn't love me, as long as I love her. Just being with her is enough. Feelings can grow over time, love blossoms with time. As long as she's with me, I'm not worried she won't fall in love with me. Shin Dai said coldly. Given Yen Yen's personality, what you're thinking is impossible. Aaron said indifferently. Oof. No matter what, I'll have Yen Yen. If that kid dares lay a finger on Yen Yen, I'll make him disappear. Shin Dai said again, his expression darkening. The fourth level of the Golden Ancient Tree. After Lin Fan and Zoe had practiced dual cultivation together, Lin Fan discovered that his cultivation speed had increased by about 50%. After obtaining the wood elemental body, Lin Fan and Zoe now shared the same plant attribute battle soul effects. With this kind of cultivation, Lin Fan intensified his refinement of his spiritual energy, moving toward the threshold of level 30. Time flew by, and 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. At noon on the fourth day, Lin Fan finally broke through. Level 30. Lin Fan officially joined the ranks of the Soul Venerables. Junior Lin Fan, have you broken through? Sensing Lin Fan's aura grow stronger, she opened her eyes. Zoe, sitting in front of Lin Fan, said with a smile. Thanks to your help, Senior. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have taken me another 3 or 5 days to break through. Lin Fan nodded with a smile. It was all thanks to his dual cultivation with Zoe. That had saved Lin Fan quite a bit of time. Now that you've broken through, why not take a little rest? What you need most right now is to obtain your third soul ring. Continuing to train 1T yields significant results. However, to obtain a soul ring, you'll probably have to make a trip to the Soul Beast World plane. I don't have much on my plate lately, so I can go with you to get the soul ring, Zoe added. As far as Lin Fan was concerned, he could obtain his own soul ring through the system. However, now that he had just entered school, using the system to acquire a soul ring directly might actually cause some trouble. Lin Fan himself had, in fact, been wanting to check out the Soul Beast World plane even before his breakthrough. Acquiring a soul ring. I'll figure out a way to handle it. I've been putting you through quite a bit of trouble these past few days. Going to the Soul Beast World plane is a bit dangerous, so I won't trouble you, Senior. Lin Fan shook his head. Junior Lin Fan, you're overthinking this. Practicing dual cultivation with you has been very beneficial for me as well. It's not a bother at all. Besides, you promised to form a soul battle duo with me, and I'm counting on you to help me get the Wang Yuan pill. Accompanying you to get the soul ring will also give us a chance to get to know each other better and fine-tune our soul skill coordination. Zoe shook her head. How about we head to the soul battle arena to test our skills? Zoe asked with interest. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. Chapter 130, The Soul Master Duo. JoJo Soul Master Academy, Soul Battle Arena. There are so many people here? Looking at the bustling Soul Battle Arena, Lin Fan looked astonished. Junior Lin Fan, this must be your first time at the Soul Battle Arena, right? Seeing the look of shock on Lin Fan's face, Zoe said with a smile. It's my second time, actually. It's just that the first time I came, the semester hadn't officially started yet. I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Lin Fan was utterly astonished, for there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people in the Soul Battle Arena. The Soul Battle Arena is the Academy's most crowded spot. Most students come here to compete in soul battles to improve their strength. Plus, here in the Soul Battle Arena, you can place bets on the matches and win rewards like Jade Coins, Elixirs, and Soul Guided devices. In fact, to encourage soul battles, the Academy even offers rewards for these matches. Zoe explained to Lin Fan. Senior, the 1 yuan pill you're after is one of the Academy's soul battle rewards, right? Lin Fan asked curiously. Yes, that is correct. However, the 1 yuan pill is considered a relatively high-tier reward among the soul battle prizes. It's not easy to obtain. After all, the 1 yuan pill is a top-tier 5th grade elixir. It's not much different from a low-tier 6th grade elixir. If you want to buy it with jade coins, you'd have to complete several black grade missions. Zoe shook her head. Hearing Zoe's words, Lin Fan nodded. Although Lin Fan was barely capable of refining 4th grade elixirs, he was still unable to refine top-tier 5th grade elixirs. The 1 yuan pill was one of the top-tier elixirs, and just finding the ingredients alone was extremely difficult. Senior, then how can we earn the 1 yuan pill as a reward? Lin Fan asked again. Since he made a promise to Zoe, Lin Fan wasn't about to go back on his word. Win 10 consecutive matches in the Soul Master Division of the Soul Arena. And finally, complete the mirror challenge to earn the 1 yuan pill. Zoe replied. So that means winning 11 matches in a row. That doesn't seem too hard. Lin Fan shook his head. Not hard? Junior Lin Fan, you're being a bit overconfident. Winning 10 consecutive matches in the Soul Master Division of the Soul Arena isn't easy. Because in the end, the opponent we'll face will most likely be a level 49 senior. Or even 2 level 49 seniors. Although after you boosted me, I'm confident I'm not afraid of anyone in the Soul Master Division. But that's in a 1-on-1 duel. A 2-on-2 soul battle is an entirely different story. Things aren't as simple as you think, you know. Deep down, Zoe wasn't entirely confident either. Lin Fan's boost did indeed give her a massive power boost. But that didn't mean she and Lin Fan were an invincible team. Level 49, huh? That would indeed be very difficult. Lin Fan nodded. With Lin Fan's current strength, if he caught his opponent off guard and unleashed a burst of power at his absolute limit, he might be able to defeat a Soul Master below level 43. But against a level 49 opponent, there was almost no chance of victory. Of course, Lin Fan knew this too. Zoe hadn't asked him to team up expecting him to contribute much combat power. The main point was for Lin Fan to help boost Zoe's power, while Zoe took the lead in attacking and defeating the opponents. The Soul Sect Team's 10-game winning streak isn't even the hardest part. The hardest part is the mirror challenge. If we can make it that far, you'll understand when the time comes. Zoe shook her head. Let us come up with a name for our duo. You're the Wind and Thunder Battle Soul, and I'm the Emerald 9-segment Bamboo Battle Soul. How about we call ourselves the Wind Bamboo Duo? It's just a code name anyway. At the registration desk, Zoe asked Lin Fan for his opinion. Sure. Lin Fan nodded. This is our first soul battle. If we win, we'll get 500 purple jade coins. Let us check out our opponents. In the Soul Battle Arena section of the campus network, everyone's information is listed there, and you can even watch footage of their matches against others. Here, the Iron Armor duo that's them. Zoe held up her phone and showed it to Lin Fan. Chapter 131, Battle against the Iron Armor duo. Ty Lee and Tai Leon, 2 defensive-type battle soul masters, both level 46. This Iron Armor duo has won 5 matches in a row. These two are 4th-year seniors, they're pretty strong. Zoe commented. Although she was a 3rd-year student, her strength was at level 48, far surpassing that of Tai Lee and Tai Liang. Among the entire 3rd-year class, Zoe was considered the most talented and powerful. She wasn't particularly worried about these two. Are you scared? Zoe asked, smiling at Lin Fan. Not really. I was just thinking, since these two are defensive soul masters, they probably aren't very fast. They won't pose much of a threat to me. Lin Fan shook his head. Although Lin Fan had broken through to level 30, he hadn't yet obtained his third soul ring, so his combat power hadn't increased much. A soul master's combat power primarily depends on the soul ring skills of their soul rings. But even though Lin Fan excelled in speed, taking on these two level 46 opponents was clearly beyond his capabilities. I'm glad you're not scared. Let us go. The soul battle is about to start, Zoe said with a smile. However, as soon as they entered the waiting area of the soul battle arena, Lin Fan spotted a familiar face. Luke, did you get beaten up again? Seeing Luke's bruised and battered face, Lin Fan asked in surprise. At first, he thought Luke had been beaten up by Flare again. I just lost a soul battle. Got beaten up by some little shit from the second year. Damn it, once I get a little stronger, I'm definitely going to take him down. Luke shivered with pain as he spoke. By the way, weren't you in seclusion at the Golden Ancient Tree trying to break through? What are you doing at the Soul Battle Arena? Did you break through? Luke fired off the questions one after another. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan, it's great that you broke through. Let us form a two-person soul battle team, just the two of us. I've taken quite a beating these past few days. You've got to help me get my revenge. And we got to rake in a huge pile of jade coins. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had broken through, Luke spoke excitedly, as if he found a savior. For Luke, if Lin Fan could boost his strength, he'd be practically invincible. Luke, I've already formed a soul battle duo with Senior Zoe. Lin Fan pointed to Zoe behind him and said. What? You're really pulling a fast one on us, aren't you? I was just wondering why you showed up at the soul battle arena. So you came here to bring a girl along, huh? Lin Fan, you're really crossing the line. Luke punched Lin Fan in the chest. Seeing the beautiful girl behind Lin Fan, Luke's eyes took on a strange look. Lin Fan, you've got the wrong idea. I'm bringing her along, I'm not picking her up. Senior Zoe is taking me to participate in the Soul Master Division's soul battle. Our soul battle is about to start. Lin Fan hurriedly explained. What? The Soul Master Division's soul battle? Lin Fan, are you out of your mind? I got beaten to a pulp for 3 days in the level 30 Soul Venerable Division. And you're actually going to enter the level 40 Soul Master Division tournament? Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to death? Luke looked at Lin Fan as if he were a fool courting death. Senior Zoe, you aren't here to seek revenge on behalf of those aristocratic clan students, are you? Did you deliberately trick Lin Fan into going there to get beaten up? Luke said to Zoe. A major reason Lin Fan had been beaten up for the past 3 days was because Jean and those other students from the aristocratic clans had hired people to deliberately take revenge on Luke. I didn't trick Lin Fan, did I? What are you talking about? What revenge? Zoe looked completely puzzled upon hearing Luke's words. Luke, Senior Zoe isn't the same kind of person as Jean and his crew. Lin Fan shot Luke a withering glance. Chapter 132, Speed. What? You eliminated all the aristocratic clan students? Your class is just too impressive. As Zoe listened to Lin Fan's explanation, she stared at him in utter shock. But you've really offended all those aristocratic clans. You'll have to be a bit more careful from now on. Even though we can't cause trouble at the academy, those guys are pretty ruthless. That's going to be a problem. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to regret dragging you into the Soul Sect's soul battle. Zoe said with some concern. Don't worry, Senior. If there's any danger, I'll be the first to notice. Our soul battle is about to start. Let us go. Lin Fan shook his head, seemingly unconcerned. You have to be careful during the soul battle later. Zoe looked serious. She suddenly realized that things had gotten a bit complicated. Lin Fan, you're done with your soul battle against the Senior. Let us form a duo too. You definitely won't cut it in the Soul Master Division, but in the Soul Venerable Division, we'd be unstoppable. Luke said excitedly. Can you just form a soul battle duo whenever you want? Lin Fan asked, puzzled. Of course you can. If you don't believe me, ask the senior. Luke added. Lin Fan looked at Zoe, and she nodded at him. Let us team up later and give the Soul Venerable division a try. I'm going to have my soul battle with our senior now. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan, be careful. Don't get beaten to death. Luke, ever the sarcastic one, waved and headed for the stands. Lin Fan and Zoe, meanwhile, entered the Soul Battle arena. Soul Battle number 485. Soul Master Division, 2-player match. The Fengzhu Duo versus the Iron Armor Duo. Both teams, get ready. The referee's voice rang out across the arena. The Fengzhu Duo? Never heard of them. Bro, looks like we're winning this one again. He. Tai Liang grinned broadly as he spoke to the man beside him. The brothers Tai Li and Tai Liang. They were incredibly burly standing there, they looked like two small mountains. Xingdi Bamboo Sword, how could it be her? Upon seeing Zoe and Lin Fan step onto the arena, the expressions of the Tai Li and Tai Liang brothers changed drastically. It was clear from their eyes that they were deeply wary of Zoe. Zoe, a level 48 aggressive type battle soul master. Lin Fan, a level 30 support type soul venerable. When the referee announced Lin Fan's information, everyone looked puzzled. A level 30 soul venerable entering the soul master division? Is he looking to die? Isn't Lin Fan completely overestimating himself? Does he look down on our soul master division? A heated debate erupted among the spectators in the stands. Even the referee looked taken aback. It was indeed hard to fathom why Lin Fan, with his level 30 strength, would enter the Soul Master division. Are you two ready? Zoe ignored the surrounding chatter and addressed the brothers Tai Li and Tai Liang directly. Zoe, you really underestimate us. We lost to you last year only because you were teamed up with Aaron. This time, with a level 30 support Soul Master by your side, you're bound to lose. Tai Li said coldly. Enough talk. Let us get started. Zoe said coldly. Lin Fan. Zoe called out. Lin Fan nodded, activating his Wood Elemental Constitution to immediately grant Zoe a Wood Elemental boost. Brother, you take care of that support type Soul Master. I'll tie Zoe up first. Tieli said with an icy expression. Chapter 133, New Love. You two, are you ignoring me? Behind Zoe, the Emerald 9-segment Bamboo Battle Soul appeared. In the next instant, her Emerald 9-segment Bamboo Battle Soul transformed into an emerald green longsword. Upon closer inspection, however, the sword retained the shape of bamboo segments. Nevertheless, the blade was incredibly sharp. Emerald Bamboo Sword, that was Zoe's title. This was the reputation Zoe had earned in the soul arena. A powerful female soul master like Zoe was exceptionally rare. Zoe, your strength is indeed formidable. Neither of us brothers is a match for you on our own. But if we join forces, we 1t lose to you. As long as my brother takes out that support type soul master first. Then, when we team up against you, you 1t stand a chance. Tai Li said coldly. In multiplayer soul battles, support-type soul masters are indeed weak and have almost no combat power. However, the buffs they provide are incredibly powerful. Even though Lin Fan is only level 30, the two of them won't underestimate his support abilities. Of course, Lin Fan isn't just a support-type soul master. He was simply teaming up with Zoe to act as a support for the time being. Tieli, do you really think the two of you could take on Lin Fan right in front of me? Zoe let out a cold laugh as her bamboo sword erupted with a piercing jade green glow. The third of Zoe's 4 soul rings, a Millennium Soul Ring, lit up instantly. Jade Shadow Slash. The bamboo sword suddenly burst into a brilliant jade green glow. The sheer force of the strike sent Tai Li flying backward. Put. How did your strength increase so much? This isn't even level 48. Tai Li coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. Tai Liang, use the iron rhinoceros shield. Take out that support-type Soul Master first, we can't let him stay on the field. Severely wounded by Zoe's single strike, Tai Li shouted anxiously. Tai Li knew full well that no matter how strong Zoe was, she shouldn't have been able to seriously injure him with a single strike. After all, he was a defensive-type Soul Master with extremely formidable defenses. Yet the result was that he was seriously injured by a single strike. The only explanation for this was the boost that Lin Fan, the support-type Soul Master, had provided to Zoe. At the JoJo Soul Master Academy, there was a systematic curriculum for Soul Master combat. Everyone was well aware of the powerful role played by support-type Soul Masters. A skilled support-type Soul Master could enable a combat-type Soul Master to take on 2 or even 3 opponents. It wasn't out of the question. Now that Zoe's strength had increased so dramatically, Tai Li knew immediately that it was Lin Fan's support boost. Just as Tai Li shouted, Tai Liang, as Tai Li's blood brother, had already instinctively activated his soul skill. Tai Liang's 4th Millennium Soul Ring lit up instantly. A silver shield appeared in Tai Liang's hand, then, infused with immense spiritual energy, it hurtled toward Lin Fan at high speed. Lin Fan, you need to step back first. Seeing Tai Liang attacking Lin Fan with everything he had, Zoe called out anxiously. She had just used her soul skill to severely wound Tai Li, so she didn't have time to deal with Tai Liang. However, Lin Fan didn't step back. The power of wind and thunder surged around him. Lin Fan's figure flickered, and he dodged Tai Liang's 3rd soul skill, the Iron Rhinoceros Shield. A level 30 soul venerable? How could he possibly have that kind of speed? Tai Liang shouted in disbelief. Everyone in the stands of the Soul Battle Arena was stunned. Although Tai Liang was a defensive-type Soul Master, his speed was indeed not fast. But after all, he was a level 46 Soul Master. Under normal circumstances, Lin Fan, a level 30 Soul Venerable, would absolutely have been unable to dodge Tai Liang's attack. But no one had expected it. Lin Fan had actually dodged Tai Liang's attack. Chapter 134, Blood Power Pill. Boom! A burst of jade green sword energy erupted. Tai Liang, still reeling from shock and disbelief, was sent flying by Zoe's single sword strike. One man, one sword. The brothers Tai Li and Tai Liang were both gravely injured. We concede defeat. Tai Li shouted reluctantly, failing to take out Lin Fan, a support-type Soul Master, right away. Zoe, whose power had been greatly amplified, completely overwhelmed the two of them. They were no match for her at all. The Fengzhu duo wins. The referee announced the result. Lin Fan and Zoe's first soul battle as a team had gotten off to a flying start. Meanwhile, the stands of the Soul Battle Arena were now completely silent. Just moments ago, many had been mocking Lin Fan's lousy skills, claiming that entering the Soul Master division was tantamount to suicide. But now, all those who had been talking trash had shut their mouths. Moreover, the speed Lin Fan unleashed while dodging Tai Liang's soul skill attack was truly shocking. For a level 30 Soul Venerable to be capable of such terrifying speed, it was almost hard to believe. Whoa, Lin Fan, did you guys win that way too easily? As Lin Fan and Zoe stepped out of the Soul Battle area, Luke immediately ran over, shouting in disbelief. That's all thanks to Senior Sister. She handled it all by herself. I didn't have to lift a finger. Lin Fan said with a smile. That is for sure. Those 2 sword strikes from Senior Zoe were truly impressive. Luke glanced at Zoe, his eyes showing a hint of fear. If he'd been on the receiving end of one of those strikes, he probably wouldn't be alive today. If it weren't for Lin Fan's support and buffs, I couldn't have taken down the Tai Li and Tai Liang brothers with just 2 sword strikes. I've fought those 2 before, too. Actually, their defense is very strong. They used to give me a real headache. Zoe shook her head. It wasn't exactly a compliment to Lin Fan. The boost Lin Fan had given Zoe was nothing short of extraordinary. I just did what a support-type Soul Master should be able to do. Lin Fan smiled. Earlier, Lin Fan had only used his wood elemental body to boost Zoe. He hadn't yet used the power of wind and thunder or blood chi to further enhance her. If Lin Fan had boosted Zoe with all three at the same time, she likely could have taken down even a Soul King around level 55. I didn't really get to let loose just now. Want to go for another round? Zoe said to Lin Fan again. Sure, why not? Lin Fan nodded. Zoe and Lin Fan signed up for another two-player soul battle in the Soul Master division. Soon, they were matched against an opponent. The Flying Beast duo? Shindai and Pu Bao. Zoe's expression shifted slightly. Yen. You'd better forfeit this match right away. Just then, Zoe's best friend, Aaron, suddenly appeared. Aaron, why do you want Lin Fan and me to forfeit? Shindai and Pu Bao, those two are very strong. But with Lin Fan boosting my power, I'm not afraid of them. Zoe said nonchalantly. Yen, Shindai is deliberately here to battle you too. Aaron said anxiously. On purpose? So what if it's on purpose? I'm not afraid of him anyway. Zoe said nonchalantly. Yen, with your strength, of course you don't need to fear Shindai. But Junior Lin Fan is afraid. Shindai sees Junior Lin Fan as his romantic rival. He is going to deliberately target Lin Fan. Aaron hurriedly added. As soon as Aaron said this, Zoe's expression changed slightly, and her face flushed a bit. That idiot Shindai, what is he thinking? Zoe said, embarrassed and annoyed. You've been practicing dual cultivation with Lin Fan, and you've been together non-stop these past few days, inseparable. Of course he is going to get the wrong idea. Later on, Shindai is definitely going to come down hard on Lin Fan. I advise you to just give up on this fight right now. Otherwise, I'm afraid your new flame might get beaten to death by Shindai. Aaron said with an amused expression. Aaron, don't talk nonsense. Junior Lin Fan and I are just training together. Zoe said, her face flushed crimson. Yeah, you can say whatever you want. Aileen's expression was one of utter contempt for her best friend. I won't give up on this match. I'll set the record straight with Shindai later. Zoe declared resolutely. Chapter 135, System Lottery, Elephant Power Pill. Soul Battle number 487. Soul Master Division, two-person team match. The Wind Bamboo Duo versus the Flying Leopard Duo. The referee's voice rang out across the Soul Battle arena. Just moments ago, Lin Fan and his Wind Bamboo Duo had won a match. Many in the crowd were utterly shocked. In the Soul Master Division, participants are generally expected to possess Soul Master level strength. A scenario like Lin Fan and Zoe's a Soul Master paired with a Soul Venerable was almost unheard of. With a gap of one major tier in strength, it was virtually impossible to win a Soul battle. Even if Zoe was among the top-tier competitors in the Soul Master Division. Shindai, let me see just how much you've improved over the summer break. As soon as Zoe stepped onto the arena, she called out directly to Shindai. Earlier, Aaron had mentioned that Shindai was going to face off against Lin Fan, which had left Zoe feeling somewhat worried. Although Zoe was very powerful, Lin Fan's strength was a bit too weak. Deep down, Zoe was afraid that Shindai might recklessly attack Lin Fan without holding back. If Shindai were to lose all restraint, Zoe might not even be able to protect Lin Fan. Yen, I don't want you to fight. It's Pu Bao who wants to spar with you. I'm just here to have some casual fun with him. As long as you, Yen, defeat Pu Bao, I'll concede defeat automatically. Shindai smiled innocently at Zoe. Yet that smile sent a chill down Zoe's spine. Pu Bao is no match for me. You two can come at me together. Zoe's Jade Green 9-section Bamboo Battle Soul appeared and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a long sword. Junior Lin Fan. Zoe called out to Lin Fan and reached out her slender hand toward him. Lin Fan clasped Zoe's slender hand in his own. The power of the wood element directly amplified Zoe. At the same time, enhancements from the wind and thunder elements also manifested. In that instant, Zoe's eyes widened in disbelief. She had originally thought that Lin Fan's use of natural elemental power to enhance her was already terrifying enough. But she never expected that Lin Fan would also have this additional ability to enhance her with the power of wind and thunder. "Leave these two to me. You be careful." A charming smile flitted across Zoe's delicate face. Seeing Zoe and Lin Fan's slender hands so intimately entwined, Shindai's gaze grew even darker. "Shindai. That kid has given Zoe a massive boost. I can't hold him off." Sensing that Zoe's aura had become truly terrifying, Pu Bao said with a worried expression. He had originally been brought in by Shindai to hold Zoe off for a while. Now, seeing Zoe's aura at this level, he felt a bit uneasy. "I'll add 10 more 6th grade Poria pills. Take this blood power pill. You must hold Yin Yin back until I've dealt with that kid." Shindai tossed a blood red pill directly to Pu Bao. His expression was as grim as could be. As far as Shindai was concerned, he had more than enough of Lin Fan. Over the past few days, Lin Fan and Zoe had been inseparable, practicing dual cultivation together. And now, right in front of him, they were holding hands. This was the sort of thing only couples would do, yet Zoe and Lin Fan were doing it so casually. In Shindai's mind, there was only one thought: kill Lin Fan. Deal. For 10 6th grade Poria pills, I'll risk everything. Pu Bao swallowed the blood power pill whole. In the next instant, his aura surged to a level approaching the 50th level Soul King realm and beyond. As Pu Bao's aura surged, Zoe's expression turned pale. "Are pills allowed in soul battle competitions?" Seeing Pu Bao take a pill, Lin Fan looked utterly stunned. Seeing that the surrounding referee teachers didn't intervene, Lin Fan found his answer. It seemed there were no restrictions on taking pills within the soul battle arena. "Shindai, what are you trying to do?" Zoe shouted angrily. "Yen Yen. Pu Bao just wants to spar with you, that's all. The soul battle is about to begin. Your opponent is him," Shindai said with a sinister grin. Chapter 136, What a Lot of Nonsense. Ding. Recycled various pills, totaling 120. Earned 100,000 system recycling points. Ding. Failed to draw the 6th grade elephant power pill. Consumed 10,000 system recycling points. Lottery failed, 10,000 points consumed. Ding. Lottery successful. Obtained a 6th grade elephant power pill. The moment he saw Pu Bao swallow the blood power pill and the referee didn't intervene, Lin Fan immediately activated the system lottery. Lin Fan knew full well Shindai was truly out to get him. Even though Lin Fan had used various enhancements to boost Zoe's strength, Zoe wouldn't be able to take down Pu Bao, who had just swallowed the blood power pill, anytime soon. This gave Shindai the opportunity to target him. Shindai was at level 47, one level below Zoe. But for Lin Fan, who had just broken through to level 30, he was clearly no match for Shindai. Shindai intended to kill him. Naturally, Lin Fan wasn't going to sit idly by and wait for his doom. "Junior Lin Fan will concede this match," Zoe said, her face pale. She, too, knew full well that Shindai truly intended to take Lin Fan out. If this soul battle were to continue, Lin Fan would be in danger. "Senior, how soon can you defeat that Pu Bao?" Lin Fan asked Zoe with a smile. "I'm afraid it'll take 10 minutes. He has taken a blood power pill. Within 10 minutes, he'll have nearly the strength of a level 50 Soul King. It'll be very difficult for me to finish him off quickly. During those 10 minutes, Shindai will definitely try to kill you. We're not going to fight this soul battle." Zoe shook her head. "Senior Yen Yen, let us continue with this soul battle," Lin Fan said with a smile to Zoe. "Junior Lin Fan, you can't risk your own safety. Shindai is deliberately trying to take you out. Once the soul battle begins, you'll be in danger," Zoe said anxiously. "Senior, trust me. I'll be fine. As long as you take down Pu Bao within 10 minutes. I'll be just fine, Lin Fan said, looking firmly into Zoe's eyes. Well then. All right. But if you're in any danger, call on the referee for protection right away. Don't go head to head with Shindai within those 10 minutes. Just keep him at bay. Zoe agreed, though she was very hesitant. Don't worry. Lin Fan nodded. Begin the soul battle. Seeing that both sides were ready, the referee announced the start. Pu Bao. Shindai gave a shout, and Pu Bao, his body radiating a frenzied aura of blood energy, charged straight at Zoe. Zoe, gripping her bamboo sword, also lunged at Pu Bao. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Kid. You dare lay a hand on my woman? You really don't know when to quit. I'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. Behind Shindai, the Rainy Falcon battle soul materialized, along with 4 soul rings. Make me regret it for the rest of my life? You're not qualified yet. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh. He immediately popped a pill into his mouth. You're taking a pill? Seeing Lin Fan consume a pill, Shindai's expression shifted slightly. You guys can take pills. Why can't I? I'm an alchemist. As it happens, I traded a pill formula for a 6th grade elephant power pill the other day. Lin Fan said with a smile. In the next instant, Lin Fan's aura surged dramatically. He shot straight from a level 30 soul venerable to around level 45 soul master. Although this level of strength still fell slightly short of Shindai's. However, Lin Fan now possessed the strength to stand toe-to-toe with Shindai. Sensing the explosive surge in Lin Fan's aura, Shindai's expression grew even more grim. Chapter 137, Yang Qi. After Lin Fan consumed the elephant power pill, his aura instantly grew stronger. Zoe, who was battling Pu Bao nearby, felt a surge of relief. She had been very worried about Lin Fan's safety. She was afraid something might happen to him. But now that Lin Fan's aura had grown stronger, Zoe felt somewhat reassured. Phew, this kind of power boost feels amazing. Lin Fan stretched his limbs and said with a look of pure enjoyment. Kid, do you really think taking a pill will let you go toe-to-toe with me? You're overestimating yourself. Shindai sensed the terrifying surge in Lin Fan's aura and couldn't help but say with a cold expression. He still spoke with disdain toward Lin Fan's power boost. Whether I can stand up to you or not, we'll find out when we try. Lin Fan said indifferently. Wind and thunder energy surged around Lin Fan, and 2 soul rings appeared behind him. The appearance of these 2 soul rings didn't just bring a sneer to Shindai's face. The entire soul battle arena erupted in laughter. This kid only has 2 rings? He hasn't even obtained his 3rd soul ring yet, and he has come to the Soul Master Division to participate in the soul battle competition? Isn't he just asking for death? Just how stupid is this kid? Inside the soul battle arena, many people immediately began mocking and ridiculing Lin Fan. During his first soul battle earlier, Lin Fan had merely amplified Zoe's with elemental body. He hadn't utilized the wind and thunder power of his battle soul for amplification. Now that Lin Fan had activated his battle soul and released his soul ring, it certainly caused quite a stir. But this stir was nothing but mockery. I never expected you, you idiot, to have only 2 soul rings. I thought you'd broken through to Soul Venerable and obtained your 3rd soul ring. Ha, you really are an imbecile. With only a 2-ring strength, you still dare to follow Yen Yen and participate in the Soul Master Division's soul battle? Do you really think Yen Yen can protect you? Seeing the 2 soul rings on Lin Fan's body, Shindai said with a look of contempt and sarcasm. You sure talk a lot. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to waste words on Shindai. Boom! Lin Fan's 1st soul ring glowed. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Bastard! Shindai let out an agonized scream. Although Lin Fan's original strength would have been absolutely incapable of injuring Shindai. After taking the elephant power pill, Lin Fan's strength had surged directly to the level of a level 45 soul master. A lightning bolt unleashed at that level was actually capable of inflicting some damage on Shindai. Because Shindai had looked down on Lin Fan, he was caught off guard by Qin Tian's sudden strike. He sustained a minor injury as well. His body was immediately charred black, and a burnt smell filled the air. Rainstorm barrage. Shin Dai's face was twisted with rage. The Yin Rain Falcon behind him burst into a brilliant glow. His first soul ring lit up. Countless water droplets instantly condensed into sharp needles, shooting toward Lin Fan. Wind blade, net. Lin Fan's first soul ring lit up once more. The wind blades formed a massive net, deflecting Shin Dai's soul skill. 2 soul skills on the first soul ring? Damn it! Realizing that Lin Fan's first soul ring actually had 2 soul skills, Shin Dai's eyes were filled with pure jealousy. Typically, a soul ring has only 1 skill. Soul rings capable of possessing 2 soul skills are as rare as hen's teeth. Only a 100,000-year-old soul ring is likely to have 2 fixed soul skills. Yet Lin Fan's first soul ring, a mere 100-year-old soul ring, had 2 soul skills. How could that not make him jealous? Shin Dai's third soul ring lit up instantly. Triple waves of rain and darkness. Watch me cripple you right here. Seeing that Lin Fan's single soul ring possessed 2 soul skills, Shin Dai was even more determined to kill him. But just as he was about to unleash the soul skill of his third soul ring, Lin Fan's Eye of the Thunder God launched a mental assault. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from Shin Dai's mouth. His body began to tremble like a sieve, and his skin turned an eerie shade of purple. His soul under attack, Lin Fan swept back, striking Shin Dai in the abdomen. Chapter 138, Reward. Shin Dai's body was sent flying right off the Soul Battle Arena's stage. After Lin Fan had taken the elephant strength pill, his terrifying brute force snapped several of Shin Dai's ribs. Combined with the excruciating pain in his soul, Shin Dai passed out instantly. In that instant, the entire arena fell silent. Pu Bao, who had been completely overwhelmed by Zoe and left utterly helpless, was stunned. He had been holding Zoe off on his end, buying Shin Dai time so Shin Dai could thoroughly trounce Lin Fan. But he never expected that Shin Dai himself would end up getting trounced by Lin Fan. The fact that level 47 Shin Dai had been beaten into a severe coma by Lin Fan left everyone speechless. Stop fighting. I concede. Pu Bao hurriedly surrendered. With Shin Dai out of the fight, Pu Bao had no reason to keep going. The Fengzhu duo wins. The referee announced the result. The entire Soul Battle Arena fell silent once again. Lin Fan, a level 30 fighter who hadn't even obtained his third soul ring yet, had actually defeated level 47 Shin Dai. Although Lin Fan had taken a pill, this outcome was still completely unexpected. Shin Dai had only unleashed his weakest soul ring technique before being instantly defeated by Lin Fan. For those who had placed bets on the soul battle, this result was enough to make them want to curse. Yang Qi, that kid's pretty impressive. Beating Shin Dai at level 30, he's got some skills. In the spectator stands of the Soul Battle Arena, a man in white said to the handsome man beside him. Nothing special. If it weren't for that pill, that kid would been instantly killed by Shin Dai. It's only that buff effect of his that's somewhat useful. Yang Qi said with utter disdain. That's true too. Without taking a pill, that kid's strength is trash. I wonder what Zoe is thinking. If she and Aaron couldn't beat us even when they teamed up, how could this kid possibly stand a chance? The man in white said with a look of disdain. Who knows what Zoe is up to? It's not like Aaron is on her team. These Soul Master team battles over the past half-year haven't posed any threat to the two of us. Let us figure out how to handle the mirror challenge. We failed twice last year, and we still haven't gotten our hands on the Wan Yuan pill. It's a bit frustrating. Let us go. Yang Qi shook his head, looking down on the pairing of Lin Fan and Zoe. In the past, the duo of Zoe and Aaron might have given him some cause for concern, but they still couldn't beat him. Yang Qi was a member of Class 0 in the 4th year and the strongest player in the Soul Master Division's 2-player teams. For Lin Fan and Zoe's team, Yang Qi's squad was arguably their toughest opponent in their quest to obtain the Wang Yuan pill. Damn, Lin Fan, you're too ruthless. What kind of pill did you just take? You instantly took out a level 47 Soul Master. Can you get me 8 or 10 of those? I'm going to go settle the score. Seeing that Lin Fan and Zoe's soul battle had ended, Luke ran over, his face full of excitement. That was a 6th grade elephant power pill. I only have one. Where am I supposed to find 8 or 10 of them for you? If I hadn't seen Shindai trying to take me on, I wouldn't have been willing to use it. Lin Fan shot Luke a withering glance and said. Lin Fan had spent 70,000 system recycling points just to win the elephant power pill in a lottery. For Lin Fan, if it weren't to deal with Shindai, he wouldn't have been so extravagant. A 6th grade elixir, huh? Well, we'll have to wait until you become a 6th grade alchemist. A pill of that caliber is indeed a bit out of my league, Luke said with a look of regret in his eyes. Chapter 139, The Unbeatable Duo. Here are 3,500 purple jade coins, the rewards we won from those 2 soul battles. Plus 5 5th grade recovery pills. Zoe walked over and handed Lin Fan a bag of purple jade coins and a bottle of pills. Just for winning 2 matches? That's so much in rewards? Lin Fan looked astonished. Senior Zoe really treats you well. She gave you all the rewards. As expected of the Soul Master Division's Soul Battle Tournament, these rewards are truly mouth-watering. In the Soul Venerable Division's Soul Battle Tournament, winning a single match only nets you 10 purple jade coins. You'd need multiple consecutive wins just to reach 100. Luke said with envy in his eyes. At those words, Zoe's face flushed slightly. She had indeed given all the rewards to Lin Fan. As an alchemist herself, and given her strength, she didn't even consider the small amount of jade coins worth her attention. She'd given it all to Lin Fan simply to make him happy. Senior, we're on the same team. Besides, you're the main source of our combat power. As for these soul battle rewards, I'll be a bit bold and just take 2/10 of them. Lin Fan said this as he returned the 2,800 jade coins and the elixirs to Zoe. How about this, we split it 50-50? I won stand on ceremony with you. Zoe had intended to give Lin Fan a bit more, but seeing that he won willing to accept it all, she had no choice. All right. Lin Fan nodded. Junior Lin Fan, let us call it a day for today. Once you've obtained your 3rd soul ring, we'll continue with the next soul battle. What do you think? Zoe asked Lin Fan. I'd like to get my 3rd soul ring first, too. Right now, I'm still a bit too weak. Lin Fan looked somewhat resigned. Although he had defeated Shindai with the help of elixirs, Lin Fan could clearly sense the huge gap between himself and Shindai. If he encountered a combination like Shindai's again, Lin Fan would have a hard time fighting back. Whenever you head to the Soul Beast World Plane, just send me a message, and I'll go with you to get the soul ring. Zoe added. Then I'll be counting on you, Senior. Lin Fan said gratefully. By the way, you said you're an alchemist. Have you joined the alchemist division yet? Zoe asked curiously. Yeah, I've already joined. Lin Fan nodded in response. That's even better. Tomorrow morning, go to the alchemist division and apply to join the herb gathering team. Every week, the Alchemist Division organizes students to go to the Soul Beast World Plane to gather medicinal herbs. There will also be many students going along to obtain soul rings. It'll be safer that way, since there will be expert instructors leading the group. Zoe added. Okay, I'll go apply first thing tomorrow morning. Lin Fan replied. He'd never been to the Soul Beast realm before, so going with the academy group seemed like a good idea. Your friend just asked if you'd team up with her to participate in the Soul Venerable group as soul battle. You guys go ahead. After saying that, Zoe smiled and went to rest at the viewing stand nearby. You're something else, kid. Without saying a word, you've actually managed to snag another beautiful senior. What are you planning to do about Tanya? Luke said, looking at Lin Fan with a look of contempt. Luke, don't talk nonsense. Senior Zoe and I don't have the kind of relationship you're thinking of. And Tanya and I are just regular friends. Let us go. Didn't you want to team up with me? We've still got plenty of time. Let us go play a couple of soul battles. Lin Fan shot Luke a withering glance. This guy was up to his old tricks again. Chapter 140, Soul Ringier. Luke, what should we name our team? Lin Fan, halfway through registering, turned back to ask Luke. Lin Fan didn't really care about team names or titles for soul battles, so he let Luke decide. Let us go with something badass. The Invincible Duo. What do you think? Luke's suggestion made Lin Fan's lips twitch slightly. Is that supposed to be badass? Are you sure you're not just a total idiot? Having spent so much time with Luke, the idiot, Lin Fan had grown used to it. As for the name, Lin Fan really didn't care one way or the other. The Invincible Duo, huh? I bet you two will end up with peg-like faces after this. Behind Luke and Lin Fan, a man spoke with a look of disdain on his face. What are you staring at? You two morons, you're freshmen, aren't you? You're already acting so cocky just from picking a soul battle team name. You've obviously never been beaten to a pulp before. Looks like you're here to compete in the Soul Venerable Division 2. Hurry up and register for the Soul Battle. For your first match, we the Twin Wolves are going to teach you a lesson and show you what's what. We'll make sure you understand, keep a low profile and don't act so cocky. The man behind them shouted at Luke and Lin Fan. Twin Wolves? More like two lapdogs. You two are our Invincible Under Heaven Duo's first opponents. With Lin Fan by his side, Luke was acting especially cocky. Damn it, you dare call us two lapdogs? Wait till we're on the Soul Battle Arena, I'll beat you so bad you'll be begging me to call you daddy. The man threatened, his face twisted with anger. Lin Fan grabbed Luke to stop him from continuing the verbal sparring. After completing the registration, Lin Fan and Luke's Invincible Duo was officially registered. And sure enough, their first match as a team was against the Twin Wolves duo, who had also signed up for the Soul Battle. Soul Battle number 508. Soul Venerable Division, 2-person team match. The Invincible Duo versus the Twin Wolves. The referee's voice echoed throughout the Soul Battle arena. Invincible? Damn, these two are way too cocky. Choosing a name like that, they're just asking to get beaten to a pulp. Give those two idiots a lesson. Beat them so hard they disband on the spot. Shouts and curses rang out from the Soul Battle arena stands. The name chosen by the duo of Lin Fan and Luke was indeed a bit provocative. Ha ha. Those two idiots, picking a name like that. They really aren't afraid of getting beaten up. Beside the stands, Aaron, standing next to Zoe, burst out laughing. That name is definitely a bit over the top. But Lin Fan and his partner's opponents probably won't stand a chance against them. Zoe shook her head. Yen, are you really that confident in them? I checked out the info on the Twin Wolves duo. Fan Liang and Dan Xing are both level 36, and their battle souls are wind-chasing wolves, a very powerful beast-type battle soul. As for Luke and Lin Fan, one is level 33 and the other is level 30, both are freshmen. Even though Lin Fan just defeated Shindai, that was only because he took an elephant power pill. He won't be able to produce a second elephant power pill like that. Aaron wasn't optimistic about Lin Fan and his partner. Aaron, a couple of days ago, Lin Fan and his partner's personal information hadn't been synced online yet. It's been synced now, you can take a look. Their combat prowess is no joke. That Luke has the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul, which exerts a bloodline suppression over ordinary beast battle souls. Lin Fan isn't just a support-type soul master either, he possesses the ultimate Wind and Thunder battle soul and ranked first in the admissions exam. What's more, during the class placement matches, Lin Fan and his group eliminated every student from this year's freshman class who came from noble families, forcing the school to create 2 Class 0 sections. These two aren't as simple as you think, Zoe said in awe. That impressive? Aaron hurriedly checked the personal information that Lin Fan and Luke had just synced. Seeing their profiles, which had just been uploaded online, Aaron's eyes widened, filled with wonder. Chapter 141, Running into an Acquaintance. The soul battle began. Fan Liang and Dan Xing immediately summoned their wind-chasing wolf battle souls. Yellow, yellow, purple. Both had perfectly configured battle souls. Level 36 spiritual energy fluctuations surged forth instantly. You two idiots, show your soul rings already. Watch how our twin wolf duo teaches you a lesson. You actually dare call yourselves invincible under heaven? We'll beat you into oblivion right here and now. Fan Liang and Dan Xing taunted them outright. Lin Fan, let me have some fun. Leave these two to me. Luke had taken a lot of beatings over the past 3 days. Now, being mocked by these two, he was feeling pretty frustrated. But with Lin Fan around, Luke wasn't afraid at all. With Luke's level 33 strength, if he gave it his all, he could defeat one of them. But to take on both, he needed Lin Fan's support to boost his power. Leave it to me. Lin Fan nodded. He slapped Luke on the shoulder, and the power of wind and thunder immediately began to amplify Luke's strength. Soul battle, begin. The referee's voice rang out across the soul battle arena. In the next instant, a roar of wind and thunder exploded across the arena. Luke struck in less than 10 blinks of an eye. Fan Liang and Dan Xing were both blasted off the soul battle arena stage. The unbeatable duo wins. The referee announced the result, still reeling from the shock. Everyone inside the soul battle arena was completely dumbfounded. Even Fan Liang and Dan Xing themselves hadn't realized how they lost. The speed Luke had just unleashed was far beyond what a level 33 fighter should be capable of. You two lapdogs, isn't your daddy here the unrivaled under heaven? Luke, that braggart, sneered at Fan Liang and Dan Xing, both of whom were battered and bruised. At that very moment, Fan Liang and Dan Xing were left looking utterly defeated. The moment Luke unleashed his divine beast pixie battle soul, the two were immediately suppressed by his superior bloodline. The brief momentary daze caused by the bloodline suppression meant they didn't even have time to strike back before Luke blasted them off the soul battle arena. Although the loss was baffling, it was a loss nonetheless. Having been defeated by Luke single-handedly, Fan Liang and Dan Xing had no rebuttal. Ha, that was awesome. Lin Fan, I love you so much. If I were a woman, I'd fucking marry no one but you. No wonder you're so popular with the girls. If I had your support boost, I'd be taking girls out every day. Luke let out a wild cackle. Stay away from me, I'm not into guys. Lin Fan shot Luke a disdainful glance. Lin Fan, hurry up and sign up. In the Soul Venerable division, teams of 2 battle each other, and you can fight 5 matches a day. If we win 5 in a row, we'll each get 5,000 purple jade coins, plus 1 5th grade body tempering pill each. Body tempering pills are top-notch stuff. You haven't obtained a soul ring yet. If you use a body tempering pill to temper your body, the soul ring you'll obtain later will gain at least 500 years of age. Luke quickly added. Hearing this, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. A soul master's strength is determined by their soul power. However, when soul power is equal, the strength of the soul ring is the deciding factor. As long as your soul ring has a higher age than others, your overall strength will be greater. This is the importance of a soul ring's age. However, the age of each soul ring is actually fairly fixed and has a set limit. For example, a soul master's first 2 soul rings absolutely cannot exceed 1,000 years. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand the pressure and will die from their body exploding. However, there are also some exceptional soul masters with extraordinarily formidable physical constitutions. They can possess a 1,000-year-old soul ring as early as their second one. However, this is extremely rare. The higher one's strength and the better one's physical constitution, the greater the margin for error when obtaining a high-age soul ring. Consequently, the chances of obtaining a high-age soul ring are also higher. For example, Luke's 3rd soul ring is 5,000 years old. Under normal circumstances, however, it's virtually impossible for an ordinary soul master's 3rd soul ring to exceed 2,000 years. Luke was able to obtain a 5,000-year-old soul ring partly because his divine beast battle soul, the pixie, granted him top-tier physical constitution. However, the blood marrow that Lin Fan helped procure also played a significant role. This body-forging pill that Luke mentioned actually has some remarkable effects. For Lin Fan right now, it's exactly what he needs. Moreover, Lin Fan had other ideas as well. If possible, Lin Fan thought he might make use of the system. Before obtaining his third soul ring, he planned to enhance his physical constitution to the point where it could withstand a 10,000-year-old soul ring. Chapter 142, Battle against Yen Shu once more. The unbeatable duo. Victory. The unbeatable duo wins. Inside the soul battle arena. Lin Fan and Luke had won 4 consecutive matches. Since their opponents in these 4 matches were all of average strength, the victories came with ease for the pair. With 4 straight wins, the entire soul battle arena erupted in excitement. These two are freshmen who just entered the academy. How can they be this strong? Even the Twin Daggers duo lost to them. That's incredible. At this rate, both of them could challenge the Soul Venerable Division rankings. Challenge the Soul Venerable Division rankings? Isn't that a bit of a stretch? After all, their strength is still a little lacking. Surprised murmurs spread through the soul battle arena. At first, everyone had been mocking Lin Fan and Luke's team name. After all, the name Invincible Under Heaven sounded a bit mocking. But after these 4 consecutive victories, the team name Invincible Under Heaven actually began to carry a certain air of prestige. The Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. This Luke is no ordinary fighter. An ordinary Beast Battle Soul Master facing him wouldn't even be able to withstand the suppression from his upper rank bloodline alone. A second-year student exclaimed in awe at Luke. That Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul of Luke S is indeed formidable. But the other one is even more formidable. Take a good look at Lin Fan's profile. The personal information provided by the Academy is vague, but it's almost hard to believe. Another man said as he looked at the campus network information on his phone. Lingjia, how long do you think these two could last against our Wind Dragon duo? The man beside him said with a smile. His words couldn't hide the pride in his heart. Although Lin Fan and Luke had already won 4 consecutive matches. In the Soul Venerable Division battles, the opponents they faced were only of average or even below average caliber. If you and I give it our all, I'm afraid they won't last a minute. Lingjia said with confidence. Lingjia and his Wind Dragon duo didn't take Lin Fan and Luke seriously at all. Those two really aren't qualified to face us yet. The next match is going to be a tough one. The man beside Lingjia added. Soul Battle number 508. Soul Venerable Division, 2-person team match. The Invincible Under Heaven team versus the Cloud Symbol team. The referee's voice rang out. Lin Fan and Luke stepped onto the field. Why is it you guys? Seeing the 2 men before him, Luke's eyes widened. There was a clear hint of apprehension in his gaze. Lin Fan also looked surprised. He hadn't expected to run into someone he knew. Level 38 Control Type Soul Master, Yen Shu. Level 38 Aggression Type Soul Master, Yun Lin. During the recruitment exams, Lin Fan and his partner had ambushed Yen Shu and his group. They even had all their belongings stolen by the 2 of them. Now, it was a case of enemies meeting and the tension running high. Lin Fan, do you 2 still remember what I said? Yen Shu shouted at Lin Fan with an icy glare. Behind him, a yellow spell talisman materialized instantly. Clearly, having been ambushed by Lin Fan before, Yen Shu was already on guard against him. Senior classmates. You can't blame us 2 for what happened during the recruitment exam. It was that bastard Dustin. He's the one who told us to ambush you. Senior classmates, could you go easy on us when you hit us later? Luke said with a feigned look of innocence. Lin Fan knew full well that Luke might seem like a dimwit at times, but he was actually incredibly cunning. That guy had gotten a taste for ambushing people last time. Now he was deliberately lulling the 2 of them into a false sense of security, planning another sneak attack. Even if it had something to do with Dustin. You 2 are still going to get your asses kicked today. Yan Shu said with an icy glare. You want us to get beaten up? You're dreaming. Lin Fan, go for it. Luke suddenly shouted. Chapter 143, The Top 10 Rankings. Around Yan Shu, Battle Soul swirled and danced. His third Millennium Soul Ring immediately began to glow. Immobilization Seal. Yan Shu growled under his breath. He was a level 38 Control-type Soul Master. The greatest strength of a Control-type Soul Master lies in control. As the Immobilization Seal Soul skill was cast, Lin Fan's body instantly froze in place. The sensation of losing control over his entire body sent a chill down Lin Fan's spine. Yan Shu's true strength lay in his complete mastery of control. Combined with Lin Fan's lack of strength, he fell victim to the attack in an instant. Lin Fan. Seeing that Lin Fan was in trouble, Luke, who was fighting Yin Lin, grew concerned. If Lin Fan were finished, then Luke's side would be finished as well. Oof. That kid knows Yan Shu's true power now. You were lucky to get away with that ambush last time. With the strength of the two of you, if it hadn't been a sneak attack, you wouldn't have stood a chance against us. Yun Lin's chasing Cloud Leopard Battle Soul had caused his form to shift slightly. His face now bore a resemblance to the leopard's head. As he spoke, his tone carried a hint of ferocity. And his level 38 spiritual power completely overwhelmed Luke. Although Luke had been boosted by Lin Fan's power, his own strength was, after all, somewhat lacking. Fighting an opponent 5 levels higher, he could only barely hold his own. The outcome of this battle still hinged on Lin Fan and Yan Shu. That's a very powerful soul control technique. However, you won't be able to control me for long. Lin Fan said to Yan Shu. What is going on with your body? You've only just broken through to level 30. You haven't even obtained your third soul ring yet. Why is it so hard to control you? Yan Shu asked, his face filled with astonishment. At that moment, Yan Shu suddenly found it somewhat difficult to control Lin Fan. Under normal circumstances, Yan Shu could instantly immobilize anyone with a lower spirit power level than his own. But Lin Fan was able to move slowly. That's because I've figured out the weakness of your immobilization seal. Lin Fan's fingers moved with great difficulty, and a wisp of lightning appeared between them. Impossible. Yan Shu looked utterly incredulous. The immobilization seal was his most powerful control skill. It did indeed have a weakness. But no one knew about this weakness. Boom! The very moment Yan Shu shouted impossible, a bolt of lightning struck the immobilization charm above Lin Fan's head. At the same time, a second bolt of lightning struck the immobilization charm on Yan Shu's body. Both immobilization charms were shattered instantly. The control over Lin Fan's body vanished at once. Senior Yan Shu, come to think of it, I'm sort of a half-control type soul master myself. Because my lightning can also function as a control skill. A flash of lightning appeared once more in Lin Fan's hand. Of course, Lin Fan didn't tell Yan Shu this. The biggest reason Lin Fan was able to stand up to Yan Shu was because of his divine skill, the Eye of the Thunder God. Boom! The thunder roared as it struck directly at Yan Shu. Defense runes. Yan Shu barked the command, and the runes on his back instantly released yellow light patterns. Lin Fan's lightning bolt had no effect on Yan Shu. You're quite impressive for breaking my immobilization rune. If your spirit power level were the same as mine, your lightning might have caused me some damage. Or even defeat me. Unfortunately, you're far too weak. The defensive runes blocked Lin Fan's lightning attack. This also made Yan Shu realize that the power of Lin Fan's lightning bolt was insufficient to harm him. The power of my lightning bolt is indeed quite weak right now. But I never intended to use it to defeat you anyway. Lin Fan smiled faintly. In the next instant, a variety of lights appeared on Lin Fan's body. The green light of the wind element. The blue light of lightning. The blood-red light of blood form. The black light of abyssal form. The green light of the wood elemental body. The 5 colors of light alternated as they appeared. With the 3,000 thunder strikes under his feet. Lin Fan's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. Just as Yan Shu realized his vision had blurred, a look of panic flashed across his eyes. Chapter 144, Five-Fold Amplification. Put. With a single punch from Lin Fan, Yan Shu spat out a mouthful of blood, and his vitality instantly waned. Stop fighting, I concede. Yan Shu cried out in a panic. The invincible duo wins. The referee announced the result. The entire Soul Battle arena fell into complete silence. New recruits, on their very first day of Soul Battles, had achieved 5 consecutive victories. Everyone knew just how immense a feat this was. It was practically impossible. Yet Lin Fan and Luke had pulled it off. 5 straight wins for the new recruits. I'm so ashamed I could kill myself. Those 2 underclassmen are absolute monsters. I was just mocking them a moment ago, damn, that really backfired on me. Voices began to rise one after another in the silent Soul Battle arena. Yan, I really envy your eye for talent. Did you know all along that Lin Fan was this much of a monster? Strike first to gain the upper hand, you're so cunning, Yan. No way, I'm going to steal him from you. Standing beside Zoe, Aaron said playfully. Aaron, I only just realized how amazing Lin Fan is. Originally, I was just impressed by his natural power boost and his dual cultivation of the same element. When I teamed up with him for Soul Battle, I never even considered his combat prowess. I really didn't think much of it. Do you believe me? Zoe's eyes also betrayed a hint of surprise. Like hell I do. Aaron shot Zoe a withering glance. Let us go. We're heading back to the dorm. Zoe said to Aaron with a helpless expression. Your junior, Lin Fan, has won 5 straight victories. Aren't you going to congratulate him? Have dinner with him? Go stroll through the food street tonight, and bond a little? Aaron added with a hint of amusement. Aaron, cut it out. Lin Fan and I aren't the kind of relationship you're thinking of. Let us go. Zoe shook her head and walked away with Aaron. Lin Fan and Luke were at the Soul Arena's reward redemption counter, claiming their prizes. 5,000 purple jade coins, body tempering pills. Ha 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 ha. That jerk Luke was holding the jade coins and laughing hysterically. You guys are this excited over such a measly haul? You really look like a small-time winner. The dismissive remark from nearby made Luke's smile vanish instantly. Who are you calling a small-time winner? Lin Fan retorted immediately. I'm talking about you. The man across from him instinctively shot back. Damn it, you're asking for it. The man who just retorted to Lin Fan instantly turned livid. Just as I thought, the face of a petty person. Jealous that we won 5 straight and earned this reward, are you? Lin Fan said coldly. Would I be jealous of 2 pieces of trash like you? Let me tell you something. I'm Zayuan from the Raging Ape Duo, ranked in the Soul Master Division's top 10 Soul Battle list. Do you really think I care about the measly rewards you 2 pieces of trash just got? Let me tell you this, once you make it onto the top 10 list, the minimum monthly reward is 10 times what you 2 get. Zayuan said with a look of utter disdain. Top 10 rankings? Lin Fan was a bit puzzled, he hadn't heard of this yet. Lin Fan, there's a ranking list for strong 2-person teams in the Soul Venerable Division. Yan Shu and his team, the ones we just fought, don't even make the cut. Even though this guy has a big mouth, he is probably really good. Luke added via telepathy. What a small-time show-off, he doesn't even know about the top 10 rankings. Seeing Lin Fan's confusion, Zayuan said again with disdain. If you're done here, please step aside. Lin Fan said coldly. I'm here to tell you something. You've won 5 straight matches, so you've earned a chance to challenge the top 10. If you want to challenge us, the Fierce Ape Duo, go see Teacher Chi. He'll make the arrangements. But with trash skills like yours, I could take care of both of you by myself. Zayuan looked at Lin Fan and his partner and said with disdain. Leaving those words behind, he walked away. Chapter 145, Physical Enhancement Lottery. Lin Fan and Luke left the Soul Battle arena. They headed back to their dorm while checking the top 10 Soul Venerable rankings on the campus network. The Fierce Ape duo, ranked 10th on the top 10 list. Pfft, I fucking thought they were number 1. So they're actually last and they were acting so cocky just now. After checking the information on the campus network, Luke said with a frustrated look on his face. Slaughter Ape, level 39 Battle Soul Master, Frenzied Ape Battle Soul. Slaughter Blast, level 39 Battle Soul Master, Frenzied Ape Battle Soul. Luke, should we give it a shot? If we can beat these two, we'll get 10 body tempering pills and 10 spirit venerable pills. Plus, we get 100 black jade coins. As long as we make it onto this top 10 list, the rewards are exceptionally generous. Lin Fan said to Luke, clearly interested in the rewards of the top 10 list. Lin Fan. The rewards for this top 10 list are indeed generous. But these two are really quite strong. They'll be a tough nut to crack. Luke said, feeling a bit uneasy. Even fighting the level 38 Yun Lin had been a struggle for Luke. Not to mention the two level 39 fighters, Zai Bao and Zai Yuan. Those two are indeed strong, but if you can hold your own against one of them, I should be able to take care of one of them. Then we can team up to handle the other one. It's not impossible. As for Lin Fan, he couldn't take on both of them alone. But in a one-on-one fight, Lin Fan could definitely handle one of them. He was just worried Luke wouldn't be able to hold his own. Lin Fan, I recall that besides the Wind Thunder and Blood Chi enhancements, you also have Abyssal Mana and Nature Attribute enhancements. You used them just now when fighting Yin Shu. Can you boost me with those too? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Luke asked urgently. I can boost you with both my Nature Attribute and Abyssal Mana. The power of the Nature Attribute won't affect you, but as for Abyssal Mana, if you're not careful, there's a high chance it could cause you to lose control. If you can't withstand the onslaught of Abyssal Mana, it will be your undoing. Lin Fan shook his head. This was also why Lin Fan hadn't given Luke an Abyssal Mana boost. He didn't want to endanger his brother just for the sake of a soul battle. Lin Fan, you're really underestimating me. My battle soul is the Divine Beast Pixie. You don't know this, but the Divine Beast Pixie has a special talent. It's naturally immune to all evil spirits and nightmares. Abyssal Mana won't affect me. Boost me a little, let us see. Luke said with confidence. Are you sure you won't be affected? Lin Fan looked serious. We're brothers, would I lie to you? Trust me. Luke nodded. Seeing the determination in Luke's eyes, Lin Fan summoned the Abyssal Mana in his hand. A wisp of Abyssal Mana flowed into Luke's body. Seeing that Luke wasn't affected by the Abyssal Mana, Lin Fan amplified the effect. Luke truly hadn't deceived Lin Fan. He wasn't affected by the Abyssal Mana at all. Whoa! Damn, this 5-fold amplification is terrifying. My body can barely handle it. And to think I have the constitution of the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. This level of amplification, are you kidding me? Luke sucked in a breath of disbelief. With the 5-fold amplification, Luke's strength was nearly on par with that of a Soul King. Luke was only level 33, yet his strength rivaled that of a level 40 Soul Master. It was indeed a bit of a strain on his body. However, the impact wasn't too severe. Good thing I can handle it. Holy crap. I feel absolutely amazing right now. Lin Fan, let us do this. I'll go issue the challenge later. After experiencing such a terrifying boost, Luke simply couldn't hold back anymore. Chapter 146, Physical Enhancement. You two are truly like newborn calves unafraid of tigers. As new students, to be able to compete in soul battles on your first day and win 5 straight victories. That is certainly impressive. But you actually want to challenge the top 10? That's a bit overconfident. Teacher Chi said to Lin Fan and Luke with a serious expression. Teacher Chi. We're not being overconfident. We just want to test how far we are from the top 10. That LL give us a little more motivation. Lin Fan explained. You too, take my advice. As things stand, you're not yet qualified to challenge the top 10. Because your skills are simply too weak. Teacher Chi shook his head. Teacher Chi, please go ahead and schedule the match for us anyway. We really want to see exactly where we stand compared to the seniors on the top 10 list. Lin Fan said with a determined look on his face. Alright, since the two of you insist. I can't really do anything about it. If you want to listen to an old man's advice, then you'll just have to learn the hard way. You'll face the fierce ape duo. The match is set for 3 days from now. Any objections? Teacher Chi said to the two of them again. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. Although obtaining his third soul ring was Lin Fan's top priority right now. Before he could do that, he needed to temper his body. In hopes of securing a 10,000-year-old soul ring. Over the next 3 days, Lin Fan planned to refine elixirs to earn some recycling points. Lin Fan had spent quite a few recycling points recently, and the pills he refined a few days ago had pretty much been used up. After making an appointment with Teacher Chi, Lin Fan and Luke left immediately. Lin Fan, I need to prepare a bit over these next 3 days. I want to be going to the Soul Arena for now. Besides, we've probably been targeted. It'll be tough to pull off 5 straight wins. Why don't we focus on improving our strength first? What do you think? Luke said to Lin Fan. He had obtained a body tempering pill and a large amount of jade coins. For Luke, improving his strength was indeed his top priority for now. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm going to refine some elixirs to prepare for obtaining my third soul ring. I'm heading over to the alchemist division. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. It's getting late. I'll head out then. I need to go back and assimilate the body forging pill. Go ahead and take care of your business. Luke nodded and left first. Lin Fan went to the alchemy hall in the alchemist division. After exchanging a large quantity of herbs, he immediately began refining pills in the hall's alchemy area. Lin Fan refined some pills to sell directly at the branch, using the proceeds to exchange for medicinal ingredients. Most of them, however, were exchanged directly for system recycling points. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After refining pills for 2 days and exchanging most of them for recycling points, Lin Fan's recycling points had now reached 2.45 million. This was a massive amount. However, for Lin Fan, these 2.45 million recovery points would be used up immediately upon tempering his physique. Returning to his dormitory, Lin Fan set about tempering his body. After ingesting the 5th grade physique tempering pill, Lin Fan's physical strength had reached the level of a 40th rank soul master. And this was only possible because Lin Fan had acquired several special physical constitutions. For Lin Fan's body to withstand the lifespan of a 10,000-year soul ring, his current physical strength was completely insufficient. Ding! 1 million system recovery points consumed. Constitution enhancement draw, 100 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. Constitution enhancement plus 0.5. Host did not draw a reward. Congratulations, host. Constitution enhancement plus 0.1. Chapter 147, Two Stupid Pigs. All 2.45 million recovery points were consumed. After the Constitution enhancement, Lin Fan's physical strength reached the level of a level 47 Soul Master. In other words, Lin Fan's current strength was barely enough to withstand a single blow from a Soul King. This is because his spiritual power level remains very weak, at only level 30. With his current physical strength, Lin Fan is still unable to fully harness the power his spiritual power level would otherwise allow. Only when using the 5-tier amplification does Lin Fan possess the ability to barely withstand a direct hit from a level 50 Soul King. Even so, Lin Fan's strength is already extraordinarily formidable. Such an unconventional form of enhancement is a bit of a risky move. But there was no other choice. Before a soul master obtains a soul ring, their spiritual power level is capped. Even if Lin Fan wanted to continue improving his strength, he couldn't. At this point, Lin Fan could only consolidate his current strength. To obtain a 10,000-year-old soul ring as his third soul ring, his current physical strength, though it had risen to level 47, was still slightly insufficient. But today was the day for Lin Fan and Luke's combined soul battle. Lin Fan didn't have time to continue improving for the moment. Lin Fan, it's been 3 days, why do I feel like you've gotten so much stronger? You haven't obtained your third soul ring yet, so you clearly shouldn't be able to increase your spiritual power level. When Luke saw Lin Fan walk out of the dorm, he was immediately a bit puzzled. As the possessor of the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul, Luke's perception was quite keen. Didn't you level up too? Lin Fan said with a smile. Luke had broken through to level 34. That is thanks to the body tempering pills and the fact that I've been taking a beating lately. My Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul is a bit special, it requires a lot of combat, and taking hits actually boosts my strength quickly. But first, I need to take care of my injuries. Fortunately, the Academy has plenty of pills, and besides, you've given me quite a few healing pills. It's just that I've almost used up all my healing pills lately. You'll have to refine some for me. Of course, but let us talk about it after today's soul battle is over. Luke explained. Hearing Luke say this, Lin Fan was actually a bit surprised. Luke's physique was indeed quite unique and formidable. Alright, let us go to the soul battle arena. Lin Fan nodded. Class advisor Flair. Why are you all here? At the entrance to the soul battle arena, Lin Fan saw Flair and everyone else from their class. He was instantly taken aback. You two idiots, you actually dared to challenge a team ranked in the top 10 of the Soul Venerable Division? Of course I'm here to bring everyone to watch. Besides, you two are students from Class 01. You've just defended quite a few students from the noble clans. What if someone sets a trap for you and you get killed? There was a hint of anger in Flair's beautiful eyes. She was very worried that Lin Fan and Luke might actually face some danger in the soul arena. Miss Flair, we definitely won't get beaten to death. Luke laughed nervously after getting beaten up by Flair. He developed a psychological hang-up about her. This made Flair's beautiful eyes flicker slightly, and she didn't seem quite as angry anymore. Be extremely careful during the soul battle later. If it comes down to it, just concede the match, but whatever you do, don't end up with any serious injuries. Flair said with a serious expression. Lin Fan and Luke both nodded repeatedly. Let us go, head into the arena. Flair added. Lin Fan, Luke, you two are really impressive. The semester has barely started, and you're already challenging a team from the top 10 rankings. Dustin leaned over and said in awe. To challenge a team from the top 10 rankings, you have to win 5 soul battles in a row. For freshmen, that is practically impossible. I have to say, you two are seriously insane. Frost chimed in as well. That is right. Lin Fan and I are unbeatable, okay? Luke boasted. Frost and the others all looked at him with disdain. Chapter 148, The Weight of the Top 10 Rankings. Junior Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan and his group had entered the soul battle arena, Zoe, dressed in a blue gown, hurried over to Lin Fan's side. Senior. Lin Fan called out to Zoe. Ziyuan, the raging 8 battle souls of those two will have tremendous burst power. Keep this in mind, once they activate their third soul ring skill Raging Frenzy, don't try to take it head on. If you can hold out for 5 minutes, they'll start to weaken. You might have a sliver of a chance. Zoe explained the opponent's weaknesses to Ziyuan and the others with great concern. Zoe's sudden appearance and her obvious concern for Lin Fan stirred a hint of irritation in Flair's heart. Tanya also rubbed her slender hands, her beautiful eyes lost in thought. Seeing Zoe's expression, both girls felt that she was being a bit too friendly toward Lin Fan. Thank you for the advice, Senior. Lin Fan nodded. Good luck. I've already signed up to join you on this weekend's herb gathering team mission. I'll help you get your third soul ring then. I'm heading over to the viewing stand now. Zoe's beautiful eyes sparkled. Mm-hmm. Lin Fan nodded, watching Zoe walk away on her long, slender legs. You little rascal. Instead of focusing on your training, you're out there flirting with girls. If we lose the class competition in half a year, I'll make you pay dearly. Flair scolded Lin Fan angrily. Seeing how close Zoe and Lin Fan had been just now made Flair's eyes blaze with fury. Ahem. Homeroom teacher Flair, I didn't tea. I really wasn't hitting on any girls. You've got the wrong idea. Lin Fan cleared his throat twice. I've got the wrong idea? That girl was so concerned about you. And you're telling me you weren't hitting on her? Oof. Your soul battle is about to start. I'm not going to bother with you. Watch that little brat get his ass kicked. Flair snorted coldly, her annoyance growing even more. She led the students from Class 01 to the stands to take their seats. Lin Fan, having been scolded by Flair, felt a bit helpless. He walked toward the Soul Battle Arena with Luke. You two really have let success go to your heads, you don't even know your own names anymore. Do you really think winning 5 Soul Battle matches in a row means you can go up against us? You have absolutely no sense of your own limitations. Upon seeing Lin Fan and Luke, Zai Yuan spoke with utter disdain. Bro, either of us could take care of these two dumb pigs. Daring to challenge us, they must not be afraid of dying. Zai Bao, standing beside Zai Yuan, chimed in. The two of them treated Lin Fan and Luke as nothing more than foolish pigs asking for death. Which of us are you two stupid pigs calling names? If you've got the guts, beat your old man first. Luke couldn't help but shout angrily. Damn it, you're asking for it. I'll beat the shit out of you later. Zai Bao was furious. Luke, don't waste your breath on them. Let us just get straight to the soul battle. Lin Fan called out to Luke and stepped onto the soul battle stage first. Luke hurried to follow, while Zai Yuan and Zai Bao also stormed onto the stage, seething with rage. Sis. Do you think Lin Fan and Luke can win? Frost asked Flair, who was standing beside her. She looked at Lin Fan with a hint of worry in her eyes. It'll be tough. You know how much weight the top 10 rankings carry in the Soul Battle Arena. Zai Yuan and Zai Bao are both level 39 offensive type battle soul masters, and they possess top tier beast battle souls. Lin Fan and Luke are certainly strong, too. But in this fight, they might get beaten up. Flair shook her head. Deep down, she didn't have much confidence in Lin Fan and Luke for this match. Chapter 149, Not Very Wise. Yen Yen. You're so concerned about your junior, Lin Fan, aren't you? You don't really think that those two can win? Standing beside Zoe, Aaron said with an amused expression. Don't judge junior Lin Fan by conventional standards. 3 days ago, they managed to defeat both Yen Shu and Yun Lin. Could you have imagined that? Right now, facing Zai Yuan and Zai Bao, they're not without a fighting chance. Zoe, however, had a shred of faith in Lin Fan and his partner. Yen Shu, and Yun Lin are no match for Zai Yuan and Zai Bao. The weight of the top 10 rankings is undeniable. Though Zoe said this, Eileen still didn't hold much hope for Lin Fan and his partner. Maybe. Zoe said no more. Their gaze fixed on the arena. Soul Battle number 142. Soul Master Division, 2-person team match, top 10 challenge. The Invincible Under Heaven duo versus the Raging Ape duo. The referee's voice echoed throughout the Soul Battle arena. Ha! Those two idiots actually chose a name like that. Flair had been feeling extremely anxious and nervous, but she couldn't help but laugh at the team name Lin Fan and Luke had chosen. Frost, Tanya, and the others also couldn't help but chuckle. Still, most of them were more worried about the two of them. The soul battle begins. As the referee announced this, the atmosphere on the arena stage instantly grew tense. You two dumb pigs, get ready to get slaughtered. I hope your fighting skills are as tough as your big mouths were just now. Zai Yuan said with a contemptuous, cold laugh. Lin Fan, give me a boost, Luke said with a serious expression. Although Luke's strength wasn't as great as the other two's. Being called a stupid pig, he was determined not to lose this battle no matter what. First boost, Wind's Whisper. Second boost, Thunder Transformation. Third boost, Blood Chi Power. Fourth boost, Wood Elemental Power. Lin Fan granted Luke 4 consecutive boosts. Luke's aura surged instantly. Yet both men wore grave expressions. Because there was still one final boost to go. When Abyssal Mana suddenly raged around Lin Fan, Flare's face turned pale. Are you two out of your minds? No, stop this right now, Flare shouted frantically. Having been affected by Abyssal Mana herself, she knew just how terrifying it was. She didn't want the two of them to be in any danger because of it. It simply wasn't worth risking their lives over the outcome of a soul battle. At that moment, Flare was about to step in and stop their soul battle. Flare, don't worry. Those two seemed confident. At some point, an elderly man with a white beard had appeared beside Flare and the others, followed by several other elders. Grandpa! Grandpa! Dustin, Frost, Flare, and the others all called out. Dustin's grandfather, Flare's grandfather, and Frost's grandfather had all arrived. Flare hadn't expected this battle to attract so many old veterans. They're actually using Abyssal Mana to boost their power. I can't believe that kid came up with that. One slip up, and they lose control. Still, that kid with the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul is quite talented. He is actually able to withstand Abyssal Mana. An elderly man in a grey robe said with great surprise. Old Goo, what is this? Thinking of taking on a disciple? The white-bearded elder said with a smile. Old Yi, you really never cease to amaze me. This kid with the pixie battle soul would make a fine disciple for an old man like me. The only question is, will he earn my approval? That's the real question, the grey-robed elder said indifferently. Then let us take a good look. A group of elders all turned their gaze toward the center of the arena. Phew! Awesome! Luke's bones creaked and cracked. After receiving the 5th level boost, Lin Fan's strength had approached that of a 40th level Soul Master. Such a massive increase in strength. You two idiots seem to have a little something going for you. Too bad you think you can go up against us with just that? You're not worthy yet. Let us show you two idiots just how much the top 10 rankings are worth. Zayuan wore a look of utter disdain as his academy uniform burst apart, unleashing a surge of level 39 spiritual power. Chapter 150, Divine Beast Bloodline. Zayuan and Zai Bao both possessed the Frenzied Ape Battle Soul. The moment the two released their soul rings and channeled their spiritual power, their forms immediately transformed. Their skin turned black, and hair as sharp as steel needles sprouted from their bodies. Their faces also took on the appearance of gorillas. Their thick arms were brimming with explosive strength. Lin Fan, one each, Luke said directly to Lin Fan. Leave Zayuan to me. Lin Fan replied immediately. Luke's Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul manifested. His body didn't change shape, but it became significantly more robust. He charged straight at Zai Bao like a cannonball. Frenzied Ape Arm. Earth Spirit Shock. Luke and Zai Bao simultaneously unleashed their first soul ring techniques. The two collided violently. You stupid pig, you've actually got some skill. Luke was holding his own against him. A look of disbelief flashed across Zai Bao's eyes. He had originally thought he could severely injure Luke with a single punch. So this is what the top 10 rankings are all about. Luke snorted coldly. Arrogant. Just wait till I make you regret those words. Zai Bao's face was twisted with rage. Lin Fan clashed with Zai Bao once more. Truly worthy of the Divine Beast Pixie Battle Soul. Despite being half a major tier weaker, you're still able to go head-to-head with the strength-specialized Berserk Ape. Not bad. The old man in the grey robe commented on Lin Fan with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan and Zai Yuan had also exchanged a head-on clash. This kid with the wind and thunder power battles Soul Isnt using his speed advantage. He is actually going for a head-on clash that's not very wise. The old man in the grey robe commented on Lin Fan again, not holding much hope for him. Ha! This kid, is his physique really that formidable? Seeing Lin Fan send Zai Yuan reeling 3 steps back with a single punch. The old man in the grey robe looked utterly shocked. You stupid pig, why are you so strong? You're clearly only level 30. Even if your strength has been boosted, how can you possibly stand up to me? Zai Yuan faced the same dilemma as Zai Bao. Neither of them could accept that their opponent could hold his own against them. They were supposed to be 2 stupid pigs, the kind they could slaughter at will. Yet here they were, evenly matched with them. This was completely beyond their imagination and utterly unbelievable. Zai Yuan and Zai Bao were in disbelief, as were all the spectators in the Soul Battle Arena watching the 4 combatants. Everyone was in disbelief. Everyone had assumed this would be a one-sided match. Lin Fan and Luke were expected to get beaten to a pulp. But the outcome turned out to be quite different.